Root and Branch 19.3. Mary, Nora, and I reached the Lambs just in time to see the ship pulling into the harbor. The Lambs, Emmett, BEA, and the treasurer were all at the tower that stood over the gate. A zigzag path led from the harbor, up the cliffs and into the backside of Hackthorn. He was on the deck. I've seen his portrait and Jamie wrote about him, Jessie said. Edmund Foss. Can we bar the doors? Pretend not to notice him. Lillian asked, her voice still soft. It was as if she was trying to whisper so as not to be heard by a guy who was a speck to anyone that wasn't holding binoculars. We could, Jessie said. They'd go back and tell others. Can we work with that? Lillian asked. Isn't it easier to work with a little bit of negative opinion of one man, compared to, whatever happens if he comes inside? I spoke. They'd say that Fairs is rude, she has something to hide, the report of a discovery of true immortality is the dying effort of an older professor to be relevant again as the Crown State ceases to be. Everyone turns their attention to other things, with only a few intrepid, irrelevant individuals and second-in-commands investigating. Some of the most pivotal players have already backed out, this threatens to take all of the meat out of the plan. Nora passed on that Edmund was with Frey, back in the day. Jessie asked. She did, Mary said. What does that mean for us? Jessie spoke. We don't know to what degree they might have been collaborating, if it was selfing in the moment or something bigger, but you Lambs discussed it then and came to the conclusion he was a Frey plant. There might be an ongoing relationship even today. We have to assume he's not, I said. If we act buddy-buddy and we're wrong, it's the end. We're forced to capture him, others get suspicious, we don't get any advantage worth talking about, and the Infante might even clue into what we're doing. We observe from a distance and if we find out something about Frey then that's great, but for now we take this as an early check-in from the Academy. If we take it as that, we're definitely not ready, Duncan said. We're not close to being able to invite someone in and talk to them. Half the place is in ruins, the other half is a mess, we've got prisoners everywhere. Not everywhere, Ashton said. Not the time for pedantry, Ashton, Duncan said. We invite him in, I said. Which is going to be, what, 10 minutes from now? 16 minutes, Jessie said. We can stall and make it 20. But 20 isn't a lot. 20 has to do, I said. We can do this. You have ideas? Jessie asked. Absolutely, I said. I'd thought for the time it took me to run to the tower. Now I was figuring out which thoughts to tie up and which needed more attention. It was a question of priorities. Duncan, you, BEA, Ashton, Emmett, Lara, and the treasurer. I have a name, the treasurer said. He looked far more unhappy than he should have for the misplacement of a name. I suspected he was holding on to hard feelings from the prior week's events. You guys stay. We'll communicate via Nora. Everyone else with me. Are you sure? Lillian asked. Why the doubt? I asked. She didn't have an immediate answer for me. I wondered if she didn't trust me, if she was trying to articulate that she hadn't seen me in good form for a while. I'll say why I doubt, BEA said. You told me once you cause as much havoc as you can and then you have the benefit of being better at handling the consequences and better at knowing what's going on when it comes to working out a resolution. That sounds like something I'd say, I said. I looked down at the boat. How much time was this going to cost us? It's pretty much the context I met you in. The problem is this is something where we need to build something, she said. Not to tear it all down. Mary glanced at me. She's not wrong. You really think we can do this? 20 minutes to transform the Academy into something respectable, that passes muster with someone like Edmund Foss. No, I said. 20 minutes to transform the Academy into a place that's in the midst of preparation for a major event. It's less than 20 minutes, Jessie said. Which is all the more reason to move, I said. Unless someone else has a better idea. I could see it. The treasurer was about to voice an objection, the objection would need to be answered, and we'd lose half of a minute. Go, Duncan cut in. I went, the others following. I wasn't fast, and my recent spar with Mary had done a number on me. Jessie appeared beside me, taking my hand. She wasn't holding me up, but she was providing me some support. I was sure if I needed it, she'd help support me in a more practical way. I was aware that Lillian and Mary were with us. A part of me wanted to analyze them and their reactions. I couldn't afford to. There was too much to do. The act of moving away from the scene where I could watch my opponents and analyze them felt like I was stepping through one of the windows and falling onto the cliffs. I didn't have a good read on Edmund, I didn't know why he was here, what he wanted, and what would satisfy or compel him. I was so focused on what was happening outside and what was happening 15 minutes from now that I wasn't focused at all on the present. We turned a corner, and I saw the Infante, squarely in front of me, back to me. I hesitated. Jessie's hand tugging mine gave me the impetus to get moving again, where I might very well have remained in paralyzed silence for a full minute. I needed to distract myself. Nora, pass this on. I asked. All right, Nora said. She oddly seemed more at ease when moving than when standing still. It was as if she were built to be perpetually in motion, moving with the support of her arms and claws, back arched slightly, head sticking out more forward than up. Tasks, roles, responsibilities. Duncan, you're taking point. He's never met you and I don't think the Lambs have been gone long enough for word to get out about you. Based on what we've seen Crossfair's desk, there might not be wanted posters either. Get yourself into a Hackthorn Academy uniform. BEA? Pass on word, all guards and soldiers in the city need to hide, while still holding the peace. Talk to Shirley. Got it. Treasurer and Davis need to gather everyone who's trustworthy, who's educated and who's proper. Get Davis, he'll look good and he'll make a good compliment to Duncan. Why? Nora asked. Treasurer asks. That's going to be the crowd we put in directly in front of him. He'll like that, being from Sicily's. Girls are especially good. Ashton? I asked you to stay back because this guy's never met you. He's going to meet you in passing, and he's going to get a whiff of you. Not enough of anything to make him look back and wonder about anything. Nora was making noise. I paused. Ashton is trying to interrupt you, she said. He says he'll do just fine. He doesn't tell you how to be a jerk, you shouldn't tell him how to do his thing. I wondered how much of that was Nora's license and how much of it was Ashton. If it was the latter, who or where had he got that from? Whatever. Great, I said. Slow our target down, treat him well, get him to talk about his academy and how much better it is. Get him to the tea room or the dining hall in the main building, slow him down. He spent the last while traveling, and sitting in carriages and boats makes people want to sit around. Ironically. What do we say? Lillian asked. He's going to ask for particulars. We be coy, Duncan says, Nora said. Why would Fairs give away the show? It's her big moment, the kind all professors hope to have. Exactly, I said. Even beyond that, Fairs is a showman, she likes her art. We need to put that in front of Edmund's face. Art. The quality. Lillian and Jessie are headed to the labs. Lillian identifies everything of top quality that the Academy can boast. We parade that in front of him. Jessie knows the keywords to control the war beasts. Those were top-notch, the control, the theatrics of having a giant wolf or spider in our complete control, more than the Academy usually strives for. Helen spoke for the first time. She's a showman, but what happens when she doesn't show? We'll figure that out, I said. I'll look into the Hackthorn children. It'd be asking a lot, but I think even after the fiasco of the other night, they'll listen to me. The girl is talking, BEA, Nora said, as if Lara had supplied the name. She adjusted her voice to match the person speaking. It's unfortunate, but those kids are loyal to you, Sylvester. But it's going to take time to round them up. We split them up because they had too much of an influence on each other, and a lot of that is your secondary influence. Doubt, suspicion, concern, lingering feelings. BEA and the treasurer both. It was only going to get worse. We'll handle that when the time comes, I said. For now, we need to dwell on this. Helen and Mary here are going to need to keep an eye out in the meantime. Details. Things that need immediate attention. Where possible, we get students to move things into place. Furniture, stacks of boxes, it's all about hiding the damage, focusing on presentation, we make it look like we're mid-renovation, not mid-reconstruction. It's a fine line. One of the dormitories has fire damage, Nora said. A bridge does. The plant life on the bridge is all burned. There are a lot of places around the academy where that's going to be visible. We'll deal, I said, with little idea how. It's a question of directing their attention. We bring people and things out at key times. Hand signals are going to play a big part. Mary and Helen will round up students when we get back to the main building, liaison with the lieutenants. Again, hand signals. Once we make Mr. Professor Edmund Foss stop for tea, hopefully, we'll redirect attention to areas depending on which ones he'll see next. We paint the damn walls 5 minutes before he arrives in the room in question, if we have to. Paint needs time to dry, Nora said, in an Ashton voice. He likes watching paint dry. Duncan is saying Ashton is being pedantic again. I continued, ignoring the interplay between the other guy lambs. I'm thinking we station students in even-numbered groups in doorways to mark no-go side routes, hallways, stairways. Got it, Nora said. Duncan's getting a uniform now. BEA is going to spread word and get people on board. We need to hide any and all Beetle uniforms, I said. And we need to maximize the number of Hackthorn uniforms around them. Spreading word is a good thing. We weren't far from the main building now. I saw a portrait of a noble, the Infante standing next to it, staring at it. We'll need everyone's attention, I said, hoping that didn't echo the Infante's noble lines of thinking and somehow wake him. I felt anxious and bothered in a way I hadn't for some time. Helen perked up at that. I could tell, even before we were done crossing the bridge, that the students were reacting to the word. The boat had been seen, it bore academy colors, and it wasn't out of the question that students with binoculars had seen enough to draw conclusions about who it was. They were talking, worried, unsure about what was going to happen. I watched through windows and saw the anxiety. Some among them could even be considering rebelling against the rebels, being subversive, or passing on a message. Let me take point. Jessie asked. Sure, I said. As soon as we have their attention. I'd thought not long ago about the role I took in their hearts and minds. That I was the face that the students and rebels linked to the fall of their respective academies. Hackthorn had fallen twice and the second fall had been grim. I'd been the one to get involved in interpersonal rivalries, in compromise, when a group butted heads with others on a distribution of resources and labor, or when someone struggled with another member of their team. Compromise left both sides unhappy, and that unhappiness was something that touched me, coloring opinions of me. So long as I did everything right and supplied peace, hope for a better future and freedom from the constraints of their old life, I'd remained in their good graces, and that association hadn't held me back. But I'd broken that trust on all 3 counts. Jessie was stability. She was organization, the liaison. She was inoffensive, rarely linked to conflict, more to measured, calculated responses. We were a team for a reason. I gave her hand a squeeze before letting go of it. Association with me would taint their image of her. It made sense, it would be only a small taint, but everything counted in the here and now. Helen whistled, using her particular control of vocalizations and intonation to simply produce something loud. It wasn't the worst she could do, but it did get the attention of the hundreds of students in the open space. Helen half flounced, half flourished, all theatrics, as she moved to one side, indicating Jessie. We're making the school presentable in the next 10 minutes. Vernon, you take 20 students with you. There's construction material at the ground floor and near the stables, stacked in the hall. Carry it away, stack it anywhere there's damage, missing portraits. Grab carpets from upstairs. Take them down. Hurry. Clive found extra carpets. The guy who was supposedly named Vernon started speaking. If you found some, use them, but go, Jessie said. Vernon went. Jessie pointed, Eddie, you and 10 students, more materials from that space. Do the same thing, 2nd floor. Martin, 10 students, 3rd floor. Alvin, 10 students, 4th floor. Be mindful of the damage to the ceiling, there's a short ladder in the library on the 4th floor, grab it on the way, see what you can do to plaster the ceiling in the next 10 minutes. Jim, 10 students, 5th floor. Herman, 10 students and 6th. Darlene, 8 students, left stairwell. It should be mostly clear, be mindful of the railing. Students were mobilizing now. Go to the dormitory, Jessie said. Pass on word, recruit more helpers. Harvey, 10 students, just block the right stairwell, make it look like you are doing work. Flip it around, I said, looking around. If they come upstairs from the left stairwell, they'll be able to see through the glass exterior of the dining room, they'll see the burnt dorm, clear as day. Misdirection, control where their eye looks. Change that around. Jessie called out. Darlene was already leaving. Darlene, right stairwell, Harvey to the left. Those are the key areas to start with. Others, listen to the lambs, be ready to act. We do this actively. Uniforms. Mary called out, her voice almost overlapping with Jessie's. If you're wearing a beetle uniform, then you're going to make yourself scarce, but don't leave just yet. Listen to what we have to say, then make it your job to inform everyone else you meet as you disappear. Check to see if they know what to do, tell them if they don't. Hide your weapons, take them and soldiers to the west and south dormitory buildings, make sure they don't make a fuss. Carry trash with you. This is a rehearsal of a really big play, Helen said. We really want to get this right, but it's a test, and how we act is part of it. Don't worry too much about looking like you're trying not to look at them. If you're worried you look suspicious or worried, then what you want to do is look like you're doing something. You have a place to go, a thing to do, even if it's getting food from the cafeteria, going somewhere, or finding someone else that looks uneasy and talking to them like they're a friend. She was reading the room, sensing how tense and unsure they were, and reassuring, ensuring that they would reassure each other. She was good at reading people. It was a key part of acting. Mary picked up in an instant. There was scarcely a breath between the two of them, but by going back and forth, they were able to organize their thoughts on what needed to be done. It was information overload to the audience, switching from one thing to the next, but, well, there was something to be said for being attentive. Lillian was already heading downstairs to Lab 1. I turned to Jessie, who gave me a nod. We need people, I said. Reliable, strong, good with weapons. Jerome. Jessie called out. You and your friends. Patrick, Stefan, Curtis. They'll need guns. They have guns, Jessie said. I smiled. You read my mind. Yeah, she said. We took the stairs alongside Lillian. Lab 1. War beasts and less human experiments, Lillian said. Here. There, Jessie pointed. I'll be with you in a second. I'll check them for gunshot wounds and injuries first, Lillian said. Be wary of Miss Muffet's spider, she's got a taste for humans now that she's eaten and she's entered her next birthing cycle, Jessie said. Lillian made a face, but she headed into the Lab 1 stables without further complaint. As our contingent of soldiers arrived, Jessie began directing them to the other cells. The cells held Betty, key members of the faculty, and other students I'd deemed too clever and competent to be left among the other students being kept prisoner in the dormitories. Was it possible to keep them penned up here while everything else was going on? Yes. Was it likely that Professor Edmund Foss would appear and insist on exploring the lab in full? No. But this was harder to explain than some bullet wounds on a giant, a bayonet wound on a great black wolf, or an acid stain on a wall. I walked away from them, moving into the surgery theater. Junior was there, alongside members of his team, not the rank, but a team of volunteers and assistants he'd accumulated, mid-crisis and in the aftermath. Paul was here, too. He sat on a countertop, staring down Fairs. Too much anger, too much bitterness. Fairs was on the table. She had one leg, one arm that ended in a stump, and one arm that had a recently reattached hand that was now strapped down. Tubes ran through, in, and out of her body. Needles penetrated various points on her face and torso, with pen marks on the skin, with numbers and ratios. A table beside her had what appeared to be 2/5 of a human being, lacking skin, mouth agape. Junior, I said, looking down at Fairs. How drugged is she? She should be fairly lucid, if you need to ask her something, he said. He grimaced. The project is a mess right now. We're trying 3 methods of mapping her out in a way we can translate to another vehicle, we're just figuring out what we want final implementation to look like. If you came tomorrow, I might be able to say we'd be on track and half done. This isn't my field. I'm just managing. David? Thoughts? About right, one of the others said. It's fine, I said. I would have been happier if there were results, but that would have been greedy. Jesse and Lillian are outside. Talk to them, they'll fill you in. Stay if possible, but if they say to do different, do that. Sure thing, Junior said. He gave me a sidelong glance as he walked by, assessing me. Junior, at the very least, had experienced being my enemy. I'd earned his respect, and he was someone who had been a rebel long before. I didn't want the events outside this lab to reach Professor Fairs. I walked slowly across the lab, noting that Paul was still sitting on that counter. Paul? You too. Are you hiding things from me now? He asked. No, I said. I'm hiding things from her. He considered that. I backed you, he said. I know. I'll back you again. Thank you, I said. Back me in this, all right. I'm not putting you away, I'm not trying to diminish you. Paul laughed. I was aware of the shape of the Infante looming in the corner of one eye. Keep the doors open, I called out. Paul did. The surgical theater was fairly well lit, but it had a dark atmosphere. The time I'd spent in and around this particular room had been some of the hardest, when it came to making it look like Jesse and I were simply aristocrats who'd wormed their way into Fair's inner circle. I had watched children go under the knife for the sake of a show. Now all of that darkness and negativity seemed to have been distilled in Fair's current state. I reached into her mouth and took hold of the tube. I began pulling it out, hand over hand, while she coughed and gagged. It felt like a full minute before the end of the tube finally came free. I walked over to a cabinet, while letting her recover from the coughing, and found the little porcelain bottles. I peered through them, opening some that sounded right, before I found something that looked like what I needed. A compacted disc of medication, almost the shape of a large coin, if a little thicker, red. I walked over to Fairs and placed it in her mouth. She could have bitten me, had she felt recalcitrant, but she didn't. You were, she started, before pausing to suppress a cough, paying attention. You have early arrivals, don't you? She asked. Yes. Power plays. There are some I sized up who I left alone, and others I maintain rivalries with. I can think of a few it might be. Showing up early, throwing others off of their rhythm, it's a minor play. Someone from one of the small academies, I'm thinking. There might be 1 or 2 more. More of a coordination, ensuring there's no time to prepare, no time to get everything right. They might even bring complications. If I were actually making this announcement, I'd have already contacted allies elsewhere to counter and react. I took my seat where Paul had been. You need me, she said. And by your own order, I'm in dire shape. They're going to take my skin and a portion of my fatty tissues and make them into a full-body mask. They want to steal my voice. It's macabre, isn't it? Wholly deserved. And it might even work, she said. She closed her eyes, moving the lozenge around her mouth. I was aware that our guest was just now arriving at the gate. There would be stalling, organization, asking for paperwork. While Lillian had been investigating monsters and hunting people, Duncan had spent far more time elbow deep in the academy, his eye always on the ultimate political prize. He would have a good sense of what to say and do to buy us those extra minutes. I was aware, too, that this conversation and what followed might take a little while yet. That our target would make his way up the stairs while the Lambs secretly collaborated and organized students to prepare areas and make them as pristine as possible. We would arrive fashionably late. If we arrived at all. Fairs was unhinged. She was dangerous in the way that someone with nothing left to lose could be. She'd demonstrated that, taunting me, attacking me. You sound remarkably at ease with this, I said. All stories have a bad ending, she said. The oldest, most powerful of the fairy tales see the heroines turn to sea foam, slain by the wolves, their only legacy a moral lesson for children, if there's anything at all. No, I said. Not all stories end badly. At best we grow old and die, Fairs said the Academy can postpone it, we endeavor against this bleak fact, but we won't conquer it and change it for at least a little while. At best, we lead a bright life with good stories, and we get our bittersweet ending with a positive legacy left behind. At best. There are good endings, I said. To fairy tales or reality. What ending is there that is unambiguously good? The noble sacrifice? The celebrated death? Not all endings are deaths. Not strictly, but close enough. You've known about your ending for some time. I've enjoyed the journey and focused on the brightness I could bring to others and the art I could bring to existence. I've tried to walk the path that only I could walk, a personal one. You, I think, are so focused on the endings that you forgot to pay attention to the middle. If there was an opportunity to lay money on the chances I'd have a very violent, ugly end, I wouldn't take that opportunity. It's very possible, I said. But as bad as my ending is, I don't think I'm going to end up flayed so someone else can make a skin puppet mockery of me. You talk about your legacy, but I somehow think you've managed to be far more hated than I. Even your academy is turning on you. I've had many many more decades on this planet than you have, Sylvester, Fairs said. It's a lot more time to earn people's hatred. She closed her eyes again. Still very relaxed. How are the drugs? I asked. Quite satisfactory. To make me calm, rather than to help with the pain. I expect that will end when they no longer need to keep me stable. The hand will go then too, I'm sure. It's fine. Is it really? Several long weeks of misery for a life lived doing what I'm passionate about. I know my last few weeks have been as awful as you could make them, I know what comes next might well be more awful, but I expected cancers or dementia, and those are horrible in their own way. I mentally took note of every last thing, and I came to peace with the idea. I'm at peace with the fact that I lived to my passions, and I didn't let minor things get in my way. I broke new ground, in academy science, in making it possible for girls and women to make more headway, and in creating stories and works that would open minds. What are you passionate about, Sylvester? My first thought was of Lillian, of Jessie. Mary. Helen in a different way. Something in mind? You could have spent your time doing that, getting immersed in that, indulging in that. The thought made me snort. And you've spent it desperately, madly struggling forward in vain against a reality you cannot change, Fairs said. It's the saddest thing about you. My thoughts of the girls were moving on in the background, my brain turning to thoughts of lambs, then to the mice. From that, though it was something unwieldy I hadn't devoted enough attention to, the thoughts of a greater, more abstract world. There are a hell of a lot of things that are sadder than that, I said. Not from my perspective, as someone who did the inverse. The inverse. You walked a dark path, your eye always on the end. Your own, the friends you neglected to save. You've allowed it to taint the rest of your life. I thought of the times I had. They weren't accurate memories so much as they were impressions and blurry scenes that were more imagination than actual hard memory. The Lambsbridge backyard. Being in Lillian's arms when she clung to me while she slept. Mary sleeping with her back to me, or turning over and her face relaxing in a way so few got to see. Being with Jamie while music played in our room in Tyne-Wear. Sitting with Jamie and Gordon while interacting with mice in the, whatever that neighborhood had been called in Radham. Having tea with Helen while she made our ears and brains want to turn inside out from her elaborate descriptions of horrible scenes. Figuring out Ashton as we had a conversation in the orphanage dining room. Sitting with Jessie in an armchair only big enough for one person, me holding the tea for both of us, the two of us talking about the fish mounted on the wall. Talking to Jessie while she cooked, or vice versa. Eating with Jessie after the cooking. I think I've had a pretty good journey, with enough good moments along the way, I said. I made pretty good time with the people I had with me, and I think what I'm gunning for doesn't take away from that. No. I think your impression of me is wrong on that score. Fairs nodded, leaning her head back. Well, I don't imagine you have long to wait and see just what awaits you. With those words, I was made very aware of the Infante, standing off to the side. That made me want to check that I wasn't alone, that I wasn't letting my guard down. Junior, Lillian, and Jessie were standing at the doorway. The others would be nearby. Jessie signaled. Edmund Foss was here. Upstairs. He wanted to see Fairs, and she was here, doped up, in pieces, with tubes running through her. Junior, I said. Lillian. Let's get Professor Fairs as put together as we can get her. You're not even going to ask if I'm going to cooperate? Fairs asked. I have nothing left to lose. You took my hands, gave one back, and you'll take it away. You took my academy and perverted it, and you took my students. You've condemned them, telling them something that will justify them being utterly and completely destroyed the moment those words touch the wrong ear. A series of bad endings will befall everyone here, far, far sooner than they otherwise might have. That's on your head. And you expect me to play along. We don't have a choice, I thought. You'll get to demonstrate a little bit of that fairy tale play of yours, I said. The only thing worse than a bad ending is a story that doesn't get one. I watched as she took that in. Isn't it funny, then, that you're taunting them with immortality, of all things, she asked. Maybe. But you'll see this through, just to demonstrate you can. She moved the stump of an arm that wasn't restrained. Then your doctors should get to work, shouldn't they? They were already moving into the room, making way to the tools, talking under their breath about the measures that would need to be taken, things that would need to be scrounged up. Fairs, facing her impending journey on the surgical table, only looked at me and smiled. Root and Branch 19.4. Red had her arms crossed. If you decided you were up for it, it would make all the difference. She shrugged. If this was a week ago, I think I'd be handling this differently, I said. She didn't speak, but she made fleeting eye contact. I'd lost my mind and threatened to raze Hackthorn to the ground, and she hadn't been that wary of me then. As little as a week ago, I'd be manipulating you, I think. This would be easier. I could empower you, make you feel like it was almost your idea. You'd be happier, really. Most of the time, when I manipulated people for their benefit, they were happier. But, I think right now it would be too hypocritical. I'm not sure enough of anything to really feel like I could plot out your course of action and guarantee you'd be better off for it. So I'm just asking. If you decide no, that's fine. I'll think about it, Red said. I nodded. She was the only one I was willing to work with at this stage, who I even dared to broach the subject to. Thank you, I told her. She shrugged, non-committal, and I left things like that. The sheer number of students heading up and down the stairs throughout both stairwells was impressive and shocking from the looks of it, and from what I could see looking past the glass walls of Lab 1 and through the windows, students and rebels were heading down to the ground, crossing the city below, and making their way into the buildings on the very ground level, to climb up. All to minimize the foot traffic moving through the space that served as the dining hall. Mary watched all of this unfold, standing with her back to the door, so she could keep an eye on Lillian and another eye on me. When I passed her and stepped into the surgical theater, directly beneath the dining hall and the tables where our guest was currently being entertained, Mary followed me in. The door swung closed. I'd almost expected Fairs to complain. She didn't. I'd had more expectations that she would comment, needle and nettle. She remained quiet, aside from the occasional sound, as she was supplied with parts. It was a quick and dirty job, and I watched as Lillian worked with Junior's team, laying the groundwork for voltaic limbs and extremities, hooking up a voltaic organ to power them. Tubes were pulled free, blood and sweat wiped away, a spare hand attached in stages before being drawn together. The fact that she remained silent against my expectations bothered me. I would very much have preferred it if I had a keen sense of what she would do. I might have tilted my brain in one direction or another, to better anticipate Fairs, but I was cognizant of the Infante's presence, as he stood in the shadows, his face illuminated by the spotlight of voltaic lighting that allowed the doctors and students to clearly see what they were working on. If I pushed myself to focus hard on body language, or on analyzing Fair's word choice, or even choosing words that would prickle her and slip through her defenses, then that might well be the action that prompted the Infante's reaction, the flame to the fat, the spark to the tinder, meat for the carnivore. Instead, I moved gently, thought carefully, and focused on observing. It was, I imagined, very much as if Fairs was being remodeled on the fly in the same fashion that Hackthorn was. Triage, but for the individual and her institution. Well, it was our institution now. Mary arrived with the clothes we'd sent her to get. She had an eye for style, I knew, and I trusted her to slip past the dining area to access the administration's quarters. What's going on upstairs? I asked. They're gathered. They're having their tea. It won't be long before Headmaster Foss starts getting antsy. For now he's occupying himself with idle observations of the school. Any crises? Mabel's group handled the burned building. He was already at the landing of the stairs when they got the last of it in place. They tore up the gardens and draped the greenery over the burned areas of the building. The burned bridge was the opposite. They dropped the plant-based portion of it completely, let it fall to the city below. Shirley's people were at the ground and had it cleaned up before anyone glanced outside. That's good, I said. He's getting antsy. I wouldn't say he suspects anything, but he's making comments and I'm worried his prey instinct is up. There not being enough members of faculty is playing a role. Your, father? He's there, and he's making some conversation. I smiled. Move your arm, Lillian instructed, still speaking softly. Fairs did. With your fingers, touch. I know the procedures, Fairs said. She touched thumb to fingertips, one after another, back and forth. 8 out of 10, if I had to gauge the response. One of the other young doctors fiddled with the voltaic organ, a rectangular block of meat contained within a metal frame that outlined only the edges and corners. I saw Fair's arm jump, and saw her wince with the pain. It must have hurt a lot. The ongoing surgery had barely elicited a reaction from her. She had broken a sweat, occasionally reacting reflexively, but some things couldn't be suppressed. Again, Lillian said. I thought for a moment that the doctor with the organ would jolt her again, but it was an instruction meant for Fairs. She repeated the hand motion. 9, Fairs said. No need to adjust further. I'll manage, and the brain will adapt to my benefit. Any pain? Lillian asked. Pain is fine, I said. We just need her functional. Minimal pain, Fairs said. I imagine it's all exactly what I should expect for surgery of this nature and for a voltaic transplant. A thrum of pain, sitting at a 2, something between a 3 and a 4 for the surgical sites. Does anything feel especially out of place? Lillian asked. Does it feel square? Square, Fairs said. She laughed, and it was the kind of laugh someone with broken ribs managed. Her ribs weren't broken, but she limited herself to the gentlest, lightest of sounds of amusement, as if anything else would level her. Lillian didn't flinch and didn't comment on the laughter. At least hereabouts, when we're teaching the very young children about academy work, and we check the numbers or check their stitching we ask if it's square, Fairs said. That does take me back to when I first learned, and when I taught the youngest students. How do you make that leap from being a child, working with children, to carving them up for the amusement of others? Stand, Junior instructed, before Fairs replied. He held the sheet that was draped over Fairs to protect the woman's modesty, his fingers holding the corners at a point between her shoulder blades, the top of the sheet passing under her armpits and just over the tops of breasts that should not belong to a woman of Fairs' age. Fairs dropped her feet to the tiled floor and stood, first with support, and then without. Was that what you were doing, Dr. Gary? You set up that target for me to take my shot at? Something like that, Lillian said. Right knee, it doesn't feel steady when I put my weight on it, Fairs said. As she said it, one of our doctors who had been working with Junior and Lillian made a face, alarm and guilt. His work, then. Brace it, Lillian said. Brace? Junior asked. There's no time for more surgery, Lillian said. She had less of an idea where things were, so she remained by the table with Fairs and I while everyone else found what was needed. Mary and I stood near the door, keeping an eye out. Junior held the sheet, periodically switching the hand he held it with, as his arm grew tired. Fairs could have taken the sheet from him had she wanted, but she was declining to. She was more the experiment than the doctor, barely clothed, freshly worked on, still with smears of antiseptics and blood here and there. There weren't many young ladies in the academy when I joined, Fairs said. We were few and far between. Many of us corresponded, simply to reach out to others that, we hoped, would understand the trials and tribulations. Are you trying to draw common ground, Professor Fairs? Lillian asked. Because I've seen and talked to some of the children you experimented on. Some of them are so disturbed at what they experienced beneath your scalpel that they don't want to get surgery to fix it. I could say something in response to that about how good art persists, Fairs said. Careful, I spoke, jumping in. It served to break up the conversation. Both Lillian and Fairs looked at me. Is that directed at me or her? Lillian asked. Both of you. I'm saying it to Fairs because she's baiting you, and I'm saying it to you because she's baiting you. It's fine, Lillian said. Like I said, you want to find common ground, Professor? It's a long, long way to travel if you want me to reach that point. No, Fairs said. I wouldn't presume common ground. You and I don't have much in common. I would say. Careful, I cut in, almost reflexively. Fairs stopped. She didn't say anything, Junior said. Lillian, meanwhile, was quiet. Her body language, I said. She might as well have been drawing her fist back, ready to sock Lillian, for all of her tells. Except it wasn't a fist. It was words. I was only going to say that Lillian shares a great deal in common with you and your lambs, Sylvester, Fairs said. You were going to put it in much worse words than that, and you probably planned to draw parallels between Lillian's lack of concern for your comfort and my treatment of you. The other young doctors and students arrived with the straps, rods, and screws that formed the brace. Fairs moved the sheet away from her one leg so they had room to work, and Lillian backed off, joining Mary and me. Hitting home? I asked. What? Lillian asked. You reacted to Fairs. I could see it in how you approached the work. You were gentler at the start, but you got more, ruthlessly efficient as the work continued. I left out the part where I really liked seeing Lillian working efficiently, lost in her work. Probably more than was healthy, as a matter of fact. There's a time limit, Lillian said. I felt the pressure of the clock. Okay, I said. You're still not the best of liars. She looked my way, and then sighed. She could have done so much good with her status and position, Lillian said. Yup, I said. And I can't help but wonder, if I didn't have the lambs, would that have happened? I walked a different path than most students. I saw more of the end result, really. I think Duncan was on that path. The climb, reaching that point where you've climbed the mountain, you look down, and, everyone that gave you the reasons at the beginning is very distant and very small. I think you have a good heart, Mary said. Her gaze was fixated on Fairs. The brace was in place, supporting the knee, keeping everything aligned, and the screws were being tightened, with Fairs only grimacing slightly at the tightness of it. A strap around the lower thigh, one around the upper calf, and rods and hinges held everything in place. I don't think you would have become like her. I appreciate that thought, Lillian said. She didn't sound wholly convinced. Makes me think about Frey, I said. Who might have sent our guest upstairs? Did her fall mean that she was forced to come to terms with the people at the foot of the mountain? Is that a rhetorical question? Lillian asked. Not in the slightest, I said. Frey's always been a tricky person for me to wrap my head around. In my head. I stopped. In your head. Lillian prodded. She touched my upper arm. I don't want to pry, but I want to know what's going on. She never made sense to me. It was as if I couldn't see her from the right angle, she was always fractured and I couldn't pull it together, exactly. She was meant to communicate something. I'm not sure I can picture it, she said. For what it's worth, Mary said, I didn't get the impression Frey was humbled. I nodded. The word humbled struck a chord in me. Maybe it was my recent experience, maybe it was that we were having this quiet conversation while Fairs stood with only a sheet protecting her modesty, her body stained, students wiping the stains away, with attention primarily given to the extremities and the parts clothing wouldn't cover. Her chin was high, and for all I could tell, she hadn't been properly humbled, not by shitting herself in a bathtub or losing her hands, not by words she had heard or spoken. Broken, yes. I could remember her writhing on the floor, screaming the words that she might have thought would provoke me to finish her off. I could see the look on her face even now, the look of someone only a few strides from, how had she put it? The end of her story. But not humbled. It's a good word, humbled, I said. And I think I agree. She was a person with a mission, Mary said. I understood that. I didn't understand what the mission was, but I understood that. Yeah, I said. That sums it up well. Fairs was being dressed now. The male doctors and students looked very out of their element in the process. Fairs wasn't contributing much, with her hands being newly mended and her body somewhat inflexible. That left much of the task to the only young lady present who wasn't a lamb. Junior was at least rigging the voltaic organ to a series of straps. Fairs' dress was voluminous enough to hide it, so long as it hung to one side or behind her buttocks, and would also serve to hide the brace at her knee. Lillian seemed to decide something, and broke away, going to help dress the headmistress of Hackthorn. I watched Fairs, trying to study her. I knew she was dangerous. She'd been broken, and we were piecing her together, and every step seemed to give her twice the strength she'd had. I knew we had leverage in the form of Betty, but that had been called sharply into question when Fairs had provoked me, screaming those words at me as she struggled, with Betty in plain view. She and Percy would have made a good pair, Mary said. Frey or our headmistress here? The headmistress. Yeah, I said. I felt a little validated that Mary had been analyzing our enemy as well. Eyes on her from another angle. Do me a favor? I asked. Come with. I was going to stay with Lillian, in case the professor here tried something, Mary said. My eyes moved across the room. I found the Infante amid the small crowd. Lillian was giving orders now, instructing doctors in that quiet, damaged voice of hers, much as she'd done during the surgery. Like the surgery, and much like the practice was in field medicine, Lillian was figuring out what took the highest priority. She had things to learn in bending the small team of doctors to her will, but it wasn't an insurmountable obstacle, by the looks of it. She knew how to work with a team. It was a question of adapting that knowledge to a new team. The Infante stood in the midst of it. As if it was all at his behest. He claimed the scene and he took my attention. He placed himself close to Lillian, and in that, he indirectly threatened her. I don't trust myself alone, I said. But I trust Lillian. Fairs isn't in a position to do anything that isn't very subtle, and Lillian has some experience with subtle. Mary frowned. Anyone else might have chewed a lip, tapped a finger or a foot. Mary, instead, remained very still, her fingers moving idly around a blade without a handle. If that's a problem, maybe you could step out and find Jessie? I'll wait here with Lillian in the meantime. I'll come with, Mary said. Thank you, I said. We gestured at Lillian as we made our exit. A quick check confirmed that Emmett was the one keeping an eye on upstairs. For all the darkness and the quiet of the surgery theater, the expressions, gestures, instructions both unspoken and uttered in near whispers by way of Lillian's lips, the sunlight streamed through the windows and illuminated everything. Footsteps and conversations made everything feel alive, buzzing with activity and controlled chaos. I walked up the stairs and peeked, looking past where Emmett was staying more out of sight, watching proceedings. It was a stark contrast to the rest of the academy. There were crowds of students, but they were seated, eating. The foot traffic was minimal, everything was posed. The guests stood apart, mostly women and young ladies in uniforms different from the Hackthorn standard, but with a few elderly gentlemen among them. The young lady who was sitting near the man I took to be the headmaster of Dame Cicely's was familiar, but I couldn't place her. If others hadn't alerted me then it wasn't too important, probably. Probably. I tried to think back to that series of events. The headmaster, Edmund Frost, had his name been? I hadn't been reminded recently enough. Who had he been tied to? Going okay? I asked Emmett. He gave me a one-shoulder shrug. Yeah, I said. Professor Edmund had come with an escort. The creations stood, lined up against the wall. Men, all of them, their skin a shiny black, their faces lost in a morass of chitin. Each stood lopsided, and they matched one another in the slants of their bodies, each of them pulled to one side by a matching growth of bone, great scythes that served as their weapons. Silver had been inlaid into each scythe, decorating them. They wore pants and no boots. When one reacted to a stimulus, they all reacted. Someone moved too close, and a head turned, jerking to face the trespassing student, and 14 other heads turned a half-second later. I could very easily imagine that squadron killing 100 or 200 of our rebels and students before being put down. All it would take was an order. But they were still. Edmund Frost was at his table with his tea, sitting in one of the comfortable seats that had been brought from elsewhere. He leaned forward, both hands around his cup of tea, talking earnestly with Duncan. His voice didn't reach me at the top of the stairwell. My father was a distance away, talking to others, though they seemed disinterested. Ashton sat a short distance away, on a bench at another table just a few feet from Duncan, his back to Duncan's. He was hard to recognize, as his hair had been painted black. Shoe Polish, if I had to guess, or something Duncan carried with him. Frost looked to be engaged enough. The wheels had been greased, and he had Duncan's full attention. My concern lay with Frost's companions. The young lady looked restless, the faculty, friends, and senior students who had joined Frost for this journey appeared much the same. I worried my father was doing more harm than good, at this stage. By being there, he was doing something to draw attention to the fact that faculty were very much absent. There was only so much Ashton could do. Frost might be more complacent, his thoughts occupied and his defenses down, but the thoughts of his entourage weren't being occupied. Some, I noted, a very small few, had migrated to different points in the hall, possibly to get away from my father, the boorish drunk aristocrat. Some, I realized, might already have wandered off to visit other parts of the academy. Our work in hiding damage and setting the stage elsewhere would be tested, if that were the case. Even if there was nothing blatant, if we let Frost go and the people who'd accompanied him collected their thoughts enough to articulate just what had felt hollow or wrong about Hackthorn, then he might report to others elsewhere. Walk with me, I said, taking Mary's hand. The moment she realized where I was taking her, she reached up. Her ribbons came undone, and a moment later, her hair was in a different sort of order, not quite tied up. We walked onto the floor of the dining hall, perpendicular to the table with Frost and the others. Gesturing, I said, speaking as much to make it look like we were an organic part of things as much as to communicate to Mary. My free hand moved, giving instructions to others. First to Duncan, then to Ashton, and to my father. In order, raise the stage slow, soon, loosen the hold, go away. Nobody shouted. We made our way to the staircase on the opposite end of the dining hall, and I led us in a wider circle, just so we could glance back the way we'd come. Nobody else at that table was staring or looking concerned. For that to happen, they would have had to see our faces, made a connection. Ashton, I hoped, was dulling the edges of their focus. But Ashton would let up. My father would leave. For the next few minutes, Duncan would scale up the talk and talk big. If we played this wrong, then it would backfire. I'd just ask the heat to be turned up, this pot would boil, and given a chance, it would boil over. But the tension and restlessness concerned me. We were out of time. We headed back down the stairs. Back to Lab 1. This was the moment. Fairs had her stage. Fairs and Lillian were making their way out of the surgical theater. Fairs was dressed, her makeup done. She wore a long dress that billowed a little at the waist, and a long, exaggerated, fashionable lab coat, the kind worn to special events where a lab coat wouldn't do but where her status had to be established. I could imagine she might have worn it to a wedding for an aristocrat in her area, perhaps. Her hair was perhaps underdone, but there wasn't much to be done about that. Simpler would be better. Jessie emerged from the stables. She had the wolf with her. The big bad wolf, the black wolf, the wolf that was a theme through 100 tales, almost elephantine in size, its fur not wholly fur, but instead something sculpted to twist and curl in aesthetically pleasing ways. Just the wolf? I asked. Everything else is injured. The wolf is too, but the fur hides it. I nodded. The situation was so precariously balanced. Frost, the students, the veneer of the academy. Fairs held all of the power. I was acting on the premise that her pride in her art was greater than her pride, and seeing her be pieced together and find her composure as quickly as she had was concerning me. She stood tall in a way that I wasn't sure she'd managed since I'd first captured her. Sure, she'd stood at her normal height and posture and she'd managed to appear normal to her students while acting out her ordinary days, but it wasn't about that. I turned my attention to Red. Half deer, half rabbit, all prey, but she'd reversed that role. I'd done everything I could to reverse the role. For just the briefest span, she'd been one of the chief figures in power. She'd had all she could ask for, not that she'd asked for more than companionship, drink, and revenge. Past tense. I watched her turn her head, looking at the wolf. Her attention shifted. Her eyes were empty of light and passion as she looked at Fairs, as if she could kill the woman right then and there, with scarcely a blink. She can feel pain? Red asked. Yes, Lillian said. Red nodded, digesting that. The lambs present were glancing at me. Waiting for me to step in. This was a dimension of the dance, the social interplay, the roles. When I was able to imagine the lambs, I could finish their sentences. I knew who would jump in to speak on a subject, and the kinds of things they would say. They expected me to fill this void. Lab 1 was in suspension, at the same time we were surrounded by the movement of the students who were using the stairwells. Red bent down, and she picked up her wood axe. She hefted the weight of it in her hands, then gave it a small practice swing, with no strength behind it. When I'm done, I'm going to put this in the bitch, Professor, Red said. I'm not sure, Jessie started. That's my condition. I'm going to hatchet her. Maybe I'll take her hand. Maybe I'll give her a few whacks. You can patch her up later. But she doesn't get to experience this without some fear. The problem with that, I thought, is that the threat gives Fairs even less reason to press forward. She has more reason to take us down with her, match our violence and brutality with her own. We needed Fairs' cooperation, and we needed Red's. She was the only one old enough that still had her modifications, who I also trusted to cooperate and listen to me on some level. We really only had the wolf, and that left us few options in who else we could put on the stage. Okay, I said. If nobody disagrees, then okay. Fairs didn't speak up. The lambs that were present didn't either. Then, let the actors take the stage. I saw tension at Red's jaw as she turned at a right angle, striding for the stairs. Jessie spoke, her voice barely audible, and the wolf turned as well. It loped, its movements seemingly far slower than Red's, though it covered a roughly equivalent distance with each movement. It was as though they had practiced it 100 times. With Jessie's memory, I might have remembered the exact count. Wolf and prey had been calibrated on a biological level, much as the clockwork Punch and Judy emerged from the fancy clocks as the hour hit, to carry out their mechanical choreography. The lambs divided into two groups. Half followed Red, me among them. The other half followed the wolf. Students further up and below us on the staircases fell silent and still, and it was a change in volume and movement that communicated to students standing near the stairs. Heads turned to see why, then fell silent in turn. I took up a spot where I could peer through gaps in the crowd, sitting on one of the stairs near the top, opposite Emmett. Jessie stood beside me, slouching against the railing, head bent low to peer through the gaps with me. For our faces to be recognized, our targets would have to ignore Red, focus on the crowd instead, and see our faces in the background there. It was a question of what drew the eye. Virtually every student present wore the pristine white uniforms. Red wore, well, red. Students saw the wood axe she carried, and some of them remembered her as one of my agents of chaos and violence. It played a part in them falling silent, the fear that added just a little bit more tension to the scene. Professor Edmund had turned, his eye on Red as she let the wood axe dangle from one hand, her head bent. Murmurs and cries of alarm marked the arrival of the wolf, in a place I couldn't see for several long moments. Even more than Red, the wolf had been a real invisible danger to many students present. Red's hand shook as she gripped the wood axe. We need to do this. We need to sell Edmund on this. We need fairs to not sell us up the river. The wolf moved. Red moved perpendicular to it, into the sea of tables and benches, students and faculty. Students cleared out of the way, scrambling, as Red went up, over, and under both table and bench, each step placed carefully. The wolf got close enough that it looked like it might stampede through the students. At the last second, Red changed direction, and the wolf responded by batting at a table with one paw, sending it tumbling in Red's direction. It collided with a wall, and for just an instant, for just about everyone present, it looked as though the deciding blow had been delivered, quick and undeniable. Red emerged from the small gap where the table wasn't flush with the portion of wall near the ground. She dashed, and the wolf was already moving to intercept her. It collided with her, snapping its teeth, and only the fact that the length of the axe bounced off of a tooth kept Red's arm from being caught. For the next several moments, it was all snapping teeth, broken benches, and Red staying a hair's breadth away from danger. I hadn't imagined it would be this narrow, this very precise. It was a dance, and it wasn't so different from the ones I'd enjoyed with any of the lambs. Improvisation played a role, the stages we danced on changed, and only the fact that we knew each other remained a constant. This was a dark dance. Fairs was the choreographer. Fairs had yet to step in. And Edmund, well, he'd been alarmed enough at one juncture to stand in his seat. His lady companion gripped his arm, tense. The scene continued, and I looked away as the wolf struck Red, sending her stumbling hard into the corner of a table. She dropped her wood axe, and scrambled to pick it up again before the wolf could close the distance. Unwilling to be an onlooker and trust that this would play out as I hoped, I walked away. I took stairs 2 at a time, and Jessie followed. I heard a hard collision from upstairs before I was even halfway across Lab 1. I heard the massed intake of breath. Betty, I spoke, before I was even around the corner. Further down, Jessie said. They were gathered in the stable, all at the end, where snapping and snarling beasts could discourage visitors from poking their nose in too deep. Caged. Betty was among the elite students and faculty members who stood and sat on bare wood and sparse hay. She flinched as she saw me. She was the Lillian that Lillian had worried about becoming. The mountain climber, who'd lost sight of ground. Fairs is up there. When Red and the wolf are done, Fairs is going to speak. She's going to let slip that the academy is in danger, she's going to rally allies, and in the process, she's going to spark a fight that's going to see hundreds dead. Betty barely reacted. Fairs will die, I guarantee this. The visitors will die. So will my people. So I'm going to ask you, are you willing to step in? You want me to stop Fairs? When she might stop you? There are a small few individuals in the Crown States who are equipped to stop the lambs right now, I said. Fairs isn't one of them. Sylvester is one, I thought. We could slow you down, couldn't we? A faculty member asked. You'd all set us back, don't get me wrong. All the same, giving up your life, Fairs' life, the other students' lives just to set us back is a pretty grim proposition, isn't it? Somewhere up on the floor above, a piece of glass broke. I wouldn't have asked Red if I'd known it would be this grim. I should have known. You used me as a pawn to get Fairs to listen to you before, Betty said. Yes. You changed my face, you cut my nose, you took me. You held me there, kept me prisoner while the war beasts and experiments roamed loose, and you held me like that for days. I did, I said. When are you going to stop asking things of me? Betty asked, her voice hollow. When are you going to stop taking? I wanted to answer, to cut through the question and to challenge her, but I could see how frail she was. I knew that every moment we delayed, Red was either battling the wolf, or if the fight had concluded, then Fairs would be getting her chance to speak. But, even with that knowledge, I was prepared to wait. I wasn't pushing my brain to the limits to do it, but I thought I could see something in how Betty was acting. Don't go, a faculty member in the cage said. Don't give them anything they want. You're trying to make a point, Betty said. To me, not the faculty member. He didn't have his position and he didn't have authority to make her listen. Betty went on, but, it's not like that. What's not like that? Jessie asked, from behind me. It's not equivalent, how you're treating us, and how we treated you. I swallowed hard. I'll go, she said. I'll talk to Fairs. Just go. Stand by her, I said. Betty nodded. I'll go too, if it counts for anything, one of the boys said. Just 2 of you, I said. Jessie unlocked the cage. I held a knife and a gun to keep the rest from surging out of the broad cage. Betty and the boy joined Jessie and I in jogging in the direction of the stairs. I didn't see the final moments. A few seconds faster, and we might have. Red was on the ground, bleeding from various scrapes and contusions. She had fallen, and in the process, she'd lost her weapon. I hadn't seen how that played out, how Wolf and Prey had positioned themselves to have it go this way, specifically. The weapon, falling to the ground, had skidded across the floor and come to a rest not far from Professor Edward Frost, or whatever his name was. He bent down to pick it up. He was frozen in time, caught between 3 decisions. One was to fight off the monster and save the girl. To become part of the story. Another was to retreat. The third option. Well, to his credit, I didn't take him to be the type to make Red experience the nightmare ending that had been scripted for her from the beginning of her stay at Hackthorn. It seemed like that was the moment the spell was broken and he recalled where he was. The second that happened, the wolf lunged for him. He flinched, and jaws closed around him. The bottom end of the axe caught in lower teeth, the head of the axe between fangs at the upper row. The wolf strained its jaws, aiming to close them, and the handle of the axe threatened to splinter and break. All right, Fairs, it was a good show. Frost called out. Enough of this. The headmistress of Hackthorn didn't make her appearance. She was supposed to be at the other stairwell. Fairs, he called out, with a little more alarm in his voice. He turned his head, and I knew that he was about to give the order for the entourage of scythe experiments to move in. The only thing that stopped him was perhaps the danger of escalating things when he was within arm's reach of being bitten in half. Welcome to Hackthorn, Headmaster Foss, Fairs spoke. She finally made her appearance. I believe this is your first proper visit. What's your game? He called out. I gave Betty the smallest of nudges. She strode toward Fairs. The boy was only a step behind. I saw Fairs notice them. I saw them come to stand beside her. They were a little unkempt, not the best picture we could have put forward. But Fairs unrestrained wasn't a good picture either. I saw Fairs turn briefly in our direction, as if looking for meaning or cue, but Jessie and I were safely hidden in the crowd. No game, she said. Only a story for you to tell, so close to reality that it's almost indistinguishable from it. She snapped her fingers. The wolf backed off, leaving Foss to sag a little. It was Duncan that started the applause, a fierce clapping that was picked up by Ashton, and by others. It swept over the hall. Only the guests didn't clap. I could see from Foss' expression that he would have liked to call her out, to insult her, or question her sanity. But to do so would be to admit he was unnerved, to draw attention to his weakness in the moment. To play along. I watched as Professor Edmund Foss started clapping. The rest of his people joined in. It almost seemed to get louder, with the accord of it, the fact that everyone present, be they enemy or ally, was on the same page in their relief, if for different reasons, that the show had struck home for everyone here, again, if for different reasons. Applause shook the main hall of Hackthorn. Student, doctor, professor, soldier, and experiment. Applause shook the main hall of Hackthorn. Lesser nobles, doctors, professors, students, soldiers, experiments, and more. More still filed into the space, each bringing their entourage, each bringing their own protection. Lillian's hand found mine, clutching it tight. Just beyond the window, an experiment perched on the wall, big enough to eat the wolf in one swallow. Nobles were taking a break from talking among one another. Aristocrats were gathered in their periphery. Lesser professors and professors without their own individual responsibilities were gathered for Fair's show and big reveal. Food spread out across the tables, the best we could provide. One of the academies hadn't even brought a boat, instead arriving on the back of a sea creature with a castle on its back. It was everyone we didn't want. Too many, with too many combined resources among them. We were already outnumbered, and there were still boats on the water, waiting for an opportunity to unload their passengers. I gripped Lillian's hand just as hard as she gripped mine. Helen's head turned. She nudged Jessie, and with the pair standing in front and to the side of me, I could see the motion of it. I could follow the angles of their heads and see why. Ibit was here. Frost was, too. The applause died down, and with it, the lambs ducked our heads down, turned away, and set to work. Root and Branch 19.5. No sign of Frey. Mauer played his part. The Infante and the major players are absent. Well, the Infante was present. He waited for me in the stairwell, not moving from his spot, his stare penetrating. He kept the company of the primordial child. The lambs had split up, as moving from building to building was a laborious process. There were 3 ways to get from building to building. The first was to take one of the 2 arms or the leg that held up bridges, which necessitated passing through the main building, the body of the reclining woman, and walking past 90% of the guests. For obvious reasons, we had to rule that option out. The second option was to use the wall-top road that formed the 3/4 circle connecting the academy buildings around the perimeter. Most of them were dormitories, and getting from, say, the boys' first dormitory to the girls' dormitory meant taking a curved road through 2 other buildings, one of which was the administration building, until reaching the destination. What should be 10 minutes of walking to get from boy to girl proved to be 20 or 30 in practice, notwithstanding obstacles, having to move out of the way if any carts were using the path, or trouble accessing the buildings, like when the administration building closed for the night. The last option was making our way down to the ground, walking to the foot of whichever building one wanted to access, and then walking up. Not a single option worked in the long term, when the academy was as occupied as it was. We had access to the ground for the time being, but as the aristocrats and lesser professors started getting settled and got luggage put away, the city below us would teem with low-level threats. The layout was meant to hold up to siege and invasion, and the limited, easily controlled paths played a part in that, with the heart of the university being able to produce an endless tide of war beasts, stitched, parasites, or the like, should an enemy try to hold a given point. We rounded a corner, and the Infante was there again. This time he kept the company of Dog and Catcher. They weren't children anymore, but were full size, with Dog being large enough to make the hallway cramped. The pair fell into stride with us. Do you get that jump of emotion in your chest, when you're on the verge of closing the deal? Catcher asked. I was silent. Dog made a garbled sound of agreement. Dog and I were made to feel it. Helen as well. It was something they gave the academy students, you know. I know. The kick. For experiment and student both, they joined drug with reinforcement in reality. The students were all given access to wyvern in small amounts, enough to make them susceptible, just in time for the first of the most critical examinations. We were given dosages of drugs for our first hunt. Success? The desire for it was etched into us. Failure? Etched in with wyvern for the students, the weaker students not only weeded out but made into failures in every fucking sense of the word. For us, it was withdrawal from the drugs and a lack of maintenance if we failed. They ingrained us with the sense that if we could not be useful, we'd be left to rot, with no team to care for us. I know, I said. You know that they did the same to you, don't you? Except what they did with you was deny you access to your fellow lambs. In your explanations and stories, do you even realize that you tell the same story twice, but you'll change it around? Catcher asked. I was silent. It was my paradox, wasn't it? I was the liar, but liars needed a good memory to keep track of their deceptions. Dog grunted. I don't mean to get on your case, SY, Catcher said, in his grizzled brr. But you'll tell a story about yourself and you'll say you did what you did because of wyvern, while you privately tell yourself you did it for the lambs. You'll tell that same story a few months later, and you'll say you did it for the lambs, while you privately tell yourself you did it for the drug. I'm telling you what you always knew. I'm not trying to trick you or get at you, that's not how I do things. Dog growled. Not how we do things. Dog and I, we set our eye on something, and we see it through. We're straightforward. I'm telling you straight, SY, it's one and the same. Your lambs, your addiction. It's never going to be good for you or them, and it was never going to go anywhere but a few broken hearts. The only difference between us is that Dog and I are ugly, we came to terms with things early. I never believed I could have a woman, or even a friend that wasn't a proper experiment. I startled a bit as we turned a corner and the Infante was there. He stared into my eyes. Jessie touched my arm. It's okay. I nodded. And your Lillian doesn't count as a proper experiment, SY. As much as you want her to, and as much as she wants to. You have the unfortunate reality of looking human, Catcher said. They got you young, and they got their hooks in deep. There's no getting those hooks out without a lot of blood. He was fiddling with a weird piece of metal, and I couldn't figure out what the metal was supposed to be for. It was barbed, at least. If there's going to be blood, I'll be the one shedding it, at least, I thought. Goodbye, Sylvester, Catcher said. I felt a minor shock run through me at those words. Goodbye? I don't think we'll talk again, the gravelly voice said. Dog, for his part, said his own farewell, almost incomprehensible. And with that, they stopped walking. Jessie and I left them behind. I wanted to stop, to go back, and to ask, as stupid as it was. I felt a loss even though they'd beleaguered me and targeted my weaknesses. They were familiar and among all of the old enemies that were living in my head and making their appearances around or alongside the Infante, Dog, and Catcher were some of the less bad ones. Straightforward, not seductive, not too scary, not too dangerous to others. Were they gone because there wasn't time, or were they gone because I was going to soon find myself in a state where I couldn't function in the same way? I glanced at the Infante. He remained still, biding his time. He hadn't made his move, yet his every appearance managed to make my heart jump. It felt like he was a great hammer, and he was chipping at me with his every appearance, that he had been for a long while. At what stage did the chips become a crack and a crack become a breach in the wall? SY. Jessie asked. Who is it? Who was it? I couldn't bring myself to say. Naming him might give him power. Dog and Catcher, I said. Was I that obvious? Not that obvious, but something was going on, she said. I nodded. Dog and Catcher aren't too bad, are they? Even at their worst, when they were hunting us, it wasn't horrible. We ate and drank with them. I blew air out of my nose hard. I forgot about that. It's one of the ones I hold on to, when you look like you need a refresher on a good memory, Jessie said. I reached out for her hand. Dog and Catcher aren't bad. They might even be one of the better ones. But Catcher calls me SY and it sounds so friendly it worms its way into my head, and between his gravelly voice and Dog's size, it's really hard to ignore them, so it wears at me. Think about other things, then. We passed by a window. I could see outside. There was something there, and for all I could tell, it was a jellyfish sense jelly, a spectre to rival nearly anything I'd ever seen before, all wisp and tendril, blowing in the wind. Millions of gossamer spiderwebs organized by a great pattern might have achieved the effect. It was like the ghost of a great war beast I couldn't remember, something of a scale that dwarfed Helen's little brother, but so light it was a fraction of the mass. Okay. Other things. Is that real? I asked, pointing. It's real, SY, Jessie said. She didn't need to look, she'd seen it earlier. That's good, I said. Isn't it? It's a theoretical exercise by Moraga Academy in the Californias. While we were watching the gate, Lillian, Duncan, Mary, and I were talking about what we could possibly do about it and we don't really have any good ideas, Jessie said. What academies in the Californias? Jessie made a so-so gesture. Not so much a proper academy. Test ground, somewhere that something like that can be trialed without too much risk to crown population. I waited until we passed another window to glance at the thing. It's not bright. Brain the size of your fist. We don't know what that brain perceives, or how it follows orders. But those loose fibers. The gossamer. Gossamer is a good word for it. It turns them hard. There are fibers that re nearly as long as hackthorn is tall, and it makes them into a spear, leveraging the rest of the body to plunge that spear through a building. Through exterior wall, interior walls, floor, and out the other exterior wall. I nodded. We passed by labs with open doors. I saw a dismembered academy student that stared at us as we walked by. A girl lay on a table, strapped down, while a team placed needles in her eyes. As far as we can figure, it's just one more thing we have to take account of, and it's going to stay in play, Jessie said. We can't burn it. Chop it. At best, we can penetrate its brain, and its brain is way up there. I see. Fill me in on what you know at the next good opportunity, I said. We'll figure it out. There are a lot of things that need figuring out, SY. Just throw them at me later, we'll see what we can do, I said. After. There wasn't a lot more time. We'd arrived at our destination. Lab 1 was too hazardous, so we'd made use of other labs, further down. Now we walked among experiments, modified youths, and children. A young man was being strapped together, a symbiote or parasite embracing him as a kind of external suit that made him look morbidly obese. His fine clothes were folded beside him. He was made up to look like an aristocrat's brat. A girl was topless and seemed not to care in the slightest about it. Her makeup was being touched up, and the open wound at her chest was being smeared with something medical. She looked my way and smiled. The gaping hole where her heart was supposed to be, large enough for me to reach my hand through, was in plain view. Was I supposed to know her? I gave her a smile in response. That I know, a secret kind of smile. Jessie elbowed me. What? She elbowed me again. What? Not many of the students smile at me these days. Wouldn't do to lose friends. Yes, friends, Jessie said. That's what you were looking for. You're really going to dwell on this sort of thing now? I asked. Are we going to bicker in front of everyone, on the literal eve of everything going down? It's afternoon, not any kind of eve, Jessie said. All right, it seems we're bickering today. Please don't, BEA said, from the room at the end. We looked at her, and she stood up, waving off the student who had been doing her makeup. Bioluminescence edged her eyes, making them glow like coals, and lines of the same traced their way from her fingers to her elbow, crimson and bright, with her fingers the brightest, the skin around the edges of the crack painted dark to bring them out by way of contrast. Her hair wasn't her own. She placed one hand at the doorframe, and it was a gesture. Come. We went. BEA partially closed the door. We're not really bickering, I said. Just so it's clear. It's just how we communicate. Believe it or not, I'm very aware. I don't know how you two can do that, she said. Or how most of the lambs can. Have to, Jessie said. It's either laugh or cry, and sometimes there's no opportunity to laugh, sometimes there's no opportunity to cry. So you take what you can get, or you push for more of one than the other to prepare for later drought. Do you really think there's only going to be tears later? I think, Jessie said. If this doesn't work out, we won't be laughing. BEA nodded at that. Her eye fell on me. It was hard, critical. She'd been there through the worst patch. I'm good, I said. I've got them with me. You had them when you were whispering to yourself about needing to make little Bo Peep bleed, BEA said. I winced. I hadn't, but I wasn't about to argue the point. It wasn't really us, Jessie said. BEA didn't respond. I didn't either. I suspected we were both thinking but not articulating the idea that there really wasn't a difference between the people who were real and the people who weren't, when I really lost it. Right, Jessie said. Perhaps she was thinking the same. Her expression changed slightly. Are you ready? I always liked fire, BEA said. Watching it, playing with it. I'm either going to have the best, most terrifying time, or it's going to be only the terrifying part. Good luck, I said. Her response was a tight smile, and an opening of the door. From the way some people looked away, we'd had eavesdroppers. That was fine. They're done with the first act, Jessie said. Final preparations, cover-ups, and get moving, just as you rehearsed. Apple should start soon. From there it's all about the order you die in. BEA used a dropper to put drops in her eyes, temporarily clearing away the bioluminescence, checked the makeup was set, and then pulled long gloves on over her arms. The fabric was supposed to go up in flame in an instant. The boy with the parasite was getting help in putting on a heavy coat. The moment it was done up, he spun in a circle, got thumbs-ups, and then swiped an apple from a nearby basket before legging it up the stairs. BEA urged another girl up the stairs, then followed. Most of these people were student volunteers. We hadn't been able to conscience sending all of the other experiments to the stage. Some had had their alterations reversed, making it impossible, and more were simply unwilling to put themselves through that. It wasn't acting, but reality played out to a razor's edge, with the sharpest control that Professor Fair's science could enact. The work we had applied to BEA had been meant for the nightmare, but with everything that had gone on, the original team of doctors had never been able to spare the time and effort to riddle out just how to make a horse burn the way they needed the nightmare to burn, and yet not die in the process. Jessie had been able to dig up enough obscure, dark fairy tales for us to put something together. Several of this batch were part of a series of cautionary tales, and we'd strung it out into a reinterpretation, wherein the old cautionary tales related to lab safety and the hazards of academy life. BEA was one of 26 actors who were going to die in improbable, grisly, and convincing manners. She was C for combustible. Ashton had wanted C to be choke and for BEA to take over fire or burn, but in the shuffling of letters in an effort to use more academy terms, and in small part because of Duncan's insistence, we had moved that one over to K, for knock. And this, as they said, was the curtains rising. The actors left as a group. All of this was in the name of running out the clock, selling the idea that fares was involved, and in guiding the emotions of our audience. It would be alarming at first, but one oddity or unusual thing would be followed by another, and with luck we could desensitize them. Maybe, in a moment that counted, they would think for just a second that it was a joke. Maybe. The place was a flurry of actors getting dressed and artists doing final touches, of causes of death being hidden and primed. This was only part of things. There were a lot of reasons to do it and a lot of things that could go wrong. As the Infante and I watched them make their way up the stairs, I was very aware that any one of them could choke. Not just them, but any student in this school who we hadn't sequestered away and put to sleep. One short sentence could turn the tables. We had measures in place, but the more I saw of the guests and the weapons and tools they'd brought to show off with and to protect themselves with, the more tenuous they felt. What are you thinking? Jessie asked. That I can't believe we thought we were going to pull this off with major players present. The Infante, Hale, the brain doc Fares mentioned. I think if they were planning to be here, they'd be scary, yes, but the others wouldn't be so prickly. Prickly? I asked. I thought about it. Yet. Their hackles are up. They're among peers, there's no reason to bow or keep their swords sheathed. They hold their swords up and they wave them around and if anyone flinches, it's a win for the sword waver. You losing your mind again, SY? Because you're incoherent. I elbowed her and she smiled. We were watching everyone, Jessie looking out for details, while I was keeping an idle eye out for trouble, dissent, for people who were paying too little or too much attention to Jessie and me. A student lagged behind. She was younger. 14 or so. Lillian hadn't been much younger when I'd been teasing her mercilessly and when she'd first faced down the monsters. It's okay to be afraid, Jessie said. We're near the bottom floors and they're at the top, and I can hear them, she said. I listened. The clamor was indeed audible, albeit faint. People on the stairs, things moving about, and the whisper-faint noise of the most recent round of applause. Young ears. Stage fright is normal, Jessie said. The trick, I said, jumping in, is to realize that there's two kinds of fear. There's a lot of kinds of fear, she said. We studied the areas of the brain. Not like that, I said. Listen, there's fear that makes you stand still, and there's fear that makes you move. The standing still fear is what you use when a warbeast is there, tense, and you're not sure if it's seen you. You take the moment. But the moving fear? That's what you use when the warbeast is running at you. Jessie gave me a look. It's really, really easy to make your brain switch to the other track, understand? Just, lift yourself up on your toes, like this, then drop down to the ground. Bam. The warbeast is chasing you, and you're going. And eventually, you get yourself to the point where you're doing that without needing the jolt. Where it's always the moving kind of fear. Because we don't ever need that standing still fear in modern society. Just give yourself that jolt, that push. You'll be fine. I'll try, she said. Good. We're going to pull off something amazing, and this is only the beginning. You should go, Jessie said. The girl went. Another girl was waiting for her and took her hand, going up with her. We should go up too, to play our part and check on the others to make sure they're playing their part, Jessie said. I nodded. We rounded up a group of students who felt up to leaving the lab alone, and we moved as part of the group. We didn't even make it to the end of the long winding hallway that cut through the now empty or mostly empty labs before we ran into trouble. We tried to sequester off one of the stairwells, but the problem with trying that was that we were dealing with an awful lot of guests who were used to getting their way. It was young aristocrats, with their entourages of stitched. I was asked to play tonight by Fares herself, one of them called out. They were in our way. I understand, sir, the doctor in front of them said. But please, use the other stairwell. We have some dangerous and fragile experiments going up and down this particular staircase. Hold them back, clear the way, the musician aristocrat said, in a tone that implied he couldn't even fathom that she hadn't already done it. If there was any possible way we could minimize the hassle to you, the professors, and the nobles, glory to the crown, I would, sir. There were cries of dismay and alarm, with a few shrieks. Jessie said. There were 2 points where we needed to act. 2 points where, in an ideal world, we would need to walk among our targets and take action. We'd left ourselves 5 windows among the 26 letters of the alphabet, where they would be blinded or distracted enough that we felt at ease walking among them with minimal disguise. F was the first one. I tugged on Jessie's hand as the young aristocrat went on a tirade. Not listening, only asserting his power and how very impossible it was that he would have to go down to a lower floor, find his way to the other staircase, and then head back up. We ducked into the first lab that still had students inside. One of them had cracked open a bottle of something alcoholic that I could smell from across the room. The students had been about to celebrate getting their child with spring-loaded eyeball needles or pre-prepared disembowelment out on schedule. They said, as they saw us. Sorry, I said. I know you did your part, you should be done, but we need help. Fuck, the one with the drink said. Is it bad? It's minor, but it's the kind of problem that adds up. We can't get up the stairs without going through some people. We can't go to the other stairwell because that's the one designated for all the people we want to avoid. It's throwing some crucial timing, Jessie said. Do you have body bags? I asked. Or a stretcher? We can get them, the young doctor said, already out of his chair, signaling the others. See, Jessie said. BEA just had her turn, assuming timing's right. I nodded. We could have killed the aristocrats, but that was another sort of problem that swelled up and became a larger issue. Especially if the man was scheduled to play music. Jessie said, while the doctors were still gone. I frowned. They arrived with the stretchers and body bags. Jessie and I climbed in. If there's a question or any small problem, just wink, I said. If there's a larger problem or if the wink doesn't work, then take us to the nearest safe place. Otherwise, our best destination is Lab 1. Lab 1, got it. I lay down on the stretcher, arms at my side, and let them do up the front of the bag, sealing me in. I closed my eyes and counted the steps. I hadn't counted the steps from the staircase to the small lab, but I had a sense of it. Generally speaking, my instincts were good. Pride goeth before the fall, the voice was deep, but it wasn't the sheer bass of it that made me shake so much as it was the clenching of my teeth, my desire to stay still, when we had to be within a few paces of the young aristocrat. I'd been dreading the voice. Where are you going with those? I heard the aristocrat asking. There was silence. See, he said. Carry on. Carry on, I thought. Carry on. Move forward, don't dwell, the dwelling is the dangerous part. Carry on, the most pretentious, desperate way to sound as though one was in control of the situation, when said like the musician aristocrat had said it. I couldn't gauge how much ground we were covering as we were carried up the stairs. The footsteps on stairs were too much of a jumble, the pace weird. I was very aware, however, when we stopped moving, and we didn't start again. The crash of glass and the thud of a body striking the ground near us marked F. I could hear the initial nervous titter of laughter, maybe a panic response, followed by a more natural laughter. They'd clued in. Sooner than expected, but that wasn't a bad thing. The sooner they fell into the stride of this, the sooner they would get used to the violence. That was the good. The bad was that we'd missed our first window. I could hear the whispers. The doctors that held us were communicating. This would be the worst time for a betrayal, I thought. I could imagine them simply carrying us up to the main hall, where the vast majority of our guests had already assembled, and revealing us. This is macabre, the musician said, very close by. He'd followed us up. How am I supposed to play anything in the wake of this? You would have to ask Professor Fairs, sir, a doctor who was carrying us said. I might just. Excuse me, the musician said, saying those last two words in the least polite way possible. We can talk, one of the doctors whispered. Very quietly. What's happening? Jessie asked. Professor Fairs is in Lab 1, entertaining some people. The aristocrat is talking to her now. She doesn't look pleased to be interrupted. Listen, I said. On I, the big cloud, you let us out, all right. On I? Got it. SY, we can go out, we can plant the hook, but if we can't get back. Planting the hook. We had invited certain people. Whatever I'd done in, wherever the second orphanage had been, where Pierre and Charles or whoever were keeping our rescued mice safe, we were doing it here. A hidden hook and rope. I'd snagged Lillian like a fisherman. The people we'd invited were supposed to be located at key seats, but there were no guarantees. The trick, the key, was using one window of opportunity to place hooks as close to key targets as possible, sinking them into spaces in the floor. The next window of opportunity, combined with clamor, noise, and distraction, would let us steal them away. With luck, people would be out of their seats, the crowd would be a jumble, and these individuals wouldn't be missed. If we couldn't do it flawlessly, we wouldn't. If we could, we'd remove some key players and, ideally, we'd turn some of the defenses and measures they'd brought to use against us against them, by co-opting the people in charge. These were the preliminary moves. I waited, tense. And then I. It was the countdown. Jessie was better with timing, but I couldn't look her way for cues. Your headmistress certainly brooks no nonsense, the musician said. I didn't like that he was back. I liked it even less that Jessie spoke, despite the fact that she was supposed to be a body in a bag. Her voice was soft. Take us back. Did you say something? The musician asked. No, the doctor said. If she's in a bad mood, we won't get in her way. Excuse me, sir. Excused. We weren't even all that far down the stairs before Jessie whispered again, out. They laid us down on the stairs and freed us. Jessie stood, and gave me a hand, as I was on less even footing. The timing is screwed up, she said. We need eyes on this. I looked at the doctors. Is the musician alone? They sent his entourage down the other way, the doctor said. Then go up the stairs, make a small crowd, blocking Fair's view of the musician. You're sure? The doctor asked. Please, Jessie said, with a rare note of urgency in her voice. We followed our group up again, coordinating with signs, the stretchers, and body bags behind and below us. The moment the group had blocked the view of the musician, Jessie and I knifed him. We pulled him to the ground, my hand finding his mouth at the first opportunity, and we stuck him with knives repeatedly. I could hear the conversation, though I couldn't quite make out words, and my heart sank. This wasn't when people were supposed to be having hushed, intense conversations in the midst of hundreds of nobles, aristocrats, professors, and doctors. We edged closer until we could peer over the stairs at the scene. It was a man in a black lab coat, his beard was long, full, and more appropriate to a wizard of myth than a man of science. He was stooped over, his hands out to cup the face of one of our actors. One of the early letters. I could see the family resemblance, the expression on the older man's face, the alarm and fear on the face of the student. We'd asked each and every last one of them twice, thrice, and then a fourth time, if there was the slightest chance that anyone might be in attendance who might recognize them. Blood always runs through, the Infante murmured in my ear, his voice deep. Root and Branch 19.6. Your boy. It was a noble lady who had spoken, addressing the professor with the long beard, who was so emotional, his face contorted in anger, that his head shook. He's my blood, lady, the professor spoke, and the act of speaking despite the clenched muscles and the tension in his face made each word something he produced with flecks of spittle. His son flinched at each utterance. He is not my boy. Blood. The word echoed the Infantes to the extent I worried that this might be the moment where the monstrous figure next to me would cross the gap to the extent that he overlapped with me, and I would cease to be. I worried he would say something more, and it would also reverberate and resound, finding echoes in the world around me, and so would the next thing, and the next, and the next. Jessie took my hand, squeezing it. Doctors and professors I took to be the bearded professor's companions stood from their seats. My lady, Whirl's son turned rebel last year, one of the companions said. There were murmurs throughout the hall. I could see the tension on just about every student present. Many of the dead were standing now, BEA among them. The crowd was eyeing them. It wasn't hard to draw conclusions. That boy, the noble lady asked. I do believe so, my lady. I was. But only for a short time, the boy called out. His father had shifted his grip, the cradling of his son's face becoming something closer to strangulation, and in response to his son's words, he shook him with enough force to rattle his brain. I please, my lady. Father. I am not your father. I was a rebel, but only briefly. They forced us to go with them. I left as soon as I was able. Good, I thought. This is a good approach. I leaned close to one of the doctors who had accompanied us, and murmured in his ear, go to Fairs. Tell her there's an incident. She should send in the Great Wolf. See if we can't use it to fake kill the kid, if warranted. The doctor nodded, hurrying off. I tried to reach out and let you know, but... He stopped as his father shook him again. He was thrown to the ground, sprawling as he landed. His father kicked him, hard, before he had even stopped reeling. Not a single professor, noble, or aristocrat present spoke against this. The kid was left coughing, and his first attempt at getting onto his hands and knees failed. He remained on his side. More coughs. Jessie was just as tense as I was. I talked to Fairs. I told her about the rebels. She didn't think. He looked up at his father as he tried to get to his hands and feet again, and something about the way he'd moved made him start coughing again. She didn't think it would lead to anything. It was good, the direction he was taking, using the information he had, making the pitch, leaving things open-ended. The only problem was that he'd named Fairs, specifically. Better to leave it more open, to refer to other doctors and professors. If he could have named ones who we knew weren't in attendance, better still. That might have been asking too much, especially when I couldn't have done it. He was doing well, all considered, with everything on the line. I would have liked to know his name, to do better by him if we came out of this all right. I allowed myself to peek into Lab 1, and saw a glimpse of Fairs making her way up the stairs. That doesn't absolve you, you imbecile. You've betrayed the crown. A hanging is the kindest justice you can hope for, and I'll tell you this. I won't be advocating for a hanging. I served the crown loyally, father, I. Professor Whirl kicked him again. His voice was barely audible, more intended for his son than the audience. I shouldn't have to correct you more than once. The kick hadn't been the sort to incite coughing by hitting the ribs or diaphragm or whatever the first kick had done, but the movement in reaction to the kick did. The boy took a second, then tried again. I served the crown loyally, Professor. You left with them. Others managed to run, others were left wounded and nearly dead because they fought and resisted. They served the crown loyally. Your schooling, your upbringing, your tutors, all paid for by me, your learning and shelter for the past 13 years was provided by the Academy and Crown. You have not come close to paying back what you received, you have not come close to reaching the point where you can claim proper loyalty and service. Whirl was back to spitting with each word, now. The student couldn't maintain eye contact, and stared at the ground, looking galled. If I may? Fairs asked. She'd arrived at the top of the stairs, and she had the wolf with her. I could see her posture, the way she held herself. It was the summation of what I'd seen a week ago, when she'd been in the lab, given her new arms and leg. I squeezed Jessie's hand harder. We might have lost her. Fairs. I nodded, quickly, my thoughts turning to what we needed to do to cut our losses. I need a mirror, Jessie said. Anything really reflective. I patted down my pockets, one eye on peering through the gaps in the screen of our entourage, who stood further up the stairs. Allow me to settle this for you, Fairs said. That young man and I had no such conversation. If the room had been tense before, it was something worse now. There were murmurs of conversation, a handful more people standing from benches and chairs. The boy was tense now. His father moved toward him, as if to kick him again, and he scrambled back and out of the way. I couldn't see him, but I knew he practically collided with the railing, from the way it reverberated. His father didn't pursue to lash out again, instead remaining where he was, glowering. He had bushy eyebrows to go with the beard, and it made for a damned menacing glare. I could hear rather than see Fairs walking, with the people in the way and my angle of view on the scene. I could only hope that Fairs would at least hold to the ruse. She had reasons to obey us. If she hadn't, we wouldn't have put her up there, but she had reasons to turn the tables on us too. She wouldn't ever be in a better position than this. One of the doctors pulled a head-mounted reflector from a pocket, holding it out for Jessie. She let go of my hand to take it, but she didn't use it for anything. Tell me if it's unsalvageable, she whispered. I think we'll know when it's unsalvageable, I whispered back. One of the doctors who carried us up in the stretcher gave me a look over his shoulder, very clearly alarmed. Which was entirely appropriate. The murmur of conversation was dying down. A sword, anyone? Fairs asked. Is anyone able to oblige me? 1 second, Professor, a young voice said. Jessie met my eyes, then changed the angle of the mirror, catching a ray of light from the outside. She set to angling it, aiming into one part of the crowd. We should question him first, another voice from the crowd said. Find out who his friends are. I know exactly who his friends are, Fairs said. He has quite a few. I bit my lower lip. Whatever Jessie was doing, she'd needed to work fast. The boy ran, sprinting away, closer to us. Fairs whistled, and, following 2 more strikes of shoe on floor from the running boy, the wolf rammed into him. This would have been a good time for Fairs to use the trick. One of the stunts the wolf had been taught was to seize someone and shake them violently, like a dog did a toy. The trick was that the wolf's mouth was large, and with the right grip on a target, the shake would only break and dislocate limbs. For the actors Fairs had created to go up against the wolf, the limbs were strong enough to withstand breakage, and so it was only a relatively painless dislocation. I was sure our target would be happy to have his limbs broken and to be summarily unconscious than the alternatives Fairs was presenting. Did you have any idea, Fairs? I entertained the idea. We received a swathe of students from other academies earlier in the season, and with the Blackwood claiming much of the region around us, verifying details was difficult. My failure. You said he had friends, someone asked. Should we be concerned? Yes, Fairs said. You came with others, didn't you? Why don't you tell our audience? Our audience. That was the death knell, as much as her not using the wolf to fake his murder. This, as much as anything, was Fairs on her stage, indulging in her show. I came alone, the students said. I could hear the sword coming free of the sheath. I saw a glimpse of Fairs, stalking toward the boy and wolf. The wolf moved its paws, and I saw the boy, partially pinned down by a paw that rested on the length of his lab coat. No, Fairs said. You didn't. She put the sword through him. My heart sank. Jessie was holding a hand up, palm out. She had dropped the hand with the mirror. The room was relatively quiet, with rustling. I could see the tension of students throughout, the avid disinterest of many of the nobles at the main table, and the irritation and restlessness of the more prominent professors. There would be no ruse, no saving him. Not with dozens upon dozens of eyes on the scene, fully aware of the particulars of anatomy. Not with the wolf being a better and more convincing alternative to sell the kill. You keep a messy house, Professor Fairs, one of the other professors spoke. With plague and Blackwood sweeping over the Crown States, refugees and other academies clamoring for a place in my institution, mess is inevitable, Fairs said. How many? A dozen, Fairs said. A dozen. We all know who the beetle traders worked for, Fairs said. Jessie moved her hand, signaling. This was Fairs' play, her gambit. She would claim she only wanted a dozen conspirators. It was, to all lamb-aligned rebels in earshot, an offer. Play along, and she would only go after us. Maybe our lieutenants. She was offering the out, the escape from a situation that was clearly out of control. The lambs are here? That's not a messy house, you stupid bitch, that's. A student at the edge of the room dropped her tray of tea. It crashed into a counter filled with things that one of the guests had brought to keep their experiment companions in working order. Or so the setup had been. I'm sorry, I'm so sore. The chemicals, tools, and machinery reacted to the hot liquid, and the entire setup billowed with noxious smoke. It got worse before it got better, multiplying as it reached the table. Someone had a gun drawn and started opening fire into the smoke, targeting the student. That was going to be how it was it? Too many smart, intelligent people in the room, who were too suspicious with the lambs so recently mentioned. They were willing to shoot at a student who might have simply made a mistake or an error in judgment, where others might have hesitated. Still, the gunfire stopped as the roomful of people started to move to get clear of the smoke. Not all did. Some drew weapons, following scattered students who backed into the smoke rather than gravitate closer to nobles. Jessie and I launched ourselves into the smoke at the same time, the moment it was close enough to us that we could slip in without necessarily being seen. Jessie tugged on my arm. I was to her left, closer to the larger expanse of the room, but she tugged me to the right. I went with the movement, and felt her give me more of a push to the right. She was taking point here. I was, going by my trajectory, heading for the source of the smoke. The table with the assorted chemicals and pieces of now noisily chugging machinery was in front of me. I was slapped with the length of something as I drew near to it. A belt, torn or loosened by a stray bullet. What had Jessie wanted me to do here? I heard the whimper and realized what Jessie had in mind. The girl who dropped the tray was one of ours. Jessie had signaled her with a flash of light from the reflected mirror, then used a hand sign to give the order. She was supposed to have been one of the windows we'd had, who would have also bought time for others to arrive and set up the necessary props. Blind, I bent low, fumbling for her. I touched her face, then, dropping my hand deliberately to her shoulder next, so I wouldn't grope her chest in a fumbling attempt to find her arm or hand, I put my hand over hers, where she was gripping her upper arm. I felt the warmth of blood. I got you, I said. How bad? Grazed, she said, it all went wrong. It's okay, I said. It really wasn't. She put her head against my shoulder, shaking it hard. You did good, I said. She really had. I pulled her to her feet and led her through the smoke, very aware we only had a minute before the smoke started to clear. We'd opted to push the very boundaries of what we could get away with, in terms of how long we could keep a roomful of people under a cover of smoke and not have them get frustrated. I headed for the railing that bounded the room, where ornate rails kept students from stumbling headlong into the glass walls and windows that framed the shoulder of the reclining lady and allowed sunlight into the main hall. I kept one arm around the girl as I counted the posts. The fourth post had the hook. I grabbed it, pulling it free, and braced myself against the natural pull of it. It was all I could do to keep my feet on the ground. Figures appeared out of the smoke. I drew my knife, ready. Students. Ours. 3, unless I was missing something with the smoke obscuring the details. Another figure loomed, and it was something entirely different. It was large enough that even with the diffuse light that illuminated the clouds of smoke, it still managed to form a pillar of shadow. 10 feet tall. If I'd been Jessie, I could have recalled everything that had been in the hall earlier, and I could have accounted for that. I wasn't. I drew my knife, ready. It moved in a lopsided kind of way. It seemed to sense me before it saw me, and reacted, raising its arms. If it didn't have weapons, it had something like weapons as part of its design. I backed up as it swiped through smoke, and I could smell the thing over the cloying burnt grease smell of the cloud that now filled 3/4 of the great hall. It smelled of perfume. As large and menacing as it was, it smelled nice, inviting. On my second retreat, I bumped into the students that had clustered behind me. It meant I didn't move far enough back. The swipe caught me across the face. As the girl had said, a graze, but enough to alarm. I hauled back on the rope and hook, and I felt the catch. The moment the mechanism had reached its limit, the switch flipped. It began reeling me in, hard. I went straight after the thing in the shadows, knees at my chest, ready to kick down and out at the arms if they swiped again, hoping at least to keep the damage localized to my feet and away from my vitals. The hook was about as large as my head, and as I drew close to the thing, I got a glimpse of what I'd just thrown myself into combat with. An attractive, feminine creature, its hair long and pale, its eyes without detail, with makeup heavy around the eyes. The clawed, armored part of it was almost another creature it was plugged into, like Lillian's meat suit. She was limping, already injured from a brief encounter with Jessie in the smoke, I realized. I pushed the realization aside, my focus needed elsewhere. I almost smashed my face into hers in my rope-aided ascent. From the glimpse of the many fangs I saw between her slightly parted lips, I was glad I hadn't. I used my body to crush the hook in closer to the thing's body, guiding the hook at what I'd hoped would be her heart. I caught the collarbone instead, impaling her, and bodily lifting the creature up with me. It was a floating, loose movement, buoyed by the pull of the rope. Vague and dreamlike as that moment was, a slow-motion movement through air, my passenger something beautiful and dangerous looking, it was a stark contrast to the grate of the metal hook on bone. The crack, crunch, and the summary break in that collarbone, marked a spray of blood. She made a terrible sound, as if to further the stark contrast, and her mouth yawned open, a bear trap mouth of fangs exposed, ready to tear my face open. The hook slipped free, up, and, with the help of a frantic slap of my hand to better position it, my hands letting go of the hook to seize her shoulders instead, it buried deep in the underside of the creature's chin. She toppled back, crashing to the ground, and pulled me and the hook down with it. It had lodged in around the jaw, and for now it was staying put, weighed down by a creature who was several feet taller and far more dense than I. The slam of the hook into her jaw and the clack of her mouth closing as forcefully as it had knocked her out, if the point of the hook through the roof of her mouth hadn't outright killed her. Come, I whispered. Come on. There were more people rushing toward us. Some yelped as they realized the monster was there. Come on, I said. I reached for hands, guiding them in place. Hold tight. Make sure you have grips. I was still arranging them, keeping an eye out for more trouble, very aware the smoke was clearing, and we were losing ground. Another minute or two. I heard gunshots. The sound was different from before. It still sounded far too loud in the enclosed space, as large as it was, but guns had a different sound when they weren't fired at me. There were other targets. We had support. Jessie arrived, dragging a body. She had more students with her, and they were helping with the drag. She had the hook but was being careful not to tug it too hard. Professor Edmund Foss. One student here, Jessie said. You guys are going to have to help, I said. Kick, grab for handholds, but keep us moving. I could see, as the smoke thinned, the sheer number of forces that were massing at the edge of the smoke. Nobles, experiments. I directed one student to Jessie. She made sure the boy had a grip on the rope there, set the hook in place around Foss' belt, then gave it a firm haul back. The rope reeled in, tugging Jessie up. Her feet and the feet of students with her touched the branches that framed windows, seeking more traction. I had already set the knife in place. I kicked down, driving the knife into one side of the beautiful creature's jaw. It drove deep, cut something, but didn't sever everything. I kicked down again, aware of the shadows closing in, driving the heel of my foot between top and bottom row of teeth, exacerbating the damage done by the knife, kicked again. The hook continued its pull against the jaw, and the end of the jaw came loose. The hook tore through flesh, the jaw pulling free and away, before the hook slipped past the damaged end. We rose into the air, no longer weighed down by the giant creature. We rose faster than Jessie, who had one less student but one more full-grown man pulling down on the rope. Her hostage wasn't helping either, not kicking at the wall or reaching out for branches to pull at. My crew of 4 students and I reached the top before Jessie's 3 students and 1 passenger did. I clambered off, fumbling for the beam, and proceeded to help students let go of the rope and seize other parts of the beam structure above and over the dining hall. It was havoc down there. The smoke was clearing but wasn't entirely gone, and it was immediately clear that Jessie had bid other students to activate their lettered experiments. We'd had an entire play of surprise deaths, from A to Z, and many of them had been intended to cause comedic havoc. Now they were weapons. Pests among the enemy, a stitch that was arcing with voltaic power that was supposed to be limited to the nearby railing, but was instead flashing across the silverware and candlesticks on the tables nearest it. There were others. Our students were backing off. Many, including BEA, had fled for one of the bridges. They were shutting the gate, and the people below us were just now realizing it. In places below, students and rebels were slipping away, setting up roadblocks and other obstacles. It would buy them time to reach secure points, to run to the lowest floor doors of dormitories and the admin building. For all that this had gone bell-end, the casualties didn't look too terribly bad. Some had been shot, others were stuck, having made the mistake in judgment of sticking closer to the nobles, professors, and aristocrat guests. This wasn't what we'd been shooting for. Our time to attack had been when the festivities here were over and people started retiring for the evening. With people going to separate places to retire for the night, quarters of differing quality for different guests, we'd hoped to split them up and deal with them on a case-by-case basis. I hauled on the rope, helping Jessie. I hoped those below wouldn't look up. People below were looking up. But, at the very least, they were preoccupied. They were aristocrats, and they had nobles to serve, or they were professors, and they'd brought weapons to show off, and now they were loosing the weapons on the attacking rebels. People hiding in the rafters would have been the sort of suspicious activity that would have been more easily explained as something the magicians with their show had up their sleeve, had we been able to do this like we wanted. Ibit was still down there, somewhere. I'm good, Jessie said, as I grabbed her armpit and helped her get to a position to climb up onto the broader ledge. Go rain hell on him. I nodded. I turned away, ducking low so I wouldn't bump my head on a part of the ceiling or stick it through a pane of glass, and hurried to where we'd stowed other countermeasures. I was glad we had very little that was outright lethal. I tipped over buckets, letting them fall. I had 4 on their way to the ground before the first struck the floor. They were very much like the smoke from the machine, but they were a little more noxious. As the gas spread, people jumping onto tables to buy themselves seconds more before the gas smothered them, a handful drew pistols and fired blind. 1 or 2 fired with targets in mind. The bullets that didn't hit would hit the glass that encased the dining hall. Glass broke, and it rained down in large shards and fragments. It broke explosively on contact with the floor, furniture, and guests below us. Stop, someone called out. They spoke with a noble's voice. No shooting until we can see. To the stairs. I wasn't positive if it was one of our own or not. I remembered something planned in that vein, but I was lost on the particulars. We made our way through the same hole that F had fallen through. A student in our act had been designated to showcase the perils of breeding flying creatures, and had come in through one treated pane of glass, smacking hard into the floor, a dramatic face plant. Now we climbed through, working in 3s and 4s to move the unconscious body of Edmund Foss. From the outside, I could see the various weapons and the massed armies of the Academy and Crown. There were groups on the ground, and in the chaos, the students of ours that were fleeing were able to direct them indoors. They would carry on like that until they met the first of the aristocrats or whoever was able to slip past the barricades, the stitched we'd turned to our side, and the experiments we'd put in place to scare and impede. Then they would be informed that the fleeing students weren't friendlies. I could see the gossamer thing, and it was drawing close. Whatever controlled it, it hadn't received the order to attack. Which was good, because it was not the sort of thing I wanted to be on the bad side of. We moved carefully across branches and struts of the head of the Lady of Hackthorn. There were more ropes and hooks waiting on the outside edge of the building. We'd planned to do this with just Sylvester and I, Jessie said. The extra weight won't be a problem, but that's not really the concern. What's the concern? The girl with the injured shoulder asked. Jessie put the hook through Edmund Foss' belt, once more. Grab on. Twice as tight as you did in the dining hall. Don't look down, I said. I saw eyes widen. Jessie elbowed me. Really don't, I said. But grab on, because if you stay, it's going to be even scarier, I guarantee you. And don't grab where it's knotted up there, Jessie said. They grabbed on. Jessie and I freed the hooks from where we'd attached them to the exterior wall. I drew in a deep breath and then stepped off the edge, pulling the others with me. The rope was attached to the wall at set intervals. The attachment wasn't secure in the slightest. With our weight pulling it down, it came free in jerks and starts, each one making my heart leap out of my chest, and I was a friend of high places, my natural and sensible dislike of birds aside. I felt sorry for our passengers. The rope kept coming undone, and, for 2 long, heart-pounding seconds, there was slack in it. We were in freefall. There were no more attachments to the exterior of the main building, only to the bridge that connected it to the admin building. We swung from there, with a solid 75 paces of open space between us and any wall, our feet dangling above people who were so far away they were specks. A ring with a rope attached to it slipped down from high above, looped around our rope, and it stopped at a knot just above my hands. Had I been holding onto that knot, it would have struck my hands with enough force to break fingers. The enemy was attacking the gate now, setting something strong and powerful at the door. I could hear the crunches, the bangs, and the chops that were like axes on wood. I could hear glass break, and knew that there were things that weren't human that would be crawling out through the broken windows and onto the exterior, out toward the bridge, giving chase. The swinging ceased. The students at the window were hauling on the other rope the ring was fixed to, pulling us in. Others provided gradual slack to our other rope. In the process, we were eased in closer to the admin building. Just in time, Davis said, meeting us at a waiting window. They're coming over the bridge now. There's a lot more of them than we anticipated. More is good, I said. Davis nodded. We climbed in through the window. One of the fellows with us had not enjoyed his ride. Any gardens way down below had received fertilizer and watering. He shuffled off. You've put up with a lot, being with us, I told Davis. I really have, he said. Would you do the honors? I asked. Honors, he said. People are going to die. But he reached for a leather cord at his neck, and he raised a whistle to his lips. It wasn't silent. It didn't matter who heard. The bridge detonated, a rolling explosion that caught first at one end, then the middle, and finally at the end closest to the main building. Wood, stone, the garden baskets that had lined either side, bits of metal and a portion of the enemy's frontline capable troops tumbled through the open air. I hoped there were some young nobles among them. We'd wanted them divided into clear categories and groups before we dealt with them. We'd wanted to be absolutely sure that most of our own were in the clear. This would be messy than we'd hoped. What was his name? I asked. Bobby, Jesse said, without needing to ask. Bobby Whirl, then. Yeah, Jesse said. I'm surprised you remembered the last name. I'm going to forget it promptly, and he deserves a better last name, too, but I held it in my head to be sure I didn't forget that. We'll deal with his dad. Yeah, one of the students with us said. Bits of burning stone and wood were still falling. I could see up and through the window to the dining hall, where trails of smoke were still filtering out to the open air. A creature had reached the edge and managed to cling to it, but was too badly burned to do anything further. I watched as it surrendered to its fate and fell. I looked down at the unconscious Professor Foss. I briefly met the Infante's eyes. This is our academy, and it's time you all learned that, I thought. And that's only the beginning. Root and Branch 19.7. Your timing is off, Ashton said. Jesse, your timing is supposed to be good. Not our fault, I said. A guest recognized one of our actors. Fairs thought she saw an opportunity. Jesse and I had reached the gate that was supposed to lead to the bridge into the main hall. Now it was only a short section of bridge that ended in splinters and rubble, the midsection gone. The attachment points for the ropes were gone too. I could vaguely map out the course we'd taken, the staggered descent to a point where we could safely swing beneath the bridge to the admin building, at which point we'd been towed into the window. Ashton was with this group, more because he knew the hand signals than anything. He didn't have a proper role at this point in time. The Infante was near because, well, it was what he did, apparently. Across the bridge, there was a crowd gathered near the window. Professors, aristocrats, and those without combat experience. I couldn't make out much with the distance being what it was, but I could tell that they were agitated, and they were talking. Unless they pulled out guns and started shooting, they weren't a concern. Even if they did, I wouldn't mind too much. It would take a rifle to get a bullet this far and the shots wouldn't be accurate. If they got lucky and hit one of us, it wouldn't be good, but the chances were slim. I kept one eye out all the same. The academy could produce all sorts. But if they wanted to waste bullets, that wasn't too bad either. They weren't the focus. For now they were organizing, putting great minds to the problem. I turned my attention to more crucial areas. There were people on the ground, which meant they'd managed to get past the obstacles we'd set in their way and exit the gate of the main building. They were moving in loose regiments as they stormed through the streets. Much of the attention was on the ground level entrances to the main buildings. That was a mistake. Common logic would dictate that if we planned this, we'd know they would try. I started paying more attention to the nature of the movements, tracking the patterns in this kicked anthill. I began taking in a general sense of where the leaders were, and who the followers were. I tried to pay attention to where the followers hesitated, as if that could highlight where the leadership was weaker. There were some that were starting to break into homes and businesses on the ground level. They're raiding the buildings, I observed. Looks like, Jessie said. She lifted up her glasses to look down with clearer vision. One group, I said. No, Jessie said. Lots are doing it. They're clearing their flanks, making sure we don't have experiments or soldiers waiting in the houses and alleys. Mostly from the one group, I said. I moved closer to her, my arm resting against hers, and pointed. Okay, I see who you mean. We watched the little black dot that was the leader of that particular group. It was taller than average, moving with leisure, and it was watching what the rest of the groups were doing at the main gate. People slowed as they drew closer to him. Tall Dot was a noble, I was fairly sure. It's interesting that he's taking that course of action. It's not flank clearing. No, Jessie said. What is it? Ashton asked. He dropped down onto his belly, crawling forward to look down over the edge of the crumbled, broken bridge. Well, the whole storming the gates or going on the offense is the most obvious path they could take, and one of the more pointless, I said. What he's doing isn't obvious, and it's rather more pointful. It's maybe on the top 5 paths they could take that hurt us. Third most pointful thing. Please stop saying pointful, Jessie said, her eyes still on the scene below. With my memory, I have to remember each and every butchery of stateside English you commit. I snickered, and she elbowed me. He's checking the surroundings, gathering information, Jessie said. He's going to find out very quickly that we've been through each and every one of those houses. Ah, Ashton said. Some of the nobles on the bridge we just blew up are climbing out of the rubble, she observed. Really? I asked. That's pretty impressive. Pick one out, make him or her our measuring stick. I need binoculars, she said. Binoculars were offered by members of the larger group that had gathered at the open doors here. Someone handed some to me. Things had been tense for a while, the rebels not really trusting me, and this was perhaps the most unambiguous that they'd been in helping me out and giving me that benefit of a doubt. The bridge explosion and the coordination thus far had apparently counted for something. I focused on the rebel, and saw 2 nobles. A young lord had already emerged, and a young lady was in the process of moving rebel to free her legs. Both were dirty and both were bleeding in places. The lord began stripping down. He stood there almost completely naked for a short time while he picked through the various dead in the wreckage, shaking their less tattered clothes free of dust before donning them. The lady was more hurt. She crawled forth, made her way to the nearest piece of rubble she could sit on, and began tending to her injuries, including a smashed leg. I couldn't see much of what she was doing, given the angle and the distance. They would look after themselves to the point they could show their faces without too much shame, and then they would rejoin the proceedings. I glanced at the Infante. He wasn't standing as still anymore, and he'd been standing still for a week now. He paced, and for all the world, it felt like he was going to turn to me any moment, make eye contact, and start talking at length, as if he'd bottled it all up inside, waiting for this moment. I looked away. Other focuses. Tall Dot was a tall young noble with a red jacket that he'd taken off and slung over one shoulder. He had a blonde beard that came to a sharp point, his hair was short but for a flourish of wavy hair that extended in front of his face, and he stood there with a battle axe resting on the ground. He picked up the weapon as if it weighed nothing and used it to point at a side street. Soldiers and the stitch that accompanied them moved down the street. Then his head turned, and he looked up in our general direction. I wondered if his eyesight was keen enough to see us without binoculars, or if he was simply taking in the bridge. What's his name? I asked. Lord Carling, Jessie said. We know they know, now, I said. The general thrust of what we're doing, they found how we prepped the buildings. Lord Carling's going to pass on word soon. It should take him about 10 minutes to get from the bottom floor to the main hall, and then they'll start moving with more purpose and direction, Jessie said. I'll feel a lot better about what we're doing if we hear from Helen sooner than later. She's reliable, I said. Lord Carling was moving again, entering the front hallway of the building closest to him, one that had already been cleared out. He emerged and walked straight for the gate leading to the main building. 10 minutes, according to Jessie. More students from downstairs were joining us now. They peeked out and around the edges of the door, more wary of stray bullets than Jessie, Ashton, and I were, and they took in the scene before retreating or making space for others to indulge their curiosity. Jessie, one of them ventured. I'm guessing you are going to tell me something about Professor Foss. Jessie asked. He's secured. We have him in room 606. Some of ours are examining him. It seems to be in fashion to keep things under fingernails, I said. We'll want to be absolutely careful. We put his feet in a bucket of cold casting gel, and we did the same for his hands, put them behind him and stuck them in a bucket that's sitting on another chair. Perfect, I said. Jessie stuck her toe into Ashton's foot. You want to go babysit Professor Foss? See if you can't loosen his tongue if he wakes up? We'll be along in a short while, as soon as we can be mostly sure things have settled. All right. If you need me I'll be there, Ashton said. He rose to his feet, and stood there, rather precariously on the edge of the broken bridge. My hand moved, ready to reach out and grab him if he tipped over the edge. I kept it there while he stretched, and hoped that with people being suspicious of me, that it didn't look as though I was preparing to push him off rather than save him. I like watching the dust settle, Ashton said. Me too, Ashton, me too, I said. He smiled up at me, then left. He hadn't tipped over the edge, but I wasn't ruling anything out. His situational awareness could do with some work. An unusual brain, that one. Almost every set of eyes in the group watched him as he walked downstairs. Something about the fumes he was putting off had their attention. I'd trust him to know what he was doing. On the ground, the armies at the gates were starting to make some headway. War beasts that had been brought out of the stable were tearing through the wood for one of the dormitories, and stitched managed battering rams slammed at others. Girls' dormitory would be. Mary. Mary, yes. Mary had set up the obstacles and carried out the sprinting retreat from the lower levels of the academy. She was most able to defend herself if something quick happened to leap from a window or dodge the experiments and the growing barricades that had been set in its path. Mary now managed the defense at that point. Stitched hammered at the gate, and the beam they collectively held was gradually punching holes in the wood rather than actually opening the gate. They'd make a hole big enough to crawl through soon. Jessie watched, very intent on what was going on. The girls' dormitory hadn't been built to weather an attack. Jessie's speculation was that it had been a later addition, more fair slant on things than part of the original construction. "You're paying a lot of attention there," I remarked to Jessie, my voice a murmur. "If the defense fails there, it puts us in a bad spot," Jessie said. "And it has nothing to do with the imagery of the big, strong beam sinking in deep, the steady rhythm. I will push you over the edge, sy." She was threatening to kill me, sure, but she was smiling. The team at the girls' dormitory upended vats and buckets through windows, down onto the soldiers and stitched below them. Some stitched stopped outright, dropping to hands and knees or kneeling at the street outside the dormitory. Others backed away, with the scattered few failing or going still after they'd made it a few paces. The non-stitched backed away. The texture of the road and the sides of the building beneath the windows began to change. Duncan's group opened fire with rifles, targeting the shaggy warbeast that was clawing at the doors. An explosive was tossed down from high above and exploded on contact with the ground, only a short distance from the warbeast. It didn't tear the creature to shreds, but the warbeast fell to its side and didn't get back up. We had half a dozen to a dozen individual tricks and tools prepared for each of the points we needed to defend. Most of the major bridges were intact, still, but that could change if we needed it to, and the enemy no doubt knew it. It was very likely they would try to cross the bridges after dark, which was only a few hours away. They would wait until we got complacent. They had their own tricks. Things that could crawl up walls and the faces of buildings, the gossamer thing, warbeasts with other tools, people with machinery in them and machines with biology in them. I glanced at the Infante. "How many nobles?" I asked. 12 arrived. 5 tried to cross the bridge here and only 2 climbed out, for what it's worth. 9 nobles, then, I said, quiet. Lesser ones. 9 nobles, then. If they came up with any plans, then the nobles would be the ones to carry them out, and they'd carry them out well. This initial chaos was where we held the advantage, our guests now realizing the shape of the situation around them. That would change over the course of this engagement. "Really wish we could get a signal from Helen on this one," Jessie said. "Do you want to go help her? It's not like Professor Moss is going anywhere." "Foss, sy. Sure. And I don't want to abandon our post here. With Ashton downstairs, we're the lamb's eyes and ears on this situation." I nodded. "We'll stay. They'll want to act. Based on?" Jessie asked. "It simply feels like it. The way they're moving in there, the way there were more people talking before and now there's less, like some voices are starting to get more traction. They're winding toward a conclusion. I don't know how you do that, sy. I prefer the measurable things. It's why we work so well together," I said. I touched the underside of her chin and turned her head so I could kiss her. She stopped kissing me back, but didn't pull her lips away. They brushed against mine as she said, "You're provoking them." I chuckled, gave her a peck on the lips, and then turned. On the other side of the broken bridge, the door was opening again. The glass panes on the doors had broken when the bridge had, and now 2 people walked over the broken glass shards and wood splinters. One was a professor. He looked underweight and rather grim in demeanor, the kind of guy who became dour, intense, and who buried his feelings deeper as they got worse, when a crisis arose. With the light filtering through clouds and the angle of the sun, the blonde hair, and the glossy sheen of whatever had been used to put his hair back, he looked hairless. Pale pate, pale skin, contrasted with dark clothing and coat. Skeletal. With the wind blowing, the black lab coat he wore fluttered, hard. The rest of him was still as he glowered at us. He stooped over a little. He was joined by a woman a foot taller than him, and he wasn't short. Her hair was white, her lashes black and almost overly long, in a way that would have looked ridiculous had she not been so very well put together in every other respect. Her nails were like daggers, and she held a fan. "Guns out," Jessie gave the order. "Pass on word. Don't waste bullets, but open fire on him, now." "Guns?" I asked. Students bumped into me in their hurry to get into position. "We're trying to go soft." I watched as the noble spoke to the professor beside her. Jessie and I stood back and out of the way as the students in the hallway organized, the group in front dropping to their knees. Almost immediately, the rifles sounded. I saw a glimpse of the professor raising one hand before the lady stepped in front of him, a body shield. "Aim high. Account for gravity," I called out, raising my voice to be heard over the battery of gunshots. "Like you practiced." The shots hit windows, the bridge, and they hit the lady. She felt the impact of them, but she didn't step back or stagger. They didn't draw blood, either. "That would be Lady Gloria," Jessie said. "And the professor? For lack of a better name?" "Professor Gossamer," Jessie said. "Ah. That explains the shooting." With the man's hand gesture, the gossamer thing was drifting in our direction. It set tendrils down at sections of the main building and on the perimeter wall. "Stop shooting," Jessie called out. Gunfire stopped. Jessie spoke in a lower voice, "Hold fire, be ready for orders to resume shooting at a designated target or to run, as need be." The gossamer thing was planting its strands at key points along the wall in the Hackthorn Central building. Directly below it, strands were weaving into a long, conical spike. "Damn it," I said. It took effort to raise that spike, and the thing attached tendrils to places until it had the leverage. The spike rose until it was parallel to the ground, aimed directly at us. Move! Jessie called out. Scatter! A few more strands found places to grab, some of them on our building, and then it speared at us, pushing by going rigid and pulling by hauling in. It targeted the hallway and doorway we'd been occupying, spearing into a point a dozen feet to the left of us, through much of the length of the hallway, and then a length of the wall to the side of us as we ran away. Its forward momentum burned out, it unfurled the spike. Behind us, strands as light as air made nail-on-slate sounds as they brushed stone and wall decoration. They periodically went rigid, flexing, as they touched things, and that made the strands move more. I saw places where the long rug that ran down the length of the hallway and the paper of paintings on the wall were sliced where the gossamer ran past them at the right angle, with sufficient duration of contact. It was getting a grip, seizing wall and floor, slicing deep where it could and then going rigid to spear in at odd angles, fixing itself in places. It was going to spear at us again. The first stab had demolished 20 solid feet of exterior wall on the left side of the hallway and 30-some feet of interior wall, along the right side of the hallway. I wasn't sure if anyone had been hurt, but I wouldn't have been surprised. Can we burn it? I asked. No, Jessie said. Climb it? No. Slice ourselves up. Right. Shoot the head? All the way up there. The rifles fire 800 yards, but they're not accurate at that distance. As you saw. I looked back. The strands were tensing. Heads up. I roared the words. The spike came in at a point that ran through the ceiling. It was more direct, impaling with an eye of penetrating deeper into the building. It had to have been halfway through the piercing motion before the fatter base of the cone-shaped spike was at a point where it might have made contact with any of us. That was the good. The bad was that wood and stone were breaking away. Furniture from upstairs was falling through the damaged floors and ceiling. The damage was at a point where it was causing more damage. That was made all the worse by the unfurling of the cone, the strands making contact with loose rubble and stray items. They cut some, attached to others, and did some combination of the two for others still. The spike had separated the head of our group, mostly our riflemen, from the rear, more riflemen, Jessie, myself, and some scattered doctors. If we kill Professor Gossamer? I asked. He has subordinates, Jessie said. They'll have some control, I think. Then we need the control, I said. We do, she said. She took a step back, grabbing my sleeve to haul me out of the way. Strands were drawing close, and as they reached through the hallway, scraping against the edges of the hole in the wall, they were forcing our group to move away from the group further down the hall. We were being separated. Even if the gossamer withdrew entirely from the hallway, the floor had been sliced and littered with rubble, with more stones and pieces of wood clattering down to the ground every couple of seconds. It was precarious footing, slow going, and there was a good chance of a large chair or a chunk of wood braining either of us as we made our way across. I'd almost have been willing to take the risk, but the gossamer thing was nearby. I moved closer to a window to look. It was retreating. Jessie said. Helen acted. From where we stood, it was hard to see much, especially with the hole being placed as high as it had been. We ended up ducking into a side hallway, and taking a long way around, accessing the east-facing side of the admin building. The gossamer thing was being directed to the cliffs. In the water below, ships had crashed into one another. Helen's delay had no doubt been caused by the sea serpent that the One Academy had brought, and that creature looked wounded or dead as it remained still, lying in the surface waters. Fires burned, boat crews scattered or dropped to the water. Even with binoculars, the figures on the boats were as gnats and fleas. Stitched would be boarding where they could board and fighting who they could fight. Hackthorne, like all Academy institutions, had Stitched to handle menial duties. They cleaned, they did construction, they manufactured things, and they acted as soldiers. With Hackthorne under our control, we'd given the Stitched new directives. We'd arranged the boats we did have out on the water, loaded the ones we could with volatile chemicals and crewed them with Stitched. There was no exit by water, now. The gossamer thing was drifting to the water, very likely on orders to combat the enemy, but there was no specific enemy to fight. For now, we had a reprieve. Lord Carling would be telling the others by now. He would be outlining what he'd found on the ground, in the houses and businesses. Every house had been stripped of food. Everything we'd deemed theoretically useful to the enemy had been relocated. Citizens had been gathered in the dorms and admin buildings, drugged, and now rested in long slumber. In the main building, labs were locked, the most essential items and ingredients put away. Everything had been made to look proper and nice, but it was a hollow thing, the substance, not removed, but transplanted. Helen had given the signal to close the harbor. She could climb up the exterior wall to reach us again, when she was done, but she wouldn't be done for at least the rest of the day and for the next night. She would first hunt for key persons who swam for shore captains and any guests who hadn't wanted to join the party just yet. Then she would sail the water, looking out for any late arrivals or chance visitors. It served to keep her away from Ibit and it gave her something she enjoyed doing. The plan at this stage was simple. The Lambs as a group excelled when it came to besieging an enemy, so we had orchestrated a siege, in a roundabout way, and we had rigged it against our opponents, preparing the battlefield in advance. It was such a damn shame we couldn't have gotten each major group to different sleeping areas and targeted them one by one. Nobles, aristocrats, professors, and experiments all complemented each other in a dangerous way. The trap had closed, and we were engaged in a mutual siege. We had control over the key bridges, gates, and waypoints, and we had the food. The poison gas in the buckets I'd knocked down would taint the feast we'd prepared for the guests. They'd find nothing of substance in the houses. We'd squirreled away things for enhanced noses to find, but we'd poisoned most in advance. Much as we'd maintained a few windows in the alphabet-based series of deaths for our actors, there would be a few pivotal moments in the minutes, hours, and even days that followed. Their ability to handle the negativity that old rivalries and being under siege brought about would be one such pivoting moment. Our ability to hold them off once we'd spent all of our accumulated tricks and special measures would be another. The gossamer thing was drifting back toward us, and my instincts told me that there would be others noble or experiment who would coordinate to take advantage of the distraction. Root and Branch 19.8. It was like trying to fight a tidal wave with a sword and trying not to get wet in the process. Students with improvised armor joined Jesse and I in trying to fend off the attack. The gossamer had already made 4 more strikes, punching and tearing through walls, snagging on rubble it could pull down and cutting at the contents of the hallway, living or otherwise. The gossamer strands didn't follow consistent logic in how they moved once they went from rigid to soft. Parts remained rigid, and the resulting kinks in the strands made the flow of it just a touch less predictable. That lack of predictability combined with the stress and hurry of the moment made it easy to slip up. We only had 10 seconds to a minute to get from wherever we were to where it had impaled the building, then, if we arrived in time, only about that long to do any substantial damage. After that, most of the strands would pull out, with only the anchoring points remaining. We'd had only one good go of it, and 3 more where we'd arrived just late enough that there were only the anchoring strands remaining. Cutting at the anchoring points slowed it down, and forced it to set down anchors elsewhere. A dozen of us were assembled, armed with swords and axes. 6 of us were on one floor, and 6 more were on the floor below. Damage to the wall and floor meant that the hallway on my floor was missing half of its width, the rest having tumbled through the gaping hole in the exterior wall. The hole was wide enough to ride 2 carriages through abreast, and through it, I could see the sky and the fading, overcast daylight, the sheer drop to the ground far below, and a great deal of the gossamer creature, as it settled into position. It was preparing for a 5th strike in this set of attacks. I could see clear to the floor below, where Jessie was speaking to the others. She was encouraging, giving advice, and describing things to watch out for. I suspected a lot of it had to do with keeping mood up, keeping people focused, and not letting people dwell on the futility of what we were doing. I remained silent. I didn't have the currency to really sell my group on anything. They knew what to do, and any words from my lips would rankle, and we didn't need any more negativity. The students were nervous. There had been almost 20 of us when we'd started defending against this attack. 7 students had tried to fight off the gossamer creature and had suffered grave injuries for their trouble. I secretly believed that one was probably a gunner, based on the severity of the wounds. Another one had returned to help, but most of them had taped and bandaged books around their extremities, hard covers torn off, and the fellow who'd just returned had blood soaking through pages of one book at his arm, dripping from the gouge the strand had made in it. The improvised armor was more the sort of thing to shield against momentary contact at best. I gave my axe a test swing through the air. It was one of the ones that was stowed for dealing with fires and defending against rogue experiments. The gossamer thing was setting down more anchors, now. Jessie's encouraging words trailed off. I wasn't with her, we were hardly dancing, but I imagined we were very much on the same page. For 10 seconds, the only sound was the building creaking, the places where structural integrity had suffered groaning their agony. The damaged floor I stood on was part of it, and I could feel the vibrations and protests of the building through my feet and legs. The spike speared forth, and I was moving before it had made contact, running down the hallway. This was a tricky thing to balance, wanting to be close enough to strike out, but not so close I was caught by the hazard. I'd grown up with the academy, trained as a lamb to outthink the enemy and to keep up with the boys and girls I worked with. I'd adapted to each of them, matched my footing to theirs, and then helped the enemies stumble and the allies step true. This was an enemy I couldn't outthink. It had no brain. It punched through the building, with a downward slant, very possibly striking through the 10th floor and exiting through the 7th, the hole in the wall facing the burned and blackwood wastelands. If it had penetrated the exterior wall of Hackthorn Academy, then we could well be exposed to the blackwood, in the small but not infinitesimal chance that the wind blew the right particles across the wasteland and through the gap. Something to address later. By the time I'd reached the spike of gossamer, it was already unfurling. Anchors were pulling at damaged sections of floor, dragging them away and down. Jessie wouldn't be able to do much, below. The entire structure rumbled, rubble falling, and furniture cascading. It was the kind of damage that multiplied itself, one cascade of falling rubble leading to another. I swung the axe, striking for the point where the hard section of the spike had started to unfurl. If I struck at something as soft and light, it simply gave, going with the swing. Strike at the hard part of the shaft, and it barely took any damage at all. At the midway point between the two, the strands were soft enough to feel the axe, but were held in place by the firmer part elsewhere. The blade of the axe crunched deep. Strands peeled off on either side of the cut and immediately started fanning out through the air. They were, going by the ones I'd seen and examined, much like Mary's razor wire, but far finer. Each strand was as thin as a hair, lighter, and took a serrated shape on 3 sides, sawing through everything it touched. Seen from a distance, it seemed to cut through all it ran against with the same ease as fine, sharp knives might. Here and there, it moved with enough force to scuff and score even stone and metal. I moved back and away from the strands that were fanning out around me, and almost stumbled over the rug. Long and narrow, it had ran down the middle of the hallway. Now strands pulled at it, lifting it up and toward me. A knee-high barrier to hamper my movements. Purely accidental on the gossamer creature's part, I knew, but it cost me a precious second. My retreat was performed with even more care than usual, as I navigated the strands that continued to fill the space around me, each one so thin I could miss them in the wrong light or angle. In the moment, my focus was wholly consumed by the need to watch each grouping of strands, to make sure I didn't just have a way out that was clear, but that I had a way out when I got there. I swung again, this time at a different grouping of strands. A strand swiped against the handle, just a finger's width away from my hand, and it dragged through the wood, carving a shallow groove into it, while threatening to pull the weapon from my hands. But the blade of the axe caught the strands and slammed into the wooden interior wall, which helped to sever them. I had to use my whole body to haul it free. Others were joining in. The floor was collapsing in the middle of the hallway, and I could see motion below. More students, not from Jesse's group, because they were on the other side of the spike. They were using a visible gas. It withdrew, and the motion caused the strands all around us to flail about and take to the air. I backed well away. Light streamed into the otherwise dark hallway through the hole in the outside wall. Dust billowed through the hole in the inside wall, and I knew that if I waited for the cloud of dust to dissipate, braved the strands that littered the area, and stood at the edge of that hole, there was a chance I could see clean through the building. Small chunks of stone and wood were still dropping here and there. I brought the head of my axe to my hand, idly brushing my thumb along the length of the blade. It was ragged, notched, and a little triangle of metal came free as my thumb touched it. Outside, the gossamer thing was disconnecting all anchors, pulling back to go back to the main building. I was a little out of breath, and my thinking was strange. I was in an overly observant state, from my attention to the creature and its state, and I wanted to move slowly and gently as I adjusted my head. Professor Gossamer was waiting. He didn't flinch as the thing settled, embracing the reclining lady of Hackthorn. It was only there for a few seconds before he finished communicating his directives. It departed in the direction he'd extended a finger, moving out toward the water. It was only now that it had moved completely away from the building that I could see what we'd managed to do at the cost of one life, however many injuries, and some seriously concerning structural damage. Some strands were clumping together in an unusual way, the gas had chilled or glued them together, and others had been cut short. We'd maybe cut or hampered 5% of the strands, and even then we'd only cut them in half, or we'd glued them up temporarily at best. If this continued, we'd be out of soldiers to throw at the thing before we reached the 15% mark, and the building would crumble before we had pruned away a third of it. None of which covered the actual danger of disposing of the strands we had cut. It was gone, though. We did have a reprieve. Everyone okay? I asked. 2 cuts, 1 student reported. Nothing serious. Good, I said. I left it at that. Short and sweet. Striding away from the scene, tossing my axe to the side, I took the hallway that had been reduced to a half of the width and jumped down to the next floor. I reunited with Jesse. 2 cuts, I said. I heard, Jesse said. 3 injuries here. Some stone came down from above and it made the strands billow out. We didn't all move fast enough. Students were using weapons and stray bits of wood to poke and prod strands, moving them over the edge where possible. I could see the group of students further down the hallway, collecting the containers they'd used to produce the glue gas. Good work, guys, I said. I got a few curt nods and one salute before they went on their way, resupplying for another attempt, maybe planning something else. Jesse and I maneuvered to a safe spot, where we could see the main building, watch the gossamer thing head out to the water, and still be free of any falling stones, pieces of wood, or free strands. It also gave us the benefit of privacy. I hesitated for a second, and then hugged Jesse. Decompressing. Easing down. It felt good to hug and be hugged, to feel a head resting against my neck. I didn't want to taint the hug, so I broke away and took a second to take stock before speaking. It's a living thing, I said. It is, Jessie said. She was smiling a little. What's your line of thinking? I'm thinking it's been sent to the water because it needs to eat and drink. It doesn't seem very active, but it has to consume some energy when it attacks. If it has an inefficient body, it might have a hard time getting nutrients from the root of one strand to the end. Going by what I've read, it probably uses salts to communicate. Ocean water would give it most of what it needs. It might fish while it's there. It's not going to need to grab a huge hunk of meat or something and haul it to its mouth, then. No, Jessie said. I can't imagine it would. Does it need to rest? Like actually stop, sleep, take it easy? If I had to compare to other, similar things, most of which are aquatic, I'd say yes. It'll hunker down when it gets dark. I'm just going by what I've read, she said. I watched as the thing made its slow retreat. The wind blew from the water to the academy, and the creature mostly moved by letting the wind blow it, waiting until strands blew in the direction it wanted to go, and anchored to the most solid objects in that direction. It grabs things. Can we give it something to grab and make it hold on? I'm envisioning having it grab a pipe and then we roll up the pipe, get a bit of strand with it. It would probably cut through pipe as it tugged on it, Jessie said. Something else? Thicker than pipe. If it was anchored enough to hold the thing down, we might end up giving it leverage to tear down a good section of building. I nodded, trying to wrap my head around the problem from different angles and not seeing much. I'd barely thought through the idea as I pitched it to Jessie, and I didn't really disagree with her assessment. I was tired, mentally and physically. I wasn't the only one who was, either. It had been an intense 20 minutes. This was bad, and it was bad in a way that went well beyond the fact that I didn't have any good answers. It was bad because it was taking up our time, energy, and resources, and it wasn't occupying much of the enemy's. I'd hoped the inverse would be true, and that we could harass and pressure them. We hadn't left them much in the way of resources, but there were a lot of brains there, and they did have what they had brought with them. In the stables, staircases, and in the main hall, there had been scattered cases of luggage and collections of medical supplies for the upkeep of nobles and experiments. Across that broken bridge, they're getting organized, I said. Establishing a chain of command, organizing, taking stock, and figuring out what we have planned. They'll be sorting through the medical supplies and searching through the building to find what we left behind. We left traps, Jessie said. We did, I said. But once they finish searching the labs, they'll get a sense of what they have available, and they'll start acting. A set number of supplies for the care of nobles. The rest set aside to gamble with. I suppose it is a gamble, she said. Deciding what they can afford to lose, taking their shot with it, the best they can put together, after observing us. Depending on who takes charge over there, it's going to be a very effective, targeted attack, or they're going to play it conservative. Conservative would be bad, Jessie said. Yeah, I said. I wished I had the binoculars. Instead, I looked over the chasm between our building and the main building of Hackthorn. You're focused a lot on the people in that building and not on the thing that's putting holes in our headquarters. Yeah, I said. Where's your head at, SY? Where was it? If I'd been dwelling in situational awareness, my thinking in this moment was likely a bit of a swing too far into another kind of thinking. Trying to analyze what we're up against. Thinking, maybe, that if we can deal with them, somehow, we can behead the snake, leave the gossamer what's-it without anyone to give it commands. Might be a tall order, SY. Yeah, I said. It was. My dwelling on them was a little bit to do with me just wanting something I could figure out, a little bit to do with me veering too far into the problem-solving part of my brain, as I moved away from situational awareness. How are you managing? I'm tired, SY. I need and want to sleep, but it's not the time for it. This is going to take a while to play out. It might be better to rest sooner than later. That goes for you too, you know. You're worn out. I couldn't deny that. We stayed there, thinking, me idly tracing my fingers up and down Jessie's forearm, then down to her fingers, my mind half with her and half with the problems before us. The good thing, I said. We've turned the tables. We've turned the tables in a lot of ways, SY. Turning their students against them is a big one. Turning their academy against them is another. Which way are you thinking? Well, the way I see it, we either win this one, or we drag them into a tie. Jessie considered that one for a moment. She was about to respond when we heard a shout. SY. Jessie. Here. Jessie called out. We made our way down the hall until we reached a part with a hole in the ceiling. A student stood on the edge. A message from the girls' dormitory, the student said. You said to keep track of the lights. That'd be Mary, Jessie said to me. I remember that much. Lillian's there too, you know. Lillian's going to be managing the countermeasures, Jessie said. I remember that too. We met the student at the stairwell, and the guy handed Jessie a folded piece of paper. The flashes were marked out in a pattern of dashes. It mapped to our tap code, and to our system of gestures. I couldn't remember enough of it to translate it, but Jessie was able to go over the entire thing with a glance, then provide the translation. Mary wants to come over. She thinks she can help. I glanced at Jessie. It wouldn't do to talk over her and get caught arguing when things were this tense, so I gestured. Jessie just so happened to gesture at the same time. Both of us wanted the other to go. I supposed we were going to disagree regardless. Lillian's over there, you can wind down, catch up with her, and you can make good use of the countermeasures, in case they try something. You'll get a chance to think, Jessie said, quiet. If something springs to mind, you can have Lillian or someone pass a message using the code. You need to rest, I said. I work well with Mary. We're not going to get many chances to rest, and we'll need your brain later, as we keep track of them all. Jessie set her lips in a firm line. I have some ideas, I said. I wasn't wholly sure if I was lying. Not an actual plan, but the general shape of what we might end up doing, in my head. It depends on a lot, like where the thing goes to sleep, if it goes to sleep, but it'd help if you were over there. And you think you'd be more effective over here? In the center. Not the center, not the main building, but closer to where I can communicate with the other buildings and more of our people. Jessie nodded slowly. Okay. Yeah. I'll swap places with Mary. Be safe, I said. Jessie blew air out of her nose, hard. Says you. You're supposed to say something endearing, I said, but no, you say that in a tone like you were going to call me numbnuts or a wackadoodle or something. And 100 other things, she said. You're going to be okay. I'll manage, I said. She put a hand behind my neck and gave me a quick kiss on the lips. Then she sprinted off, leaving me standing in the hallway. I swallowed hard, my attention turning to the nearest window. I could see the main building, and the dark shapes that were the people and experiments at the windows. We can do this, I thought. The academy is ours, we have the resources. We just need to deal with an overly ambitious spiderweb and whatever else they come up with to throw at us. You're a child of the academy, Sylvester. The voice was deep. I'd completely forgotten he was there. I'd forgotten to keep an eye out for him and to keep my eyes and attention one step removed from him. In my fatigue, my thoughts completely elsewhere, I might well have provided the crack he needed to worm his way into my skull. I set my jaw, You, I said, to the doctor who had brought the message. Ashton and Professor F. Where? I'll show you the way, he said. I would have liked to have a moment to myself, to think, digest, and see what I could do stand alone. I didn't have it. We walked briskly. Tell me what's going on upstairs. Distract me. It's not much. My squad is background work. Carting things around, taking turns keeping an eye on the girls' dorm, in case they flash a message, writing it down. We don't want to stay too stable or let something slip past us, so we take turns going for walks, checking on all the people we've got stowed in the rooms here. The people in the rooms. We'd gathered up all the students, faculty, and anyone else in Hackthorn who might not be cooperative, and we'd put them to sleep, collecting them in rooms. Sylvester, the Infante spoke, standing in the doorway of a room with an open door. The buckling of the structure around us had made the door pop open like a cork popped from a wine bottle. The gossamer what's-it had struck the building somewhere upstairs, by the way the ceiling curved. What's the mood like? I asked the student. Not great, he said. He didn't elaborate, and I wanted him to. I wanted his words in my ears and my brain, so the Infantes would have less room to work. Just keep talking. It's actually more helpful if you make less sense, or say more troublesome things, so go for it. Hey, he asked. I waited, hoping he would take the prompt. I don't know what to say. It's not far, he said. He had to be the laconic sort. You're a child of the Academy, Sylvester. You're ours. You served us, once upon a time, and your heart was in it. That is still a part of you. The better times. When you believed. The damage to the building was so extensive. Did you see any attacks on the girls' dormitory? Any sign that they were using the distraction of the gossamer witchwat to slip something past the radar? Mostly quiet. Only movement on the ground, and even then, not a lot. Carting bodies to the main building. Good, I said. Anything else? No. I couldn't even articulate it. That I really wanted him to keep going, to keep talking, because I felt like I was on a precipice. Silly of me, to simply forget my circumstances because the Infante had been holding back and lurking in the depths of my brain. Jessie had asked me if I was going to be okay, and I'd said yes, and there was a good chance I was going to be wrong on that count. Ashton could engage my brain, keep that wheel turning. Waiting for Mary and finding her would take too long. You believed in what we could bring about in the future, Sylvester. Because you recognized that the future is what concerns us most of all. It is, after all, why we so often use children. Our relationship to the future is complicated, and so is how we deal with the most vulnerable of humanity, who have so much potential. You know you see that. You've abused that yourself. The voice was starting to sound less like the Infante and more like the voice in my own head. Oh, fuck, the student said. The damage done to the hallway was extensive. This was where the spike had come through, and it was where the strands were worst. Ones I'd cut, that were still anchored at points. The wind blew in through the hole in the wall, making them dance this way and that. Sword slashes minus the sword just cuts in the air. Do you have a gun? I asked the student. Hey? No. I don't know how to use one. Look, I don't know what you're on about, but we'll have to take the long way around. Fatigue and pressure had worn me down. I'd had the Infante with me for a week and change. I'd grown accustomed to that tension and threat that he posed, and both of those things had ramped up just often enough to keep me on that edge. I'd let my guard slip when other things claimed my attention. I turned to speak to the student, intent on using every iota of body language and tone to convey just how serious I was, so I might tell him that he needed to take certain measures. I came face to face with the Infante, instead. His massive hand reached for my face. He seized my head, and all went dark. Dark. I came to, and I hurt all over. I felt warm and cold at the same time. The ambient temperature was different, but I had company close enough that body heat transferred to me. I was kneeling on the hard ground, and a knee rested against my windpipe. A hand stroked my hair, and a blade touched my cheek. Mary was sitting on a chair, the seat of which pressed against my shoulder blade. Her leg was resting against my body and throat to keep me upright, her foot in my lap. The blade ensured I wasn't a threat. The hair thing. Well, I'd add that to the 100 things I didn't know. How bad was it? I asked. Your timing could have been better, Mary said. You stabbed Ashton. I winced. Is he okay? Gravely offended, but he'll mend. You let Professor Foss go. I winced. I caught him. He's in the next room. Thank you. You set fires, SY. Scared a lot of our people in the process. Because they were at risk, and so were the people we stowed away. I nodded. You scared me, SY. Because you said an awful lot of things. Except it wasn't really you, was it? I don't know, I said. My voice was a hush. What did I say? That our fates were foregone conclusions. That we were as good as dead, with the expiration dates nigh. There were other things. A lot of pain, a lot of rage and sadness. Except we were the enemy, and the actual enemy, you were saying they were the answer. I nodded. I felt sick to my stomach. I was so ashamed I wanted to curl up until I was so bound up in myself I could cease functioning. I'd believed it once, a long time ago. A part of me wanted to believe it again, to abandon the pain and hurt and embrace that time when things had been clearer, simpler, and when the lambs had been near. Mary's fingers combed through my hair. I did get the drop on you after all, she said, her voice light, an attempt at levity. Ha, I said, with no humor at all. Is this a thing we're going to have to be concerned about? That one of our own, with no warning, could flip and do the most destructive, damaging things possible. Looks like. Is this where we lose you, SY? Could be. How long did it take you to get this bad? A week or so. It's not like I've been good for a few years now. All right then, Mary said. The knife moved so it was no longer pressing against one side of my face. We'll work around it. I turned my head, trying to get a better look at her. I should have told you. You do a lot of things you shouldn't, Mary said. I've stopped being so surprised. Why aren't you angrier? I asked. You've been so angry for so long. We look after each other, Mary said. Right? It's always been how the lambs were, right from the day I joined. There was always the assumption that we had our weaknesses, and we accepted those. I came to terms with this a long time ago. Shooting me and making me crawl back to the academy, after you left? That surprised me. It pushed me away. But as long as you're here, and it's you being entirely you? I accept that. Me not being me is me being me. I asked. We support and love each other, warts and all, Mary said, stroking my hair. This is a pretty big wart, I said. She didn't respond to that. Her fingers continued moving through my hair, sometimes taking different courses, and it did a lot to calm my thoughts, even as the guilty feeling swelled in my upper chest. Come on, she said. Stand. She stood from the chair, then grabbed me by one armpit, helping me to stand. My hands were bound behind my back. She didn't free them, but she didn't walk me with one hand firmly on my shackles like a crown officer might walk a convict, either. It was dark out. Hours had passed. Lights were on throughout our part of the academy. The exterior buildings, the perimeter wall. There weren't many lights on in the main building. The gossamer horror. My knives and threads helped, but it only made 3 strikes before retreating. It settled in for the night. Where? Mary pointed into the darkness. Down, in the midst of the city. It settled on the main building first, but then lost its hold and drifted down to the ground. It's guarded now, she said. They devoted considerable resources to the task. There was an opportunity, I thought. When they were moving to a position where they could guard it, we had a shot. I missed it. I occupied our resources. The Infante did. Look at the enemy, SY, Mary said, moving her finger to point. I looked at the main building. There weren't many lights on. It was something of a surprise that there were any at all. We hadn't left them many candles. We hadn't left them much of anything. Even the candles on the dining tables had been cut short, the truncated nature of them hidden in waxed paper stems. They were either burning the little candle light they had, or they'd devised another means, which consumed limited resources. Is it working? I asked. The siege is underway, she said. Gossamer weapon aside, they're holding back. Not attacking. They're waiting for a window of opportunity, if I had to guess. Not ideal, I observed, despite the lump in my throat. Any idea what they're doing for food? I think they're using the supplies they brought with them. Special feed for experiments going to nobles and professors instead. Lillian thinks they might be setting up protein farms and ways to get nutrients. I nodded. Our enemy was being conservative, then. It was the safer and more dangerous route of the two Jesse and I had discussed. They'd recognized what we were doing, the noble starling or whatever his name had been letting them know about the houses. They were counteracting our plan to win by attrition by consolidating and producing resources. It would come down to who broke first, or to who could outlast the other, rather than us trying to fend off their attacks while they withered away. We had signals from within. Students lingered behind, and the enemy doesn't have enough of the story to realize they're ours. Fairs is wounded. There's a schism in their ranks, as they try to decide what to do. They tried to use chemicals from the lower labs, but Jesse and Junior swapped labels and containers. Yet. My suggestion, I said. It injured quite a few and ate through their good resources. Yet, I said. This was what we'd wanted. I knew why Mary was showing and telling me this. This was working. What I'd helped to set in motion was working. I just hoped I was here to see the resolution. We took their students. We took their professor, and then their academy. We're within arm's reach of taking every goddamn thing else there is left to take. First, we deal with the gossamer thing, I said. Then we shake them up a bit. Mary's hand stroked my hair. Root and branch 19.9. The moon was out, but it didn't do much to help illuminate Hackthorn. Bridges, overhangs, greenery, tall buildings, and walls cast most of the academy city into a shadow that triumphed over even the moonlight. The light that did touch the buildings, bridges, and the houses down below was deceptive. The large glass panes of the main building made the light filter and refract, creating suggestions of things that weren't there. The trees and hanging gardens, a factor yet again, moved in reaction to the wind, creating a shifting interplay of light and shadow below. Some had gone to sleep. Others were burning the midnight oil. Not that it was actual midnight oil, really. I could see who was awake because lights were on, and our people had kept track of where we'd seen them go, when and where they'd left the main building to venture into houses and other buildings in the city below. Some of those buildings had fireplaces burning or lights on. We'd taken the oil, firewood, and candles where possible, so they would have had to throw books or pieces of broken furniture into the fireplaces. I was standing in a room with a view, a balcony framed in glass. Ashton was with me, and Professor Foss had a seat which positioned him to see everything that was unfolding. His hands had been placed into buckets filled with a creamy bone-white material. The Infante stood near the professor. It was all about the pressure, leaning on them, making them work for even creature comforts. It was summer and the nights were short, but darkness had a primal power. Making them go the extra mile to stave off the dark had its merits. They were in enemy territory, a city under siege. Making them work to find places to sleep was another point of pressure. The main building didn't have so many. We'd planned to divide and isolate them by group, our forces consolidated in a few points. We would have targeted the aristocrats and the nobles by separate measures. As a consequence, there had always been an expectation that we would send some to the boys' dorm and others to the guest building, where beds awaited them. It would also have meant that things like the gossamer creature would have been tricky to use without risking harm to one of the other groups. There were a lot of things that would have been convenient about things going according to plan, there. Our primary targets, though, were the top-ranked professors, nobles, and aristocrats present. Our hope had been to delay them, on the premise of Fair's wanting to discuss the impact of her immortality procedure, then to blow up the bridges. It would have been 20 people at most gathered in the largest building, with empty houses and buildings at the foot of Hackthorn below. Isolating, disorienting, with a lot of dark corners and hallways for a relatively small group to keep an eye on. Instead, there were more than 1,000 guests in that building, alongside some of ours. We couldn't attack effectively without risking hurting our own, and we had to temper our approach on the attrition front for much the same reason. If we lost their loyalty now, then they might share information. 1,000 individuals needed to sleep. Counters and surgical tables in the labs were only so comfortable. Benches and tables in the main hall and the broader sets of stairs overlooking that area had much the same issue, and the added issue of being less private. Clothing from luggage cases could be draped over the hard surfaces, but it was meager at best, and not everyone had access to their personal things. Add the parasites and other creatures we'd released as we went, the light dusting of irritants and gas I'd released when we'd made our escape, and it made for uneasy rest. They were venturing out to where there were beds. No doubt the more level-headed among them had noted the danger inherent in that. But we'd known we were fighting an enemy that was proud, above all else. All along the perimeter wall, I watched the little orange lights appear, then multiply. I rather like this part, Ashton said, beside me. The little orange lights glittered in his eyes. Me too, little man, me too. The larger of the orange lights were braziers. The smaller were the heads of the arrows. Little time was wasted in ensuring that the arrows were fired promptly. Targets had already been decided in advance. The first volley was in the air by the time the people in the main building managed to sound any kind of alarm. They used horns, and the bass drone of the collected instruments filled the air. Buildings had been treated to resist fire, and our removal of the stacks of firewood and the like meant there was a little less in the way of combustible targets. But there were bales of hay for the feed of horses, stacks of crates and barrels, arrows sailed into buildings and found curtains, floorboards, and pieces of furniture. Even with the wood being treated, there were places arrows could sink in and burn away with enough intensity that they would eventually start burning. The flaming arrows weren't solely targeted at the buildings they'd chosen to sleep in, but at the buildings that had the infrastructure for stitched servants to recharge, and at the outdoor buildings where war beasts and other animals were being stabled. The flames were starting to spread. People were fleeing now, and some were releasing the animals from the stables. There was an effort to get the stitched out of the burning building, hampered by the agitated stitched themselves. We should have set fire to the tall building down there, Ashton said. The steeple. Yeah, Ashton said. We considered it, if I'm remembering right. Given how your head works, I'm thinking your reasons are different from the rest of us. It would be more symmetrical, Ashton said. And it would flow better. As it is now, it's like a sentence that starts, pauses in the middle, and starts again. He used his hand, gesturing, to sort of illustrate what he meant. I can't tell if you're a genius or if it's pure coincidence, but flow was my line of thinking too, I said. More to do with the flow of people, creating the right balance of chaos. Call it genius then, Ashton said. One of the buildings blew up. The initial flare of the explosion illuminated the scattered figures on the street. It was the middle of the night, they'd been stirred from their beds, there were freed horses and war beasts here and there, and Stitched had been released from one building, agitated from the fire. In a strange city at the dead of night, even the ones with their wits about them didn't necessarily know which way to run. More explosions would be nice too, Ashton said. Agreed, I said. Looks like the voltaic system that houses Stitched just blew up. Maybe, Ashton said. A new flash of light appeared at the girls' dormitory. A very bright point of white that sailed skyward. It detonated in the sky, so bright it left a spark on my field of vision. The brilliant, flickering flash quickly died out as the projectile sailed toward the ground. The smoke and the deep shadows made it hard to track what was going on, but I saw Miss Muffet's spider make its appearance. Other experiments were venturing into the fray, more recognizable for the fact that they were very focused on what they were doing, and the enemy was more jumbled, trying to organize, forming into ranks or hurrying toward safer territory. Fires lower to the ground helped cast long shadows for creatures that already had long limbs. The poison apple, Miss Muffet's spider, the giant, the nightmare that didn't burn, the crimson bull. Jessie and Lil have done their part, I said. Let's walk. Ashton grabbed Professor Foss' arm, striving to haul him to his feet. I would have helped, but my hands remained bound. Stand up, Ashton ordered. The professor remained in his seat, not cooperating. Ashton. Ashton turned his head. He turned it away as another distant explosion occurred. He sighed, as if he was very bothered he hadn't seen. He looked back in my direction. Do you have a knife? I asked him. That got me a nod. I stuck out a foot, sticking Professor Foss in the upper thigh with the toe of my shoe. You can stick it there, and it won't do too much harm. The professor stood in the same moment Ashton drew the knife. He stood there like that, glaring at me, then at Ashton, as if he could somehow maintain the veneer that he had some ability to resist. I saw the eye contact break and his posture slip a fraction, as Ashton worked his magic or the professor's ability to lie to himself faltered. Come on, Ashton said. He tugged on the professor's arm. I followed alongside, as we headed into the room, through it, and into the hallway. Students were standing guard. Probably more for me than for the professor. Please come with us, Ashton ordered them. Hold on to the professor for me while you're at it, please. We made our way out of the building, and onto the perimeter wall. We didn't bring lights with us. The fires were the focus, as were the gunshots, now, the war beasts on both sides, and the soldiers fighting on the ground. We had them running, we weren't really pressing them, and we weren't committing a terribly large amount of our forces. We wanted to test them and to strain their resources. But I kept an eye on the shadows, as best as I could. While we acted in the dark, it was very possible that a clever noble or professor might try to do the same. Talk to me about Frey, I said. Haven't seen her in years, the professor said. You're aware that if that's true, you're really not that useful to us? I asked. Then I'm not useful to you, he said. Are you going to throw me off the wall? There was something about the way he'd said that made me think he was too confident. Do you really want to tempt me? I asked. Ashton here doesn't give a damn, and I'm in restraints for a reason. I'm sure a smart man like you has noticed. I give a bit of a damn, Ashton said. His pale face changed as he squinted at me in the dark, arching his neck back to get a better look at my hands as I gestured. He added, I'd like to drop him from the wall into a place where there's some light. Some light, hey. I want to see the stains and splatters he makes. Oh. Or we could cut his knees and elbows and drop him onto a roof. We'll make him crawl like that, and see the smears and stains he makes as he goes. It'll be so nice to look at. Head games, the professor said. I said I was a genius earlier, but I'm not, Ashton said. I'm a vehicle for pheromone discharges. I have a scaffolded brain with a low H.S-like value, high mimicry, and high liquidity. I think someone like you might know what that means. I have some ideas, the professor said, sounding very tired. I like the pretty patterns and colors, Professor, Ashton said. And I'm not very adaptable in late-stage growth, and I'm well past early stage, so you can do the math. Eventually I won't adapt at all, and I'll turn inwards. I'll be stuck in an endless loop. But for now I'm not, and I'm staying comfortable and doing what makes me happy. And making you into interesting patterns would make me happy. I'm not a vat-grown shelf head, and I honestly wouldn't mind, I said. These students you two have escorting me might disagree. We were told to follow their orders. If the two of them disagree, we follow Ashton over Sylvester. Ahoy, the professor said. The sound came out guttural, as much a groan as words. Frey, I reminded him. You're pretending there's another answer. I'm pretending that you're acting like you're untouchable when you really shouldn't be that confident. Shouldn't I be? He asked. Professor Foss was older, his hair grown in white, curled at the edges in a mimicry of the wigs of old, which had been powdered to keep the bugs out. He looked haggard, worn out by just the afternoon and evening in our company. But there was something beyond that. Even being on edge, with one escape and recapture, even with all the stressors and the need to focus and keep control of his faculties while Ashton worked on him, he was still fighting. I couldn't remember much of him, but I could draw on context and I could read him. Being a headmaster necessitated being a politician, as well as a professor. He struck me as the kind of politician who obstructed, and I knew that he hadn't volunteered much on Frey, despite our suspicion of his involvement with her. He was delaying and obstructing now. The rhetorical questions, the way he steeled himself. He would break, and I suspected he knew he would break, but he was determined to stall as much as possible. Lady what's your name? I said. The one you gave into Frey's care. Claire, Ashton supplied. Lady Claire. She helped Frey and you backed her, you let Frey slip under the radar, even at the expense of the academy. You played your part, Professor. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but Lady Claire is here. She's over there in that building. She was, Ashton said. She was over there in that building. Our walk along the perimeter wall had brought us to a point that was very close to where the wall met the slope of the main building. The doors and path down the cliffside to the harbor were all very near. Students had clustered in the shadows here. Mary was among them. They were using ropes to lower barrels down the face of the wall. Professor Foss started. He stopped. She? I asked. He set his jaw. He hadn't meant to speak. Ashton's influence. My focus shifted. I wanted to pay attention to the nearby shadows. It wasn't good that I had to remain bound, but I was concerned that each hit from the Infante would be worse than the last, and I wasn't positive that the lambs being nearby would be a guarantee. How long before I forgot them, or before I needed two lambs with me at all times? She was pretty, Ashton said. Was she? I asked. I wanted to fill the void, to keep up the patter. Ashton had softened the wall, and now we needed to hammer at it. She looked nice. Very asymmetrical, Ashton said. But in a good way. Clothes and hair asymmetrical. I think I'd like to, what's it called? When you're cooking meat and you cut it down the middle and open it up. Butterflying, Mary said, her voice soft. I'd like to butterfly the pretty lady Claire, Ashton said. Or it would be better if someone else could, and I could watch. I could, Mary and I said at the same time. Stop, the professor said. I stopped. We all waited. I know full well what you are doing, the man said. I know. Let's not play games. Let's cut to the chase, Professor, I said. Let's talk properly. We know you will eventually. And if I don't, you'll weaken my resistances, break down my willpower, and make me unable to keep the vivid imagery of one of the people I love most in the world being brutalized from my mind. Not brutalized, Ashton said. We could be gentle about it. She could even be asleep, so she didn't move too much while we carved bits out. Even in the dark, I could see the tension in the professor's neck. I've been in touch with Genevieve Frey, he said. I don't have much to say. She's not very active, she hasn't been moving much, in part because there aren't many places to go. No idea what she's planning, then. I asked. The professor stared at me for a long moment. Whatever she's doing, it's near Redham, and if she's wrapping it up, she's intent on doing it where she got her start. I thought at first that she was planning on doing what you seem to be doing here, getting her pieces arranged, being more patient about it, but I'm less sure about that as time goes on. I glanced at Mary. Redham was one of our planned stops, if we get out of here okay. Who's in the admin building? She asked. Students, soldiers. They'll toot a horn if there's trouble. But nobody's going to attack the main building, I said. Mary didn't respond immediately. 90% sure, I said. We left a clear path to there when we decided not to burn the spire. Steeple, Ashton corrected. And they'll think it's a trap. I'm 85% sure. Mary didn't look impressed. What are you doing here, SY? She asked. I thought we'd stand guard while you work, I said. You, the least combat-capable member of the Lambs, with your hands tied behind your back, no less, she asked, her tone wry. And Ashton, the second least combat-capable Lamb. Ashton and I voiced very different protests at the same time. I've gotten better, I said, when there was a moment. It's predicated on opportunism, ambush, and debilitating the enemy, but still. And I'm not the worst or second worst, even if I'm slow, Ashton said. I'm good with guns. Abby isn't good at anything. Weapons-wise, I said. Yeah, Ashton said. Mary looked between us. Something about her looked far gentler and less difficult than I'd seen in a long time. It worried me, more than anything. That Mary would let the hardness go any. I wasn't wholly sure what had predicated it. The ending being in sight, perhaps. Or an ending. Mine being one such possibility. Keep us safe, then, she said, still with that right tone. Sarcasm without the bite. I'll try, Ashton said, matching the right tone with earnestness. Mary grabbed the rope, then slid down it, over the other side of the wall. I could only barely make out the pale blob that was Helen. The two of them disappeared down the cliff, Helen so close to Mary that it looked like they'd get in each other's way, get caught up in each other and drop off the cliff face to the rocks below. Here and there, students in dark clothes were working with ropes, to lower down barrels and cases. Where does this go? The professor asked. We break you, I said. Me specifically, or you, collectively. He nodded, as if there was no surprise in that. You break us, he said. You could have poisoned the vast majority of us at the outset, if you had a mind to. You could have made the gas you filled the dining hall with into something that killed. You didn't. Some of ours in the enemy ranks, I said. There were roads available to you that you didn't take. Now here we are. I can see much of what's ahead, but not all of it. Your peers will get hungry, I said. You'll eat some of the war beasts. You'll make what you can and use chemicals and experiments to come after us. But we've left you all with very little, the numbers favor us, really, even if your strength is disproportionately higher on the face of things. You'll get desperate. On the one side of the wall, the enemy was retreating into the main building. The lowest-ranked students, doctors, aristocrats, and experiments had taken up roost there, in hopes of some comfort or refuge, and they'd been denied it. If we couldn't divide them up, we'd force them to cram in together in the main building. Maybe it would drive friction. On the other side of the wall, I couldn't see it, but Mary, Helen, and the team that had crawled down were carting off barrels and containers. They would float them out to set points and they would release the chemicals, hopefully without exposing themselves to the stuff. The Academy and the Crown are proud, above all else. You put a lot of stock in your ability to hold your heads high. So the first stage of this? We make you lower your heads. All the better to chop at them with the headsman's axe, the professor said, with the tone of someone who didn't think that was a real possibility. To humiliate them. I was silent, watching the shadows. Was that someone I saw, or a thick cloud of smoke? Or to collar them, the professor asked. It was a person. A figure. The noble I'd seen before, who'd worn the red jacket. He wasn't wearing the jacket now, only a black silk shirt and pants tucked into boots. He was watching the wall top. There are two types of control, you know, the professor said, behind me. The first is to rise up, so that when you act, you need only to reach down. The effort is minimal, the cost of acting small compared to the impact earned. It was eerie that he said that as I looked at a noble. What had the man's name been? Carling? The other, the path I took at Kinsford, in dealing with Genevieve Frey, was to bring the others down. To allow ruin to befall other academies while I kept the footing of Dame Cicely's intact. We were quick to develop countermeasures, to free key individuals from the leash. Genevieve Frey promised, and it came to pass. Carling paused, and in that pause, I wondered if he'd made eye contact with me. I couldn't see well enough in the dark to tell. Ashton, beside me, was looking in the same direction. He didn't seem too concerned, but the things that concerned him were a little different than the norm. Are you lowering others to your level, lambs, or are you raising yourselves up? The professor asked. Carling turned, and he strode into the smoke and darkness. If he was making a play, it wouldn't be immediate. Carling, the pale Lady Gloria, Professor Gossamer. There were others. The smarter enemies that were watching and acting decisively rather than milling about. They were coordinating, and I felt as though they were keeping pace with us so far. The rest not so much. If anything, I felt like the minor struggles, the disorganization and the silly little things like aristocrats finding common beds to sleep in the city itself were gambits. Remains to be seen, I said. A lot depends on what your side ends up doing here. But I think it's key to note something. I was glad I'd come, so I could see the enemy, almost look them in the eyes. The Gossamer thing would drink the water we'd polluted, unless it was somehow able to take commands extensive enough to guide it away from water that might be poisoned, somewhere further down the coast, where it still had anchors. It would attack once or twice more, and then it would drink, and it would die. They're going to make a play within a few hours, before their side is too weak from hunger. It wasn't an idea I had that was wholly based in logic or anything specific I'd noted. But instinct suggested it was right. It made the most sense, and it was the most inconvenient thing they could do. It would coincide with the last attack from the Gossamer thing, before the thing had a chance to be poisoned or counteracted. It would be decisive, one way or the other. It's key to note something, the professor asked. Half of the lambs are broken, dead, or dying, I said. So if we bring you all down to our level, it's not going to be pretty. It's not a pretty thing either, to raise yourself up to a better position, if you're starting from a point marked by the dead, dying, and broken, he said. I'm going to guess you're not one for prayer, I said. Being loyal to the crown and all. More than some, he said. The school I run used to be a religious one, before the title changed. My voice was hard, and I was very cognizant of the Infante in the corner of my vision, intently staring through the gloom. Well, maybe say some words, then. Because that ugliness, whichever way the plan goes, is going to include you, your Claire, and everything else you hold dear. Root and Branch 19.10. I'd expected them to strike before dawn, when the city was still dark. They didn't. I was left to wonder if they had delayed because of internal strife or if it was because they wanted to run counter to expectations. The sun was rising but the sky was overcast. War beasts and experiments had been led out of the main building and tunnels, and our opposition had gathered every last man they could spare. Some of our own were in their number, pressed into service, trying to be helpful, or actually turning tail and joining the enemy. Who's the one in red again? Helen asked. Lord Carling, Jessie said. He caught my eye too, I said. Helen made an amused sound. The enemy maintained formations as they made their way through the morass of burned buildings and the detritus from the night's skirmishes. The Gossamer thing still stuck close to the main building, holding back while the small army advanced. Lesser creatures were charging forward squads of very mobile stitched beasts, and things that looked halfway between man and beast. Here and there, they ran into trouble. Miss Muffet's spider, injured already from combat earlier in the evening, was uncovered as it lurked in darkness. Soldiers and stitched raised weapons, on alert, but the 6 nobles that were taking point didn't flinch or even glance in that direction. As if they'd already grasped the situation and decided how it would conclude. Or as if they just didn't care. As if a spider that could swallow a man whole and then start chowing down on another man without swallowing was a thing that could be ignored. Beasts and brutish experiments threw themselves at the spider. Webbing and spider's spawn laid in the midst of the rubble caught the first of them, snaring and biting at legs and feet. The surge of the Academy's forces was such that men with the heads of flayed beasts and beasts were able to trample over and on the backs of their kin, to bypass the snares and spawn. They mobbed the great spider, and they dragged it down to the ground. There were others. People afflicted with parasites, people bloated with gas to the point they threatened to rupture, stitched who'd lost their minds and were fighting anything that drew close, regardless of allegiance. The lambs had gathered, and we watched the enemy make their approach. Jessie, Lillian, Helen, Duncan, Mary, Ashton, and Nora were all present. We stood as a group. They're carrying barrels, Jessie observed, holding binoculars to her eyes. They might be trying to smoke us out, if they aren't releasing something custom-made. Do you think they ate? I asked. Ate? Duncan asked. I'm just trying to gauge their mental states, see if I can't figure out the angle they'll take. It hasn't been so long that they'd really feel like the hunger was making them weaker, but it'd make them irritable. Irritable would be good. I don't imagine hunger is a factor, Jessie said. We guess they might butcher war beasts for rations. One large war beast feeds a lot of people. Probably, I said. So my next question is, when they decided they'd slaughter one war beast and serve it as food, did they save the food for the attacking party? Are the people up in the main building going without, feeling the initial pangs of hunger and fatigue as they watch? At this stage, I feel like I have to point out it doesn't seem like the #1 priority, Duncan said. But I know I'm leaving myself open to someone telling me how very wrong I am. Nat, I said. I was very intently peering over the unfolding scene. In a few minutes, the enemy would be at the doors below. At this stage, it's not the top priority. But I don't think we can do much more planning or strategy. I'm thinking ahead a little bit. You're making me nervous, going on the tangent, Lillian said. Her hand gripped the chains that shackled me, and I felt a shift in the chains that suggested she was gripping them tighter or pulling them closer to her. Let's stay focused. All right, I said. By the looks of it, Carling was leading this particular expedition. Gloria wasn't far behind him. The other nobles looked to be lesser. We were near the middle floors of the admin building, peering through a hole in the wall. We were closer to the ground floor of the building than to the roof, which meant I had to crane my neck to look up and see the higher floors of the Lady of Hackthorn. Countless people were gathered at the windows, peering through to watch proceedings. I could see the subtle shift in shade where the professors were gathering en masse. The advancing group's pace slowed as they drew nearer. I see lambs, Jessie said. Who? I asked. Carling, she said. He says he doesn't see many of our people at the windows. Lip reading. He's been given remarkably keen eyes, I said. And keener intuition. He had a pretty good sense of where we'd be last night. He didn't use that knowledge, but he was watching us. Mary gave me a sidelong glance, clearly unimpressed. He was looking in the first place. If we hadn't been there, he would have been able to follow you or cut off your return to Hackthorn. I didn't say anything, she said. Sure, I said. Carling's intel is probably why they haven't sent the gossamer thing to go get another drink. They figured out what we were doing. It's not the first time he's positioned himself well to collect information and be right on top of what we were doing. He realized the houses had been stripped within the first quarter hour of our attack beginning. End result's the same, isn't it? Mary asked. It only gets a few more attacks in before wearing down. I wouldn't say that, I said. Carling's group stopped in their tracks, a short distance from the admin building. Stray warbeasts and experiments caught up with their group, many bloodied from the encounter with the spider and other stray experiments. What would you say, then? Mary asked. She sounded nettled. That the journey is the same, or the progression is. But it's their move, their decision on the end result. She nodded. Cryptic, Duncan said. Mary was the one who spoke. What SY is saying is if it died like we wanted it to die, it'd spend the last of its strength without them fully realizing what had happened. Panic, paranoia, wondering about gases that affect sensitive systems, parasites, they'd wonder about the resources at our disposal. That's no longer the case. If they had any ideas about preserving the thing for the future, they're gone now. They're free to use every last bit of strength it can bring to bear, destroying it in the process. Carling is remarking to the others that this feels a great deal like a trap. That we're baiting him. We are, Ashton said. Obviously we are. SHH, I said. Let's not discount the possibility that the noble huntsman there can also read lips. What do you have up your sleeves, there? The Lady Gloria was observing the stitched who were hauling the barrels. They were made of sturdy material that wasn't metal. Possibly bone, possibly painted or coated wood. The barrels were being gathered, stacked in piles. They're standing a set distance away, Jessie said. Look at that. Just beyond the point our fire arrows reached. It's calculated. A man after your own heart, Jess. I asked. Jessie tilted her head my way and rolled her eyes. We have guns, they have to know we have guns. Guns are inaccurate at a tenth this distance, even if the range on modern rifles might be superior, Jessie said. Unless we're talking Mauer's special guns, and we don't have any of those. I could have got some if you'd reminded me, Helen said. Lessons learned, I said. I studied them for a moment, then added, they're plotting their first move. Is this one of those situations where the person who makes the first move loses the initiative? Duncan asked. Because I gotta say, we've got cards to play. Holding them back because we're concerned about the counterplay might mean we don't ever get to play him. I agree, Mary said. You guys are bores, I remarked. Nora? Would you? Mary asked. Which? Nora asked. Emmett's station. The words were barely out of Mary's mouth when the crash occurred at the leftmost end of the admin building. Every head on the ground turned to look. What we'd set up overnight to look like boards shoring up a hole in the wall was, akin to a dam. Emmett had just breached it. No water fell, no billowing smoke. There was no rain of spiders or parasites. Ahoy! I raised my voice, bellowing. I wanted their attention. Some of the nobles could hear me, but they were halfway occupied with surveying the scene, trying to get a better idea of what was happening. To all appearances, we'd shattered a wall of wooden planks. Keen eyes would see that the space beyond was simply more wood, an empty box. Carling! I called out, pushing my voice to its limits. My throat was raw from shouting I didn't remember doing. Gloria! It's a joke. It's not a joke, Jessie said, translating what seemed to be Lady Gloria's words. She was backing up swiftly, barking out orders. She flung her hands to either side of her as she gestured with the same efficacy that another person might swing a sword. She was likely as dangerous, not that the elaborate white dress and elbow-length gloves conveyed that impression. Get back! Get back! Get to higher ground! Jessie didn't normally speak in a monotone, but she did here, and it made for a curious juxtaposition with the scene. They were retreating, backing off. They moved to rooftops and the skeletal remains of burned buildings, but some soldiers, some beasts, and some stitched were slow to move. A small few of that some reacted with pain. They stopped, dropped, and thrashed. Don't fall, Jessie translated Gloria's words. We'd released a volume of gas coupled with a few treats we'd suspended in the mixture. Naked to the eye, the gas hung close to the ground, pulled by gravity and displacing air. Junior had led the team that had come up with this, but the idea belonged to a grey coat that had lost their standing and ability to keep progressing when they'd been deemed too tame, too averse to combat. They'd been a specialist in sterilization methods. This was the specialist's answer. A rebuke of the people that had stopped them from getting their black coat. It was sterilization, microscopic fibrils floating through the gas, binding to cell walls, be it bacteria, skin, or eye. They quickly induced cell death. The idea had been to eradicate bacteria, then remove lingering fibrils. They'd never gotten that far. Now, well, we could remove fibrils, but for now it hurt like nothing else, and it made flesh break out in rashes, ruptured veins, and then the flesh would turn black and wither away. Some of the war beasts were succumbing. Some were already bleeding from more sensitive tissues, like the nose, ears, eyes, and softer flesh on the arms and legs. It didn't look like we'd caught any of ours. They hadn't thought to bring hostages or anything like it, if the students who'd stayed behind in the main hall were even suitable as such. All 6 nobles had found places to roost. They stood on chimneys and sat on rooftops. Gloria had chosen to stand on a pillar of wood from a burned building. Even the army and beasts that accompanied the nobles had mostly found places to go. Carling turned, then raised a hand high overhead. He dropped it until it was pointed our way. There was scarcely a delay before the gossamer creature pulled away from the main building. It was only a fraction slower than we'd seen it before, but that fraction applied to all of the strands. With the way it moved, attaching, anchoring, and reeling into the point closest to its destination, it began to take on an image of a small animal on ice, trying and failing to get traction. Not all of the tendrils that should have been forming anchors were doing so. Ah, Helen said. It's hurting. I can't begin to imagine it has anything resembling nerves, Duncan said. But it's hurting, Helen said. Let's not anthropomorphize it, Duncan said. Are we just taking this hit? Probably, Jessie said. If it was a person it would be limping, Ashton said. Please stop sympathizing with the super weapon, Duncan said. Abby's saying that it's suffering, Nora said. Duncan sighed. It needs to eat, drink, and rest. We disturbed its rest, we denied it the opportunity to rehydrate, and now it's slower. It was still terrifying. Powerful, hard to wrap my head around. The thing drew closer, beginning to form its spike. Carling was standing there on a chimney, watching us. What's your move? We had a series of traps arranged. A dozen countermeasures, lined up and ready. They wanted to reach a window or a door, they wanted to get inside, and then they could start doing untold damage. He was playing a game with us, trying to stay a step ahead, to anticipate. He knew that the countermeasures wouldn't stop with the gas. Come on, I thought. Come on. Carling spoke, dropping to one knee, and his position atop the chimney would have been precarious if it wasn't for his physical prowess. His hands worked on his slacks, tucking them into his boots. He said to stay. He's acting alone, Jessie translated. The noble cinched the straps on his boots tight. The gossamer thing drew nearer. It was already setting anchors in place. I wondered if it had the mental faculties to remember its prior attacks. It felt faster on the uptake than it had been before, even as it struggled to anchor itself here and there. Gloria's saying, Jessie started. The hazard is. Nora asked. But there was no telling. Lady Gloria had raised a hand to her mouth. No more lip reading was possible until she moved it. The hazard is already clearing up, I guessed. Yeah, Lillian said. The statement meant that Lord Carling was more or less free to move. He dropped from the chimney, and moved with surprising speed as he headed toward the barrels they'd brought. Release the stray war beasts, Mary said. Yes? Even with the gas? Yes, Jessie said. Told them, Nora said. Carling reached the barrels, seizing the upper rim in his hands. Stepping forward, he twisted his upper body around, then swung the barrel. He released it 3/4 of the way through the swing, and the barrel sailed our way. I didn't see where it hit, but I heard glass break, just a couple of floors down. It had penetrated a window. We're going to find out what that is, I suppose, I said. Bastard of 10 bitches. That had to be a 6th-story window, Duncan said. He managed to hurl another before our second play came into effect. War beasts. They were minor, all things considered, scarcely more than attack dogs with extra mass and ruffs of quills and spines extending down their backs, cresting at the shoulders. There were no special tricks, no poisons on the quills, no hidden benefits to using the dogs. They'd been something we'd been able to prepare in the short time we'd had, and they now unwittingly attacked a target that they had virtually no chance against. They were, in this moment, little more than obstacles that made Carling take just a little bit longer before he could throw another barrel. Mary broke away from the group, running. Knives fell from Mary's sleeves, dangling on wire. She began spinning them around, wire and knife forming a circular blur. She turned on her heel, Nora. Helen went with her, not looking even half as dangerous. We collectively worked without needing to communicate in too much detail. We were at the pivoting point. We'd scarcely communicated who would do what, but we knew each other well enough to know who should handle what. Duncan ran, one hand on Ashton's shoulder, steering him. Jessie followed behind, lagging, her eye on what was going on outside. Lillian pulled slightly on the chain. She wanted to go in the direction Mary had. Carling was using the barrel to bludgeon the spike dogs. They bit for him and he was quicker. They bit for the barrel, and with its weight, it was slower. He unslung his axe from behind him, then in short order cut down the full pack of spike dogs, one hand still on a barrel that was being jerked and tugged by the 200-pound lesser warbeast. Slamming the weapon down into the body of a spike dog that lay in arm's reach, he returned to a two-handed grip on the barrel. He heaved it around and threw it. A different corner of the building this time, again punching through a window. This time, it coincided almost perfectly with the terrible noise of the spike grinding and scraping its way through the building, crushing wood and cleaving through stone, impaling the building. Like Jessie was for Duncan and Ashton, Lillian and I were support for Mary and Helen. We weren't in fighting shape, there wasn't much for us to do, with me having my hands behind my back and Lillian being not fantastically equipped for a fight. The spike dissolved into strands, and Mary cut, throwing knives and having them cut through the air, using the razor wire here and there to control the movements of the strands more than to cut or harm them. Helen was simply reaching up and batting at strands with her hands, moving in jerky, offbeat ways that let her move through the worst of the clouds. Here and there, the strands of the great gossamer creature would cut at Helen's hair or at some extraneous bit of lace or ribbon on Mary's dress. Helen wasn't immune to being cut, but she had some protections. She gathered the strands into clusters. Carling attacked yet again. Another broken window. He was spacing them out. The last one had been close to the middle of the building, which was also very close to where we were. Had he seen us with that keen eyesight, Carling would have known that a good offensive measure would be best placed hereabouts. Let's go see what that is, I said. Lillian nodded. We'll be close. I called out. It wasn't far. Lillian gripped the chain, as if she thought I was going to snap and run away. I wanted to tell her that I wasn't about to, that I was 60% sure that my inner infante wouldn't act if he didn't think he could do something. But there was something equitable in that I was bound and at Lillian's mercy, at least in part. Lillian pushed a set of doors open, and I saw the scant light moving over the shards of glass from the broken window. The barrel had come to rest here too, both the top and bottom ends had been designed to come off on impact. One gaunt figure had already come forth and stood, where he or she had been contorted within. Another was crawling out. They were crimson, their flesh more like something coagulated and hardened, blood clots in crude humanoid form, and they barely looked ambulatory. But they were crusted with growths. More of the growths crusted the inner walls of the barrel. It looked like a hive, and a swarm of insects as red as the blood clot ambulatory hosts were spreading through the air. They crawled in and out of the hives and crevices in the hosts. Lillian and I stared at the scene, then reversed course. We slammed the door shut behind us. Okay, no, Lillian said. Nothing we can do about that for now. No gas? No drugs or countermeasures? Not like this, she said. We headed back to the others. Lillian's hand slid down from the chain to my hand, clutching it. I squeezed back, for reassurance, for whatever else. The spike plunged into the building again. Somewhere close. Lillian and I had to stop while the building rumbled, settling in the aftermath of the architectural violence. Okay, I thought. We hurried in the direction of the attack. We found Mary and Helen there, still cutting, still collecting. Collected strands were gathered together with curtains torn from hangers, bundled together like sheaves of grain. Helen heaved one over her shoulder, backing away as Mary redoubled her efforts, damaging the creature as much as possible while it withdrew. Bugs, I said. Probably parasites. They know size here, so if they're using parasites, it's probably something nasty he's not going to be so resistant to, Lillian said. Telling them, Nora said. Mary and I glanced out the window at the same time. Her eye was on the gossamer creature. Mine was with a mind for Carling, who was retreating some while the other nobles and experiments advanced. He was gone. We were caught up enough in watching out for the enemy that the other lambs caught up with us more than we caught up with them. They'd collected the young ones. Abby, Bo Peep, Lara, and Emmett. Ready? Jessie asked. Duncan already had the first cloth tunnel, and he knew how to mount it at the window. Ashton, inexplicably, also knew. I wondered if he'd read all of the safety manuals. It seemed like his thing, since he had a way of reveling in what others found interminably boring. The tunnel was placed at the window, then allowed to unfurl. It extended down to the ground. Feet out to the sides, Ashton said. Use them to slow yourself down. One by one, Lamb and Neolam made their way down. As strategies went, it wasn't intuitive, but it wouldn't have worked if it hadn't been a touch unintuitive. We abandoned the admin building and those who still remained within. We placed ourselves on the ground level of the city, against the best this crop of lesser nobles could provide. Helen was one of the last to descend, and she didn't use the inside of the tube, instead sliding along the outside. She gestured firmly for us to go. This came down to strategy and head games, anticipating what Gloria or Carling might try, and getting ahead of that. It had been a part of the plan since we'd needed to come up with a new way of doing things, after Fairs had spoiled the timing. Carling had seen all of the lambs together, he'd seen how and where we'd staged attacks and he'd inferred where we were setting up and taking action. Faced with that information, he'd elected to do the cowardly thing, he was organizing his troops into attacking a different section of the academy. The girls' dorm, the boys' dorm, restoring peace at the harbor. This was the real danger, the point where our most vulnerable were at the most risk, faced with the enemy's most dangerous. It mandated special attention, personal involvement. The shackles clanked and bounced behind me as I ran, the lambs all around me. Behind us, Helen triggered the traps, securing the admin building in a way that would bar the enemy, slow them down. Strands of the creature filled the air all around her, glistening dangerously in the rays of light that cut through the overcast atmosphere. A distant rumbling sound got quieter and quieter still, and only because we were moving away from it. Had we been close, we might have been able to shape some of it. Instead, the builder's wood began to raise an almost inverse portcullis, ground to sky. Would that man with the keen eyesight see it? Would paranoia win out on his side? Would he attack one of the dormitories and do grievous harm to the rebels within? There were other nobles, any of which could have struck out on their own or broken from pattern. Enemies are close, Helen murmured. Everyone present drew their weapons, with the exception of the little ones, Lillian and myself. By retreating, they'd wanted to bait us out. They'd succeeded. We were out of the building. Jessie had led us up a gentle slope, and now that we were there, we had a better view of everything around us. Hands went up, gesturing, marking the forces that were surrounding us. Other gestures were to draw attention to the admin building. Our departure point, we'd barred the path by littering the area with Helen's rain of cutting strands, we'd sealed gates, trapped the scattered few within inside. Carling was circling back now. He'd drawn us out, and now sought to claim a critical territory, the admin building we'd taken special measures for. He wanted the supplies, medical resources, accommodations, everything they might want or need in order to weather the siege. He moved faster than us, and it seemed to be a foregone conclusion. When the smallest of us were entirely out of breath and those of us who could carry them no longer, we stopped. There wasn't a full minute's respite before there was another message. Explosions, one after another. The remaining bridges fell much as the one between the main building and the admin building had. The explosions continued to rattle the city, which wasn't large. An explosion on one side of the city made windows rattle in their frames until they cracked, on the other side. It seemed to go on for an hour, when it might have only been 5 minutes. The face of the admin building was damaged, but already, the damage was repairing. Further up, the edge of the roof was cracked, and material was flowing out, down the face of the building. It was the cosmetic side of Hackthorn, weaponized. The builder's wood and the seeds with accelerated growth for the hanging gardens now cascaded down the front of the building, caught by flower beds and windowsills, settling between shingles and in gutters. Even the creatures that surrounded us were pausing to take it all in, to watch the wood grow moment by moment, curling, twisting, and forming elaborate shapes. The trap had been sprung. Assuming they'd been caught, in whole or in part, and that they hadn't sprung it prematurely out of sheer guile, they would still get free eventually. But if we'd captured some, most, or all, then we had them. The siege was a few steps from being won. But the biggest part, the part that satisfied so thoroughly, was that, barring a terminal wrinkle in this plan, our targets having wholly slipped the net, we were right back to what we'd originally planned, our enemy divided. As for the conquered part of that, I glanced at the Infante. We were pretty sure the lambs were ready. Root and branch 19.11. In the distance, on the far side of Hackthorn, barely visible with the main building and the other constructions barring the view some, a gargantuan warbeast climbed up the face of the boys' dormitory. It was vaguely ape-like, but with a long crimson mane and no mouth on its face. It was quick, acting with jerky moments and deceptive speed for something its size. Its feet kicked in through windows on the 3rd floor while oversized hands gripped windowsills on the 5th. The gossamer thing floated a distance behind it. The two had been taking turns, not because they were that incredibly coordinated, but because the ape was scared shitless of the gossamer thing, but was compelled to attack, so it moved in whenever the gossamer thing backed off. Between them, they were doing a fair amount of damage. The gossamer thing had slowed down considerably in recent hours, but the boys' dormitory wasn't quite as formidable as the admin building. I worried. It found a grip on another window, and it started to make its ascent, tearing down architecture by accident more than by purpose. No sooner was its grip settled than a flash of light and fire flared around the hand. The sound of the explosion reached us a second later. They'd anticipated where it might grab and timed explosives to go off when the hand appeared. One of its paws now a bloody ruin, the silent ape tumbled to the ground below, landing in what had to have been an awkward position, given my last glimpse of it before it dropped out of sight behind the intervening buildings. It didn't rise to its feet or crawl anywhere, instead thrashing on the spot, an occasional leg, foot, or arm sticking up to where we could see from our vantage point. The blind and deaf apes were still in reserve, but I wasn't overly concerned. By all reports, they were designed to be big, but they didn't have a great deal going for them otherwise. They were a mediocre project from one of the smallest academies. For now, it looked like the gossamer thing didn't have much left in it. I'm trying to figure out how I feel about all this, Helen said. You're not one for agonizing and self-doubt, I observed. Or even for doubting the rest of us. Helen stirred restlessly in her seat. She'd taken a nice window seat, padded with cushions on either side, and curled up in it. The way she'd positioned herself was just so, when it came to Helen. In more ways than one, she was too curled up, too able to move her head to view what was happening in the world beyond, given the way she was oriented. Lillian was standing just a short distance away, hands in her coat pockets, tense and analytical as she watched proceedings in, very possibly the absolute opposite perspective that Helen was. I sat sideways in a heavy chimera leather and wrought iron chair, watching them more than I watched anything else. My left arm dangled, the manacle heavy. The other end was connected to the frame of the chair. My right ankle was connected by the same kind of measure. I like part of this, Helen said. I like that we're strangling them. In more ways than one, Lillian said. Helen craned her head around to look at Lillian, then twisted around, reorienting so her feet were where her head was and vice versa, without really standing or adjusting her profile. She took on a more easy, languid position as she draped herself along the window seat, and reached up, taking Lillian's hand in two of hers. You're in a mood, I remarked. Helen nodded. I'm restless. Restless was an adjective that paired badly when it was part of a trifecta that was put together with Helen and with the fact that she was holding on to someone I care about. Is that the flip side of what you were talking about? I want to be the one strangling. This is odd. Vicarious? I asked. Helen smiled. She moved Lillian's hand and held it against one side of her face. Good word choice. It's something I do, I said. And you do strangles, getting a hold on the enemy and then breaking them. This, all of this, it's really an abstract expression of you. It feels unfulfilling, Helen said. I like anticipation, and I like waiting for my prey, but that's usually when I know I'm going to, I'm not sure how to put it into words. Helen was set enough in her ways and specialized enough in what she did that her mental framework wasn't often tested or forced to adjust. She'd evolved some as she dealt with the breakdown of parts of her design, but she hadn't often been challenged. I didn't press or supply the ideas. It's like it's all drawing circles, and circles are good and beautiful and strong in so many ways, except it's embraces, isn't it? Sure, I said. And here we're drawing circles, but we have so many that are 3/4 of the way drawn and they're big and they're beautiful and I want so very badly to draw that last quarter circle and wrap all of this neatly in a way that lets me put a bow on top. But that's not how this finishes, is it? Not quite. Not physically, she said. Not with hands on long, slender parts of long slender people and cushy, soft parts of cushy soft people. No, I said. Not physically. Not with hands on crooked, twirly bits of crooked, twirly people. Helen turned her head, giving me a look, like a mother chiding a child. Silly, she said. You're the silly one, I said. I don't believe you've ever truly been teased, have you? Lillian glanced my way, taking notice of the word. Not left wanting. You're dangerous enough you get most prey that's gettable, and you don't often not get prey. Sometimes I don't, Helen said. But the ones I've waited the longest for are ones I think I might get eventually. Like Frey and Mauer. Lillian asked. And others, yes. It's been years and all of that's okay. I got close to Mauer and I almost closed that circle in a very inconvenient way. But that's fine. That's something else. There are others I wanted and then they went and died for reasons that weren't me, and I'm very good at being very disappointed for a very short time and then putting that disappointment behind me. But this is something else. Take your time with it, I said. Digest the feeling, decide what you want to do with it. And let me know if you need anything in the way of fine-tuning, to help you wrestle with it, Lillian said. I will, Helen said. She moved Lillian's hand closer to her head and gave it a kiss, still holding it in her own. Lillian barely reacted to Helen's strangeness, instead glancing my way. Speaking of comfort and needs, do you want me to move your chair, SY? I could cuff you over here. I'm comfortable, I said. I'll have to move again when it's time to eat, I think, and I can sort of see what's going on. Lillian folded her arms. Her reaction didn't quite strike me as her wanting me closer and being disappointed when I stayed put. I took note of it but decided that I couldn't do much about it without more information. For now, staying put and easing forward felt like the way to go about it. Rash and reckless movements would do more harm than good. The admin building had always been the trap meant for the nobles, and we'd prepped it well in advance. The last-minute changes had been mandated because of the damage the Gossamer thing had done, but we'd developed our work around. The trap had taken hold. The building was being enclosed in builder's wood and greenery, windows and doors blocked. We'd planted builder's wood around the holes they'd created with the Gossamer thing, and we'd destroyed the bridges that provided easy access to the rest of Hackthorn. We'd baited them in with the premise that we had people within, easy victims and leverage that we were desperately trying to protect, and we'd buried them. Just as we'd planned from the beginning, before fairs interfered. But wood took time to grow, even if it was academy-made, vines and branches took time to grow, and so the danger had been that the nobles could break out of the building before the trap was fully in place. With that in mind, we'd considered a great many improvised measures, and we'd thrown out each and every last one of them. Nobles couldn't be underestimated. No. Instead of trying to stop them, we'd let them. Now a pale gas sat within the enclosed walls of Hackthorn, stubbornly refusing to dissipate fully. The houses on the ground were unable to be seen given the thick vapors, and the nobles who had broken free of the admin building were, well, they'd escaped the building, only for their way back in to close up behind them. From my perspective, slouching in my seat with my chained arm and chained leg dangling over different arms of the chair, I could see out the window to where the white gas lapped against the outside of the admin building and the perimeter wall of Hackthorn Academy. I could see the admin building itself, more a gnarled twist of wood and vines than a proper building now. I could see the distant silhouettes of the nobles who stood or sat on the roof and the branches that were reaching over it. They barely moved. Almost anyone else would have gotten impatient, paced, or given some indication that they were talking among themselves. I wondered how much of their decision to stay as still as they were staying was because they were trying to conserve their energy and strength, how much was because they knew they were being watched and they were trying to unnerve us, and how much had to do with the fact that they had left their humanity long behind. What are you thinking, Lil? Lillian turned to look at me over one shoulder. It was a stern look. Hush, ignore him, Helen said. He's cranky because we're waiting for food. What makes you think he's bothering me any? Lillian asked. I can hear your blood, Helen said. It creaks as it runs through you. Also, it takes a moment, but if you're close, I can smell irritation. She still didn't like the lil thing. Still, it gave me a way to gauge where she and I stood. I cleared my throat, being careful to keep my tone light as I said, why am I the cranky one here? I asked a simple question. Lillian gave me a look that was almost rolling her eyes, then asked, are you sure you don't want me to move you? Am I missing something? You've asked me 3 times. Twice, Lillian said. 3 times, if I count you asking me if I'm comfortable and okay with where I'm at, when you first chained me here. Yeah, Lillian said. I guess you're right. And I guess I don't like that I can't watch what's going on out there and watch you at the same time, SY. I feel like I'm going to turn around to check on you and that chair will be empty, and you'll be up to something that leaves everyone in tears. I said. Sorry. No. It makes sense. This is our present reality. Yeah, SY. I suppose it is, Lillian said. The lines of tension were still standing out in her body language, but now I saw a hint of sadness as well. Well, I said. I think there's an easy answer to that one. How about you unchain me, to start off? Ahoy, Lillian said, without humor. Perfect solution. Well, that's only the beginning, dummy. Lillian arched an eyebrow at dummy. See, you unchain me, bring me over to the window, like you've been wanting to do, and just huck me through it. Lillian snorted. I was glad to see a smile on her face, cutting past the prior tension. Or you could dangle me by the chain. Lillian's smile widened, and she allowed herself a chuckle, pausing to glance back at the gas that saturated the lower grounds of Hackthorn. As Lillian watched, I saw her pause, gathering her composure, getting ready to say something more serious, then giggle to herself, so brief and quiet I might have missed it if I hadn't been studying her. I imagine Helen idly swinging me back and forth. I could, Helen said. Or I could climb down to say hi. That'd be nice. Are you keeping me company? Absolutely, SY, Helen said. And I could torment you for bribes while I do it. I'm probably overdue for that torment, I said. When I think of torments, I'm imagining something like you adjusting my shirt so it covers my head and arms, and tying it into a knot at the end, while I'm dangling from my ankle there. Me, upper body bare to the world, everything from the armpits up bagged and tied. Lillian's focus was on the window, and I could only see a bit of her face, but I could tell from that bit that a grin had spread across her face. Maybe do me a favor and undo my fly just in case I have to go. I promise that if you ever find yourself in those dire straits, I'll arrange you appropriately, Helen said. SY, Lillian said. You're aware that just wouldn't work, logistically? If you relieved yourself while dangling from your ankle, you'd be sure to get some on you. To the most tragic degree. I'm the one with the appropriate equipment, thank you, I said, in my best indignant voice. I'll have you know it's a question of maximizing how much I push and minimizing how much I dribble. I have a wyvern-equipped brain, so I'm sure I can optimize. Or wiggle my tied-up head and arms to move them out of the way. Lillian's giggles were non-stop now, as much as she was trying to suppress them. She managed in the midst of the giggle fit to pause, do her best to gather her composure. In the midst of it, as if purely by accident, she shot me a look of such pure, unadulterated warmth that it nearly knocked me out of my seat. Which served to make me mentally stumble, my next few lines dashed from my mind. I said. Now Helen smiled like there was a joke that only she got. Shush, you, I told her. I didn't say a word, Helen said, letting go of Lillian's hand, arching her back in a stretch, before turning, so she was facing the window, her back and side to us into the room. I found my words. So there I hang, dangling in more than one sense of the word. SY, Lillian said, between giggles. Puns? You're better than that. And while I'm doing my best to water the grass far below and not to waterboard myself, all of the humorless black coats and aristocrats are no doubt peering through the window watching, not quite able to convince themselves it's not a part of our devious plan that they should be very concerned about. Helen twisted in the moment and caught Lillian as Lillian sagged into the window seat, the stress of a very long few days, if not weeks, months, and years finding giggly release in irredeemable childishness. I left it at that. I was pretty content to watch Lillian smiling, with the occasional glance spared for the nobles, who had shifted their position a little as the overall footing had changed. 3 of them had gathered together to talk. I was content to bask, too, enjoying that memory of Lillian looking at me in a meaningful way that everyone wanted to be looked at. That it had happened while I went on at length about my being tormented said something, but I wasn't about to second-guess the weirdness of my fellow lambs. Things eased down from there. We watched the enemy through the window, as the gas and circumstance strangled them. 2 students entered the room, carrying a tray of tea and a tray of fruit slices, breads, cheeses and nuts. Are there treats to go with the tea? Helen asked, sitting up, her hands in her lap. After, the students said. Kitchens are packed with preparations for lunch. We're aiming to have something for tea in the early afternoon. All right, thank you, Helen said. The students departed, leaving the 4 of us alone in the room. I think I'm being tormented, Helen said. Yeah, I said. But it's the kind of anticipation and torment you can bear. It is, Helen said. Lillian glanced at me. Do you want tea now, SY? I know Helen waits until there's something to have with it. Not now, thank you, I said. All right. You're sure you're okay? I'm good, all things considered, I said. I waggled my foot, the chain rattling slightly. Lillian made a small snorting sound, hiding her face. Don't tell me you're still on that. I asked. Shush, Lillian said. Come on, Lil, there's gotta be rules about how long you're allowed to laugh at something, when it's behind us. Lillian let her head loll back, and she groaned. Yeah, I know, I said. Lillian rose from the seat, giving Helen a pat on the leg, so Helen would move her leg and free her to walk away. "Sy. Lil," I said, pressing it. She stalked her way to the chair I sat in. I remained in place, staring her down. "Watch your head," she said. Then she heaved, tipping the chair backward. It struck the ground with the impact that only a chair with a heavy framework of wrought iron could do. The dense padding in the leather didn't help with the weight. For my part, if it wasn't for the cuffs that bound me to my seat, I would have bounced clean out of the seat and sprawled on the floor. Instead, the chains jerked. "I've told you countless times, don't call me Lil." I closed my eyes. "Did you?" "My memory is terrible." "Haha," she said. I remained where I was, assessing my situation. The chair was such that I doubted my ability to lift it into an upright position again, which would be harder than tipping it back would be, especially with the irregular shape. I'd humiliate myself trying. That left me to figure out where I was going. I could sit on the front edge of my chair, but it was hardly comfortable for the long term. I could ask to relocate, as Lillian had recommended I do 2 or 3 times now, but that meant asking. Instead, as I lay there, I tried to be very still. My face changed, starting at a neutral position, but a grimace tugged at the edges, made my features contort. The grimace became a look of anguish. "Sy?" Lillian asked. "You're a charlatan. Don't think I believe you for a second." I measured my breathing, letting it grow tighter by the second. Even Helen had perked her head up, curious or concerned. Lillian drew near, bending down to kneel at my side. I wrapped the excess chain around her neck, toppled her, and pulled her to the ground. She reached out, and I matched her. My palm met hers, and I gripped her hand hard, fingers between each of hers, my grip firm. "Wait. Wrong hand." I switched, moving to snatch her other hand, doing much the same thing. I was just in time to catch it as the syringes sprung forth from beneath her fingernails. With my fingers where they were, I could keep her from bringing the syringes down to catch me. I matched her attempts to move her arms with resistance. One of my legs helped to keep her from moving her lower body too much. "You're such a butt, Sy," Lillian said. "Very mature," I said. "Such a butt." "Yeah," I said. "What are you gunning for, Sy?" "Gunning. The goal here? With this. Making you wish you hadn't tipped over my chair, for one thing." "Achieved," she said. I was studying her expression, trying to find the hints of discomfort, the imminent break I'd seen back in, wherever that city had been. "You're aware Helen's watching?" Lillian murmured. I moved my head, looking across the room. Helen was still there, lying across the window seat, one hand dangling, fingers touching the floor. She was staring at us. "Yeah," I said. "I'm being taunted," Helen said, mournfully. "Are you, now?" I asked. "My only joys are the vicarious and postponed," she said. "Helen," Lillian said. "Please. If you two had any grace at all, you'd close the circle. Honestly." "Helen," I said. "I know, she's 8. I understand. I know these things." Then she stood, and she strode from the room. "I have to ask," I said. "Do you have to? At the risk of opening up old wounds." Her voice was barely above a whisper. "I don't know, Sy. That's a horribly complicated thing, and a part of me worries I'll feel fine and good up until I don't, and that scares me." "Scares me too," I said. "But," she said, and her voice was quieter still. "I think I don't feel 2 steps behind, when it comes to where we stand, respective to each other. I got a coat, even if it wasn't the color I wanted. Yet. And you're not putting me in a bad place, where I'm having to straddle 2 sides. I kind of hauled you violently over to this side, into a place where we're holding the hoity-toity of the Crown States captive. You did. But it's steadier footing. I'm not divided anymore. And I'm not sure that fixes everything or even half of everything, but..." She moved her head, and she let it rest on my chest. The first night she'd shared a bed with me, she'd done much the same. She'd clung to me more, and maybe she would have here, if I wasn't holding her hands to keep the syringes at bay, in case turnabout was fair play. The weight of her head on my chest made a weight lift from me, in its odd, paradoxical way. I felt her sigh, and I felt even more of that weight lift. I closed my eyes. When I opened them, I saw the Infante standing where Helen had been, and I became very aware of how he might use this situation. Oh no. I postponed closing my eyes again for as long as I could. Eventually, I blinked, and the Infante was gone. I heard his voice, as if from another room. "You were made to destroy, Sylvester. You were baptized in poison." I didn't dare move or speak, in case that tipped this ever so delicate situation to his care. I shouldn't have done this. But if I shouldn't have, then I couldn't necessarily trust myself to do it again. I couldn't ever have this. I'd been given a taste of it with Lillian, then with Jessie, and now with nobody at all. Was that how it went? Moisture in my eyes didn't help with my attempt to keep from blinking. I failed, and I saw the Infante had moved closer, crossing half the distance from where he'd been. My hand still holding Lillian's, my fingers interned with hers, so she couldn't curl them in and use the syringes on me. I moved our hands so I could run the back of my hand along Lillian's hair at the side of her head. I found myself having to blink again. The Infante was gone. If he closed the distance again. You have known hard, undeniable truths since you were capable of looking for them. Death takes us all. Some sooner than later, the Infante said. He sounded as if he was in the room. I'm sorry, I said, my voice soft. For everything, I said. Don't be, Lillian said. Life's too short for regrets, isn't it? I screwed my eyes shut. I gave her a peck on the lips. Every time I let my guard down, I lose something. She moved her hand a fraction, and moved my hand in the process. I was very conscious of the chain pulling across her throat. It felt like seconds and it felt like hours, that I was suspended in that state of tension, striving not to move, to give him anything. I'd pulled that chain tight, and in my stillness, I'd already done what I'd feared I would do in the future. My hands felt hot now, compared to how cold hers were. I knew she was already dead. I opened my eyes to see one of the things I'd hoped never to see, the lifeless face of the lamb who was supposed to live, at my hands. Instead I saw the Infante's face, so broad and so close that it consumed my field of vision. An illusion. Past and present and future hopes and fears getting confused. I vaguely recalled something about the syringe fingers hampering circulation and temperature. Too late to matter. I'd let him in. My mind refused to see, hear, to communicate, to feel. I felt hot fluids run down my fingers. Careful, SY. It took a concerted effort to surface, to figure which way was up and to bring myself there, out of the recesses. It was harder than the last time. A saucer was in my hand. Tea sat on the saucer. I felt disoriented as I looked first at Jessie, who knelt beside me. I looked at Lillian, very much alive. She had her head on my chest, and she looked half asleep. What? I arrived and asked Lillian if she needed a hand. She said she needed an edge for if you woke up and it came down to another brawl, something to surprise even the likes of you, Jessie said. I thought I'd give you a cup of tea to hold and see how you handled yourself, but she drifted off by the time I was finished stirring the milk. The tea? The hot liquid? Jessie can. Jessie reached down and brushed hair from near my eyes with her fingers. No games? No shenanigans? I asked. Can we talk? She took the tea, and she disappeared from my field of vision. She returned, and she brought a cushion from the window seat. We extricated me and put the pillow beneath Lillian's head. She hugged it tight as soon as I was no longer in her reach. She had the key to undo my shackles from the chair, and with the length of the chain, we wound it around my midsection before attaching it to my other wrist. We stepped into the hallway, walking past the tea trolley with the tea, Lillian, Helen's, and my meals, and the little platter of biscuits, berries, and cream. I lost a bit of me again, I said. I don't know, did I do anything? Say anything? No. How long ago did Helen leave the room? I asked. How long ago did the tea arrive? That's the same tea? Lunch tea. Less than a minute ago, and it's the same tea. I shivered. Are you going to be okay? Jessie asked. I don't know, I said. Had Jessie disturbed me from my spell of madness within moments of it starting? Jessie took my arm, hooking hers through it. The thing with Lillian, I said. It's fine, Sylvester. Mostly fine. Mostly fine isn't perfectly fine and it doesn't feel fine, Jessie. I'm losing my mind, I'm a danger to her and to you, I'm a danger to me and to everything we're trying to do. And I've dropped 3 memories, SY, and it's hard to shake the notion that I have a few days or weeks left. Helen's on edge and Duncan pulled emergency measures to mellow her out in the short term, but her hormones are going to zigzag. Mary appears fine, but she tends to keep the dangerous things under wraps. I pressed my lips together. I wanted to say things and I didn't, because it was pointless. It would only distract. SY. We move forward as best we can. We move forward without sabotaging ourselves and each other with doubts. The others have already agreed we do this with you in chains if we have to. But we're going to do this. It's not that simple. It's not. But honestly, SY, if you think we need to watch you better, we will, and if you have other concerns, voice them, but don't let the concerns become the concern. I don't want to push anyone away, I said. I told you a while back, you'll have a hard time getting rid of me. I'm not going anywhere as long as I can help it. I don't want you to tolerate that Lillian and I. SY. I feel like a cad, Jessie. You deserve better than a cad. You were a cad when Jamie took to you, and you were a cad when I did. I'm probably genetically predisposed to like you, and if and when we exact revenge on the academies, we can exact revenge on them for that. Haha, I said, dry. I'm being serious. So am I. You're not paying attention, SY. I'm paying enough attention to know you're tolerating stuff when you say you're okay with it. SY. Jess. She drew in a breath, hugged my arm against her side, and kept her eyes straight ahead as she spoke. You know what I am. I know. Connect the dots, then. Realize what I am. I never forget. The memories are, right there. Neatly categorized, all in order. You talk about you and Lillian like. I don't even know. Like you want me to be bothered by it. That's not it. It's almost like it. But you're missing the key detail. To me, you were with her 5 minutes ago. The memory is fresh in my mind. I opened my mouth, then closed it. Ah. To me, you came down the stairs from the bedroom, and Lillian had a skip in her step and you looked more relaxed than I've seen you in a long time. It might as well have been 5 minutes ago, and the memory is fresh in my mind. I nodded, with emphasis. It might as well have been that I just saw you sneaking a kiss, sitting with her on the back steps of the orphanage. I just saw you tuck a bit of her hair behind her ear and lean in close and whisper words of encouragement. Yeah, I said. If it was going to bother me or break my heart it would have done it a long time ago, because there are an awful lot of small moments anyone would be envious of. I don't have many of those moments, I said. I don't, those memories aren't there. I know, SY. But listen, okay? I don't feel diminished, because I remember my moments. I remember you buying me the same nice pen from that store in Tineware twice, because you forgot you'd done it the first time. I remember you making me tea and sitting with me, and we had the conversation with Mr. Bubbles. I have the moments I overheard you talking to Shirley and saying the nicest things about me. Our little game of one-upmanship, to ease into things, fumble our way forward in a facsimile of a real first relationship, awkwardness and all, and I remember the various fumblings of yours and of mine, and it's especially nice. You'll have to tell me those stories, I said. I'd love a refresher sometime. Anytime. Anytime there's not anything more pressing, I'll tell you stories. I'll be your memory. I'll refresh you on the 7th time we slept in the same bed after becoming a pair and you kissed my scars, all of them, as numerous as they are, and as steadfast as she was. Jessie rarely got choked up, but she'd gotten choked up here. It mattered an awful lot, she said. And I wouldn't trade my moments for Lillian's any day. I turned to her, and my forehead pressed against hers. I would have held her, if it wasn't for the chains. Well, I said. Anytime there's not anything more pressing, if you need a refresher. She brushed the side of my face with her hand. If I reach for that memory, I can almost relieve it, it's so clear. I relieve an awful lot of moments with you, an awful lot, she said. Apparently pretty awful, I said. If we get to the point where we need to figure things out, we'll figure them out. And if you or Lillian decide one way or the other, I'll step back, still at your side, and I'll be pretty happy with the memories. Yeah, no, I said. That's just not going to work, you damn martyr. You're too willing to retreat, on the surface of it, but the emotions always shine through. Jessie smiled. Then she lifted her head. I followed her line of sight. Looking through the window toward the rest of the academy, I could see it was the gossamer thing, making its slow approach to our building. It moved with few anchors, and the wind pulled at it, hard. It advanced, and it reached out, attaching its anchors. It didn't mount an attack. Instead, as if the great thing had sighed and something had left it in the process, it billowed in response to the wind, and then it began to collapse, draping itself over the girls' dormitory, and the bridges to either side of it. Its descent and the movement of the creature against the exterior of the building made a rasping noise. Here and there, windows were slashed and broke. Things outside fell, pulled down by strands that anchored reflexively. As final moves went, the thing had managed its final attack well. It's well poisoned, the thing had needed food and water from an outside source. Our opposition hadn't had a lot to spare, nor had they had the ability to send it to other sources of water, given how we were bordered by polluted ocean to the east and a wasteland to the west. We'd weathered the attacks. The nobles redirected and captured, they didn't have much. Now they didn't have the gossamer thing. By unspoken agreement, Jessie and I went to collect Lillian and find the others. Duncan, Mary, and Ashton were in the other dormitory, coordinating defenses. After the enemy's initial focus on the admin building had proven useless or even detrimental, they turned their full focus to the other dormitory. No alarms had been sounded and no tap code messages communicated. We had to assume they were all right. Lillian stirred awake with a gentle shake of the shoulder. Did you get him, Jess? She got me, I said. Sorry I missed it, Lillian said. She took my hand and stood. Jessie looked her way, and Lillian avoided the eye contact. I remembered the cold horror the Infante had brought me. It made me uneasy, being around her. Before we were halfway to the penthouse garden that served as the girls' dormitory headquarters, students from the garden found us. Hi Leah, Jessie said. Where do we stand? Access to the garden is limited. We're using the small library. Good enough. Show us the way. The library was actually a narrow space, only 2 paces across, separated into 3 levels. It had the odd effect of being shaped like a space for a book to fit into, and as we used it for a meeting place, many students gathered on the ledges above that overlooked the central area of the library. Many of our rebels were gathered at the window. Most had binoculars or spyglasses. When we went to investigate, instead of providing answers, one of them simply handed a pair of binoculars to Jessie. Lillian got the next set, while I, chopped liver that I was the last to get a view. There was a group standing where the bridge joined the building. The tallest among them was waving a kerchief. The flag of surrender. It looked like they were mostly aristocrats. No nobles, no doctors. Not the ones we were really interested in going after. Were all of the aristocrats surrendering? No. But it was the first crack in the facade. They'd lost most of their big weapons, and others were being stripped away. They were hungry and feeling that hunger, and many would be thirsty. It wasn't wholly out of the question that they would surrender in this moment, They were of the higher class. They had pride. Starvation and destitution threatened that. Supposedly. We're not going over to talk to them, I said. If they want to talk, they can come to us. They know the bridges are rigged with bombs, they haven't dared to cross one since the first was blown. If they're serious, they'll take the risk that crossing that bridge entails, and they'll negotiate on our turf. Makes sense, Jesse said. We had our people make their exit and wave our would-be recruits over. It turned out they were proud. It turned out they were serious. They crossed the bridge, and negotiations got underway. Root and Branch 19.12. Check them for weapons at the door, confiscate any you find, I instructed the group of rebels. Offer them nothing. When you're done and they're settled, stand at the edges of the room. Spaced out, or... Spaced out, sure. Then keep quiet. If you make eye contact with them, don't be the person to break it. If they say anything, ignore them. They're going to react, they'll push, they'll say things, and they'll threaten you. But you're the ones with power, all right. That got me a series of nods from the rebel soldiers. If you absolutely have to say something, keep it short, firm, along the lines of I'm going to need you to be quiet, and make sure they can see your weapon in its holster. If you're losing your nerve, if you can't stay firm, or if anything comes up, I want you to use gestures, all right? 2 fingers extended while your hands are in front of you, as if to cover your watch, like so. We'll be watching from around the corner and we'll call you out of the room. I didn't miss the fact that they glanced in Jesse's direction to confirm that it was okay to listen to me. If they're not cooperating, then show them the door. If they don't cooperate there, then, one of them should hang back so they can run to us, shouldn't they? The question was aimed at me. Yeah, I said. The chances there are a problem are slim. You'll be fine. Jesse gave the confirmation, and the students headed to the door. Lillian and Helen caught up with us around the time that we were hearing the commotion at the door. One loud voice with crisp enunciation stood out from the rest. Duncan, Ashton, Mary, and the younger lambs are on their way, and your lieutenants are heading over there to replace them. Nora is hanging back there so we know if anything happens. Our lieutenants? Sure, SY, Lillian said. You can give them orders and they'll listen. That's good, she said. Well, I mean, you've always wanted to run an academy, and Jesse and I worked hard to get to this point. Mary's taking to this and she's enjoying having soldiers to order around, I think. She is. And this is something we should share and do together, I said. I get if this is bittersweet, but it's not an entirely bad thing and... Lillian reached up and covered my mouth. Is this usual? Lillian asked Jesse, as Helen stalked around me, giving off all of the danger vibes, her eyes on me. She reached out and fixed my hair. I think he's agitated because he's happy, Jesse said. Nah, INFRA, I mumbled into Lillian's hand. Or he's agitated because he's terrified. EMAFIOO, HOH. SY sounds like this man I knew once, Helen said. It was a long time ago, I don't know if Jamie took notes on it, so I'm not sure if you know about it, Jesse. It was a man with a beard. I sucked his tongue out of his mouth, it took some doing, but it came off at the root. I had the notes. Mac Paul. Mac Paul. Yes. The deserter. Yes, he was lovely. Awfully. And he sounded like SY. Jesse asked. Well, I had my hand over his mouth after I pulled my head away, and there was a lot of snorting and gurgling because of the blood, but yes. I'm feeling nostalgic now. It's making me even more restless now. If this discussion goes badly, we'll give you a chance to work out that restlessness, Jesse said. The group was entering the sitting room. Lillian dropped her hand from my mouth and we stepped out of the way while they got settled. The sitting room was a middle point in between 3 separate areas for the girls' dormitories, separated roughly into the younger years, the middle years, and the senior students, at the south, west, and north walls of the building, respectively. The room was divided into stages, with roughly the same intended hierarchy, scattered chairs, seats, tables, and bookshelves serving to make the space comfortable. I peeked and confirmed there were 10 aristocrats present, but many of them paired off in husband-wife pairs, and I had the impression the men would mostly do the talking. Tradition took more of a hold when moving into the upper ranks of society. The position of the chairs gave some indication of the hierarchy of those present. They didn't all sit as a cluster. We'd arranged chairs on the upper level so they could, but if they'd taken that bait then they would have been huddled. It implied weakness. Still, they didn't space themselves across the whole room. Had they been nobles, I could imagine they might, confident enough to protect themselves without the benefit of their herd. They did, I noted, avoid sitting down, with the exception of several of the wives. They stood by chairs, claiming them, but they weren't letting their guard down. They're not even here to greet us, one man spoke. He had dark hair and a prominent chin that might have owed to academy science. He looked athletic. He wore a suit and bore a tidy pencil mustache, and he was one of only 2 men present who didn't have a wife with him. You're not going to respond to me. There was only silence. Burner, you know how these games are played, said one of the husbands. A near peer of the man who'd taken the lead and the best seat in the room? He talked to the other with a familiar tone. I know, believe me, but there's a certain decorum to be expected. There's absolutely no need or benefit in disrespecting people after they've waved the white flag. I feel the same way, but we gain nothing by allowing them to agitate us. I'm far from agitated. If I was agitated, blood would have been shed already. You'll put us all at risk if you keep that up, Burner, a lady spoke. Interesting, that she spoke and her husband was silent, almost deferential. I noted a harsher note to her voice. A rebuke. The conversation continued, shifting to milder observations of the space, and a few attempts at getting responses from the guards we'd assigned. When are they coming? Silence. What did they offer to get you to betray your king and country? I'm curious what a young man's patriotism is worth. Silence. That she'd come or been sent. I wondered if she represented a different faction. As far as expendable messengers went, those connected to the rest by paper or by blood would cost too much to lose. The seal breeders wouldn't be sent nor would they be willing to go. Government, military, or commerce, then. There were 4 players worth paying attention to, now that I was reading the room. Sir Bernard Lisbon was the loud, brusque one. His friend, apparently, was a John Salford. Government and military in some proportion there, between the two of them. The young lady was Mrs. Derby. Bernard and John were friends, but Derby wasn't a friend of theirs. She belonged to a different faction and occupied a different space in the greater structure of it all. Money, if I had to guess. The 4th was a fat man. He didn't speak, he wasn't named, and the sole reason he caught my eye was that the others kept a distance from him, and he seemed content to sit in the lowest tier of the room's stepped floor. He was harder to peg. I had my suspicions, all the same. A rebel approached us, leaning close to Jessie's ear, then to Lillian's. Not that it was wholly necessary. By the time the sentence was fully uttered, Jessie's hand was moving, gesturing, explaining. Duncan and Mary were back. There was a number, and Jessie had already drawn and retrieved a lady's pocket watch. She gestured the start of the countdown, then abandoned the task, leaving us to count in our heads as she saw to my cuffs. I was free. I was fairly sure that even with my mind intentionally turned to the task, I couldn't do an abundance of damage. Fairly sure. Jessie resumed the countdown without glancing at the watch. As a unit, we stepped into the sitting room, interrupting our guests mid-conversation. Duncan and Mary's group entered from the opposite side, coordinated. The little ones weren't present. And here they are. The lambs. I must say, the Gages had a great deal to say about some of you, Bernard said. They're not among our guests, as I recall, Jessie said. We've heard the stories. There was other talk when we were cooped up in that building over there. You're a known element. I'll take that as a compliment, I said, being sure to smile. We'd finished crossing the room. I stood between Jessie and Lillian, Mary stood next to Lillian. On the other side, Ashton, Helen, and Duncan formed a trio. Well, John Salford said. I hope this can be a civil discussion. Barring incident, I do believe the plan is to have a discussion and send you back, to report to your betters, Duncan said. He glanced at Jessie and I. I saw Jessie's hand move in confirmation. Bernard was the first to take his seat. It was positioned so he could look down on the rest of the room. Then here we are. I recommend everyone who's going to take a seat should do so. This is liable to take a while. Not too long, Jessie said. This will take a little while to digest, so we'll send you back and discuss the minutiae in a bit. I'm just going to interrupt before we get too far underway, I said. I turned my head, looking at the nearest guard. Would you go to the kitchen? Get tea? Food? Something hearty. Sausage, perhaps, and that fried onion mince. I moved my hand as I spoke, on the pretense of fixing the button at the front of my vest. Yes sir, the guard said. Understood. John Salford smiled. And to think you were said to be the least civil of the lambs. Sylvester, was it? I smiled. Yes. You're the ringleader of this. I'd call it a maneuver, Mary said. He and Jessie spearheaded it. So that one's Jessie, the man asked. He seemed to digest that. Curious, but I can already see my friend here getting riled up. Shall we tack up? We can move to the business at hand, I said. Then I won't waste time. You're a few steps away from wrapping this up neatly, lambs. There was discussion and it was decided that the most adventurous of us would step up and approach all of you, so we could start negotiations. The most adventurous? I asked. You mean the most expendable? I saw them bristle. Bernard was the most bristly in the moment. Semantics, Sylvester, Mary said. As they say in the war zonies, first into the breach. The brave are often the easiest to discard. Perhaps, I said. But we're getting sidetracked. I wouldn't say the conclusion is even questionable at this stage. It's close to being wrapped up. The nobles aren't going anywhere, you all know your circumstances now. Things aren't liable to change. If that's the case, then after this afternoon's discussion, we'll return to the other building, and we'll see how the current situation plays out. If it's already wrapped up as you say, then there's nothing lost. If we still have a way to put up a fight, as the massed collection of professors and some of the most well-to-do of the Crown States believe we do, then we'll prove that the case, and you'll have missed your chance. So this isn't even a serious discussion, you're still clinging to illusions, I said. We're opening dialogue. I think we can agree it'll be helpful, whatever direction things take. Ah, I said. Well then, as the ones to call the truce, I think we'll hear you out. No complaints, lambs. There were no complaints. As of right now, the situation could go either way, lambs. The nobles are out there, and you can't hold them at bay forever. You will run out of materials for gas and you'll lose that advantage. We might not have infinite materials for gas, sir, Duncan spoke, but you're even shorter on supplies when it comes to food, water, and medicine. We're equipped to keep going for some time. You're going to perish before we do. We have other weapons and tools in reserve. We've got things in the works for ensuring we can get by. Don't underestimate what the great minds of the Academy can put into motion. Oh, believe me, we know full well what the Academy can do. It's why we're here, I said. In more than one sense, Jessie said. We'll fend for ourselves for a while yet, lambs, Burner said, his voice low. Bravado, Mrs. Derby said, addressing him. Watch yourself, Burner said. You can tell the others I didn't put up a strong front when we're back, Burner. But we're licked. They know we have resources and our ability to turn our war beast stock into waste recycling, and a food supply is only going to go so far. The aristocrats didn't have a response for that, and the lambs didn't volunteer anything. She was a willowy woman with straight black hair and long lashes, and she moved with a kind of precision as she folded her hands in her lap. Her husband reached over to put his hand over hers. When she looked up, I could tell that she wasn't bluffing. A measure of fear shone through. How does this maneuver of yours conclude? She asked. There was a subtle effect that played over the assembled group of 10. I might have said they were stealing themselves, but not all of them were steel. An internal furnace was stoked in Burner's case, finding a vented release in the movements of his fingers. John Salford almost did the opposite, going still. He was the introvert of the pair. I spoke, when all of this began, for the lambs, we were plucked from bad circumstance. We were put to work in service to the crown. We were exposed to a lot of ugliness, we dealt with many forces that operate in places where ordinary citizens don't get or want to look. We lost several of our own, Lillian said. You want revenge? Burner asked, interrupting. He sounded galled. No, Jessie said. Nothing so crude as that. When we'd discussed this, we hadn't arranged who would say what or when, we hadn't rehearsed. But we'd talked it out, we'd decided what we needed to do, and in the course of that discussion, each of us had found certain points that resonated with them. More by instinct than by plan, we would take our turns speaking, voicing those points from the heart, or speaking when our individual voices reflected the tone and sentiment that we wanted to strike. Jessie was the gentlest of us, in a lot of ways. When the others weren't jumping in, I'd say what needed to be said, because I liked to talk. We lost our own, Lillian said. We saw tragic circumstances for a lot of other experiments, for children and for child experiments. Every one of those realities, I'd be willing to bet, served a purpose. Call it evil, but it wasn't wholly wrong, Burner said. Maybe not, Lillian said. She paused. That's meant to be a distant maybe. But we stand where we stand because of how we were made to serve a purpose. The skills we learned, the things we took away from the monsters and doctors we hunted. And now you sit where you sit because of all of those same things too. Our rebel students entered the room, carrying trays of tea, as well as plates of breakfast. I hadn't specifically requested greens, but steamed greens sat on one side of the plate. Likely Possum doing her utmost to keep us in good health. For all their breeding and all of the games they'd played, the aristocrats weren't used to doing without. Their eyes followed the food as the food came to us, was placed on small tables, the lids pulled off of trays to reveal the feasts within. It was the gravest of wrongs, in the highest society and at the very bottom rungs of it, to refuse hospitality. But that refusal, in part, was a point we aimed to drive home. The lambs ate, standing by the tables, working their way through their meals, serving the tea, cutting sausage, aromas filling the room. No civility after all, Burner said, when it became clear that we weren't providing them a bite to eat. No, I suppose not, I said. I'll guess we're not here for your justice either, Salford said. It's likely, Lillian said. She dabbed at her mouth with a kerchief, her fork in her other hand. But it would be as a bittersweet accident, not the goal. The path we walked, I said. Jessie and I walked it as a pair for a time, while the others did what they needed to do. We besieged a prison and we claimed your prisoners, bringing them under our banner. We discussed that event with others before we came to speak with you. They were only a few of the exceptional friends that joined us. Last year, we acted against Beetle, and we absconded with the student population, turning them rebel. And you put them to effective work here, it seems, John Salford said. We got our ducks in a row, developed resources, and we came here, yes, I said. We claimed Hackthorn and its headmistress. Claim, Mrs. Derby said. She hung her head a little. You've made it a refrain. I see where this thread of conversation goes, now. You've claimed us, John Salford said. That's a part of it, Mary said. We'll have to execute some of you. But some of you will work for us, yes. You can't imagine we'll turn coat, Burner growled. You'll serve us for however long you serve us at gunpoint, Mary said. Or knife point. It might involve poisons in your veins that we hold the antidotes for, or parasites living in you that sleep for only as long as we supply you the right treatments. But you're wanting to bring us under your control. Mrs. Derby asked. You're collecting us. The Crown States are being swallowed by plague and Blackwood, I said. The Infante is preparing to leave, and when he does, he won't be looking back. We'll send a ship ahead with a message saying that all parties who've gathered and who were preparing to leave as a group are holding back while a possible incidence of plague in their number is being investigated. You and I do mean all of you who are present here, you become question marks. All considered, especially given they don't plan to return until much later, and given no communication is really extending outside of this little patch of oblivion. I don't think they'll investigate the question mark. You'll be dead without being dead. That statement filled the air. They were tense now. The facades were breaking down, for all but the fat man in the corner. The room was very quiet. In the distance, we could hear gunshots. They might have been trying something at the other dormitory. We had enough good people and resources there to stall if something had happened. It was better to look unconcerned and in control than to strive to respond to it. Posturing mattered here. It was why we'd concerned ourselves with the layout of the chairs. Jessie spoke, we've been steadily advancing what we're doing, but the pattern is the same. We took your prisoners. We took your students. We took your academy and professor. What comes next follows from there. Miss Derby spoke, the next step is that you are taking the crown states, Jessie said. You're mad, John Salford said, without a moment's pause. It was a statement I might have expected from Burner, for its vitriol and emotion, when Salford had been so collected before now. The man's eyes were wide. As loud as Burner had been at the beginning, he'd fallen silent. The patter of gunshots in the distance had stopped. Either it had been nothing serious and there was no reason to shoot, or it had been very serious, and the shooters were dead. Mad? More than a little, I said, my voice soft. Ashton spoke up for the first time. I read in books once that we were supposed to treat others how we wanted to be treated. Isn't it only fair? You're enslaving us, John Salford said. You're trying to build something here? In plague-ridden wastelands? With who? How? You mean the who of you that we're not forcing to stay behind? The who would be anyone who wants to stay, Helen said. Anyone who would rather take the risk of dying to plague, if it means being free until then, instead of being safe but shackled. As for how, Lillian said. We have some brilliant minds and people available to devote to the task. I think we'll manage some headway against the problems of plague and Blackwood. I'd say you were arrogant, holding yourselves in that kind of esteem, Mr. Salford said. But you're not talking about you and your rebels. You're talking about us. We're supposed to be your great minds. All those people in the admin building? Brilliant. Capable hands, educated, driven. With the right incentives, the guns to heads, poisons, and parasites, they'll do what we need of them, Duncan said. The 9 of you will contribute as well, unless you'd prefer grisly ends. There are 10 of us, Salford said, quiet. There are 9 of you, I said. And whatever else you want, whatever else you're pushing for, you're not quite at the point where you'll want to use him. Burner rose from his seat. He placed his hands on the quarter circle of railing that bounded the upper stage of the tiered room. He looked at the heavy-set man, who sat with his hands folded, fingers of one hand drumming on the back of the other. He's insurance, isn't he? A way to guarantee that if we had plans to shoot you messengers, you could at least take some of us down with you. They might even have asked you to consider eliminating all of us in one shot if you could. If you're loyal enough to the crown and what it means. Burner set his very defined jaw. You're not that loyal, I said. You have ways forward. You have doors open to you, even when faced with life under our thumbs, rather than the crown's. You have hope, still, that there's a way to break our siege and return to your old lives. Unless you're going to admit that Mrs. Derby was right, and you have no chance at all. He was considering it. Giving the order that would bring their Trojan horse into play. I turned my head, taking in the lambs. All stood straight, and all wore their individual variations on expressions of grim satisfaction. I kept my eye out for hand signals, and saw one. You can give him the order if you want, I said. Just know what it costs you. If we bring this to a close, we're going to be the most powerful people on the Western Hemisphere. Do you really want to be on our bad side? Burner tensed, and then he turned. He strode from the room so suddenly that the rest of the group that had accompanied him had no time to react, no sycophants keeping stride with him or supporting him as he made his exit. They hurried to catch up. Our soldiers hurried to accompany and escort them. It was Salford who indicated the fat man. Cross. Come. The man in the corner didn't respond. Cross. The fat man reacted, sluggish. Come. Ashton's hand signal had indicated the experiment that was dressed up in an aristocrat's skin was reacting to him. They'd dosed the aristocrats who were going to be in our company, but they hadn't been able to effectively dose him, or whatever they'd used had been of limited effect, and Ashton had overwhelmed that effect. The man trudged off, joining the rest of the aristocrats who were leaving, preparing to convey this reality we'd proposed to the rest of the people in the main building. It was Mrs. Derby and her husband who lingered behind. She waved her husband on, bidding him to leave her alone with us. She might have had enough character that she could meet our eyes and both think and talk clearly in the midst of all of this, but she wasn't fearless. Far from it. She looked even more scared now. They won't agree so easily, she said. But you agree? Lillian asked. Saying I did would. I can't just voice my surrenders so simply, she said. But I haven't been left many choices, have I? They're riled up and the others will be too, Jessie said. They'll try something, the nobles will coordinate with them, one final attempt. You could hitch your cart to that wagon. Would you? Mrs. Derby asked. Jessie shook her head slowly. I may be willing to offer my cooperation. I assume it would position me and my family better, when the dust has settled. You can assume, I said. She nodded. You seem to be taking this in stride, Duncan said. Mrs. Derby opened her mouth, as if to respond, then closed it, giving us a single nod. She paused before speaking, out with the old, and in with the new? Isn't that what they say? It is, Duncan said. No difference between the two, she said. She glanced down, fixing her dress, before clasping her hands before her. I'll adapt. She curtsied slightly, and she left the room. No difference between the two. Root and Branch 19.13. The nobles stood on the rooftop, amid the bodies of scattered war beasts and experiments. Rib cages had been torn apart so they spiked skyward from otherwise unrecognizable piles of meat and gristle. Skulls had been bifurcated, some so neatly that it seemed inconceivable that it had been done in combat, while others had been divided in a messy way, skull fragments sticking through torn flesh and scale. It was getting late, and we'd decided that they were too relaxed up there. We'd taken care to ensure the war beasts didn't suit as food. The ones who scattered the rooftop and hung from the branches that had grown across it were only a small share. Some had been bloated, filled with gas or parasites. Junior and Poppy Persephone? Prissy? I wasn't sure of her name. Whoever she'd been, she and Junior had made sure that many of the war beasts, when slain, had smelled as pungent as possible. My sampling of the smell had revealed it to be something like feces mixed with perfume. I'd prepared myself in advance of the sample by liberally coating every inch of my body, hair, and clothing in powder, inside and out, changing out of the clothes in question right after. Even with that, only Ashton had been willing to keep me company for the 12 hours that followed. The nobles were holding up remarkably well. One or two had been lightly injured by the second wave of war beasts we'd sent their way. When they'd realized the traps hidden within the beasts, they changed their tactics, parrying tooth or claw while physically throwing the beasts off the rooftop. It was harder and more hazardous, when most of the beasts were several hundred pounds. Most beasts had accelerated reflexes and enhanced strength. Some had barbs in their fur to make letting go that much harder. Junior had been one of the more dangerous, devious, and ruthless of Beetle's students, leading the rank. We told him, Prissy and Gortus to go all out, and this had been the result. Spite, traps, and overall nastiness blended together with snarling war beasts we'd mostly inured to the gas. The Lady Gloria was one of the injured. She had torn off her sleeves and used them to wrap the wound at her middle, and she was the only noble who wasn't standing, seating herself on one corner of the roof, her head turned our way, the wind periodically blowing her hair this way or that. The rest stood, pretending to be impervious to the elements. They had been up there since dawn, and now the sun was going down. The light was fading, and the nobles on the rooftop were getting harder and harder to make out. Soon, Mary said. I lowered the binoculars and rubbed my eyes, my shackles rattling. I turned my back to the window, resting against the wall to the side of it. The room had a series of beds in it, but only one of the beds was occupied. Nora had arranged her overlarge body so she curled up in the corner, her shoulders and head against the headboard, her back and legs against the wall that the bed had been set against. 3 pillows had been propped up around her, in use by 4 different people, with Abby and Bo Peep sharing the one by her knees. Ashton used another, and Lara rested directly against her sister's upper body, hugging a pillow instead of using it to rest her head. Quentin did without, just enjoying the proximity of the others as he lay on his side. 2 blankets were haphazardly shared by the group in a way that seemed entirely suboptimal, but I doubted I could have fixed it, and I knew I would have woken at least one of them by trying. Emmett, pretending to be too mature for the sleep pile, had seated himself by the foot of the bed. But he was still young and there was only a certain extent to which he could act the adult. He'd dozed off, and because of Quentin's hoof jutting over the bed, had unconsciously tilted his head to one side, into a very uncomfortable position, so he wouldn't get repeatedly kicked in the head as Quentin had his running and jumping dreams. Lara was awake and all but unable to move, nestled in as she was. Her eyes were open, and she was humming, accenting the hums with a vibrating distortion. Her eyes watched me. The 2 main eyes were red-rimmed in a way that might have made my eyes water sympathetically, were I not used to them. Her eyelids themselves looked like she'd screwed them shut and endured having someone rub glass dust and salt into the lids until she had 2 black eyes and the eyelids themselves were raw and shredded. The orbs weren't much better. The structure of the space around the eyes was mid-transition. Lesser eyes, even more damaged looking, were peering out, socketed in spaces where skull had dissolved into socket and the surrounding flesh was pushing out latent infection and skull fragments in painful-looking clusters. Bone fragments in eyes. The arms that hugged the pillow appeared overlong, but it was just her claws. We should be positioned. They're going to try something, and this time they're going to be desperate, Mary said. Yeah, I said. I raised the binoculars. The nobles were still there. One of the nobles I hadn't put a name to was talking to Lady Gloria. The distance and the lighting meant I couldn't make out the lip movements. Are you going to come? Mary asked. Might as well, I said. We going to bring Ashton. He might be useful, she said. Even if the enemy is counteracting him. If we can tax their resources by forcing them to prepare Ashton countermeasures, that's a good thing, I said. The humming died down. I lowered the binoculars and glanced at Lara. She looked very concerned. Her eyes blinked, the ordinary ones out of sync with the others. Some of the others didn't have enough eyelid to blink fully. We'll make sure he's safe, I said, my volume quieter than normal, as if I was saying it to Mary, though I met Lara's eyes. Don't stop, Ashton mumbled. His hand reached up and patted clumsily at Lara's face. They want you, she said. Ashton said. His eyes snapped open. He'd somehow wound up at the center of the mob, with a pillow against his belly while Peep and Abby rested on it. He managed to extricate himself without disturbing them too much, stepped off the bed, and where another person might have stretched, he remained poised, like a stitch that had burned through a wire, hunched over with arms slightly raised, knees slightly bent. His hands went to his belt, and he drew a comb. He immediately set to fixing his hair, his eyes fixed on the ground a few feet ahead of him. Done entirely from memory. I glanced out the windows. Lady Gloria was no longer talking to the others. They'd taken their former perches, spaced out on the roof and surrounding branches. The residual gas drifted across the academy. We headed for the door, and Ashton moved to follow, glancing back at the others. His attention was on his clothes now, fixing wrinkles. They're not going to care, Ashton, I said. I care, he said. We stepped out into the hallway, and I gently eased the door shut behind us, as quietly as I was able when chained. I was very aware of Lara's penetrating stare as the gap narrowed and the door finally closed. I'm trying to decide if we should unchain you, Mary said. On the one hand, you'd be faster, and you could help more. On the other, when all is said and done, I think I'd be more effective if I wasn't having to keep as much of an eye on you. Best to play it safe, I said. Chains on, then. We passed a window. I peered through, raising my binoculars. The light was worse, but I could make out the nobles. We passed the next window, and the combination of light and angle made it next to impossible to tell if the nobles were there. I met Mary's eyes. They're gone. I saw, she said. Our pace picked up. We headed down one set of stairs, then another, and by the time we entered the hallway, we were running. Lillian, Duncan, and Jessie were by the doors. They're moving, I said. Duncan twisted around, raising a hand. The gate cracked open. Cages creaked as doors were opened. Experiments flooded out, moving in a stream. All pack animals, all a cross between simian and canine, with faces defined by long, slanted eyes and the long canine teeth that jutted more forward than up or down. Duncan hauled open another cage. His grabber pawed its way forward, tentacles lashing this way and that as it felt its way, exploring the world beyond its cage. It was the size of a horse, but its body was lighter and its legs longer and stronger. The thing's children were closer to large dogs in size. All headless, all with tentacles framing the stumps where the necks should have begun. Lillian wasn't wearing the suit she'd designed. The treasurer was, buried within what looked like muscle layered over muscle, with no skin to cover it. Only the mask wasn't organic, his breath hissing through the filters. Even with the added mass and extra foot and a half of height, he looked burdened with the casques and the cages he carried. The life forms within the cages were similar to the canine simian chimeras, but they were smaller. Less baboon wolf and more chimpanzee puppy. Lillian only had a rifle in her white coat. She had a quarantine mask, but she didn't wear it over her face, instead leaving it hanging around her throat, like a second face. Helen was smiling, swaying on the spot as if to music only she could hear. Go, I said to Helen, as I stopped walking, coming to a halt beside Jessie. Helen was right on the heels of the slowest of the attack beasts we'd unleashed. Drop ropes down, I reminded the students who stood off to the side. 2 tugs, a pause, and 2 more tugs, means it's us. Or you can just cut the ropes and leave us out there. Would be a tidy way to get rid of us. He's joking, Jessie said. Like Lillian, she had a mask. Don't do that. Really. With that, we stepped through the morass of builder's wood that had been cleaved and pulled down out of the way, freeing the doors to open, and we passed through the gap and into the city proper. There was a haze, but the word from our doctors was that it was supposed to be inert, now. The moisture was still heavy in the air, but the chemicals wouldn't be active. Ominous, to see ambient clouds of what had been corrosive gas, but not hazardous. Nervous, S.Y. Lillian asked. Her voice was hushed, and it sounded eerie, given the landscape. Never. Never, right, yet, she said. You always poke fun when you're uneasy. Uneasy? Here? Nah, I said. My eyes scanned the area. There wouldn't be any nobles, not here, not this far and this fast. I still felt the need. We're sticking our necks out, there's no danger. We spread out as soon as we're into the street, Jessie said. Duncan, Lillian, Ashton, you're the fulcrum points. Mary. I'll fulcrum, I said. You're chained up. It's fine, I said. Let me be the bait. Let him, Mary said. All right, Jessie said, her voice soft. Mary, Duncan's beasts, treasurer, Helen, and I are floating. Ashton, stay close to the middle, support whoever needs supporting, which will probably be SY or me. I'll take the west, since that puts me further from the side with the nobles. The objective isn't to kill, Mary said. We don't need to win. I might have made a joke about Mary needing to convince herself of that. I didn't. I'd just been called out on poking fun, for one thing, and I knew the words weren't meant for Mary, but for Helen, who was already roaming, staying just in earshot. The sound of a distant thud drew our collective attention. The thud was soon followed by a sound like a sturdy iron rake across cobblestone, and then a wet, gurgling scream. The pack of warbeasts had found the nobles, or vice versa. We moved as a unit, fanning out. The treasurer was a weak point, he didn't know the dynamics, and in an odd way that completely went against the language Jessie had been using, he became the fulcrum point. He was the fixed point which the rest of us revolved around, as we found positions, chose vantage points, and kept an eye on those closer to us. Blasted things, a voice called out. It was augmented. Noble. Calm, Clifford, a voice replied, further away. It was only the sheer silence that hung over the city that allowed me to catch it. Calm. They want us agitated. It wouldn't do to give them what they want without something in return. Something told me it was Carling. We're not alone anymore, a woman said. And it isn't the beasts. Not entirely. I paused, remaining where I was, chains gathered up in my hands and twisted around so they wouldn't rattle more than was necessary. Jessie was just a little further up ahead. Lillian was a distance to my right. Jessie signaled. 3-3. I passed on the signal to Lillian. Lillian gestured to someone I couldn't make out. I knew it was the treasurer, or it was someone who could access the treasurer. Oh. Carling called out. Fine evening, isn't it? Fine weather, not too warm for a summer evening. We all remained silent. Something just scurried across the rooftops, my lord, a lady said. I know, Carling said. It was smaller than the others, but larger than a house cat. My lord, cats and cockroaches aside, nothing should have survived the gas. It was theirs. They uncaged it just now. I heard the hinges. Just be on guard. I imagine the blasted things have poison or they go for the eyes. Whatever they do, they. The explosion cut him off. A flare of orange struggled to penetrate the fog, and only served to bring a spot of warmth to it before fading, replaced with rolling black smoke. Masonry crumbled to the ground in a steady patter. Ho ho. That was an improbably big detonation for a small package. Everyone all right? Carling called out. I didn't hear the responses. The fog was thinning out, though. The fire had burned away a lot of it, and much of the fog we had was rolling in to occupy the area around the explosion site. Carling was talking an awful lot, taking an optimistic, light-hearted stance. I suspected it wasn't really for his fellow nobles. You could have sustained the siege, couldn't you? Carling asked. You could have held back, remained secure at the perimeter, while letting us reunite with the others. You're done with your white gas, so you would have had to. But you saw the need to venture out here yourselves. I can hear two of you whispering. A girl and a boy. You're worried. He wasn't entirely wrong. The skew of the worry might have been slightly different than he'd expected, though. I glanced over at Jessie, who stood with her back to the corner of one house. The house had taken some damage in the earlier fires. I gestured as best as I was able to, without releasing my chains. They flank. Carling was communicating by some unnatural means, like sub-vocalizations, directing another noble to circle around. That was very likely what Helen and Duncan or Helen and Ashton were discussing. You're worried we're going to stand firm. We're proud, and rightfully so. Crown and Academy will hold out to the last. The people in that building can do it in part because we represent something. The nobility matters to them. You're thusly compelled to act against us. You lambs need to take a piece out of us, for symbolic reasons. And you'll stake a great deal on it. You put yourselves on the line. I met Jessie's eyes, and I signaled, pointing. Jessie raised her hand skyward, gesturing. 1-4. I changed where I was pointing, hand moving to gauge distance. Jessie changed the signal. 3-4. You're confident, Carling said. And rightly so. I've never actually experienced anything of the like. This is fascinating. The chimp puppy popped out of the fog, somewhere between Jessie and I. With the way the fog clung to the ground, it had been largely obscured. Its eyes glowed bioluminescent through the mist as it assessed me, then it headed off at a diagonal. Taking the long way round me. Am I going to be the only one talking? Carling asked. I can respond, I called out, gripping the chains tighter. I was revealing my location. Excellent. I'll assume, based on discussions I've had with others, that you'd be Sylvester. You assume right. That leaves me to figure out what I need to ask you. I won't ask what your grand plan is. You've likely told the others, and if we reach them, then we'll hear the same. If I asked. The second of the explosions was more intense than before, but I was closer to it this time. It was only a few houses down from where I was. I backed away from the source of the detonation, eyes on the shadows around the rooftops. The fog and smoke made it appear as if things were there when they weren't. But I did have some experience with seeing things that weren't there. I wasn't too unnerved. Gut feeling had suggested they'd be close. They'd be approaching from the most inconvenient, most unexpected angle, and that meant they'd circled the long way around. Jessie had echoed my sentiment if she'd agreed to give the signal and open that cage. The chimp pups were akin to homing pigeons in some regards, except home was out the charges and canisters we'd laid out well in advance. They pulled pins and levers and then scampered off to a second home site. By releasing them, we could activate explosives, gas canisters, and traps at a dozen locations. The original plan had been to use it to uproot the enemy if they decided to lay a counter-siege and try to access the boys' or girls' dormitories, but this worked too. These noisy interruptions are rather uncalled for, Carling said. Already set in motion, I said. Nothing I can do about them for the time being. So I see. I was hoping to have a civil discussion. Ah, I said. Well, you might be disappointed. Civility isn't ranked high on our list of priorities, these days. I heard Carling's voice. Not directed at me, this time. Where's Lord Willoughby? There was a pause. In the distance, there was a softer explosion, less sharp. That last one was likely our safeguard to hold enemy reinforcements at bay. They'd want to send people and experiments out to answer the explosions and help their nobles. A fresh cloud of gas would buy us a little bit of time. Gas, that time? You've injured a lady and, unrelated to the gas, you've made Lord Willoughby disappear. With the heat burning away the fog, the figures in the distance were becoming clearer. There was a distant glow of fire. I can hear the rattle of your chains, Sylvester. Why are you chained up? Are you that far gone? He was pacing. I could track his voice as the silhouette moved through the fog. We thought we'd give you a handicap, I said. I heard the sound, low, building. A chuckle. It became a laugh. I matched him in pacing, venturing further from the building I'd been hunkering down beside. What a shame that we had to be enemies, Carling said. I would have liked to have you work for me. I think the problem is that you still see yourselves as superior to us, I said. And not as peers. Is that the problem? Carling asked. His tone was light. I thought it was your blatant and grotesque lack of respect for the crown and what it represents. His voice had turned harder with that second statement. It was also a mask, something meant to grab my attention, and distract from the reality that one of the figures in the smoke had gone very still. An illusion, or a hollow noble like the sisters had been, or I had no idea what. But I saw the silhouette of one of the nobles standing in the fog and smoke, and in the next moment, he was also charging forward, a mere 5 paces from me. A rifle shot caught him. He barely stumbled, but he did stumble a little. One of Duncan's larger tentacle hounds caught the noble. Even with tentacles catching at his leg and both hands, he managed to lift the thing up, then dash it to a bloody ruin on the ground. The time it cost him and the limited mobility meant he caught 2 more rifle shots. Lillian and Jessie. Hold, Warden, Carling said. Warden, the attacking noble, moved forward a few steps, then stopped. Whatever rifles had been aimed his way fired again, but they didn't seem to catch him. He was practically unbothered by the fact he was being repeatedly shot. I backed away a few steps. Come to me. Leave them. My lord, you just ordered. I know what I just ordered. But I'm swiftly changing my mind. If you killed him as planned, I'd be happy to let you continue, but you didn't, and I now suspect you won't. The gas is spreading, my lord, a female voice said. Multiple colors, more than one taste in the air. Which only furthers my point, Carling said. Warden stayed where he was for an instant longer, then turned, stalking back toward the others. If we stay, we only play into their hands, Carling said, as if to reassure Warden that he was doing the right thing. Yet he'd already indicated he could communicate to them in ways we couldn't hear. The words were partially meant for me and the other lambs. They want us to come after them. You realize that if you leave us alive, you also play into our hands? I asked. How many people are looking down at this, watching the explosions and the gas clouds? How do they respond when you retreat, fewer in number than when you ventured toward the main building, without a single dead lamb to your names? Carling chuckled. I heard the female voice again. Gloria, I suspected. I didn't hear the exact words. No, Carling said. I caught that much. He said something else I didn't hear. I insist. I know I should defer to you, on several levels, but... Jessie was donning her filtration mask. They wouldn't have done this if they weren't nearly certain they could hold their own or come out ahead. They got 2 of ours, Carling said. Let's leave it at that. There was a long, tense pause. Ah, Carling said. The heels clicked on the road. Lady Gloria emerged from smoke and fog, her chin held high. She'd been the noble with Professor Gossamer. Lillian had some things to say about her too. She was pale of hair, skin, and eye, with only black lining at the eyelashes and as a small part of her clothing. She radiated with intensity. She also used the wrapping of her sleeves to try and hide a stomach wound. Blood around the wound had already dried, the damage done hours ago. She stared me down. Is it that you want to act? You can't let yourself back down. I asked. You should act then. Is it that you want to talk? I recommend you talk. Or if you just want to look your enemy in the eye, take your fill. I'll ask, she said. Sure, I said. The gas is spreading, Gloria. And I do know you heard the scampering things finding their way to more traps and explosives. I heard, she said, absently. Is Lord Willoughby dead? Probably, I said. You know, we've given so much. Our entire lives are in service to the Crown Empire. I know, I said. But where we differ is in that you see the Crown Empire as a force for good, and we don't. Not good, she said. But I think the alternative is far worse. We disagree on that too, I said. You'd kill me, but only because I'm noble-born. I've never harmed my subjects, I've been gentle, and I've devoted time to ensure they're looked after. I've always been gentle, and it's a task, sometimes. I host lessons and tutor the gifted, and I host events, even for middling families. Balls to give them a taste of what they could have if they worked hard, welcoming young ladies into their bachelorette years, giving them a chance to be beautiful. I've shared my wealth out, not hoarding it. Whatever you represent, whatever you fight for, I can't imagine you're my enemy. Perhaps your doctors could contrive to give you a better imagination, then. If they survive all of this. I'm afraid you're our enemy, whatever illusions you hold. If we're to talk. We really shouldn't, Lord Carling said. They're delaying us, so the gas can creep nearer. Best to go to the main building, rendezvous with the others. Forgive me, my lord. I'll try to be brief. If we're to talk, Sylvester, can I ask that you use honorifics, and refer to me as a lady? You can ask, I said. But I'm liable to tell you to go fuck the spikiest warbeast you can find. I see. There was a pause. I could imagine Carling being very impatient. I could see more of him, as the smoke nearer to us cleared. The gas off to either side and ahead of us was piling up taller, into high plumes. Why do you hate us so, lambs? Have we hurt you? If you mean directly, then I could point out. The Baron pointed out my eye. The Baron doesn't count. He was mad and pathetic. I feel like I can say that much without betraying the crown. It doesn't matter, Lady Gloria. It's not you're not the focus, here. The nobility isn't as important as you think it is. The crown, the king, the stations, it's really, nothing. I see. Base insults? Attempting to get a rise out of me. No, Lady Gloria. No. You're really truly nothing. You're a farce. The nobility is, in entirety, or next to. Just children stolen from streets, from mothers, from breeding stock, whatever. The cream of the crop, gathered up, sorted among families, and made into nobles. Wind whistled through burned husks of buildings and the gaps growths of builders' wood. You really believe that? Lady Gloria asked. It's tragic, that you've convinced yourself of such. We know, I said. We found out in New Amsterdam. Others have found out too. We told students and it was enough to change minds, convince them to turn rebel. Haven't you wondered why the Infante wants to scrub the crown states from existence? He wants to use plague and blackwood to kill and choke the truth from our lips, and to strangle the spread of that base truth. Nonsense, Carling said. It was curious that the Lady Gloria was silent. The Baron found out. It's what drove him mad, made him wretched. The Duke knew too, but I think he persevered through it. Above all else, though, the professors at the top know. I imagine that if you went back to that building and hinted at it, you'd see alarm on a select few faces. Fairs among them. There was a long pause. Lady Gloria was unreadable. Isn't a beautiful farce better than an ugly truth? She asked. Ah. So we were already at that point. Had she been ready on some level to accept this already? Suspicions? Questions without answers, that had all settled at once? I think you underestimate the ugliness behind your farce, I said. Lady Gloria didn't seem to have an answer for that. She looked sad, standing there, thinking about it. No, Carling said. He stepped forward, becoming less of a silhouette and more of a man. As he approached, Lady Gloria turned her back to me, and raised a hand, clapping it to the front of Carling's shoulder, halting him. No, he said. That's madness, and it's an insult I can't. Lord Carling, Lady Gloria said. Her voice was soft. You were concerned about the gas. You said we couldn't attack without playing into their hands. He's saying Carling started. He didn't finish. He glared, expression shifting 3 different ways across 2 moments. No. I know, Lord. We're better than that. We have a long history, family lines. Even the least of us in the present hold status on par with. Another explosion over in the direction of the main building's gate suggested that we'd made our second attempt at stalling the reinforcements. We'd have to back off soon. An explosion would delay them less than gas would. It's a lie, Lord Carling said. In the doing, he sounded more like his old self. He chuckled, raising a hand, and waggling a finger at me. They said you were devious, that you'd find weak points to capitalize on. I remained where I was, my hands bound behind my back. I didn't flinch, didn't change my expression. It's a lie, Lord Carling said. He turned to Lady Gloria. Yes? I'm not some sick child, I said. Orphan. Street beggar. Stop, he said. He was stern, finger held out. Or a jailbirth. He reached for his axe, and Lady Gloria stopped him. His face was suddenly edged with anger. Why are you stopping me? Why aren't you with me in this? Why aren't you speaking out? Lady Gloria didn't answer. Lady Gloria, he said. Daughter of Alex Kinloss. I order you to answer him, firmly and clearly, and dismiss his lies for what they are. Somehow, the words lacked authority. Lady Gloria seemed to think the same, because she didn't answer immediately. She didn't turn my way. Instead, when she did speak, it was to him, and her voice was gentle. I've seen things that made me wonder. I believe. Enough. Or I'll cut you down where you stand, he said. Tension strained his voice. The smoke and gas had cleared enough that I could see the other 2 nobles in the back. I could see Lillian, a ways off to the side, a rifle in her hands, aimed but not fired. I saw Duncan's dogs gathered, alongside 3 of the baboon wolf war beasts, all poised and ready for the excuse. I suspected he could deal with them, and the rifles besides. It would buy me time to run, however. I'd have to move fast. He jerked, as if he'd come after me. Lady Gloria stopped him. Let's leave it at this, she said, barely audible. Now that I've told you I started. Sylvester, Lady Gloria said. Let's leave it at this. It's important. If you speak a word of this to the wrong person. I know. I can work it out. I'll tell him and make sure the others know. We'll move carefully. I nodded. She started to lead Lord Carling off, and then stopped. Should I send some people to you? You can outline your terms for our surrender. That would be appreciated, I said. Ensure Professor Ibbot is with them, please. I saw Jessie move, hands shifting to a different position on her rifle, fingers taking a different configuration. Amend that. We'll let you know who we want. I'll go to the others and see if I can't prepare them, Lady Gloria said. Mrs. Darby is already there. Talk to her for a start. I'll do that, Lady Gloria said. You're talking about surrender, Lord Carling said to her, barely audible. He spoke as if gently reminding her of a simple truth. We don't lose. The Academy doesn't lose, Lord Carling, Jessie said, adding her voice to the conversation. But this Academy has been ours since well before you arrived. For a moment, he looked as if he was going to lash out, drawing that weapon after all. The moment passed, and he turned away. With more academies, states, and crown to follow, I thought. Root and branch 19.14. We'd extinguished the fire, but the coals still burned. Pride had a way of keeping them from admitting defeat for as long as there was an ember or a spark. There was something about nights like this that exerted a kind of pressure. It was dark, and that strained the senses, but that was the smallest part of it. Every sound was a potential attack. The air was thick with the taste of smoke and the residual chemicals and pollutants of the various weapons we'd deployed, from gunpowder to withering gases and airborne poisons. I could smell the faint traces of old blood, shit, and death in the wind, even at the wall top. The decorative crenellations at the edges of the path helped keep us out of sight. Where smoke had taken to the air, it had come down and settled into the fine cracks and grooves in the wood and stone, making the grooves darker, while the ridges, rises, and bumps stood out in contrast. My hands and the undersides of my shoes were vaguely greasy with the stuff. We had 3 positions that we held, now, of the 4 major buildings around the perimeter. The 4th was the admin building that was now out of order, swallowed up by builders' wood and seed growth. The issue and the challenge, however, was that any communication between the boys' and girls' dormitory buildings had to be done with the flash code or by messengers who made the long walk around the perimeter wall. Too much use of the flash code meant that they could potentially decipher it. We couldn't give those embers of resistance a breath of air. If we gave them anything, any kind of ground that they could use to convince themselves and each other that they could do something about their circumstance, then it could mean another day or 2 of dealing with them while they held out. But the alternative was using messengers, and there was a risk that they could intercept any birds or beasts. Small, but there. We would change up the tap code enough to throw them for a loop. The others in the girls' dorm would have written records to go by. We had Jessie. Hold on, Lillian said. Jessie and I dropped to a sitting position, our backs to the short wall that bounded the wall-top path. My shackles clinked as I settled. Lillian took a seat to Jessie's left. Back's sore, stooping over, while carrying this bag. I could take it the rest of the way, I said. It would be awkward, with the chains, Lillian said. Here, Jessie said. She dragged the bag to her side, then pulled the strap over her head, the bag resting against the side of her backpack. I've got it. Thank you, Lillian said. Give me a second. I'll need to take something later or I won't be able to get up out of bed tomorrow. For now, I just need a moment to rest. You do know there are labs over there you can use, I said. You don't need to pack a small lab into a satchel. I have my own equipment that I like, Lillian said. Mary got me onto knife sharpening, and now I can't use anyone else's scalpels. There are a lot of things like that. It's easier to bring my things with me. I've got some books and a change of clothes, Jessie said. Either this ends soon, or I'll be able to unwind with you too. Will you share your books? Lillian asked. We can talk about them. It would make my day, Jessie said. I'll look forward to it then, Lillian said. I wanted to join in, poking fun or making comments, but ambient sounds make me pause. I nearly missed it, but there was a sound in the background that I would never have given a second thought to if we were in a living city. A flap of cloth, as the wind turned, and one sound I couldn't decipher, gritty, grating and very brief. I reached out, touching Jessie's arm. Jessie nodded, shrugging out of the strap of the bag, drawing 2 guns. Lillian eased down to almost a lying position, drawing her own revolver. We remained like that, tense, while several seconds passed. There weren't any more noises. Jessie had heard just as well as I had, and I wasn't sure if she'd been processing it or if she'd needed my nudge to go back and actually pay attention to the memory she'd filed away, but she knew what was up. Lillian was taking our cues, and I very much appreciated that she was as willing to go with the flow, barely a second's hesitation in picking up what we were putting forth. Did you manage to find new books? I asked, casual. There's plenty around the dormitory, Jessie said. And there was a shelf where they collected books that students had left behind when they vacated the dorm. I picked up a few. Back when I read Jamie's books, Lillian said, I had the hardest time keeping up with the dime store novels. He would go through them so fast, I had to ask him to keep an eye out for the ones that continued long-running series or filled in gaps. He was so good about that. I still don't know what happened between the Golden Child and the Queen and the Destroyer one. There was that fantasy book that aborted early because it didn't get readers, too. She was barely letting her nervousness show. I was strongly suspicious that if our enemy was someone on Frey or Maur's level, they would have realized that Lillian was reacting to their presence, but we had no reason to think our enemy here was that good at reading people. I have some of those, Jessie offered. I've probably forgotten everything pertinent, Lillian said. Easily handled, Jessie said. We'll recap. Before we get that far, we actually need to get where we're going, I said. How's your back, Lil? I'm a little shaky, I wish I knew what I was in for, she said, but I'll manage. I'd caught the double meaning implicit in her reply there. I'm so very fond of that girl. All right. We'll get moving, I said, shaking my head slowly. I shifted position, my chains rattling, and leaned forward so my hands were visible. I gestured lie. Jessie gestured stay with her hand on the grip of one of her revolvers, and I gave her a short nod. She passed it on to Lillian with a gesture. Extending my foot out as far as it would go, I scuffed the ground with my heel. They appeared almost out of nowhere, dressed in dark clothes, graceful, with limbs twice as long as they ought to have been. Scarves and hoods masked most of their faces, and the rest was a morass of tubing and metal. If there were any eye holes or metal, there wasn't enough light to make them apparent. There were 4 of them. As the one nearest me appeared on the wall, I threw myself onto my back, sticking my foot out. I hooked their ankle with my foot, and very nearly tipped them backward over the tall wall they'd just scaled, for a very long drop. One of their companions caught them. The scene froze. The warm wind that tasted of smoke and had far too little moisture to it was making their cloaks and clothing billow and flap, but they were very still. Lillian had the one nearest her at gunpoint. Jessie had one gun trained on the 2 who held each other and another on the one nearest her. "Watch where you step," I said. "We've known you were there for a bit, now," and we set out caltrops and a snare. I saw several of their heads turn, examining their environment. "They're new," Jessie said. "I didn't see anything like them, unless they were contorted into luggage somewhere." "Yeah, no, they weren't," I said. "You guys are new, aren't you?" They had blades, but the blades were made of opaque glass or ceramic. The clothes, the more I was able to catch the details as the faint moonlight shifted, were closer to rags, multiple garments put together. The sleeves and pants were multiple pieces of dark clothing torn to rags and then sewn together in a way that hugged the long limbs. "Skewed proportions," Lillian said. "I'm guessing they didn't have any alterations made to their heart or lungs, going by the way they're breathing. They're not meant to last much long." "Stop," the one closest to Jessie said. Its voice was a hiss, and the P sound at the end had a vibration to it as a tube sucked at fluid in the experiment's mouth and gave it a dry staccato pop. Like a death rattle. We stood there, and the wind blew harder, kicking up trace smoke dust from the crenellations. The same wind made the wasteland out to my left swell with black clouds of dust that could have smothered a house. "3 ways this goes," I said. None of them moved. The one who'd saved the other from tipping over the wall wasn't hugging its companion anymore, and the 2 stood together, hips touching, one hunched over slightly, as if to keep from falling over if the wind blew too strong in the wrong direction. "The first way is that you work up the courage, and you attack. You get shot, and you do some damage, but it's far less than you're thinking it's going to be, and we both limp away in retreat, if you 4 don't die outright." The one who'd spoken before raised its head slightly. "It's just the way it is," I lied. I mixed the lie with truth. "You're not even used to those bodies. So maybe you lose your nerve. You go away just like you came, climbing down this wall, go back to the others with your heads down like whipped dogs. Well, I imagine nothing gets better and you've just got to wrestle with a lot of worse. Modified bodies, bodies not meant to endure the loads and stresses those frames would put on them, they'll need more food and nutrients to self-repair," Lillian said. "But it's not going to go that way, because they'll send you right back out, if some scary professor doesn't have some way to punish you," I said. I could see them react to that. Could I read resignation in that body language of theirs? It was hard, given the flowing coverings and their unusual postures. I kept reading tension in them, but it might have been what Lillian was saying, that they had legs that were twice as long and trying to maintain balance like normal length legs did. The arms weren't in a position to grab anything and find support there, unless they wanted to drop to all 4s, and they weren't about to do that. "You've got a third option," I said. I worked my way to a standing position. "You're going to take those weapons, and you're going to throw them over the edge. No games, no tricks, nothing underhanded. Jessie's going to undo these shackles on me, and we'll shackle you 4 instead. We walk you over to the boys' dormitory over there, and we'll take you prisoner. Our doctors will look after you, start figuring out how to undo what was done to you, and you'll be supplied hot, good food. Water, wine, ale. Baths." The looming figure ahead of me slouched forward a bit. After a moment, it dropped, sitting on its heels, one hand on the crenellated wall. "Beds to sleep in," I said. "I can't imagine you slept well over there, with the higher UPS taking the few good sleeping spots. But I'm going to go back to properly cooked food and tea here." Reaching out, it touched the blade at its waist, holding it by the pommel with thumb and one fingertip. "Slowly," I said. It took its time drawing the long sliver of glass from the loop of its belt, and the moment the tip of the weapon was no longer in contact with the belt, it dropped, falling free of the fingers that held the pommel, into the city below. The experiment divested itself of 2 more weapons this way. One clipped the wall as it fell, shattering with the contact. The others disarmed themselves. "Walk along the wall until you've walked 5 paces, then step down onto the path," I said. "Hands in front of you, we'll get the shackles ready." While they took the positions I'd ordered, Jessie undid the shackles at my arms and ankles. She navigated caltrops and traps that weren't there, and she shackled the enemy. A part of me wondered if they hadn't been modified to see in the dark, if they knew the caltrops weren't there, and they were playing along because they wanted to eat that badly, because their current existence offered no hope, even if they did as they'd been ordered. "Let's get you something to eat," I said. There was no resistance. They walked with bowed heads. There hadn't been much in the way of servants. I wasn't sure there'd been any that weren't stitched that could be left behind. Other experiments had been pressed into service, where possible, and these guys didn't feel like experiments who'd been modified to fresh purpose. That led me to the conclusion that with a scarcity of resources, these experiments had been made with materials drawn from the most available pool. The aristocrats. Possibly the most easily discarded, possibly the sons and daughters being called on to repay the crown for the good lives they'd led up to this point, with dim promises that if they saw this through and served the crown well, that they would be restored to normal. It didn't matter. Their appearance marked just another scattered few burning embers from an extinguished fire. I glanced over at the main building, fully aware that some keen eyes were watching us, trying to make out what was happening. They would figure it out. This wouldn't be the last time they pushed back, but this effort had involved a lot of work on their part, and it had crumbled easily. The next would crumble more easily still. I stared at them without seeing them, knowing they were staring back and there was a chance they'd see me, and they'd get my point. There was a crowd of rebels to welcome us at the door to the boys' dormitory. Davis, BEA, Red, Junior, Prissy, and several more besides. They gave the aristocrats turned experiment some wary looks. Can you bring some hot food? I asked. I'm imagining that they've had enough meat, since the only thing in rich supply would be war beast meat, so maybe hold off on the bacon, sausage, or meat fruit, and have the kitchen staff put together something that'll stick to their insides? Oatmeal, fruit, veggies, tea. Does that sound good? Jessie asked. Yes, the smallest of the 4 experiments said. Please. Secure them somewhere, if possible, I said. The small labs, Davis said, still looking very wary. Somewhere with a bed. I asked. The overnight labs, that the students were using to nap in while keeping an eye on projects, Mabel said. Sounds good, Davis said. To us, he said, we converted some bedrooms, the beds are nice enough, if that's what you're going for. It is, I said. The group of students at the door began to dissolve, and an armed escort saw the experiments off to their destination. Davis hung back with some of the other lieutenants, waiting for the experiments to leave. You sure about this? Davis asked. They're surrendering. They're doing exactly what we want them to do, they get rewarded, I said. Yeah, Davis said. Maybe. It's good, I reassured him. Yeah, Davis said. He sounded tired. Is there a lab I can drop my things off in? Lillian asked. Go with the others, use one close to those 4 you just brought in, Davis said. There are a few spaces you could use. Thank you, Lillian said. She looked at Jessie and I, you two will be okay. Yeah, Jessie said. I'll putter around on my own for a bit, then I'll catch up with you two. You don't have to, I said. It's fine. If this really is things winding down, then I'm content to take a few minutes, get sorted out and have my thoughts in order, and be ready for leaving Hackthorn. That's just a little ways off, I said. It is, but can you promise me I'm going to get another few hours of peace and quiet after tonight? She asked. No, I said. No, I guess not. She smiled. I'll catch up after. She took the bag from Jessie and departed in the direction that the 4 experiments and the armed escort had gone. Jessie and I joined Davis in heading up to the building's sitting room, a mirror to the one in the girls' dormitory. We settled into seats. I chose one with a view through the window between bookshelves, where I could see a sliver of the main building. The enemy. What's the current take on things? Jessie asked. There's no wrong answer, I'm just curious. Broad question, Davis said. In conflict and casualty? I asked. Doing okay. The injured have been patched up. 2 dead, but, he sighed. Their fault, mostly. Their fault. I asked. Say what you will, but a bulk of the student body is young. 2 16-year-old boys, no prior experience with war, violence, sieges, plague, or any of that. They were put on guard duty, they slacked off, went for a walk. Around the time the fog was lifting and the nobles left, they were out for a smoke or two, enjoy a degree of privacy you don't get with a couple hundred students in one building. They didn't make it back. That's a damn shame, I said. Ammo's good, we've still got a small few experiments in reserve to throw at any attackers, if we need to buy time to get organized. Things were stressful for a bit, back there, but I think we sense that we're through the worst of it. Everyone's working together. No dissent at the bottom. Might be a nice thing about being actively at war with a common enemy, Davis said. Keeps us focused and working together. No dissent at the bottom. Red and I do what we can about the troublemakers, ensure they're busy and content, BEA said. There's some minor drugs going around, made in the labs, but so long as it doesn't impair anyone or get in the way of things being done. Sure, I said. Going by the rounds of questions you've asked before, you're going to ask about resources. Our overall supplies are good, Mabel said. We're fairly well stocked. Not enough to create an army or brew another batch of the fog you used to limit access to the city below, but food, feed, water, medical supplies, a variety of supplies that would let us do one-off experiments, we're good. Good, I said, a little unnerved that Mabel had paid that much attention to me. Ongoing projects. Some gas, some war beasts, some stitched, more than a few parasites. More to keep us busy than to turn the tides, Junior said. A lot of it translates to the next phase of things. Good, I said. Non-academy projects. We dug up schematics for boats. 2 weeks to make our first departure, once we're good to go. That's assuming nothing more burns down, the stitched are available, and the schematics hold up. Then we're good. I asked. Questions? Needs, desires. I'd be a little more at ease if we didn't have enemies under our roof, but I'll manage, Davis said. I have to ask. Are you good, SY? I'm managing, I said. My hand went to my wrist, where the shackle had been removed. I rubbed my one wrist with one hand, then switched to do the same with the other. Can you guys dig up some cuffs or shackles? I think we'll all feel a bit better if we limit the damage I can do. I'll get right on that, he said. Where do you two want to set up shop? I looked at Jesse, then at Davis. Here. Sure, Sylvester, he said. I remained with Jesse, dropping my bag of clothes beside hers. Together, we approached the window. There was a chair set next to it, with someone else's old cup of tea resting on the sill, a half-inch of tea sitting in the bottom, gone bad. Together, we sank into the chair, Jesse sitting on me as if to pin me down in place, to make up for the lack of chains. I'm glad you're connecting with Lil, I said. So am I, Jesse said. Her attention turned to the world beyond the window. The main building had a great many lights on within. The light and shadow suggested that they were all gathered at the long tables. Late-night debates, hashing out the terms by which they would surrender. It's been almost a day and a night since we faced off against their nobles. I can't tell if I'm surprised or very much not surprised that they're being this stubborn, I remarked. I'm not surprised, Jesse said. But if I went by gut feeling. You don't really do gut feeling much. You do precedent, Miss Jessie. If I did, just this one time, she said, snuggling in closer to me, nestling into the gap between my shoulder and arm and where the back of the armchair curved in around us, I would say that they'll decide before dawn. So their humiliation isn't as visible as it'd be in stark daylight, I said. Somehow I don't think that's where my gut feeling was founded, Jesse said. It's where mine is, you dingus, I said. You're the dingus, doofus. You're the doofus, I said. I trailed off. We had company. One of Davis' subordinates with chains and manacles. I rested my head on Jessie's shoulder while she directed the fellow in how to arrange it. My left ankle and my left wrist were shackled. The shackles were attached to the iron grill that framed the window, bolted securely into the stone of the wall. Do you need anything else? The fellow asked. Blanket? Jessie asked. It was less than a minute before he returned with the blanket. When he left, Jessie and I were left alone in the room, sharing a seat with a view, a blanket draped over our laps. It seemed almost as if the black wood and plague had consumed Hackthorn after all. The wind blew and it stirred clouds of dust and settled smoke like it would have stirred up the aftermath of Blackwood. The city below was empty, without any lights on. It's beautiful, in a desolate kind of way, I said. I have to admit, I don't get much out of the sights, Jessie said. I've spent far too much time looking out windows for the past couple of days. Yeah, I said. I should have grabbed a book before getting comfortable, she said. Rather than pull away, she curled up against me, her head settling against the back of the chair, her nose brushing my shoulder. I'd like to think I'm more interesting than a book, I said. You're very much more interesting than a book, she said. Enough so that it can be tiring, I admit. I might have to conserve my strength. Well gee whiz, sorry, I said. I felt rather than heard her soft laughter. What if I don't say anything? Does that make me less exhausting to be around? I asked. Then I'll be bored, she said. I'll be left to dig through old memories, sort out more recent ones to make sure I didn't miss connections, and anticipate tomorrow. A night of mental filing. Well, just proposing an alternative, I said. The arm that encircled her middle shifted position, my hand tugging on the side of her blouse. It pulled her collar away from her neck, revealing one of the scars from the caterpillar implant. This one formed a line from the nape of her neck and extended just a little ways over her shoulder. I kissed it. She kissed the side of my face. My free hand moved, and my free hand didn't need to roam, explore, or find their place to find what they were looking for. My memory was shot, and there were countless things I didn't remember like I was supposed to, but I knew where Jessie's scars were beneath her clothes, and my fingers traced the scars. At the stomach, in 2 places, at the chest. Fingers brushed against fine fabric, tracing the lines. Her hand moved up and down the left side of my body, before reaching up to my shoulder and finding a place there. Distant footsteps approached, drawing closer. We didn't move to hide what we were doing, but the positions we held weren't such that anyone would raise an eyebrow, unless they saw us in motion. We were still, while a group of students with guns passed through the sitting room of the boys' dorm. You all right? One asked. Very good, thank you, I said, smiling. They moved on, heading into another hallway, carrying out the rest of their patrol. Jessie's fingers touched my lips. Nice smile. You've seen it often enough. Not like this, she said. Not so devastating. You keep using that word. Are you being flattering for once? I flatter you plenty, but with that damaged, devastating brain of yours, it's in one ear and out the other, she said, her voice soft. I think you're trying to get a lie past me with distracting words in the middle of the statement, there. Maybe. She kissed the side of my face. I turned my head to face her and kissed her properly. My fingers traced the lines, until her hand found mine and held it. I broke the kiss. So that's the famous, devastating Sylvester kissing, is it? She asked. I've kissed you before. Also, don't think I don't notice you pushing that button over and over again, because you know I like it. It's our word, she whispered in my ear. Our wanted poster, our inside joke. I squeezed her hand. Kiss me again, she said. I did. I'd forgotten just what that was like, she said. The wind whistled outside. The voltaic lights overhead buzzed as the structure flexed and the wiring was jostled. My blood ran cold. Jessie, I said. She squeezed my hand, not making eye contact. It's nice, forgetting and being reminded. Jessie, what's going on? Did you drop a fourth memory? SHH, she said. Fingers touched my lips. I knew Jessie as well as I knew anyone. I could see it, hear it, feel it in the way she pressed against me. More than 4. SHH, SY. Please. More than 10. She moved her fingers and kissed me again. I only went with it because I needed to get my thoughts in order. I could feel my heartbeat thudding like it was trying to break free, and I could feel hers doing much the same. As she broke the kiss, she moved her head, so it was beside mine. Not facing me, not facing the question. Words caught in my throat as I tried to organize them. How bad is it? I asked. She made a noise, as if she was mulling it over. I waited for the response, and she didn't provide it. Jessie, I know I probably deserve it, I know I've teased you and everyone else that matters more than I'll ever be teased in return, but don't leave me hanging on this one. Can you just explain? She was silent. My heart pounding, my throat a lump more than it was an airway, I shifted position. Jessie had fallen asleep. That's not fair, I said. My voice broke with the sentence. And I know I more than deserve that too. I shook her. It didn't rouse her. I slapped her lightly, then a little harder. I raised a hand to hold it near her nose and mouth, so I could feel if she was breathing. I waited. The lump in my throat swelled, and I had to cough to keep from choking on it. Jessie, I said. I felt the breath on the back of my hand, and I barely felt better at that. My voice was barely audible to myself. Jessie, I refuse to let you pull this fast one on me, okay? You're not going to leave me hanging for hours now, waiting to see if you wake up as you. You don't get to do that. Not when we're so close to everything we're trying to do. It was always a war of attrition. I closed my eyes, wincing. You're operating with little time, holding the position of power. They're operating with very little power, but they have time on their side. It might not feel like it to them, as they starve, as they want for water and proper rest, but as pride compels them to negotiate their surrender among themselves before they extend it to you, they've been whittling down a clock with your collective deadlines on it. Infante, I said. The figure loomed before me. A pillar of a man. A monolithic entity. He stared down at Jessie and I. He wasn't wholly the Infante, and he wasn't wholly me either. Not now, I said. These things are never convenient, he said. The most important moments of clarity and decision come when you're most pressed by circumstance. Not now, I said, quieter. Then, abruptly, realizing that I was losing ground, I writhed my way free of the chair and of Jessie, pushing her back into the seat to keep her from tumbling to the ground. I stood, and my wrist and ankles jerked with the chain that connected me to the wall. I roared the words, someone. Anyone. He stared at me. Lillian. I called out. He turned his attention to Jessie. If I lost ground here, if I snapped like I had before, and if I ended up working against everything I'd been trying to do. If, somehow, in a warped perspective, I found myself justifying horrible things and the greatest of betrayals, what would I do, when only Jessie was in arm's reach? If Jessie was still there. No, I said. The only way you don't have to see her eyes open and not recognize you, is if they don't open, the Infante said. That's bad logic. That's not sensible at all. You've seen a lot of death without even blinking, but one blank look with nothing behind it nearly destroyed you the first time. It would be a question of self-preservation. Anyone. I screamed the words. Help. How were there no patrols close enough? Can you really endure it? He asked. I have to, I said. Clearly. Whatever you're representing right now, whatever thought processes and fears. I'll concede the battle here. You can have this win. I'll compromise, I'll give you whatever you want. Oh, Sylvester, the apparition spoke, reverberating to the core of my being in a way that nothing in reality ever had. I now knew that the countless nightmares and fragments of madness, the dozens of figures, the visions of the world breaking down had never stopped. They had only found a singular, indomitable form that would stampede through my being in a way I couldn't ever stop. There was never going to be an ending where you didn't, he said. Root and Branch 19.15. Multiple guns cocked, the sound stirring me out of the deep well of darkness and poisonous thoughts. You're going to need to open your eyes now, the voice said. It wasn't the Infante's voice anymore. I kept my eyes closed. Please put the guns down, I heard Lillian. Then, more insistently, please. You shouldn't go near him, Doctor. Not when he's like this. It's okay, Lillian said. I wasn't sure if she was talking to me or the others. It's okay. I waited, tense. I felt like I needed to vomit, and the smell of blood was rich in the air. Can you look up at me? Is this SY I'm looking at right now? I nodded, then realized I'd meant to answer the second question. Maybe the fact that I hadn't looked up at her made it the right answer by process of elimination. It didn't make much sense, but very little made sense anyway. Open your eyes, SY. Look at me, she said. I didn't want to. Open your eyes, the voice said. I opened my eyes. 12 students with guns were gathered in the sitting room. Frey stood in the background, her arms around Ashton. Gordon was close by, half turned away, with Hubris next to him. Jamie was there too, in a chair by a bookshelf, his arms around a book so large it hit him from belly to the tip of his nose. He was so small. He was so thoughtful, so funny when he stepped out of his usual space, and that was something mostly reserved for me. I knew part of the reason he hid was that I couldn't remember him, and there wouldn't be anything to see if the book was moved. It was the same for Gordon. They were too far behind us. Too many months and years separated him and where he was from where we were now. Lillian was just a few feet away from me. I was avoiding looking at her, postponing reality. Look at her, the voice instructed. I looked at her, then looked away just as fast. What happened? Lillian asked. Her voice caught midway between happened. Answer her. Jessie, I started. My voice caught. I raised my hand to my throat, saw it drenched in blood, and dropped it away and out of sight, as surely as if I'd just raised a blazing torch to my face. "Sy," she said, and it sounded like she might burst into tears, just by the way she'd said it. "You said that if you were with one of us that you'd be okay." Jessie fell asleep, I said. My voice was hollow. Then I wasn't with any of the lambs. Lillian looked so damn sad, as she took that in. I couldn't meet her eyes. I didn't want to look at any of the rebel soldiers with guns, either. My eyes kept moving from face to face in the crowd of figures that occupied the sitting room. The snake charmer and Percy were watching intently. I was cold. It was summer and I was cold. I wasn't wearing a shirt, I realized. I glanced around to see if I couldn't spot it. I saw Jessie lying very still in the armchair. I saw streaks of blood on her and the chair and averted my gaze. "Sy," Lillian said, her voice very quiet. I could tell from her tone. Whatever she was going to say, it was going to be a hard one. The silence had a heaviness to it. "Should I give the order for them to shoot you?" "All right then." Not the hardest question she could have asked. "I don't know," I said. "Maybe." "Did she started?" She stopped, clenching her jaw very intensely for a second, almost as if she was trying not to vomit. She turned her head and used the heel of her hand to wipe at one eye. "I don't know," I answered her, preemptively. "You don't know if you killed Jessie?" I opened my mouth and closed it. "That would be one of the hard ones." "Was it maybe it wasn't you?" she asked, as if begging an answer. "Can we at least say that you weren't yourself, that it was a quirk in your head, another personality?" "I don't think so," I said, and I hated myself for not telling her what she wanted to hear. At least I'd given her an answer that wasn't "I don't know." I don't think that distinction really exists. Soldiers with guns shifted their feet uncomfortably. They weren't pointing the guns directly at me, but they were close. When I met the eyes of one fellow, he looked away. When I let my eye roam, trying to go anywhere that wasn't where I was standing, just a few feet from Jessie, I saw just how many nobles were present in the room. They moved, pacing, and as they did so, the others moved out of their way. In this place, in this visual representation of where my thoughts dwelt, the nobles held sway. Lillian blinked hard, then blinked a few times in quick succession. She looked skyward, and the tears started. I wanted to tell her not to do that, but how could I? "For all that you guys tried to teach me a good poker face, hey?" she asked, her voice too high, as if it was on a precipice. "Yeah," I managed. "What I keep going back to is," she stopped abruptly, blinking more. "I know it's stupid, but it's just about the only thing I can cling to right now. The lambs accept each other's foibles, big and small. There's a part of me that wants to do that. Sylvester is what he is. From the earliest days, when you convinced me that certain rude words were normal conversation among adults and I used them in class, or when you put that egg in my mouth while I was sleeping, or when you looked up my skirt or relentlessly made fun of me, well beyond the point it was funny and when it made me want to quit, not just the lambs but the academy altogether, give up on my dream because you were that vicious." "Lillian," I said. I didn't really have a follow-up. "You were a horrible little shit sometimes, Sy. And this is, whatever this is, seeing you like this, deranged at one moment and lost the next, covered in blood? It's..." She stopped. "Bad," I said, swallowing. "But I knew that Wyvern hurt you. I knew you came from a bad place if you'd go from that to the academy labs. I knew not at the very beginning, but I figured it out quick, that Wyvern was going to do your head in." I nodded. "So what I'm clinging to is this silly, little girl idea that this is normal. Of motherfucking course you're standing there like that and I'm standing here with a bunch of soldiers with guns. Of course when the others leave you alone to talk to Mauer and to get me, we all come to reunite with you and find you're lost to the world, so non-functional your organs are suffering for it, and you've turned an entire academy upside down. Of course, Dr. Lillian. Business as usual." Her voice was getting even higher at the end there. "And that part of me really doesn't want to blame you. It was what was done to you. It really, she stopped there, raising her hands up, as if to put a wall between us, or to ward me off from speaking, and pushing her in any way. I was silent. "Really," she continued, once she had her composure. "I want to be able to tell myself that I'm a proper lamb, and I can forgive the experiment parts of you, because that's how we operate." "It doesn't make you any less of a lamb if you aren't okay with this," I said. "Don't tell me that," she said. "Because it's all I have, Sy. Jessie's one of my favorite people I never got to know enough. It sounds so dumb, but I was really looking forward to reading books with her. She said she was losing her memories, I said. A lot of them. She told me. We didn't want to tell you because you were fragile, Lillian said. I clenched my fists. My hand hurt, a lot. I wasn't clenching them because I was angry or anything like it. I needed to remind myself I was present. That makes some sense, then, she said. It makes this scene make more sense. Thank you. I couldn't bring myself to respond. Can I check on her? Lillian asked. Or should I wait? The others were signaled. They'll be on their way. You can check on her, I said. No abrupt movements, SY. And don't go anywhere, okay? Let's be mindful of the soldiers you recruited who have guns. Let's respect their feelings on this too. Don't go anywhere? I turned to check. The shackle on my arm was gone. The hand at the end of that arm. Skin had torn wholesale. From the midpoint on the back of my hand and palm to the second knuckle, I'd managed to strip off the flesh, so it bundled around the ends of my finger. It was still bleeding profusely, enough that I'd not been able to see where the torn skin had gathered in the initial glance. Get me my medical kit, Lillian said. Hurry. I could look more freely without having to look at Jessie, because Lillian's body blocked my view. I looked to the ground. The chain that led to my ankle was bundled up. My shirt was bound around it, with the leg of a tea table thrust through the cloth. It was soaked with blood and something else, and it had been twisted up and around several times. It was a trick that served to bend steel bars and, in the right circumstances, to apply force to something like a human head or chain, when cloth would otherwise tear and wood wouldn't have the leverage. Twist up the cloth, soak it, bind it around, and then use the stick to twist it up further, until the cloth crushed that which was between it. Bars would bend to be closer to one another, a skull would crack, and chain links could theoretically bend or break. The chain that was attached to my ankle was in bad enough shape that I could have broken it. I could break it even now, with enough of a kick of my leg. I'd almost been free, before they'd come in with the guns, before Lillian had arrived. I'd almost, what? A soldier had brought Lillian's bag. She was digging through it. That she was doing something, doing anything at all, it should have filled me with hope. It didn't. I couldn't communicate it to Lillian. I couldn't articulate that, and if I could have, I wouldn't have wanted to say it and make Lillian's heart hurt the way mine did. Lillian. It was Mary. Lillian stopped what she was doing. Simply the arrival of Mary was enough to draw out more tears on her part. Mary flew to her side. I can't stay for long, Mary said. I can't make the call myself, Mary, Lillian whispered. Mary looked my way. Jessie's alive? Mary asked. I saw Lillian nod. Then why? Mary asked. One of her arms encircled Lillian, hugging her. Because Sylvester was talking before he came to. Because. I could have, I said. I would have, if. I trailed off. Yet, Lillian said. That. For all of her hardness before, Mary's look now was pure sympathy. I'd seen that eerie sympathy when she'd stroked my hair, before. The tenderness that Mary didn't offer up very often at all. It was what Lillian had been talking about. She was able to accept and look past the parts of me that were experiment, and be kind to the other side, and it was so clear a divide in her that it had seemed entirely out of place. I need to go. I can't leave the others, but someone had to come, and I thought that if it really was an emergency, I'd have to be the one to fight off whoever or whatever it was. But it's a thing there too. We got intercepted on our way here. Take me with you, I said. I saw the looks on both of their faces. Take me with you, I said, again. Whatever say I have, whatever weight my word still carries, whatever favors I can still rightfully call in, you need to take me there. It's important. Why? Mary asked. Because. Because I can't do anything else. I can't stay here and look at this, and I can't be there if and when Jessie wakes up. I need to keep moving. If I stop moving forward, I won't be able to start again. This whole plan, it's me, and I need to see it through. It might be better, Lillian said. Do we have shackles? Mary asked. Cuffs, anyone? Not here, but I can go, one soldier said. No time, I said. If something untoward happens, Mary can kill me. She wins in a fight. I'm not worried about a fight, Mary said. I'm worried about circumstances where I don't even get a chance to fight back. You tend to create those. I think I said. Tell her you'll be good, the voice said. Convince her. I think I'll be okay. I think I know where all of this is going. The rules this operates by. I'm okay if I have lamb's clothes. It didn't work here because Jessie wasn't there with me. I can do this. And it doesn't make it easier or right, but I can't spend the rest of the time I've got hobbled. I need to act decisively, while I've got a chance. Mary glanced at Lillian. Do it, Lillian said. You think? Mary asked. If we don't have Sylvester and we don't have Jessie, then we might not be able to see this through, Lillian said. Her voice was pitched to a volume meant for Mary and I alone, or just for Mary, with me overhearing by accident. And if we can't trust Sylvester, if he's this far gone in the here and now, then we definitely can't see it through. Mary stood. Wavy brown hair, ribbons, and a dress with tasteful amounts of lace all remained aloft for a fraction longer than it took her to move. Many of those same things settled with a weight that only a trained eye might have caught. Are your pockets empty? Mary asked me. Yes, I said. She stood, approaching me. With deft movements of her hands, she frisked me. You'll need a shirt, she said. She turned to one of the rebel soldiers nearby. You. Give us your shirt. The hesitation was clear. Now. Everything we've been doing for the last few weeks and months hinges on this. He pulled off his shirt. It was a button-up shirt, and he had an undershirt on underneath, even though it was summer. She handed it to me, and then bent down to address the chain at my ankle. I started pulling on the shirt, working gingerly with my damaged hand. The moment my shackle was off, she gripped the upper arm I'd already set into the sleeve, and steered me in a hurried march, out of the room and toward the exit that would lead onto the wall top. I did what I could to get buttoned up. I might have been taking too long, because with scarcely a glance, Mary reached over with one hand and began doing up others. Jessie's gone, or she's going, I said, quiet. I know. Helen's. Yes. I have my difficulties, but it's a few months to a year off. Okay, I said. I just wanted to know where we stood. She tore at some of the lace that encircled her waist. Seizing my wrist, she began moving the loose skin back into place. Her grip was stern as I reflexively jerked and pulled. The Baron stood in the stairwell, watching us as we made our way down to the door. I'd normally use Wyvern to convince my body to stay still, I said. I think it has its hands full. I know, Mary said. It's fine. There were guards at the door. They gave us some wary looks, but at Mary's gesture, they unblocked the door and hauled it open. Keep your hands in your pockets unless you absolutely have to move them, and if you do, try to signal me and keep them in view, Mary said. The pressure from the edge of the pocket will help, but you need more attention to that hand than I can give you here. It's fine, I said. It took some doing to get my damaged hand wedged into a pocket. I worried the blood would seep out and run down my pant leg, but it was dark, still. The others had gathered at one end of the bridge. Some of our lieutenants were with them. Davis, Mabel, Jr. Of the assembled group on the other side, just a few paces from the lambs, I could recognize Professor Ibbott, Professor Gossamer, the noble Lady Gloria, and the aristocrat, Mrs. Darby. Mrs. Darby. I couldn't remember the name of the well-spoken man who'd been at the same meeting Mrs. Darby had. There were another 6 who hung back a bit, less familiar to and with us. Everything okay? Duncan asked. We'll manage, Mary said. I don't think we need to do further introductions, do we? You're all aware of who Sylvester Lambsbridge is. I'm Mary Coburn II. Is that an attempt at humor? Ibbott asked. I hope it is, Helen said. With the state of things, we need more reasons to laugh. You've done a poor enough job that a great many people have reason to cry. Watch your tone, Helen, Ibbott said. A proper lady should be deferential. Helen laughed at that. Outright disrespect. I could see how it prickled Ibbott. It prickled me too, in a different way. I heard the laugh and I knew that Helen was far from being in a good place, too. Having Ibbott near just brought it into focus. A stressor of its own right. We saw the flashes of light, Mrs. Darby said. Your pattern to date suggests that you often flicker the lights on and off to communicate just before you attack. We thought we would get ahead of that in open dialogue. They will submit, the voice said. Kneel, I said. I saw the shock hit them. That's not. Kneel, I said, louder, firmer. I let some of the emotion and raw energy from earlier into my voice, the anger at everything and at myself. I turned it against the people who were supposed to be responsible for everything. Who were symbolically responsible for me being what I was. We should go, Professor Gossamer said. If you leave, I said, we will blow up that bridge with you on it. I could see the alarm on Duncan's face. Ashton frowned slightly. Mary, at least, seemed to be neutral to this, or she was sufficiently good at appearing neutral. Helen looked intrigued, for her part, but Helen was a difficult read in the here and now. You'd lose any and all chance you had of getting the others to listen or cooperate, Professor Gossamer said. Probably. I'd give them their chance to kneel, and if they didn't listen, I'd wipe them out too, I said. I was very aware of how many nobles were arranged around us. Mine, not theirs. Your time is up, the sands have all found their way to the bottom of this hourglass. The point's been made. You know and we know how this ends. No more pretending, no more niceties. Niceties are important, Lady Gloria said. You can achieve our cooperation without humiliating us. Trying to humiliate us will only make us balk. We may well die before we kneel to someone who isn't our Lord King. Then you might as well die, I said. Because if you want to see this as humiliation, you'd face a lot more of it. We had our turn as the bottom rung, doing the Academy's bidding. Now it's the same, but the position's reversed. You'll be our slaves in all but name. You will bow, you'll scrape, and you'll choose the right words. How fast you bow and scrape will determine if we treat you with something resembling kindness, as we've treated the experiments we took into the dormitory over there, or if we treat you as things to be used and discarded. That's it, then. Mrs. Darby asked. I've already given you my personal concession, I've told the others I'm already willing to surrender. I don't know how much my circumstances will change, and I'm scared at the ideas of what might happen, but you'll hold us hostage here? You're making me reconsider my decision. You can kneel, knowing just how many of them are watching this through the window, you can come with us, you can try to walk away, and we'll take the bridge out from under your feet, or you can be taken prisoner. You don't want to be taken prisoner. We'd be agreeing to be prisoners in the long term, Lady Gloria said. I know where I stand in relation to you. I know it's not as wide a gap as some would like to pretend. I shook my head, slow. Yet I must insist that you could make this easier, she said. That decision is entirely in your hands, I said. It rests on how quickly you admit your decision in totality. Her face was hard as she stared me down. I didn't flinch. Time was not a currency I was willing to spend any more of. No. We held power, and I had every intention of using that power to hoard that very currency. I would give everything for more of it. I would tread over any number of corpses until I could get more of it. I would take it by any means. Mrs. Darby shifted her footing. Multiple eyes turned to her as she reached out for the railing to the bridge she stood on, and started to work her way to her knees. Ibit seized her arm, stopping her. Her eyes on the ground, Mrs. Darby said, I would have it be known I'm bending the knee, or I would if I wasn't being manhandled by a notorious bore. He's pressing the issue because he's in crisis, Ibit said. The lambs have expiration dates. Someone's run short. Jamie, was it? Or have Lillian's dalliances and study drugs caught up with her? You don't know anything, Mary said. No, I said. He's right. It's a big part of why time's up. There's so very little left to lose, now. You can be sure I'm putting a high price on that little. You do not want to pay for it in blood. You do not want to see me get creative. As you did with Fairs. Professor Gossamer asked. Compared to where I am now, I was in a good mood when I addressed Fairs, I said. And I didn't have the benefit of the other lambs to focus me. I can promise you, they'll all have something to contribute, if it comes down to it. Mrs. Darby yanked her arm from Ibit's grip. She dropped to her knee, head low. Thank you, Mrs. Darby, Duncan said. I'm a pragmatist. I'm going to believe my being first to bend the knee counts for something. Please don't dissuade me from that belief. It does count for something, Duncan said. He glanced at me, and I nodded. Others started to kneel. Low-level aristocrats that had attended that trailed the group. They were most used to bending the knee, perhaps. They had the least to lose. I'd like assurances of food, proper accommodations, Gloria said. This isn't a negotiation, Gloria, I said. That boat sailed so long ago it's already reached the other side of the King's Ocean. When you bend the knee, it's an acknowledgement that you are wholly and totally at our mercy. You are wholly and collectively fucked. You've wholly and collectively fucked the population, the landscape, the governing, the economy, the past, present, and future, and the time has come for it all to catch up with you. If servitude is all you face, then that is a ludicrous kindness. I'm not even Lady Gloria anymore, then. 2 of my 3 professors are sick with dehydration and hunger. Their care of me has floundered, she said. Being atop that building over there for a day and night hasn't helped matters. That was the intent, Mary said. We might not be able to defeat nobles, but we can drive home just how dependent you are on them. One among many of a series of realities I've suspected but never had to face, Gloria said. She paused, and then swept into a curtsy that became a kneeling position. I wondered if it was a motion practiced and reserved solely for the likes of the king or perhaps the infante. With her submission, others followed suit. Professor Gossamer, doctors, and some holdouts among aristocrats. Ibit was a holdout. I will not bow to a life I brought into this world. Helen picked her way through the assembled group. She found her way to him. He held himself high, chin raised, refusing to even back away. She reached over to brush a hand down one side of his face. She was taller than him, helped mostly by the fact that he wasn't tall for a man. It had been some time since I'd seen them together, and somehow I was left with the impression she hadn't stood nearly so tall in past cases. Diminished by association with him. Miserable, miserable man, she said. I'd pity you, but it's not something I'm very good at doing. I'd hate you, but I can't, as much as you deserve it. This is where you break me, then, he asked. If I took hold of you to break you, I'd kill you, she said. A bit of a snag in the way you put me together. You're that far gone, then, he said. I'm that far gone, she said. She stepped closer to him. Her hand ran along the top of his head, to the back of his neck. I have to wonder. You made me, clearly with intentions that everyone suspected and nobody of note spoke aloud. You didn't care that they laughed at you behind your back. They respect me, Ibit said. And I won't betray that respect by kneeling here. I'd sooner have my own experiment crush me. There's something to be said for closing that circle. They respect your work, she said. She moved closer to him. Her hand traced up his body. When she spoke, it was into his ear. They have zero respect for you. Everybody weighs the odds. Is he so maladept and socially incompetent that he doesn't realize what it looks like? Or is he one of the disgusting sorts that seizes the reins of life itself, forging thinking, breathing existence from next to nothing, only so he can stick his cock in it? She breathed those last words. Have the lambs warped you so much, that you're this ruined? He asked. Have they indeed? Helen asked. She giggled. No, Professor. Without them, there wouldn't be anything of worth in me. She seized his ear, twisting it. His knees buckled, and he gripped the railing of the bridge to keep from falling to the ground, from kneeling even accidentally. But that wasn't her intent. She twisted his head by twisting his ear, and she made him turn a quarter circle. Show them, Professor. Show them the sum total of what you are. He scowled, struggling more. But he knew as well as anyone, very literally, just how futile that really was. How did Jesse put it, Sylvester? We talked about it when discussing my brother. I winced at the mention of Jesse. I felt a pang. Still, my eye dropped to the lower half of Ibit. The sleeping dragon, I said. Except we're not talking sleeping dragons in this case. Ibit's face was visibly red, even in the gloom. With the angle of his body in regard to the main building, all of the faces in the window could no doubt see, as they watched noble, doctor, professor and aristocrat kneel, while Ibit stood up. So easy, Helen said. So easy to show them how small a man you really are. Not that small, Ashton said. SHHH, Duncan said. Metaphor. Oh. Ibit picked up his struggle. In the midst of it, I couldn't tell if it was because he was struggling so hard or if it was Helen's strength, but he pulled away from his creation, and he left his ear behind, firmly in her grip. He snarled and gasped as he dropped to the ground. He was on all fours, but he was on his knees too. Don't kid yourself, Professor, I said. Nobody thought you were the last holdout, nobody believed you were the strongest here. They'd be embarrassed to think you were, Mary said. Go back. Talk to the others. Make the stakes clear. We'll be approaching you with your assignments shortly. Trust me when I say that you really want to have everyone on the same page by the time we get to you, and I'm talking an hour or two at most, understand? There'll be holdouts, Gloria said. Address them, I said, my voice hard. Consider that your first collective assignment. Go. They rose to their feet. I could see the unhappy looks on many faces, at taking these orders, at this circumstance. They walked back over the bridge. They'd tell themselves that it was only a matter of time, that the Infante would find out or they'd have a chance to get a message out. That we were expiring. There would be heated debate, but they'd concede. They were too hungry and tired to do otherwise. As the group departed, they left Ibit behind. Only a few disgusted looks were cast back his way. He still huddled on the ground, head buried in arms, back arched, knees tucked under him, like a turtle drawn into his shell. One of his hands struggled to stem the tide of blood from his ear. My hand hurt in much the same measure. The limited bandage wouldn't be enough. I wished my hand wasn't as hurt as it was. It would have been nice to have an excuse to postpone things. Come along, Professor, Duncan said. You might as well come with us, as you're not going back to them. Pheromones, Ibit said. She was near the boy. She drew them into her lungs, she breathed them on me. You took drugs to ward off Ashton, Duncan said. But if that's the story you want to tell us, you can do that. If you really believe it's true, you can go back to them and tell them. They'll take any excuse to believe it, I think. Mary gestured at me. Her eye dropped to my hand. Or you can stay here and bleed, I said. Lambs, lieutenants, we're going back. We started walking. Behind us, without looking at anyone, and without even an armed escort, Ibit picked himself up. He trudged behind, head hanging. How bad was it? I heard Duncan ask Mary. When you went to check on Jesse and Lillian. Far from good. As to how bad, we're going to have to see. A weight seemed to settle over the lambs as we made our way back. Lillian sat on one arm of the chair. Jesse sat in the chair, bundled up in a blanket. Much of the blood had been cleaned up. Jessie was awake. She smiled when she saw me. I approached her, and I kissed her on the forehead. I appreciate you not killing me, she said. That doesn't make this easier, I thought. You'll want to look at Sai's hand, Lillian, Mary said. How are things? Jessie asked. Is it resolved? Something essential just broke in them. The underpinnings that let them hold onto their pride. The rest will crumble, I said. Then there's a chance I'll get to see the conclusion, Jessie said. Or the start of it. No, I said. Lillian, already taking my hand to examine it and peel away bandage, stopped, tense. Jessie said. This is not the time for you to get nutty on us. We should put you to sleep, Jessie. She swallowed. I saw a look of fear sweep over her expression before she pushed it away. She reached up for my hand and took it. No, We have a wealth of resources at our disposal, I said. We'll soon make our play to have the Crown States under our thumb. But with the people we've brought here, we can start on the first leg of it. Ibit will work on Helen again, but as an exclusive project, with a dozen keen eyes and minds looking over his every last piece of work, to look for traps. He will keep Helen from expiring, on pain of death. Eyes moved to Ibit, who hung back at the rear of the group. He scowled, but he didn't have it in him to reply. A good thing too, or I might have hurt him. We have professors and doctors to take over Mary's project. Minds that would have otherwise been turned to prolonging life are going to turn to prolonging yours, improving your quality of life. We talked about this, but it wasn't a primary focus. It's absolutely my primary focus now, I said, tense. I will not, under any circumstance, see another lamb die. I will not lose another one of you. The rule of longevity isn't that you have to unlock 100 extra years of life. You unlock 5 or 10 or 20, and that buys you time to find another 5, 10 or 20. They will find answers. They'll find some, but they'll have failures. There will be 5 or 20-year droughts, Duncan said. Droughts that are long enough. Then we put more on it, I said. But I'm not taking no for an answer here. Every single one of us, even the new lambs, are getting focused, expert attention. Entire academies worth of people, if need be. We'll take control, we'll have the power, and we'll do all the things we said we would, we'll. No, the voice said. I changed the conclusion of my statement, we'll do this first. Everything else follows from it. This is the forward movement you were talking about? Lillian asked. Absolutely. So long as we do this, you think you'll be able to cooperate and stay on track? You will not tell her about the compromise. As long as this is the route? I'll see things, I'll have odd moments, but I'll manage. And what if I don't agree? Jessie asked. I met her eyes. I was pretty sure I'd never seen her angrier. Tough. It's my choice, she said. And I decided a long time ago that if we're going to lose our minds, if we're going to slip away, then it'd be on our terms. I'd do it with you, I'd enjoy the moments, I'd make the most of the time we had, and we'd accomplish what we could before passing the reins for others or the others to see it through to the conclusion. We agreed. That was the deal we had. Yeah, I said. You asshole, she said, you don't get to change the terms of the deal. Jessie does get a say, Duncan said. I get the say. It's my brain. Jessie said. And it's crumbling and I can tell I'm losing memories by the hour, and it's picking up speed, but I have a few days, maybe a couple of weeks. Yeah, I said. I got the sense of that from our last conversation. I've put up with so much shit from so many people. I've worked hard to get us here. Not just the plan, but you and me, with the people around us, with the lambs here. I've made compromises and sacrifices. So I get this. Even if it's hard. You should, I said. If you put me to sleep to slow the damage until you find some answer, you do know what happens, don't you? She asked. I know. Believe me. I go to sleep, and it takes time to fix. Time the rest of you don't have. Look at how far you've slipped in the last month, SY. If it takes another year? If Mary and Helen continue down the roads they're on. We'll stall, we'll put things in motion, I said. Just like I talked about. That's no guarantee. You're asking me to go to sleep, possibly for years, with no guarantee anybody but Duncan or Lillian is there when and if I wake up. If I wake up. If you don't find an answer. We'll find something, I said. Jessie pushed the tea table I'd already damaged by tearing the leg off. She rose out of her seat. I'm deciding I stay. I'd sooner live out my last days with you than go to sleep, miss out, and live a longer life. This was the damn deal. I'd already told Mary and Lillian the reality. Jessie was so indignant. It was rare. She was usually so calm. The rock to my storm. She wanted this as badly as I did. You can't, I said. Because we don't get that. You and I can't spend our last few days alone together. I need a lamb close by, or I'll lose my mind. I'll be beside you, she said. You'll fall asleep. You'll drift off, because you sleep 16 to 20 hours a day to stay at your best, and you won't be beside me anymore, I said. Because if you're asleep, you're not next to me. You're as good as gone. That's not she started. No. Just a short step away from convincing myself you're never waking up, the darkest parts of me saying it's better to kill you than to see the look in your eyes when you're completely gone. Anything else, any compromise we might try to make, it's going to feel hollow, reminding us of the issue, and I don't want our last days to be a compromise. Not like that. She shook her head. You'll go to sleep, we'll give you the drugs to keep you under. We'll be there when you wake up. She started to shake her head. Then I saw her expression change. Before anyone saw, I wrapped her in a hug. She buried her face in my shoulder, hugging me tight. I felt the borrowed shirt become damp, and I looked at each of the other lambs, who would soon say their goodbyes. It was some time before she nodded her head against my shoulder. Enemy, Arc 19. He'd wanted to run the academy for so long, now. He'd ascended to the rank of second in command, and now he was to burn it all down. Men, women, and children gathered around the water's edge. The canal served as a moat to separate Shadeglow Academy from the supporting city. Boats lined the canal, each with ramps extending down. Teams of vat-grown labored to load luggage, crates, and cases onto the individual ships. The people on the far shore were clearly restless. There was an excitement that would be fitting for people at the street's edge during a parade or mass hanging, but there were less smiles than a parade would have, and less fervor than an execution might stir up. The sentiment was there, but they didn't dare to reveal it to those around them. The little he could make out of expressions of brow and the play of light and shadow on each face indicated solemn and blank expressions. Are the three widows still around? Hector asked the room, without looking. His assistant replied, they are. I believe they're hosting guests and reassuring they, the populace. No, Professor. The gentler sorts among the upper class. The interim headmaster nodded. The soft. The idealists. The doctors and students alike were packing up. Some students had gone ahead or traveled to meet family that would give them more comfortable accommodations aboard nicer ships. Others had already been sequestered away with special projects, to keep them out of the way until they could be informed of what was underway. The people standing on that far shore were very much like the students who had been gathered together under the guise of learning manners and decorum. Of the 500 students at Shadeglow, 85 had been from poorer families, ones without backers, patrons, or standing sufficient to earn them away over the King's Ocean. Rather than catching up to their peers, as they hoped to do, they would be left behind. There was a dim possibility that they would be killed outright, to minimize complications once all people of good standing had fled for safer territories. The people realized something was wrong. The key would be to reassure them, to tell them that war was underway. There would need to be an illusion, somehow, that there was still a governing body above them, and that keen minds remained in shade glow. The widows would have an idea of what to say. But things were moving neatly. He swept his black lab coat around him as he turned his back to the window and the people he could see from it. His assistants hurried to gather papers and notes, slotting each into folders, collecting folders into stacks, and follow behind him. Others stayed behind, closing the office. The libraries and records would be set to burn. Everything worth preserving had to be preserved now. There were guards in the hallway. Each wore red in varying shades, and each was immaculately groomed. Foremost, the skin growth had been artificially stalled. Fuller pins with loads of succinylcholine were slotted into the edges of faces and running down their necks, small, subtle needles set in place much like pins might be used by a tailor. Some had 3 radiating from the corner of their jaw, others had them as ear ornaments, and one had such a pin through the base of their noses. They might have looked like native savages if their clothes and hair hadn't been done up to crisp perfection. With a single hand motion, he bid the full arrangement of tender mercies to follow him. "You'll have the run of the place in a matter of hours," he said, to the nearest one. "Yes, Professor Hector. What are your thoughts on that?" "You were made for a world of desolation and plague. That world dawns soon." "Not so soon, Professor. It may be days or weeks before either Blackwood or plague find their way to Shadeglow," the Mercy said. "All the same. There's no telling if the years and the desolation will wear on you, when the hunting is done," Hector said. "We've tried to prime you for that kind of environment and mentality, but we could hardly test it, and minds are funny things, aren't they? I feel like the world is too bright, busy, and loud now. If the world is quiet and sick, it might be the kind of peace I'm meant to enjoy." There were murmurs of assent from other Mercies. "The busyness might be that we're trying to wrap up. Still, I hope you're right. It's certainly our intention that you are comfortable as you lapse into your roles as custodians and hunters of our cats and cockroaches." "Yes, Professor. I'm eager. We're still trying to figure out how we might organize ourselves. I'm caught, myself. Caught. 2 of my brothers are staking out the rural territories until those territories are no more. Hunting for strays in the woods, the fields, and the mountains. My other 2 siblings, my dear sister and eldest brother, they're looking to remain here. They want to repurpose your quarters and those of the other well-to-do. I hope that's not an issue." "Not at all. A strange feeling, really, but I'm strangely glad my apartments will be put to use." "How are you caught, then?" "We all have our, proclivities. We tried to nurture a variety of talents, so you might cover a number of bases." "Exactly. My brothers like the crossbow and impalements, respectively. My dear sister likes pretending to be human, luring prey close, and then using great whaling hooks she hides on her person, and my brother likes large swords an ordinary human couldn't use. I like mechanisms, triggers. Guns, then. Traps, Professor. Bear and fox traps, tripwires, small explosives, deadfalls." "How enterprising," Hector said, amused. "Yes, Professor. I'd like to think so. But I'm still not very good, and I'm very much aware that as much as the cities suit me more and that I'm closer to my sister and elder brother, my weapon of choice would work far better in the wilderness. I'd be a contact between city and the rural reaches, but that's a position in high demand. I trust you won't fight among one another." "No, Professor. Even when we have cause to disagree, we're loyal in drawing the line and keeping to our purpose." "Good to hear," Hector said. "Now, I do believe I hear voices." The Mercies took that as their cue to fall back a few steps, more a following than a group that was keeping him company. His assistants hurried forward, almost synchronized in how they each put stacks of folders under one arm and opened the way for him with their freed hands. Aristocrat, doctor, specialist, and professor alike were gathered in front of the building. He looked for and found the 3 widows toward the center. They were dowagers of 60 to 80 years of age, but they had the kind of money that bought apparent youth. They looked half or less than half their age. "We sent some students to find you in the labs, Hector," one doctor said. "Arthur, one of Hector's favorites. We were concerned when you didn't come." "I was in my office, not the labs." "Has something happened?" "Hackthorn was sieged. The headmaster was there." "Fairs Academy? When, and how?" "The information we have is spotty. 2 birds reached Frank Clinton, and they dispatched copies of the messages to us. Not all of the message reached us intact." "Show me." He was aware of the attention of everyone present as he approached the center of the throng. At a possible time of crisis, he was the one making the final decisions. He stood straighter, and felt his heart swell, even as all of the usual and proper emotions reached him. The loss of their own, even a radical like Fairs, it was a tragedy. But there was more to it. Fairs had been throwing an event. Her supposed immortality. He took the messages, shook them, and held them with both hands to straighten them out as they sought to return to the form they'd been folded in. A late arrival saw Rex at the water. Academy super weapons deployed and attacking Hackthorn. A day and night passed before the message was sent, with only gunfire and explosions as signs of life from within. More message birds to follow, but the sending requires us to abandon our observation post. Flight times for the message birds suggest. Hector interrupted. Events should be a day delayed. The 3rd message was sent later than the 1st. "Yes, Professor." He read the second of the 2 notes. It was a 3rd letter, the second lost in transit, the bird scooped up by a passing hawk or its message fallen from its leg. All present are believed dead or captured, given the stillness and silence during the most recent hours of our observations. The Infante has been informed, and we should leave post-haste, with an emphasis on combat readiness to deal with the culprits. A massed attack against rebel parties. Convene in Frank Clinton. It had been nearly 3 weeks. Depending on whether and how travel had proceeded, Hector's superior could have been under siege at Hackthorn for as much as 2 weeks, for as little as 1. It was firm, the wording was right, and he reached for his belt. Vials were lined up in a row there. He drew one out, uncorked it, and tipped it, to place a drop of bioluminescent trace on his fingertips. He rubbed fingertip against thumb, then swept his fingers over the lower third of the page. On the second swipe, he saw the dark stain start to spread. The glow emerged shortly after. The sender had used the coded droplet of fluids. He wasn't in his office with the necessary equipment to check the code against senders, which meant it wasn't verification that the sender was who they said they were. Still, the sender was Frank Clinton, so that mattered very little. They would have done the verification that it was Fair's. War, one of the widows asked. Mrs. Rue. Her husband had been military, once. Not a war. Fair's was having an event, and it worked neatly with the schedule for leaving the Crown States. Many were guests there. If they attacked Hackthorn when so many of ours were gathered there, and if we haven't heard word since, it might well have been successful. It's something other than war. The rebels have been quiet, and they might have been biding their time for this particular strike. What do you need? The widow asked. What a question. The 3 widows weren't in official positions of power. They didn't have their thumbs on the local government, the economy, the military forces, or anything of the sort. But by dint of who their husbands had been, their social finesse and the passage of years, they had enmeshed themselves in everything, acting as intermediaries, the ones who knew everyone worth knowing, even outside of the city, and who somehow had half of the city's bourgeois owing them favors, while they owed few in return. In other circumstances, having one of them make such an open-ended offer of help was the sort of thing that could have helped him a considerable ways on his dream of becoming a permanently interred headmaster, earned him a coveted bachelorette for a wife, or removed an enemy from his path. They were limited in what they could do with the academy, specifically, but they could help, in a way that few outside of the academy could. That was a powerful tool when his enemies were so often playing with the same tools he was. A card up his sleeve that they couldn't account for or wholly counteract. But there was no room for selfishness here. He spoke, the people. We need them not to panic. We've already been smoothing things over. Are you stirring the pot, Professor? Enough of a stir that we'll need to smooth more. We'll need to gather our forces. It won't be a subtle departure. Yes, absolutely, it will be a stir. There's a man in your service named Captain Carr. He's well liked and trusted, and he hasn't ever lied to the people of the town. He and his father were from here, his father an officer before him, and the family is known to attend town halls. They trust him. If we could borrow him, you'd have him lie. He won't be here after today, Professor, the widow Rue said. What does it matter? He should be keeping the peace as the ships are loaded up, at the canal's edge. He is. With your leave, Professor. Please, and thank you, Mrs. Rue. The woman smiled and left. He stood a little straighter. Gather our forces. We'll bring a share of the mercies with us. If the trains keep running, we can send them back after. Have drug rations for any war beasts we're tranquilizing, make sure we have ammunition as well as weapons. He was surprising himself, with the ease that he found the words and identified the priorities, and also the ease with which others listened to them. The entire academy was soon moving on a new set of priorities. Was it Mauer? Frey? There had been some activity from the Radham brats, and there were others popping up here and there, as refugees were driven toward population centers by plague and Blackwood. Worse, civilians were starting to realize that things were reaching an untenable point. They were starting to worry, which was bad, and they were starting to wonder, and that was the most problematic of all. A full hour passed, his forces moving. He oversaw what he could, addressed the issues, and stopped to watch as Captain Carr talked to the people. Lying to them, for the first and last time. His thoughts were constantly on the enemy. Whoever the opposition was, it required different kinds of thinking. Mauer was one to inflame the hearts of the people, and there were a great many people who might listen. Frey was the type to make grand plays. Burlap soldiers terrorized, the lambs subverted, the witches drew on a corps of back-alley doctors in a willingness to die if it meant hurting the aristocracy. He was midway through overseeing the removal of one set of supplies from a boat to make room for mercies when the meal bell rang. It was normally meant to bring in all of the students and doctors who might be managing the shipping of experiments and academy goods to the rest of the Crown States, but the hour was wrong. Too early for dinner, too late for a midday meal. He picked up the pace. Whatever had happened to Hackthorn? Was it happening here? He didn't expect the sight that greeted him at the gates of Shadeglow. Headmaster Ensbury. His predecessor and superior. The others stood nearby, looking uneasy. It was a circle of the most elite of Shadeglow, from the widows to the aristocracy and Hector Ensbury's top faculty members. Did the siege break? You would have had to be right on the backs of those messenger birds, Hector said. The siege didn't break, Headmaster Ensbury said. We sent everyone away, given Ensbury's disposition, the eldest of the 3 widows said. If you'd like, we can leave as well. Please stay, Hector said. I imagine it's quite all right. Headmaster Ensbury, can you explain? I've been drugged, Ensbury said, his voice quiet. Poisoned, if you want to use the crass terminology. I'm very much compromised. By speaking to you, I'm condemning myself, but you know I'm a patriot. Hector clenched his jaw. He nodded. He would have made Ansbury one of the enemies he had the widows help him remove, if they'd afforded him a chance, but that didn't mean he demonized the man. Ansbury had his merits, and patriotism was very much one of those. He was a man of the academy and the crown, through and through. Who? Hector asked. The Lambs. Noble, doctor, professor, aristocrat, student. They've seized us, one and all. Now they're using us. Half of the cities and academies that haven't been claimed by the wasting of the crown states are being targeted today, Hector. For all his assurance earlier, Hector found himself at a loss for words. He found himself echoing the widow, and in the moment, he wondered if she'd experienced what he was experiencing now, only to hide it under a facade. He asked, "What do you need? Take me prisoner. When I start to expire, I'll start exhaling poisonous gas, and it will kill the people around me on its way to killing me. Account for that when you lock me away." "We can take the precautions," Hector said. "You'll need to act against them. Once today is over with, the Lambs will move on targets of a secondary priority. That will occur before the week is over. I talked to others, while we were discussing the surrender, and they've agreed that they will give their lives to spread the word. A third of the key locations being targeted today will still be the Crown's. We'll fight back." "How?" one of the military men asked. "This is, well beyond the pale. Take me to my cell. There's so much to cover, and I don't have much time. You'll need to arrange a bird too. I'm to write them to let them know if I've succeeded. The counter-agent will come with one of their subordinates if I do, and more of their forces will come if I've failed." "That gives us options," Hector said. "It does," Ansbury said. "I might have to defer to you on that, headmaster." Hector paused. "Too soon for that," he said. "Write me off, Hector. It'll be easier for all of us if you do." The eldest of the widows even looked a touch teary-eyed at that. "No tears," Ansbury said. "We coordinate, understand? We get one shot at this. The Crown States may be in more danger than it's ever been." Hector glanced away, his heart pounding. He saw students and doctors gathered a distance away, far enough away to be well beyond earshot, but they were lingering, trying to read the situation. He motioned for them to go, and they started walking. "The quarantine cells?" he asked. "It makes the most sense," Ansbury said. "Did you pack up the remainder of my belongings?" "We did. But it should be accessible. I had the boxes arranged so they would be the first off the boat, so you wouldn't have to wait to furnish your new home. You're a good man, Hector. Ambitious, but not in a way I dislike. You'll do me proud." "I'll try," Hector said. "Would you have some students bring me the boxes with my drinks and my photos? We'll need to discuss, but I'm in possession of some fine scotches I've been saving for the future, and I'll damned well indulge in them before I die." Hector nodded. He looked at one of his doctors, motioning one hand. Ansbury hadn't made mention of the photos, but asking would be crass. It was so easy, in the midst of the games, the struggles, the political plays, and the efforts to outdo his superior, to simply forget that Ansbury was a man. He had a history, a family, lost loves and loves he'd found. They started the walk toward the labs. Ansbury asked, "Any word on the other rebels?" Hector spoke, "Mauer was mobilizing, but not in our direction." "The others?" "There were some calling themselves the Four Nails. Gone. Broken in two, one of the two groups became the Burlap Soldiers, just in the past week. Inconsequential in large part, but any rebel group is most dangerous when it's newly forged, its spirit not yet broken." Ansbury nodded. His expression was grave. "This is manageable. The Infante isn't coming." "The letters were faked." "Faked?" Hector asked. "That's madness." "It's how they operate," Ansbury said. The closer they drew to the quarantine area, the darker his expression became. "It makes no sense and appears reckless from a distance, but there's a logic behind it we cannot grasp. Yet. When we know, it will be too late. It's how it was at Hackthorne." They entered the building. The widows looked a little alarmed at how stark and heavy-handed the measures were in the building. Vat-grown guards were posted throughout. Ansbury had never liked the stitched, and Hector himself had to admit he was glad for their absence. The vat-grown weren't perfect, but they at least didn't smell like old death, preservation chemicals, and ozone. "You make it sound hopeless," Hector said. "It isn't. But we'll have to be careful," Ansbury said. "Lords, I could do with that drink. This is how my legacy ends, is it?" "We can preserve your legacy, spread the story of what you helped us do," one widow said. Ansbury grunted. "Forgive me. It rings hollow." "I'm so sorry," she said. "Was it that they wanted us to think the Infante was going to reach out and guide us as the chaos unfolded, to leave us reeling when he didn't?" Hector asked. "I don't know," Ansbury said. The closer they'd drawn to the sealed cell, the more Ansbury had drawn into himself. Hector had taken it to be a resignation to his fate, but... He reached out, seizing Ansbury's shoulder. He spun the man around, thrusting him against the wall. He saw the terrible sadness in his old superior's eyes. "No," Hector said. "What is this?" "I'm so sorry," Ansbury said. The questions and the reactions of the others in their group were drowned out as cell doors opened down the length of the hall. "We've already been infiltrated. For infiltration at this level, Ansberry would have had to cooperate. To share the layout of the building, the security measures. He would have had to urge the Vatgrone to allow enemies through without issue. All of this would have had to be done before the letter even arrived. Don't touch those guns, a voice said. The owner of the voice stepped into view. His hair and eyes were wild, in a way that reminded Hector of when he'd seen the homeless urchins who'd been up for sale on his visits to the auction blocks in New Amsterdam, Crown London, and Elbitz. The ones who hadn't been socialized enough by humans, or who'd been socialized once and then seen that learning stripped away by dark experience. The lad wore fine clothes, a vest over a buttoned shirt, slacks, and boots. He was no older than 18, to look at him, but his green eyes looked far older. I think it might be better to do as Ansberry should have done, Hector said. And given my life out of patriotism. Maybe if it were life that was on the table. But it's not, Hector, the lad said. You should know as well as anyone that the Academy can inflict far worse punishments. Oh lords, one of the widows whispered. Hector reached out to put a hand on her shoulder. You are not the Academy, Hector said. You might be confused. It was certainly the plan. The letter, the crisis, all intended to get the wheels in your head spinning in one direction. I'll explain. Shadeglow is ours, Professor. Like Hackthorn is. Like Peachtree and Atlantica. Like the city of Wetwood and the town of Tyax. Hector felt his entire perception of the world shift as the names were rattled off, as if he'd missed a stair on his way down, and now teetered on a brink. Too many. He found his bearings at the same time he gathered his courage. His hand went to his gun. If he removed one of them. Pain lanced through his hand and fingers as they tried to close on the grip of his weapon, then redoubled as whatever adder or scorpion had stung him repeated its assault. Blood wept from his fingers as he pulled them away, trying to see what it was that had struck him. A solid, deep impact to the back of his knee knocked his leg out from under him, and his initial effort to bend his knee and go with the impact only brought him pain. He teetered and ended up falling sideways into one of the widows, his leg going straight to avoid repeating that pain. A knife. One had slashed at his fingers even though nobody stood near him. Another had appeared in the back of one of his knees, going deep. He cried out in pain. You've bought yourself an ugly fate, Professor Hector, a girl said, from behind him. I wouldn't try anything else, or you might buy something equally grim for these people you have with you. He stole glances at the widows, at the doctors who had served him so well, the professors who no doubt hoped they would run an academy one day. One's very much like he had been not very long ago at all. He looked at Ansberry, who stood with downcast eyes, looking like a man who'd died inside. Now, the boy with the dark hair spoke. My name is Sylvester. And I'm going to explain how things are going to work now. The letter? You're going to play along. As far as we're concerned, the warning is real. Play along. Sir Wardhawn asked. He stood a little straighter. Listen here. You're going to play along, Professor, Helen said, very gently. Your family will be in our custody, and we're going to take measures with you, specifically. Wardhawn scowled. You'll muster an army. You'll gather your forces, and you'll lead them. You have doctors in your employ. You'll put them to work. Your little fort town may end up a point other armies have to fall back to. We'll need to be ready for them. You're mad, he said. I don't get mad, Helen said, smiling. You have to know you're calling the king's attention down on you. If we happen to upset him, you'll be caught in the devastation that follows, Helen said. Something worse than Blackwood and Red Plague. I really do think you should cooperate. Wardhawn clenched his fists. Let's outline the particulars first, sir, and then you can decide how much you want to object, and I'll answer your objections. Not with words, I imagine, Wardhawn said. Helen tittered, her eyes alight with fey mischief. I do hope you object. If you do, will it be an objection to calling a state of emergency, Duncan said. I don't have the authority, the debutante said. It's not my city, it's my father's, and he's away. You can call the state of emergency. You saw what unfolded when the local government reacted to the letters. Without your father here, with communication between cities being so spotty, they're adrift in a storm. You'll take authority. We'll help you, Ashton said. He sat beside the young lady. She wore an ankle-length dress, who had a wisp-light scarf around her neck, while her hair was so short and so oiled down it looked sculpted to her head. As casual as the scene and her posture might have been, something in her eyes betrayed a trace of the alarm she should have been feeling in the moment. Ashton added, we'll tell you what to do. She nodded, even as the vague impression of alarm grew more poignant. Slowly, it eased away, but then the alarm became apparent in how her hands moved. Ashton reached up and took one of her hands, holding it. You'll coordinate with the others. Your father's company supplies raw chemicals to academies. You'll propose joining the effort at Frank Clinton. You'll want to do that, Ashton said. We're not soldiers. But you can supply a war effort. There'll be debate and discussion on what to do. When and if you have a voice, you're going to spread information for us. Information. Just one clue, Ashton said. He stroked her hand. You'll give them one clue, won't that be easy? She nodded, numb. Her feelings were all over the place, she'd never experienced a crisis like this before, and she couldn't gather her thoughts enough to know how she should act. It was always her father who'd made the hard decisions. It was so much easier to sit, to listen, and hear Ashton's soft, pleasant voice telling her what to do. It made the anxiety slip away, gave her assurance. One clue, she said. It will have to do with the movements of rebels, and the odd patterns of birds, Duncan said. That will be your cue, Lillian said. Emily and the two aristocrats Lainey and Chance were Lillian's support as she faced the rest of the room. She had lieutenants, but it was so hard to shake the notion that the rebel soldiers were size. Something being size was always a cause for a sort of anxiety. Emmett was with her too, but Emmett had his hands full with Gustav, a local aristocrat who'd augmented himself. Her soldiers encircled her, standing on the ground while she stood on a table. Their guns were raised, while the 10 guests at the evening dinner were sitting stock still, frightened for their lives. Plates still steamed in front of them. The dishes had been lightly poisoned, enough to take the fight out of them. Lillian found some comfort in that touchstone, that it reminded her of meeting Mary, of the bad seeds poisoning the cafeteria. There was too much to do, so she hadn't had any lambs come with her. Ashton had needed a babysitter and was most familiar with Duncan. Sylvester had needed someone to watch him and Mary was most able. Helen was content to operate alone. It was nice that Mary was with her on some level, even if it was a reminder of a poisoning half a decade ago. You'll provide the second clue, and others will connect the dots. The movements of rebels tied to a series of events in nearby towns. You'll name the lambs, and you'll name the towns, and I'll provide the particular details shortly, but the key element is that Radham comes up, she said. Radham. Radham, Davis said. And all you have to do, Professor, is speak out on just how much trouble has come out of Radham. The lambs, Mauer and Frey. You'll be sure to mention that last name. Frey, the professor asked. He eyed the young rebels who stood in his bedroom. You just mentioned that name, the treasurer said. I don't suppose I have much of a choice, do I? The professor asked. If you think you have any choice at all, BEA said. You're gravely mistaken. Red paced at the back of the room, watching, her trusty hatchet in hand. She gave it a lazy swing through the air, as if to demonstrate what the professor might be in for. Sylvester closed his eyes. The wind was strong, and it seemed like no matter where he went, the air smelled like charcoal ash or death. Plague and blight. Pierre approached him, coming to stand beside him. All good. Define good, Pierre said. The others are all right, I hope. Messages from the others indicate they're on track. Duncan's group was slowed by an incidence of plague in their ranks. You don't seem alarmed in a way that suggests they're dead and gone. They say they'll heal, but it will mean recovery time, and it will slow them down. We'll make do, I suppose, Sylvester said. And the ones who didn't want to participate in the battle are on their way to Sternwick. Sternwick. We've talked about this. West Corinth had to evacuate. The orphanage has expanded beyond its considerable frame, we control a share of that city, with accommodations for everyone that's presently headed there. They should be reasonably safe and out of the way there. Sylvester nodded, taking that in. He vaguely recalled something along those lines. Our contacts are saying there's a hint of movement from others, Pierre said. A hint, you say? Sylvester asked. It wouldn't be Mauer. Frey. Genevieve Frey's colleague Warren Howell and her stitched Wendy were spotted in the company of a creature that matches Dog's description. Sylvester smiled. Too big to stick to the shadows very well, it seems. She had to have caught wind of what we're doing. She'll know her name came up. The reports came late. Communication is hard, when even the phones and wires are affected by the black wood, and the waypoints beset by plague. But, difficulties aside, the forces you've recruited are making their way here. All seems to be reasonably on track. Here. Sylvester stood on the balcony. The sun was setting, and the sky was on fire. Frank Clinton carried on its business, unawares of the role it would soon play as a staging ground. On the horizon, a city sprawled. Plumes of smoke rose from buildings and cast out a gentle spiral of clouds that each rained endlessly on the city below. Good news, then, Duncan's group accepted. Not all so good. The upper nobility might have a sense of what's going on. Sylvester nodded slowly. Did the Infante leave? We don't know. Communications, again? Sylvester asked. It seems so. Well, that might be more problematic. Thank you for all of this, Pierre. You're welcome, Sylvester. I just hope you know what you're doing. So do I. So do I, Sylvester said. He didn't admit to such doubts with many people. He leaned against the railing. He watched the city, as people started to retire for the night, packing up shops, loading up carts and carriages, and taking to the streets. A group of children ran along the street with an academy-created doll, flesh-bound in a case like porcelain and fancy clothing. It had an ungainly, floppy run that made it look as if it might collapse and smash itself to pieces at any step. The girls took hold of its arms to support it and bring it along. He looked away from that and looked at the sky. It was turning from orange to red. Jessie, Sylvester said. He heard footsteps behind him. What do you think? He asked. Pierre gave him a sidelong glance. He ignored it. He ignored the 3 young women who were in the room that backed the balcony. Shirley sat with Mary and Helen. His focus was on Lillian's muscle suit, which empowered a stitched with the frame to comfortably and perpetually carry a reclining young lady. Jessie was propped up, half-sitting, while the 10-foot-tall figure held her in its arms. Look, see? Radham, Sylvester said, his voice soft. Pierre retreated. He brushed his fingers through her hair, watching her more than he watched anything else. She slept on. An endless dream, sorting through memories. He hoped he'd given her enough good ones. We're back, he said. Crown of Thorns 20.1. I spread my arms to embrace the rain. Radham wasn't home. I barely recognized the view of it as I looked at it from afar, frankly. That wasn't that my memory was slipping, but the fact that it had changed to adapt to plague and the press of war. Where the academy had once had tall fortifications surrounding it, now the city was ringed with them. One tall wall lanced out into the distance, blocking off the view. Fields, orchards, and grazing areas, secluded from the rest of the world. So very strange to see walls of stone and mortar on that scale without the wood interlaced through it. The rain ran through my hair, down the back of my neck, and soaked into my shirt. Helen, walking a few paces behind me, was humming to herself. I changed my pace, took one grand step back, and swept up her hand with mine, turning myself around to wrap her arm around my shoulder. In the doing, I pulled her a little away from Shirley. Careful now, she said. I don't know if I trust myself to let things go nowadays. Wouldn't that be a way to go? Don't tempt me, she said. Play nice, and I'll hold back. I'll try, I said. She squeezed my shoulder with her arm, walking with me. I glanced over at Shirley, who was putting her hood up, covering her short hair. How are you getting on? I'm mostly marveling at Helen, she said. That would be justifiable, given how I'm a marvel worth marveling at. I'm sublime, even. The professor I keep chained to the desk and caught in my room ensures it. Shirley looked like she needed a second to get her bearings, her conversational stride broken on a few levels by Helen. Anything in particular? I asked. The lessons you taught me are very evident in a very natural way for Helen. Poise, framing. Entirely learned, Helen said. But I learned it early on. One of the first things I learned, I'll have you know. I let the conversation continue, as Helen and Shirley had their talk. Radham loomed in the distance. It was enshrined in walls and soaked in a perpetual rain. We were getting a trace of that rain, or perhaps we were getting the rain that Radham would have been due if it wasn't generating its own. It really wasn't home. We'd grown up and away from it. But it was where we had set our roots. Some of our brightest, most genuine, and saddest moments were founded there. It was fitting, then, that we made it the first of the surviving major cities that we would seize. It would, all going well, be our base of operations. This was our staging ground. The city was choked with soldiers and the creations that needed to be housed indoors. They were trying to keep on the down low, with primarily officers, major divisions, and key experiments stored in the city, but it was still a lot of people. People were gathered in the streets where there wasn't enough room indoors, and while fires had been prohibited, the distribution of food and leash-free water was an ongoing process. The manors atop the hill were the nicest in the town, and they were where we had settled. They were where the officers, top professors, and our other key converts were staying. The only people to come and go were our other converts. Well, them and the scattered few enemies who made my heart jump in my chest, before I realized there was no conceivable reality where they could be here. The primordial child. Fair's outfitted in the suit that had enabled her to walk and use her hands again. Sub Rosa, as both the child and the adult. The snake charmer was staring at us, sitting with a girl I didn't recognize. I ran my fingers through my hair, palm hard against my head, squeezing the water out and back. The streets were full enough that carts and carriages had a hard time passing through. There was a variant Crown States flag on a pole by one of them, waving slightly. It was one of many, signaling for gates and checkpoints to let the carriage through, but the key difference, with the crimson background to the flag, was that it was meant for us. One of ours, coming back. We'd meet them at the road that led from the city to the hill manors. Helen and Shirley's conversation was winding down, it seemed. Would be a waste if you didn't, Helen said. I'd like all of us to get to a place where I didn't have to do anything like that with people we didn't like, let alone carry a garrote with them, Shirley said. If I had any dream or goal beyond situating myself well and rising from my current station, it would be seeing everyone get there. Speaking of goals, Mary said. I wouldn't mind discussing that. If you're asking me, I know what my goals are, Helen said. I was thinking SY should chime in, Mary said. I looked skyward, letting the rain patter against my face. We know what we're doing in the big picture. Claiming the Crown States. I know Jessie was clear on that. Jessie and SY had that as a defined plan. And, you're doing what you do, Sylvester. Now that something's firmed up, you're revolving and spiraling around it. Helen lifted my hand up. I dutifully spun her around, as if we were dancing. She smiled brilliantly, before raising a hand to her face, pushing wet hair out of the way and tucking it behind her ear. I understand if you want to keep quiet, if keeping quiet is one of the things that's helping you to stay balanced, somehow, Mary said. Even if I don't understand how that works in the slightest. I shook my head. 3 major hurdles to overcome, I said. More than 3, I'd imagine, Helen said. Big hurdles. 3 gods to slay, I said. 3 gods to overcome. Gods? Do I need to be worried about where you're at after all, SY? Mary asked. I twisted around in Helen's firm grip to glance back at Mary. I gave her a smile. I'm fine. Mary had a parasol, and wore a very nice red dress with crimson lace, a ribbon at one side of her head. Beside her, the flesh suit giant walked with Jessie in its arms, one of its hands holding a similar parasol to shield Jessie's upper body from the rain. A raincoat was draped over her legs to waterproof them. Jessie looked so small. You were saying something about gods? Helen asked me. Yes. Gods, My dear Helen G. Ibbott and Miss Mary Coburn. Great, unknowable, and potentially very intelligent forces who could yet tear us to pieces, even now. Especially now. Can I tear them to pieces? Helen asked. Or twist them up? One or two of them, I think, given opportunity. I'll look forward to that, then, she said. You look to giving me those opportunities. Why gods, Sylvester? Mary asked. Because they're not people, they're not something we can stick a knife in or remove from the picture with carefully worded letters. They're timeless in a way, they were there before we came into this world, they've been there all along, they'll be there when we leave. Are these real things or, again, do I need to consider putting a knife through the back of your knee? Mary asked. Stop saying that. When I end up getting knifed or shot, it's going to be because of a conversation that starts with "I'm very worried about Sylvester." Most of our conversations start that way, Helen observed. I know, I said. But I'd really like to focus on killing and subjugating God, not on the sad, slow decline of Sylvester. Let's hammer this out. All right, Mary said. I can do focus. Thank you. You're gods. You're not being abstract. Real, concrete things. Problems, enemies in broad but very definable senses. Okay, so if I had to guess, going by the things you tend to natter about. Natter? Natter? I asked. I twisted around. Jessie, they're being mean to me. Make them stop. Jessie slept on. Mary's eyes tracked mine very carefully. I saw a fractional shift in how her lips pressed together. I know she's asleep, I whispered. Mary snapped her fingers. Power. Power is absolutely one, I said. And control. Not at all, I said. I smiled. We just spent the last year working on bringing that particular god to heel, didn't we? I suppose we did, Mary said. Think on it, I said. There's no rush, no time limit except the one we've had since the early days, and of course if the god ends up dead before you name him, you miss your window. You're appealing to my competitive side, Mary said. I suppose I am. And you're appealing to Helen by giving her gods to embrace. Please, Helen said. Maybe, I said. Maybe. But maybe I also did bring it up as a way to tempt. I'm rusty, Mary said. Figuring you out, trying to keep up, thinking outside of the box so I might keep up with you. I'm starting to feel like this is more familiar. It's nice. I'm rusty too, I said. I've been trying to figure it out, but I want to work with the lambs on this. What comes next could be very hard. If I'm doing a good job of pulling your strings in Helen's tongue, appealing to your best parts in the process, I'm glad. Mary nodded. Helen's tongue? Shirley asked. Her. Helen Ness. Her appetite, in all the things that tongues can be used for. I do like that, Helen said. Do keep using your own tongue in clever ways with me, Sylvester. It's fun. Getting Shirley's attention with a movement of my head, I gestured at Helen for effect. See? Helen's tongue. It works. Dangerously well, Mary observed. I see, Shirley said. And Sylvester, sir, Helen said, and she smiled, let me know if you need any advice on pulling on Duncan and Ashton's somethings. I've spent a lot of time with them over the past few years. Shirley cleared her throat. I'll let you know, Hel, I said. I'm pretty sure I know how they operate from a mechanical standpoint. I can figure out the rest. She laid her head on my shoulder, and I put my arm around her. We hadn't made mention of Lillian. Somehow all of us knew that it wouldn't have gone good places. Not with things where they stood, and not with Jessie's role in the conversation. The flag bearer moved the flag, pointing it. They were indicating which carriages it was, and the little caravan wasn't on the main road. I changed position. My hand was still tender, and it nearly seized up as I scaled the side of a house and climbed onto the roof, settling onto a perch at one corner. Ah, I said. Not the lambs, Mary said, beside me. I'd barely heard her ascend. The carriages took the road normally reserved for the denizens of the hill. Men opened the door and climbed up onto the sides, hanging off of them. They kept watchful eyes out. They stopped on the road. Making us come to them, perhaps. Or they didn't want to venture too close. Like this, they could at least attempt a haphazard getaway. Mary and I descended to the road. We signaled and broke into a jog. They had all climbed out of the carriages by the time we arrived. We slowed down before stepping into view, walking as a group with an easy, natural formation. Shirley hung back. Mauer stood in a congregation of his rebel soldiers. He was in the heart of the Crown States, near one of its remaining major cities, with half or two-thirds of the nation's armed forces gathered in the surrounding region. He was one word from having the entirety of that turned on him. It would have been one thing if he'd been in that situation and he'd remained calm. That was a thing. But he was here, and he was pissed. Mauer, Helen greeted him. I would call you Reverend, but you don't like that, I remember. Calling me Mauer is fine, he said. When we told our soldiers to let you through, we didn't anticipate you showing up at the foot of our war camp, Mary said. Mauer's voice carried across the distance. Something tells me that if I were to find a convenient clearing and send a message, you'd be too occupied with other matters to respond. What would I do then? Find my way to you through your assembled forces? Would I try to steer your course? I told them to take me to you. You gave them permission to bring me here. We actually anticipated Frey doing the bold arrival in the enemy's midst when we left that instruction, I said. This works too, mind. I sent a soldier to be captured and leak information about Fair's acquiring an immortal, Mauer said. As was requested. Thank you, Helen said. I did not expect this, Mauer said. I spread my arms. You don't like the notion of turning the crown against their own, as they tried to turn us against each other. He turned his body, as if he needed the right posture to move his arm, and hauled his monstrous arm free of the coat that covered it. The mangled, distorted, oversized arm raised one index finger. When he spoke, it was with a very dangerous tone. His people were reacting to the tone, shifting their stances. I would very much like that notion, if I thought it was leading to justice and right. Something tells me it isn't. What would be just and right, Mauer? Mary asked. Mary Coburn, Mauer said. I knew someone with your face and name when she was a child. But you're Percy's creation, aren't you? Mary nodded. He also wronged you. He did you an injustice. I see what you are saying, but it was the injustices he did to others that I acted on. On behalf of people close to me who mind those things. I wanted to comment or indicate something, to let Mary know that that lie was old, that I and everyone else should already know that she had more heart than she pretended. I didn't, however, want to give any sign of weakness to Mauer. I didn't take my eyes off of the man. Remind all of us, please, just how you addressed that wrong of his. I executed him. Tell me, then. Between you, you seem hold the assembled forces of the Crown States and its lesser academies in your hands. You give orders and speeches here and there, and the enemy's armies move for you. You forge letters, and you make them act for you. You have them utterly at your mercy. We do, I said. Will you cast them down, lambs? Mauer asked. Will you tell me my instinct is wrong, and that you will set one of them against the other with the intent of destroying both, or in hopes of leaving one of the two weak and vulnerable to a knife in the back? There are better things we can do, I said. They are a festering thing, lambs, Mauer said. He clenched his monstrous fist, still holding it before him. They are overgrown and twisted to the point that they barely serve the purpose they were intended for. They are a system corrupted, that inflicts needless damage and stress on itself for reasons that have been forgotten. They are a cancer, lambs. Cut them free. Be ruthless, and excise the surrounding tissue. You'd have us set them up to wipe them out? Mary asked. You hold their vitals in your hands, lambs. Not the heart, not the brain, but enough. Crush those vitals. The look in his eyes was murderous. You would advocate mass murder, Mauer? I asked. The crown doesn't lose, Mauer said. That's the saying. That's not the whole saying, I said. Because they do lose here and there. You know that. You've had your small victories. That anger was still etched on his features as he acknowledged me. It's that if and when it looks like they're losing, they're so big they drag you down with them. They make it a draw, if they can't make you regret trying. Lambs, Mauer said. He sounded so menacing that I thought one of his younger soldiers might take initiative and act on that anger, shooting us as a kind of punctuation. His face was etched with deep lines. You should be aware of how many rebel groups have come and gone. You've seen people who struggled alone or as part of armies against the crown. You've seen people use sword, knife, gun, bare hand, pen, word, and every other tool they can bring to bear against this enemy. We've been thoroughly introduced to those people. We count many of them among our number, I said. Behind me, there was noise. I worried it would be the very people Mauer was wanting to crucify. It was the other lambs. They were roughly on schedule. Lillian, Duncan, and Ashton. Behind them, I saw the aristocrats Chance, Laney, and more glorious and monstrous than any of Fair's fairy tale creations, a thoroughly modified Emily Gage, with sweeping horns and flesh that included decorative scaling in amazingly intricate patterns. Her eyes were missing from the sockets, and each of her hands ended in 2 sets of claws. I smiled. I turned back to Mauer as Lillian, Duncan, and Ashton joined us. All 3 had their hoods up, protecting them from the steady, easy rainfall. Something about being interrupted when he'd been making his speech seemed to push him into another dimension of anger. Hundreds of millions have fought against this force that Wallstone armed and brought into being, Mauer said, and his tone was lower. It's not beyond the realm of imagination to suggest it could be a full billion or more human beings who were raised from the womb into the world, who fought the crown desperately and went to meet their creator. Not beyond the realm of imagination, no sir, I said, my own voice pitched to match his. How many of them had their chance at this? At a true, honest, undeniable victory? A chance to gut them, and wrest a continent from their grip. He was gesturing with his monstrous hand again, clenching his fist and turning it in the air as if to tear something forth from reality. And what is it you intend? He growled. Because something that gravely concerns me, gravely concerns me. His voice was at the point where it almost wasn't a word as he uttered gravely the second time. As I take this in and as I find you here, of all places, is that it very much seems that you aren't looking for that victory, lambs. You asked for my cooperation and promised me satisfaction, and yet I'm left to believe you aren't going to take this justice that we have at hand. I remained silent, watching him. Tell me I'm wrong, Sylvester. Any of you. Raise your voices, and give me my satisfaction. I'd heard him speak, and I'd heard him raise his voice to be heard by a crowd, exclaiming, but I couldn't remember hearing him speak at this volume, with this degree of rage. Tell me you aren't going to take this and deliver a mere slap in their face. Tell me you aren't going to give them a draw. You want satisfaction, I said. I tried to let my own voice carry. He set his jaw. The reason we sent Helen to you was that we thought she would understand you best. You're both impossible to satisfy. You will always want more blood, more satiation. If you were a glutton you'd eat until your stomach split. But you want to somehow, what is it? See them pay for their cumulative sins of the last century in the span of a few short years? That's not possible. I'll settle for what's possible, Mauer said. And that might have been the first lie you've ever told us, I said. What would you do once you've settled? Would you retire? I paused. I watched him. Or would you resume your crusade? I watched him bow his head, as if in prayer, but his face was contorted. We need doctors and soldiers to keep plague at bay, and to act in the event that the crown realizes something is amiss and brings a fresh war from over the ocean. We need a lot of things, and if we did what you wanted, we might get that justice you describe, but it would come at the expense of our lives, on several fronts. He clenched his fist. You know this, Mauer. You've always known this. Even in the most peaceful period of the Crown State's history under Empire rule, there was never going to be a reality where you could see your rhetoric come to bloody fruition. He turned his head, speaking to his lieutenant. I could read his lips. We'll leave soon. Before they surround us or call reinforcements. One more question. I continued, you just don't care. You've always been willing to destroy yourself in pursuit of this end. You'd ask everyone to follow you in that martyred pursuit of revenge. He closed his eyes. His hand fell to his side. I watched as he composed himself, relaxing, surrendering. Reverend, Lillian spoke. Oh, she'd missed that part. He raised his human hand, holding it up. Whatever approach Lillian had been planning to make, she held back. He spoke, and he spoke calmly, as if none of the anger was there anymore. You made me another promise. We did, I said. You told me that you would reveal the truth of the block. I did, Helen said. Then tell me, he said. And I'll take this knowledge, and, if I don't stay, to wage my part in what's about to unfold here, I'll leave for other shores. I'll wage my war there, in places that aren't quite so vast. I'll gather my flock. He sounded so eerily calm. The voice, too, was calm. Only I heard it. Do not tell him about the block. Lie to him where necessary. My hand hurt as I clenched it into a fist. The skin was new, as were some of the connective tissues that held the skin in place. There are no other shores, I said. That look in his eyes grew darker. Refugees, Mauer. There were too many children and not nearly enough supply. That was the secret, and finding the right refugees, before the academy got to them, that was the source of the knowledge we wanted. Helen, beside me, was nodding slightly. She was so sincere it helped to sell my lie. You are not the first, or the 10th, or the 100th, in that billion or billions of people, to have a glimpse of victory. The lambs and the beetle rebels, our fairy tales and our soldiers, our cooperating nobles, aristocrats, doctors, and civilians, none of us are the first to stand where we stand on this road, on the brink of victory. In the last century, this conversation has played out before. Not exactly the same, the players are different, but it's happened. Humanity has been here. One of his soldiers looked uneasy. Mauer spared the young woman enough attention to deliver a sharp hand gesture, one that hinted at emotions he was trying to keep from us. You want this to be a victory, but it's not. Trying to make it so will only see them destroy all of this, in ways we can't stop or deflect. Anywhere else you could go, they have control, they're as close as goddamn to seizing it, or they've already razed it all to the ground. This, here, it's the staging ground they've chosen for the present day. They've been waging war for a long, long time, almost incessantly. The plague, the black wood, Mauer said. He sounded further away, now. They've cultivated it. To help the raising along. They'll let this place be buried, have tender mercies stalk the alien wilderness and hunt down any stragglers, and revisit it in some distant future when the plague has subsided and the black wood extinguished itself, old vegetation regrown. Mauer nodded. It seemed to take him a long time to digest it. His lieutenants and soldiers seemed far more affected by it. I'd painted a grim picture for them, one where Mauer and the rest of us weren't special. Where victory was not achievable in the end. He spoke, calmer still, and you. There were so many answers to that. So many answers that could have drawn him in. To talk about beliefs, about the nature of the war we were fighting, about anger. They were things I could seize on and play with and twist around with my tongue. I waited for the voice to tell me what to do. The voice was silent. The non-answer stretched out, until I thought he might get angry again. Feelings, anger, belief. It was what drove him. He was not rational, and he had long ago condemned himself to hurl himself into a wall until he'd dashed himself to pieces, in hopes of making some difference to it. I could bring him on board, even subjugate him in a sense, when he had so little else. It would be the first step, but it was not a hard course of action to draw him in. All I had to do was extend a hand, speak his language. Something heartfelt, basic, clear. We're reevaluating the assumptions at hand, I said. I let that sentence linger, I let him take it in, and turn it over in his head. I saw it. The anger that crept across his face, in the incremental, moment-by-moment changes of one line, of one angle of the corner of his lip, the movement of his eyelids. By hair's breadths, as if the mask was cracking. Rainwater ran down his face. And we're killing gods, I said, because so long as I was extending him a mercy, I might as well slap his hand away to be more merciful still. He wouldn't thrive or even survive under our thumb, and what we were doing wouldn't survive if he outlived us and took over. He hadn't quite reached out to offer his assistance, but by rejecting him, I could give him that push he needed to resume moving in the ways and directions he had been moving for some time. At least for a short while longer. I see, Mauer said. I nodded. Nothing to lose then, is there? He asked. I suppose not, I told him. He stood there for a few seconds, and then adjusted his coat, covering his arm. He turned, and he walked back to the carriage. He stopped there. Without looking at me, he said, you said you thought Genevieve Frey might accept your invitation and come here. She somehow always manages to turn up when it matters, I said. She won't turn up. She was going elsewhere. I didn't ask. If I'd asked, he wouldn't give me the answer. Because of spite, or because I'd just rebuked him and it would be his chance to rebuke me. Mauer turned his head to look in the direction of Radham. I'd guessed as much. The door slammed behind him, the stitched horses grunted rather than whinny, and they turned back to the main road. We remained where we were, largely silent, as we watched them go, picking up speed as they got to flatter ground. I turned my back to Mauer's wagons, and my focus on Jessie, where she'd slept through it all. I know, I told her. I know what you'd say. We couldn't use him. Mary asked. I don't know, I said. The lambs were folding in together, the group focused on the group. Lillian and Mary reunited, talking. Helen hugging Ashton, talking to Duncan. There was the tentative approach of Lainey and Chance, too, with Emily trailing behind. You look unwell, S.Y., Emily said. You're the one without eyes, I said. She smiled softly. It's cosmetic. I asked. After what the Baron did to you. She held her smaller set of claws to her face, and pried her eyelids apart. Within the recessed sockets, raw and bloody in appearance, there were orbs set into the back, small and beady. She smiled a little more. I thought that instead of facing my fears, I'd become them. My peripheral vision is garbage, but it came with other perks. That's amazing, I said. The conversations carried on. Plans, strategy, small words of affection, teasing. Ashton mentioning Abby. The conversation turned to Jessie, and all three of our young aristocrats seemed genuinely upset at the sight, even as Jessie was unfamiliar to them, in large part. You had her here, while talking to him? Lillian asked. She got us this far. She gets to be part of the rest, I said. She's asleep, S.Y., Lillian said. Don't start thinking otherwise. Maybe words or sounds filter through into the dreams. That's you starting to think otherwise, S.Y. I know how you work. I smiled, and I was happy to stand next to Lillian, not tugging or pulling on any part of her, be it a string, tongue, or a bit of her clothing. Having her here was good enough. We each played only the smallest roles in the ongoing conversations and planning. Somewhere in the midst of it, I glimpsed Mauer, standing off to one side. His arms were spread. He was speaking, orating, and there was no sound. The rain pattered down around us, lightning flashed, and there was no thunder. The voice spoke, hushed. Listen. With that, I ceased to hear the other lambs, our friends and allies. I heard the rain on the ground, running out of gutters. I heard the city. Minutes passed, and Lillian drew closer, asking if I was all right. I didn't even hear myself respond, my ears attuned to the sounds of the world around us. When I heard it, my head turning, the others noticed, and they looked too. A lingering orange light, a plume of smoke. Futile, given the wall was what it was, but he hadn't been trying to do damage so much as he'd been trying to make a statement. A bomb, a mortar, something else. It didn't matter. A detonation near the exterior walls of Radham, not far from the gate. Our entire city shifted, packed to the gills as it was with soldiers and commanders, with suppliers and with weapons. It wasn't ideal, it wasn't even good in any respect. Both Radham and our side were fully in the know, now. It would make both sides suspicious. But it was somehow right. The war was on. Crown of Thorns 20.2. Nearly 30 professors and military leaders, 2 nobles and another 20 assorted major players were in the room. Taken as a group, they looked worse for wear. They hadn't slept as well as they might have if they were happy and secure of their futures. Diets had been affected by parasites, and the lingering effects of toxins in blood and muscles taxed others. An innocent bystander who stepped into the room and saw this sorry lot might have thought something was amiss, even without the cue of expressions and glares. Heck, I could smell it, when they were all in one space. The sweat, the fear, the pollution of their bodies. I wondered if Mauer might have described the crowd as having lost their souls. Broken, their dreams and stations taken from them. Maybe he would have wanted to hold on to his idea of the soul, that it was something more sacrosanct. Or perhaps he would have wanted to say that they'd lost their souls long, long ago. The important thing, however, was that they were at least holding up appearances when seen alone or in small groups. They looked tired and perhaps a bit unwell, but not to a degree that would shake anyone or stir too much in the way of suspicion. Their lieutenants were now organizing the arrangement of the forces. I stared through the window, and I watched as squads tore up train tracks that led into and out of Radham. Rank and file of soldiers covered the landscape, the masses of men spiky with the long rifles they held, and more continued to file in, existing groups firming up into tighter ranks. Running like rivers through the blocks and columns were the other things. Many were war beasts, organized and held at bay. Others were vats and other machinery, that produced gas or held life forms that couldn't quite be called warbeast. Many blocks had a different consistency, because they were made up of larger individuals, or because the individuals had the natural stillness of a war ready stitched. I was letting the silence stretch on, as our audience settled. The lambs were gathered around me, as were our lieutenants. All of my allies were waiting patiently, as I'd suggested they do. I wanted it to be a relief when I spoke, when I gave clarity and the full picture to the people who we'd only given fragments to. I wanted them to listen, and I didn't want to give them a lot of time to start being clever, so they got the full picture now. I spoke. There is incontrovertible evidence that Professor Hale has been acting as part of a conspiracy to work against the Crown States. I turned to face the room again, and I could see that I had their ears. He produced the LAMS project and eventually took on a role as headmaster of one of the Academy's most renowned for its research, development, and its special projects. We have reason to believe he's responsible for the poisoning of the water, so to speak, where countless citizens were sterilized and leashed. At a later date, he had several experiments, LAMS included, pretend to go rogue while they continued to work for him and arranged the killing of several nobles. I paused for emphasis, then continued, many of your soldiers, followers, families, and friends have been dragged here, and of them, many don't know we're here, or that we're having this conversation. They still believe that all is well, and they'll have no clue that we're framing Professor Hale for our own purposes. Why? One man asked. Petty revenge. I would strongly recommend not interrupting, Mary said. The man shut his mouth, scowling. He knows too much, I said. And he's always been invested in keeping tabs on things. Creating projects like us, supporting other projects that could gather information. If he uncovers any of you, or if he gets ahead of any of this, then we're done. And we're taking you down with us. We've given a full third of those soldiers out there, most of you, and a lot of your people that we left behind a taste of our leash. Extricating yourselves of that leash is going to require removing us in time, and if Hale acts, if we get revealed, or if we die, you only get half of what you need, and there's an unhappy ending here. Hale lives, Duncan said. Your underlings may want to know what this is, especially as the stakes escalate. If you feel the need to tell them, you make it clear. Hale betrayed the crown in an unprecedented way, and he has set other things in motion. He will live because you need his knowledge to stop his plots. Understand? They seemed to understand, reluctant as they were to admit it. Go, I said. Be good. Don't try to be clever. Through the gates. Seize the city step by step, until we can get to the academy itself. They rose from chairs, and the ones who'd already been standing started to exit the room or held the doors for their betters. It was curious, that they acted like that, still holding to old hierarchies. Curious that some degree of civility and culture still drove them, even when they'd all been brought low. Some lingered. Speak, I addressed the one in the front, specifically choosing one who looked to be of lower station than the others. A woman who might have been an aristocrat's wife. The parasites you put in me, my husband, and these others, she said. She indicated the group. She started to speak, then stopped, changing her mind about what she was going to say. They're taking too much. I've lost 4 fingernails. I feel unwell. She showed us the fingers in question. The fingernails weren't entirely gone, they'd broken lengthwise, individual fragments and slivers sticking out of the hangnail bed, the flesh beneath red and raw. I might have felt bad about putting those people into that circumstance, but we'd wanted to mix up what we used on people, to make it hard for them to find a single fix and turn the tables on us, and we'd wanted overlap, so some key figures were both poisoned and under other coercion. We'd known some of the methods we used would be uglier and more uncomfortable, and we'd turned those things toward some of the less pleasant members of Radham's academies and governance. I couldn't remember who this woman was, but I knew that some of the aristocrats we'd targeted had earned harsher constraints because of their demonstrated amorality. The culling of adults over a certain age, forced breeding programs, the leadership that had supported some places like the Baron's Warwick, with the forced inclusions of monsters in families, and the members of one academy that had incorporated around a reserve of natives and turned the whole tribe into experiment stock. Whichever one this woman was, well, tearing off her fingernails in an indirect way wasn't about to prickle consciences. Mine, least of all, lenient as it was. Well, that shouldn't be happening. I'll look after it, Lillian said. She looked over at me. Can I have Mary? In case this is a ploy. You can, I said. I want her back for our opening play, though. I want to be there for your opening play, Lillian said. You aren't leaving me behind. We won't be long. Got it, I said. While Lillian and Mary went with the parasite infested, I did what I could to get Jessie ready. I bundled her up, making sure she was comfortable, and then covered her up further, with the same sackcloths used for sandbags. Okay. I whispered. I had to reach beneath the covering to run fingers through her hair. It would make all the sense in the world if you stayed behind, but I don't always make a lot of sense these days, you know. Jessie slept on. But maybe if you're dreaming there, if your sleeping mind is putting things gently in place, where things can be put in place without doing damage, and if it's holding firm where we need it to hold firm, and if you're actually touching on those memories, maybe it'll be good if you hear my voice and you have some nice memories of me, or if you hear me when I'm being devastating and it calls some other good moments to mind. I realized that Lillian and Mary had stopped in the doorway that led to the adjunct building, our makeshift labs. Listening. Duncan, Helen, and Ashton were at the front door, ready to venture outside. They watched. And maybe, I murmured, my voice lowered, just for her. Maybe you'll wake up one day, and I know there's a chance I won't be there, because that's the way I'm going. There's a chance others won't, because it's not out of the question. And I know there's a pretty good chance that no matter what we try to set in place, plugging you into a new, hack-together Project Caterpillar every night, letting you sleep all the time so you don't lose more, you might still wake up and not be Jessie. So it's not like I'm really staking a lot of hopes on this, for the record. Just saying. Was it imagination when she exhaled a little harder than she had been, in the rhythmic breathing of deep sleep? But maybe there's a chance that you wake up, and I'll be there, and I'll be able to tell you that you were with us. I'll tell you what happened, and because you heard the voices when you were sleeping, you'll be able to say it almost sounds familiar. And then I'll be able to tell you that you heard it while you were sleeping and something soft and fuzzy stuck in that rigid, not fuzzy brain structure of yours. And you can yell at me for bringing me with, maybe. Or you'll be secretly happy you were part of this. I wanted to stay. Go, the voice said. I obeyed. There weren't any more of the hard exhalations, so I simply adjusted the bags and coverings to make sure she was comfortable, not too hot or too cold, that she'd be dry and that nobody would see her, and then signaled the Stitch to bring her. Mary and Lillian didn't start moving until I was at the front door with Duncan, Ashton, and Helen. We stepped outdoors. As much as I'd enjoyed the rain earlier, it was heavy enough now that I flipped up the hood of the military jacket I wore. My sleeve had the badge of a messenger. The others had a degree of camouflage as well. Helen and Duncan as soldiers, and Ashton as a student. We would stay out of sight and hopefully we wouldn't draw too much notice if we were seen. We separated. When we moved around the periphery of the war camp, it was a kind of weaving motion, different members of our group taking a turn at the fore or moving through the actual crowd while the rest of us moved along other tracks, by way of alley or by ducking around the back of crowds. It meant we were harder to pick apart as a group of lambs, a blonde young lady, a red-haired boy, a young man with dark curls stubbornly sticking to his forehead. Duncan was harder to pin down, but we ran too much risk of appearing to be a unit. Especially, I noted, if we kept Jessie with us. We took our turns walking alongside her, as well. One at the left, one at center front, one at the right, and one walking with Jessie and the Stitch that carried her. It was our habit to move this way if we were trying to search for something, and in the doing, I ended up looking over the crowd, for Maur's men, for rebels, and for the people we'd captured and coerced, who might be getting adventurous. I saw a lot of our beetle rebels. I saw the Hackthorn defectors. I saw Montgomery and the Moth. The nobles from the train. I was pretty sure those were their names. I saw the primordial child, fatter and larger than I'd ever seen him, and I wondered what I'd fed him to make him so monstrous. I wondered if he'd continue growing until he consumed everything, or if he'd burst, and if that spelled something horrible. The fight was mounting. A rainstorm drummed against the landscape, but the clouds that spiraled out from around Radham weren't consistent. The low hills and flat plains of the landscape was marked in scythe-shaped swathes of darkness, where the clouds were thick enough to block out the sun, with something very near to sunlight, where the clouds were thin, if there even were any. Where the light touched the ground, it shone with the droplets of the rainfall that had touched it before. Radham itself was drowned in shadow. The explosions of artillery shells drumming the walls didn't seem as bright or fierce as they should have been. Rain between us and the detonations and the darkness of the clouds overhead tempered it. The walls had no doubt been started when the full reality of plague had made itself known. I wonder what Hale is thinking, I mused. I gestured as I spoke, so the others who weren't nearby could follow. Duncan was the only one in earshot. You know what I'm thinking. The Duncan ghost has been missing for a while, I said. I'm not as on the ball with figuring you guys out as I was when I had images of you all keeping me company and giving me hints. Duncan ghost, hey? That's ominous. It really was, but not for the reasons you're thinking. What are you thinking, sir? I'm thinking the Academy's gone up against enemies who had back alley doctors supporting them. They've gone up against enemies who had a handful of defectors, who tried their hand at targeted strikes. Yeah, I said. The army was approaching the gates, now. We were on the fringes of the town and making our way along the expanse between it and Radham. Barricades had been hastily erected, carriages parked, and crates and supplies were already being dropped off by teams who put them down and hurried back to the wagons they could unload from. There was every expectation this would be an all-out war. This is a war, I echoed my thought. Yeah. But more to the point, it's maybe unprecedented. As far as I know, we've never had a war or even a proper battle where it was the full force of what the Academy and Crown could bring to bear, against the full force of what the Academy and Crown could bring to bear. He gestured as he spoke. Yeah, Duncan, I said, signaling agree. We took different paths through the barricades and collected things ahead. I'm not good at understanding people, Ashton said, falling in step beside me, gesturing as he spoke. I try, and sometimes I'm right, but sometimes I'm wrong. Even when it comes to silly things. I was very confused for a while that one of my doctors shaved his beard, and every day for a few months after that I was wondering if people would have their heads shaved the next time I saw them. Duncan, off in the distance, gestured something along the lines of very confused. Smoky heart stump think, I gestured, the signs segueing into one another. I asked, where are you going with this, Ash? Ashton, he said, emphasizing the latter half. I'm going and gone thinking that I don't know what to expect next. I'd be anxious but you're mostly calm so I'm making myself be calm. I don't know where it's going either, Ashton. But I don't see Hale surrendering. Not when faced with this. Maybe if we'd made contact in a different way, if Maur hadn't forced our hands. But not like this. So we see his opening salvo. From a distance. We shouldn't get much closer. Ashton nodded, clearly thinking. I gave him a nudge, and he broke away from me. I ducked between a carriage and a fence, and popped a cigarette into my mouth, lighting it, during the moment's reprieve where I couldn't see much of the proceedings and couldn't see the others. From a distance, Helen said, walking beside me as soon as I was clear of the parked row of carriages. Yup, I said, still walking. I don't like distance, she said. I'm something like 60% sure distance is a good thing here, I said. I stopped in my tracks, standing by a barricade. I shifted the bag at my shoulder and let my thumb brush against my weapon. Soldiers rushed past us, hurrying toward the front line. I scanned the various camps and emplacements. Need to find leader. Ours. Duncan gestured. I see. Action. I gave my response. Tell him. Warning. Pull people back. I feel like your percentages are always lower, these days, Helen said. She touched my arm. You used to be more confident. I did. Are you scared? She asked. Bravado was the name of this game. I was Sylvester. I was fearless, even reckless in the face of danger. I'm terrified, I said. You know I don't feel fear like you, Duncan, Lillian and Mary do, she said. Don't let Mary hear you say she gets scared. She'll deny it. I won't. What were you saying? I don't feel proper fear, but my thoughts have been going in circles lately. My team has been trying to rein in my hunger, I'm having my appointments again, and Duncan is making sure Ibit is doing it more right than he was, but I think the damage was done. Yet. I think a lot about that. My thoughts circle around it but don't ever land. Like tired birds. Of course. Tired bird thoughts, I said. What? Duncan signed, in response to my gestured transcription. He was talking to an officer - one of the people who'd been in the meeting and keeping an eye on us. Helen spoke, my thoughts do a lot of those circles. I think this is what fear is like. Except. You don't feel fear like we do. It's an abstract non-approximation. What? Duncan gestured again. I explain after, I gestured. Worn man. I'd feel a lot better if I wasn't so distant from the worst of it, Helen said. I want my fingers digging into meat, touching bone, feeling the blood pumping out. I want to hear the sounds they make. Soon, I said. How soon? Helen asked. I didn't give my response right away. My eyes moved over the crowd, over the distant scene at the gates of Radham. A horn blew. The man Duncan had been talking to. The forces nearest the gate began to back away. Only the group of stitched working on the gate itself remained, potentially their handlers as well. I watched it, glanced at the general who Duncan had informed, and then looked over the young men and scattered few women in uniform. Helen had talked about fear, and these people were afraid. I looked past them and saw Sub Rosa, in the crowd near us. Very soon. A matter of a minute or two before we're properly underway. Sub Rosa says the gates are opening. Does she now? Helen asked. She pays attention to these things. We should split up for a moment. Distance, Helen said. I started to say something, but she only smiled, winked, and parted ways. Heads turned to look at her as she sashayed into the crowd, hood low, even though she was just one more person in uniform. The heavy doors of Radham's gates were hauled open, smoke billowing around the point that a targeted explosion had occurred. No sooner had the doors opened than a thick gas poured out. Silhouette became merely blurry shadows in the midst of gas. Men toppled. The ones who didn't fall immediately were savaged by things that operated from within the cloud. Experiments, spindly and clawed, which moved quickly enough that virtually all of the gunfire that was directed at them was scattered, aimless gunfire. It took me a second to spot Helen, at one barricade, one soldier among many. She had a gun out, and her hand moved in gestures. I really wanted it to be door-open tentacles. She really wanted the doors to open and giant tentacles to reach out. Another time, perhaps. The gas served to push our forces back. It bought them time, and it bought them elbow room. From the volume of it, it was different from what we'd deployed in Hackthorn. It was continuous, the product of buildings and emplacements, much as the rain was something created by a perpetual production of seeded smoke and steam. Radham lurched. The walls remained where they were, but the rest of the city shifted, as if something had given way and something else had surged upward. Not a great deal, 10 feet, 20. But enough that everyone present reacted. As if that initial burst of growth had broken ground or started something, the academy began to shift. It rose up, and staggered sections of the city rose as well. Areas slowly rotated, whatever was happening beneath them, as if there was a great corkscrew beneath. The tunnels beneath the academy. The interconnected infrastructure, the layout. Jessie would want to be woken up for this. To explain it, to paint the way forward. She knew Radham better than I knew the back of my hand. The smoke that streamed skyward from countless chimneys and vents in Radham was darkening by the moment. The gas now flowed over the top of the wall, not through the gate. The wall at one side of the academy was cracking, even being as thick as it was. Not all of this had been in place when we were young. Not all of it had been in place when I'd left, even. We'd known Radham harbored its super weapon and countless other weapons and resources besides, but the actual nature of it had been a closely guarded secret. Had I ever had even an inkling that I might have been going to war with Radham, I might have pried at that secret. As it was just one thing among countless others that I hadn't known and assumed I would never have cause to know. The upward progress was glacial, but it was progress. The academy and to a lesser degree the city were rising up and out of reach. The gas and the creatures within the gas were meant to keep trouble at bay until the process was done. It was exceedingly possible that there would be more to it. Helen had returned, finding a place by my side. Duncan and Ashton appeared. The Stitched in its great flesh suit held Jessie, standing just a little ways back. We couldn't move just yet. There wasn't much to be done, no orders to give to the people in charge, no answers or questions. Hale would be in his tower, maybe, or he'd be at a high vantage point. He'd be looking down on us, while his academy flexed muscles it hadn't ever had cause to use, unsheathing claws or releasing things that had been sleeping much longer than they'd ever been awake. A gas mask slapped against the sandbag and wood spike barricade I stood by. Lillian, with Mary in tow. I can't help but feel the gas's Hale saying something like, "Hi, Sylvester. Isn't this inviting? It's entirely your thing, with poisons and gases not affecting you. It's totally not a trap." Or, Duncan said. "It's a poison gas that serves as a very effective countermeasure against invaders." "Maybe," I said. I was aware that whole regiments were rushing toward the battlefront, even as others retreated. Masks like the one Lillian had in hand were in place, uniforms were taped up, and weapons were at the ready. "If we don't make a move now, it'll only get harder," Mary said. The academy still rose. It had yet to reveal all of its tricks. I pulled on the mask. I turned, ready to help Jessie with hers, but Lillian was already on task. Rather than speak, my voice muffled by the mask, I gestured. "We go. Clear the way for the army." This wasn't something we'd manage on our own. It was never going to be, even before Mauer had alerted Radham that something was wrong. There were too many checkpoints, too much security. Radham was too mindful. I gestured again. We faced down the second of the three gods. Crown of Thorns 20.3. Soldiers in gas masks aimed guns at us as we approached at a run. They were wary, doubly so with the tide of experiments and Stitched that were marching out of Radham. Duncan raised his arm, signaling. "Let them pass," the leader of the squad called out, his voice muffled. I was only able to steal a glance at the man. His face was hidden by a mask, a tube running to a bladder at his side, his coat long and heavy enough that it hid most of the little tells of his posture and form. I could see his eyes, however. I could see the glare. Complete and utter hatred. I heard the questions. I heard the concern, too, amid the grinding of stone on stone, wood on wood. But what I was particularly cognizant of was a deeper, more distant sound. It was a sound that carried beneath everything else, the dull volcanic roar of organic processes, something fitting for the flow of fluids through an impossibly large tree, the creak of massive muscles hauling themselves into motion, or air moving through great tunnels. The soldiers were of little consequence. The leader who we'd poisoned, blackmailed or otherwise forced to serve us could hate us all he wanted. I'd repressed enough anger and spite for them and their like over the years that they'd have to work for a few months or years more before they'd drawn equal. We left them to try and break into a sub-tunnel that had been revealed by the collapse of the wall and the fact that the city was showing hints of its guts as it rose. They were ordering Stitch to batter at the locked grate that secured it. Our path was up the wall. It had crumbled in a spot, helped by the shifting city dragging and pressing against the one side of it, and the ragged sides of the damaged portion formed a vaguely staircase-shaped ascent, albeit one of crumbling stone and splinters of wood as long as I was tall. Water ran down the sides of the wall and the foot of the city that was ever rising upward. Gas flowed down through the crack in the wall, and it combined with the moisture in the lenses we wore to make visibility miserable. We started climbing. Each meter we climbed was another meter of steep fall that plunged to our left. Meanwhile, there was a steep wall to our right, the earth that had been subterranean before it had started rising. As we climbed, the wall to our right did too, slower to rise than we were, even as we were slowed by tricky bits in the ascent. Water poured over us and ran down the side of the wall to our right and over the broken bits underfoot, threatening to wash us over the side. I heard a crunch. I turned to look, and saw that Lillian had drawn a knife, stabbing the wall to our right. It cracked like an eggshell, but the fragments that broke away from it were reminiscent of seashell, dark and earth-like on the one side, pearlescent on the inside. The earth on the other side spilled forth from the crack, dry and bound together with fibrous root structures. Then the water hit it, and it wasn't dry anymore. The wound bled mud, thick and sludgy. Theory confirmed. I had to look to check who the speaker was, with our masks muffling the sound. "Mary." Lillian replied, "I think so. It looked like calcium carbonate, but I was wondering at its thickness." "Why?" Ashton asked. "Well, this isn't sturdy. That tells me things. It's not meant to do much more than separate the part of soil that's going up from the soil and material that isn't," Lillian said. "This isn't meant to go back to the way it was. A more permanent state of affairs?" Far below us, I could hear screaming. The entire group paused, listening, as two sides went to war. We had a full-fledged army, but only a segment of it was equipped to operate where the air was toxic. We had the advantage of being on the offensive, Hale on his heels, but all put together, the forces were fairly evenly matched. I was in the lead. I pushed at a bit of rubble that wobbled at my touch and sent it careening over the edge. We were 10 or so meters above the ground. 30 feet. 5 turns of head over heel before we crunched hard and wet against the grass and hard earth below. There was still a ways to go, going by the building tops I could see above us. It's also not about to hold much weight. Stand alone there might be some infrastructure that helps hold everything together, but this isn't Radham as a... I don't know. Think of Besram. I don't know Besram, I said. We've been to Besram, sy, Lillian said. During the hunt for a fray. Drawing a blank. The academy itself, which I'll stress was really very small, was situated on the back of a giant turtle crab squid chimera, Mary said. It's kind of memorable. Still blank. Point is, Lillian said, Radham isn't going anywhere. It's not a giant crab. Good to know, I said, relieved we weren't dwelling on my memories anymore. That's too bad. Yeah, Lillian said. It's too bad on a lot of levels, I mused aloud. I had to stop as I pondered a part of the crumbled wall that was tricky to climb. I looked up at the rising wall to my right, and judged it was too problematic to try and hold onto it and let it carry me up. I saw Mary squeeze past Ashton and Lillian. At the rear of the group, Helen was electing to scale the wall on her own. At the very rear, Jessie's Stitched was ambling very slowly along what was a very narrow path for a large creature. Duncan's attention was on giving it direction. I knew why Mary was approaching. She'd seen this part coming up, and she knew how we operated. It might collapse, I said. So be careful. I know, Mary said. I moved without needing to check that Mary was in position, or that she was doing what I wanted her to do. I knew. Mary was Mary, and when the phantoms were gone and the lambs just a touch more of a mystery to me, I could still trust things like this. Steps in the dance. I started the climb up a jagged rise that sloped more up and toward me than up and away. Mary supplied a boost, and then she stuck her hand up for my foot to rest on as I shifted my handhold for the most troublesome spot. I climbed over the lip. Mary followed me up, then turned to help the others. The shelf of city continued its slow, groaning rise. We were only partway up the wall, but here, at least, I could walk up the rest of the crumbled slope of wall and step onto the street of the city proper. Helen joined me, standing beside me. 3 gods to slay, the voice reminded me. Houses had windows shuttered and doors locked. Water streamed down around us, into and overflowing from gutters. Where the ground sloped, the water ran in that direction. Areas were flooding. Now that we weren't climbing, I could feel the slow shift of the ground beneath us. I could hear the dull organic creak, the distant screams and gunfire as a battle unfolded on the ground, and now and again, I could hear the distant movements of things in the gas and the downpour. Sub Rosa sat on a wagon at the end of the street, the rain soaking her. She was the young lady with too many clothes when I looked away, but when my eyes were on her, she was the monster. This was very much her realm, it seemed. I could see the primordial. I could see Dog and Catcher and Percy, and I could see the snake charmer. It's nostalgic, isn't it? Helen asked. I turned my head, giving her my best curious look. She wouldn't be referring to the old denizens of Radham, I was reasonably sure. Home, she said. Except it's not warm home, it's not orphanage, sitting by the fire home, while Fran and the other orphans huddle close and lean in close to tell me they managed to sneak another biscuit for the evening tea. It's cold, wet, angry appointment time home. I asked. Exactly, Helen said. It's middle of an investigation, people are screaming home. Like the old days, when we worked more closely with the academy and did less roaming. I stopped thinking of Radham as home a long time ago, I said. That's because you're adaptable, Duncan said, with his air of authority, as he and the others joined us. Wyvern makes it easy for you to transition between lines of thought and perspective. You can leave this behind with ease. It wasn't easy, I said. I glanced in Lillian's direction, then turned my head to make sure Jessie was still with us. There were a lot of good things here, sy, Lillian said. Good, warm moments. I know, I said. It's still hard to twist even my perceptions around into something that can call this place home, and I'm trying to be gentle with my brain. I'm standing here, watching this city twist itself into something else. I see Jessie like that, and I feel like the lambs as a whole are never going to have those moments again. I've wanted them so badly, but they might well be gone. Let's not rule anything out, Mary said. Yeah, I said. I might have argued, but I didn't want to lose an argument when I felt this heartsick, and I definitely didn't want to win this argument either. Yeah, all right. The academy felt like home to me, Lillian said. The orphanage too, in a way. But that's more because you all were there. Now that's a sentiment I can get behind, I said. I agree, Mary said. But my point is, Helen said, with emphasis, this is still nostalgic. It makes me think of the old days, when we were smaller, the monsters all seemed bigger and harder to figure out. I can get behind that sentiment too, I said. Very much so, Lillian said. Not me, Ashton said. I wasn't born or grown yet. Not me either, but, Duncan said. But it makes me think of that fall, back in the day. The moment with all the blood. Helen made a sound. When I very quickly went from thinking I'd lucked out, getting invited to the lambs, to realizing just how out of my depth I was. Mary and Helen doing their individual things very, very well. Lonely days, being without the others, Mary said. But I always wanted to be a teacher, and it was fun to educate him. Bring him up to speed, Helen offered. Yet. Bringing me up to speed? Only insofar as hanging someone at the gallows is letting them down easy, Duncan said. Helen made another amused sound, giving Duncan a pat on the side of his mask, where his cheek would be. Mary started to say something, then interrupted herself, reacting to something I hadn't seen, raising a gun and firing into the mist. The gunshot echoed through the empty city streets. The echo took a while to die. I could hear the other gunshots far below us over the war drum beat of rain and the groaning of the city. I wondered if they'd heard our gunshot and if they were thinking what was happening up here in the same way I was about how they were faring. Did you miss? Ashton asked. Shush, Mary said. I'm 50% sure I saw something there. I'm almost 100% sure you missed it if it was there, and you definitely missed it if it wasn't there, Ashton said. Good Simon wouldn't dwell on the failures of others, Mary said, sounding more like herself as she hardened her voice. I wouldn't be embarrassed, Mary, I said. Drop dead, sy. No really, it's fine. If there had been something there and you killed it, it would have been inspired. Just beautiful. It was worth the gamble. I'm not you, sy. I'm not satisfied if I pull off 5 reckless plans and one works out magnificently. I chuckled. I heard her cock her revolver again, and I made myself stop. Ashton said. Oh, I brought up Good Simon, so now I get lectured, Mary said. He does dwell on failures in book 15, he learns how mistakes teach us lessons, and there's also a bit where he learns how the weak get culled, but that's Academy propaganda again, Ashton said. But please, Mary. I'm old enough that I've grown out of those books now. Oh, are you now? Mary asked. She held her gun out, her focus on the interplay of light and shadow in the gas. No, not really, I suppose, Ashton said. I go back to them when I don't know what else to do with my evenings. But a little bit. Telling lies isn't what Good Simon would do, Ashton, I said. Pot and kettle, sy, Ashton said. There were noises from further down the street. Has everyone caught their breath? I asked. You have your sea legs. Sea legs? Duncan asked. As if to answer him, the landscape shifted, the dull organic sound yawning loud in its intensity, before easing again. The rainwater on the streets shifted, now flowing from northwest to southeast, instead of east to west. Mary wanted to tease me about timing and taking those gambles. But it was moments like this, where I made someone walk into a moment like that, which made it entirely worth it. Ah, sea legs, Duncan said. Yes, I've caught my breath. There were more murmurs of agreement. How about you, Jessie? I asked. You're awfully quiet. Silence. Good, I said. Let's go. I drew my pistol and my knife. Lillian and Duncan had their rifles that they wore from being dressed as soldiers, slung over their shoulders. Those rifles were locked and loaded, bayonets had covers removed, were flipped forward, and locked into place. For a minute, we hurried down the roads without event. With the shadows, gas, and rain being what they were, there was no way to tell just what rounded the corner. Low to the ground, almost fluid, it surged toward us. Black and wet. The only sound was Duncan's bark to the stitch that carried Jessie. We ran. The streets were almost familiar, but it was a familiarity in sentiment for me, a familiarity in the feel of the city, even though it was now a city shattered like a mirror was broken, each individual piece at a different height from its neighbors. The attacker was attackers, plural. A swarm, united and gathered together. I saw hints in their form that suggested something like black beetles, something like rats, and something like eels. They crashed into a wagon that had been parked by the side of the street once, and perhaps a quarter of their number remained behind, clinging to it. The rest came after us. My thoughts were on finding a good, fast way to get to higher ground when we rounded a corner and came face to face with a warbeast. It was reptilian and slick, covered in mucus. We barely slowed down, emptying our guns into the thing as we ran in its direction. It was still crumpling to the ground as we reached it and ran past it. Mary used the fallen lizard as a stepping stone, leaping from the peak of its shoulders to a rooftop a few feet away. One by one, with me lingering behind, providing the occasional boost or supporting hand as crates or wagons were used as points to climb, with Mary seizing hands and hauling people up, we ascended to higher ground while keeping our distance. The stitched was second to last. It was strong enough to do it on its own, but it needed guidance. It was only after I was up that I deemed myself free to look. The swarm approached and flowed past us. It moved with an eerie care, at no point did it venture within a handspan of any of the houses. It was as if there was an invisible wall keeping it from venturing too close to any of the residences. Shutters to close out the gas, doors sealed, and there would be cloths to be taped up within the building interiors and around the doors, to better secure the seals. A wagon far behind us was hauled down by the tide of swarming things. Harvesters, Duncan said. Lillian nodded. Lillian mentioned those once, Mary said. Old project, revived in an attempt to see if they would counteract the ravage, Lillian said. Eat the red flowers and vines. Didn't work. The swarm we'd crossed paths with wasn't the only one. As we used the rooftops to navigate the city, we saw several sweeps of the things. Horses had toppled to the ground and lay with ribs spearing skyward, the flesh eaten and bones in the process of being devoured. Trees were forbidden in the same way buildings were, as were crops, but gardens and lawns were devoured, the swarm sloshing and stirring up froth in mud that was more water than dirt. The color in Radham was slowly leached away. Painted signs set in front of stores were open game, crumbling to the ground as they were devoured feet first, the stores left alone. A cat yowled in the distance as the swarm surrounded and caught it. This isn't the super weapon, is it? I asked. The swarm. The harvesters are one minor project among many, Lillian said. One that apparently got loose. The section of city shifted, sloping to one side as one end of it rose higher than the other. Zigzagging across the city, minimizing contact with the ground, gunning down any threats, we reached one of the key buildings we'd been hunting for, easier to find because of how obscured it was, hidden in the thick soup of gas. Round, stone, and reinforced, it had a row of squat chimneys along one side. It wasn't plumes of seeding chemicals for the clouds overhead that flowed from it, but the thick clouds of gas that made visibility so limited. Gunshots sounded from the midst of the gas production building. Some of the soldiers of Radham were congregating around it. Perhaps 100, but exact estimates were harder than usual with the gas cloud being what it was. Their attitude and loose organization suggested they were preparing more than they were fighting, as if they harbored the expectation that their time to fight would be in a little while. More of the wall had crumbled, I saw. Some soldiers were perched at the edge, near where the wall wasn't barring their view, and they were taking pot shots with rifles. They weren't anticipating trouble, so it wasn't too hard to find the holes in their perimeter. Getting in was easy. Getting in, stopping that facility from producing the gas that was keeping 80 or 90% of our army from approaching this end of the battlefield, and getting out, well, that was the problem. I could see the figures in the mist. Sub rose as she reveled in this environment. I saw the snake charmer, and I saw Frey's bird lady helper, Avis. All wore gas masks. The gas rose and fell as the chimneys dumped noxious chemicals into the air, so each figure was alternately silhouette, there in desaturated grey and black, and gone, disappearing from view as gas obscured them, then appearing elsewhere. Briefly wondering what they were intent on communicating to me, I shifted my focus. I wasn't alone with Jessie and the phantoms. I wasn't aimless, I wasn't hollow. I was as close to home as I would be for a while. I had the lambs with me. I could think something, I could gesture with one hand, and they would support me. Even if it was moral support, like Jessie's. I stay, Lillian gestured. She indicated Jessie. I nodded. The rest of us navigated the gap in the defenses. I eased the door open, then slipped inside. Was the questioning sound from within. A team of 6 humanoids was managing the mixture of chemicals for the steady production of gas. Lenses like those of quarantine masks were set directly into their eye sockets, rimmed with scar tissue, and their lower faces were sunken and chinless. Fleshy ruins with 4 evenly spaced tubes running into them. The tubes looked more for oxygen than anything else. They were shirtless, but had jackets tied around their waists, and 4 of them were managing one large bucket, tipping the contents into a small opening in a large glass vat. The room was hot, and it was humid in the worst way. It was hard to breathe through the filtration masks like this. My bladder, largely quiet up to now, was starting to wheeze just being in here. They made sucking sounds as they drank in air, staring at us with the tinted lens eyes. You're done, Duncan said, his voice firm. No more catalyst. I worried people outside would hear. Nervous, I looked around. I saw the devil and I startled at the sight of him. I reminded myself he wasn't real, and tried to focus. I gestured, indicating the chimneys. They worked as an escape route. Mary gestured. 3 teams. Far. 3 squads of soldiers on the other side. Mary began outlining where, suggested the one closest to the building might circle around to the front door or south window of the building. From chimney to roof? I gestured. Then down? The 4 with the bucket, having considered Duncan's order, ceased tipping the contents out. Get the counter-agent, Duncan said, authoritative. Pour it in. That should stop the reaction, which means no more gas. Then take the catalyst, and pour it out onto the floor. All of it. Understand. There was a long pause. Then nods. They set the bucket down on the catwalk above the vats. It was done. With the gas gone, brute force would serve for retaking the south end. The sticks, the scattered warehouses and storerooms. It was the furthest point from the academy, but it was a staging ground, an inn. Hale was going to realize this facility wasn't producing gas. He'd act. Whatever Radham was doing or transitioning into, Hale would pull out the stops on realizing the danger. Duncan and I set to closing the chutes that fed the gas from the boiling vat to the chimneys. I climbed inside and climbed through and out, Mary right behind me. It was a squeeze to get past the rain cover on the chimney. Everything was so dark. The clouds overhead, the pouring rain, the gas absorbing the little light that remained. I drew my lockpick tools from my pocket and set to working on the rain cover. Helen was next to slither out, doing so as I removed the last bit of the rain cover. Ashton followed. Duncan was last. Removing the cover had been largely for him. Sabotage done, Duncan signaled. And thank you. I gave him a singular nod. The gas would start thinning sooner or later. When it did, visibility would increase, and if we weren't gone and away by the time it did, we'd be surrounded by enemies. As it was, we perched on the rooftop, in the shadows and obfuscation the chimneys and gas still provided. When Mary, Helen, and I moved, we went in opposite directions, covering different corners, checking the lay of the land. I heard a scuffing sound, and I drew my knife, turning. Avis. She wore a gas mask like a doctor's, beaked, and a robe that concealed her wings when they were furled. She was trying to scare me like the devil had. Whatever message you have for me, you might as well spit it out. That's your role in my head, isn't it? But you won't, because my head doesn't always cooperate with me. I heard the faint cocking of a gun at the same time I felt the metal at my throat. Raising my hands, I turned slowly, still on my knees. Avis stood on one foot, a talon at my throat. The remainder of the lambs were scattered around the rooftop. Mary had her gun drawn. Helen looked ready to pounce, but was too far away to do it in any effective way. Avis was real. Frey had to be here. In Radham. The moment stretched on. The gas was gradually getting thinner. Can we talk? I asked. Can we do this properly? She was silent, grim. I know you don't want to get blood on your talons, without the benefit of a drug to cloud your head and divest you of responsibility, I murmured, very aware of how many soldiers were nearby. Can we do without the play acting? She nodded slowly. Appreciated, I whispered. Slowly, she lowered her foot. She backed away a few steps. Mary lowered her gun. The lambs and I occupied 3/4 of the rooftop. She dropped to a crouch in the quarter rooftop she'd taken as her territory here. Rain streamed off of her as if she'd waterproofed herself. Perhaps she had, to keep water from weighing her down when she needed to fly. I'd like to talk, I whispered. Avis shook her head. Please. That army down there is ours. One way or another, they'll seize Radham. It's just a question of how many casualties there are in the end. If Frey is here, I'd like to strike a compromise. Talk. Avis' voice was barely audible. Without the mask, she would have been clearer, without the whisper I would have likely been able to puzzle it out, but with the combination of beaked mask and whisper, it took me a second. You'd get in her way, Avis said. I barely had a half-second to turn the statement around in my head before she acted. She took off, shucking off the shawl and robe-like clothing she'd worn, wings beating air. As the outer covering of clothing was thrown off, her flock of birds flew out and at us. But the telling moment, the raised middle pinion feather to us, was that her talons scuffed the roof's edge, clipping the gutter. Metal on metal. The screech of metal, the flapping of 50 small wings and 2 large ones, the fact she'd said it and not whispered it, it drew the attention of the soldiers all around us, while Avis made her way skyward, both jumping and flapping hard to get herself 15 or 20 feet into the air, then gliding silently and with scarcely a sign into the thickest patch of gas. Frey. Crown of Thorns 20.4. Rain streamed down around us, as violent as any storm, but the thunder was the tromp of boots, shouts, the sound of things being thrown or tossed to the ground, a door being thrown open, and a squadron of stitched groaning as they were urged to action. Not quite thunder, really, but enough activity to be something more than its constituent parts. We threw ourselves to the roof. The building was round, squat, and only roughly 10 long strides from one end to the other. It had a faint lip, and it had the row of chimneys along the side closest to the wall. The shouted orders were marking our location. Something landed on the roof. Something big. Check inside. Barry, you're with me. Nothing landed on the roof. Mary gestured. Signaling orders. Duncan, Ashton, and I took one corner of the roof, our bellies on textured wooden slats. Helen took another side, near the chimneys, and Mary perched at the far side. The gas and the rain made for enough haze that we could barely make out Mary. Only the loosest, most general hand shapes were visible. The first face appeared out of the gloom, within my arm's reach. I seized the hose of their mask and tore it away from their face and hood, exposing their face. Before they could get their gun up and aimed at me, I slashed them across the eyes. I caught one eye, but the knife clipped over the bridge of their nose, not quite hitting the other. Eye wide, face contorting as they realized they were exposed to the gas, he lashed out, swinging his rifle one-handed at me. Duncan, acting mostly in the soldier's blind spot, caught the rifle by the barrel. I followed up by thrusting my knife at the soldier's other eye. He turned his head, and all I saw was that I caught his lower eyelid. No telling if I'd actually hit the eye or blinded him. Duncan wrested the rifle free, hauling it onto our side, while the soldier fell. There were shouts and exclamations from the guys on the ground. I didn't miss the fact that the building we were on was wooden. We're stuck up a tree. Mary had been paying attention to the points they could use to climb up, and positioning us to defend ourselves. Someone screamed at Mary's end of the roof. My eyes. We can fix the eyes. What is it? What's up there? Group of them, the blinded one groaned aloud. Soldiers with masks like ours. I breathed the gas when I got stabbed. He got me in the eyes. People? How did they get up there? The flying things must have dropped them off. I shifted position, easing down, one side of my body hugging one edge of the roof. They'd gone quiet. I rolled my eyes, and wished for the moment I wasn't wearing the gas mask, so the others could see. You have a war to win, the voice told me. You've been reasonable thus far, I whispered, keeping my voice to a bare whisper. I'm doing what you need me to do. S.Y. Duncan asked. I shook my head. I gestured at the enemy, then gestured a warning. 3 soldiers came over the edge at once, with a force that suggested they had been boosted up by others or that they'd vaulted up by virtue of combat drugs or enhanced physiology. One stepped right over me, turning his head toward Duncan and Ashton. I thrust up, sticking my knife through the thick quarantine uniform, the blade sinking in where his thigh met his pelvis. Blood fountained down around and on top of me as he toppled. With my free hand, I grabbed at the butt end of the next guy's rifle, keeping him from drawing aim. It was enough to simply deny him the ability to thrust, swing, or shoot. That, in itself, gave Ashton room to stick him several times with his bayonet. Ashton and Duncan together finished with the last guy. Duncan had used his bayonet to strike at the soldiers, and they'd been mid-struggle before Ashton broke the tie in strength. The man was stabbed twice and then shoved over the roof's edge. I busied myself with putting my bayonet blade to the neck of the first one, with the fountain of blood pouring down from the thigh wound. I could hear soldiers below. Fuck me and fuck this. This should not be this hard. Get Renat's squad. Renat? He doesn't write. That would be the stitched, I was guessing. Your army is going to march on Radham. I know, I murmured. I knew Ashton and Duncan could hear me talking to myself. With the mask and hose and the circumstances, however, I doubted they could make out the words. The Lamb's role in the present is to clear the way. Knock down the facilities, remove the largest obstacles. Put an army on Professor Hale's doorstep and take him into custody. I know, I whispered. It was hard to go anywhere when we were thoroughly surrounded by a committed and alerted enemy. SY, Duncan said. I looked at him. Do I need to worry? I looked at him, then at Ashton. Percy sat on the edge of the roof with the snake charmer, keeping Mary company. A girl with the tattoos, ritual scarification and horns sat with Sub Rosa, the devil, and Helen. Nothing we can do about it, I said. I haven't had all that much occasion to fight alongside you, he said. Please don't criticize how I fight. Everyone does it. It doesn't change anything. Why go for the eyes, he asked. You could have gone for the throat. I could have said something about how I wanted to scare them, but that wasn't true. I could have said the throat was a hard target to reach, with the quarantine uniforms involving a fair amount of fabric at that part of the neck, where hood met uniform body with double reinforcement. That wasn't wholly true either. Instinct, I said. Maybe think more and instinct less, Duncan said. At least until we're through this. Your instincts in combat aren't great, Ashton said. I nodded. In combat, not great. They were better in an ambush, as someone in a metaphorical tree, trying to keep anyone else from climbing up high enough to get at us. I divested the dying man of his equipment. No explosives. He had the rifle he'd been carrying, a pistol, and some boxes of ammunition, both the bullets for the pistol and the cartridges for the rifle. A few pieces of a ration kit were stowed in his coat. There was a hip flask of something strong at one breast pocket and a metal case for cigarettes at the other, balancing it out. Old cigarettes, going by the aroma. Not a smoker, then, or he hadn't worn this jacket often enough to remove the cigarettes since his last stint with the local forces. I pocketed the hip flask and cigarettes, and I gathered up the ammunition, moving the guns into arm's reach. There was a scuffing sound. Our heads turned. Mary was on her hands and knees. She'd fallen to the ground. Ashton scampered over to her, moving on all fours to keep from being shot by anyone enterprising on the ground. Stitched, I murmured to Duncan. Sounded like it. Lillian's out there with Jessie. Our army is on the approach. These are good. Phrase here. This is neutral. 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 Bad is we're losing our smoke cover, we're surrounded, and they're likely to be reinforced before we are. But our most immediate problem is them. I pointed with my knife. The wall loomed to one side of us. We were creeping upward as the ground shifted, and that drove us closer to the men who were perched on the wall top. If and when we moved close enough or the gas cleared, they'd have the upper ground against us. Men with rifles. Duncan nodded. Ashton rejoined us, crossing the rooftop on all fours. I offered help and Mary didn't want it. She killed 3 just now, one of them grazed her. She says she's pretty sure they're arranging the stitched. They're giving the orders and organizing the stitched out of sight. They're going to attack us on several sides if they attack us. Yeah, Duncan said. We heard a bit of that plan over here. Avis had well and truly fucked us. I handled the box of cigarettes, weighing it in my hands. I really wished I could have taken the mask off and smoked one. Instead, it was a taunt, and it was a tool in my toolbox, as I tried to wrap my head around the situation. I was aware of how many phantoms were around. I was aware the voice was telling me to act and I wasn't obeying, and that was a very fragile dynamic I didn't want to tamper with. In any other situation, I would have treated my mind gently. I wasn't sure I could afford to hear. Mary moved her arm, getting our attention. She clacked her rifle against the roof's edge in tap code. She was sticking to the basic codes. Not a number, which meant aggression. Warning. They were coming. I had to go by sound, and I was wearing a mask that muffled sound to a small degree. The footsteps had weight, and they were joined by the sounds of creaking wheels, by the creak of wood, and a number of other sounds. I took the gamble, pushing my brain to interpret, to hear the sounds, to draw up a mental picture, and to be ready to adjust that picture as new information came in. I could see Helen stand. Flanked on one side by the chimneys, she was protected from incoming fire, but it was an eerie thing to see. Her eyes were wide. I was very aware that with Breckwell's beast, the devil, and Sub Rosa nearby, my every instinct was telling me she was in a precarious, dangerous position. Killers that had been repressed, unleashed in ways that had hurt even their allies, keepers, and subordinates. And there was nothing I could do about it. A wagon crashed into the side of the building, and several things clattered as they were piled on top of it. One thing among several being piled up against the building so they might have a better platform to get up and get at us in greater numbers. They began the climb. I could hear the orders, not too far away, directing the stitched who had yet to begin climbing. Ladder, ladder, wagon, ladder, I said, tapping parts of the wall with the end of the rifle I'd grabbed. With the appearance of the first stitched, I stabbed it in the throat with the bayonet, then pushed. I wanted to topple it, and it hadn't sounded like much of a commotion below. I was hoping it wasn't supported by a team of the stitched. He ignored the blade in his throat and grabbed my weapon. I pushed harder, forcing him off balance so he'd tip to one side. When he grabbed the wall for leverage, to stop himself from sliding to the one side, I pulled the trigger, firing the bullet into his throat. He fell, and I let the rifle go with him, because I doubted my ability to hold into it. I saw the group coming over the wall. 4 stitched. I used the 2 pistols, and I opened fire, shooting into the densest part of the group. The guns were of the conventional variety, the bullets being low speed, the kind meant to bounce around in the internals of the enemy. They did some measure of structural damage to the stitched, made 1 or 2 falter, but it was very little, all considered. What followed was like a bad dream. It wasn't that things went particularly south, but more that we struggled to effect change. I'd had dreams like this where I tried to shelf Jamie's old diaries after reading them, but each attempt to do so knocked more from the shelf, ad infinitum. I'd had dreams where one of the mice from Radham was a lamb. Chuck or Chait or Carl or whoever it had been, the one in charge. He'd been insistent on a plan of action. I'd say something, and he'd hold fast. I'd try to step in or take the role, and he'd somehow end up still on track to pursue a suicidal mission. Then he would die and I would wake up. We shot them, and they barely slowed down. We stabbed and we struck at them and we tried to topple them, and we had only varied degrees of success. The one I'd sent sprawling to the ground 12 or 15 feet below the roof's edge returned to the fight, barely the worse for wear. One stitched had a rifle in both hands, and Ashton had thrown himself against the middle part of it, sticking a knife repeatedly into the stitched while trying to keep the rifle from being twisted around to an angle where it could be fired at any of us. By dint of sheer strength and an utter lack of concern for the knife that was being stuck into its upper thighs and stomach, the stitched won the struggle and shoved Ashton away. He aimed his rifle and pulled the trigger, and Ashton crumpled to the rooftop. They just needed a crack and they had an opening. The stitched stepped onto the roof and swung at Duncan with the rifle. Preoccupied with another fight, Duncan was cut down, bleeding from a deeper cut at one side of his face. I kicked at one knee of the one I was trying to deal with, and knocked his footing out from him where it rested on the top rung of the re-erected ladder. He tried to claw at me and pull me down with him, but I was slippery. The one Ashton had wounded before being shot was fairly injured. I tried to capitalize on that, aware I was dancing around it, playing safe when I had no support at my flanks. One was coming up the ladder, injured with multiple gunshots from earlier, and the one that Duncan had been dealing with was climbing up onto the roof. Helen. I heard Mary's voice. Helen was dealing with the ones who were climbing up the chimney exteriors. It was an awkward climb, and that afforded her a lot of opportunity. But she'd gone after one, tackling it to the ground, embracing it, and she seemed oblivious to the fact that another one had climbed up the chimney furthest from her, and it was going after Mary. Losing this skirmish is unacceptable, the voice told me. Mary redoubled her efforts. She was dealing with the same kind of effort we were at our end of the roof, multiple ladders, stacked boxes, and wagons providing a kind of siege tower access. Knives flew, razor wire entangled the enemy, and she was ducking and weaving to try and avoid swung sabers, bayonets, and any rifle shots that might get too close to pointing at her. In a lot of places, especially when the enemies were clad in quarantine suits, when they were stitched who could take a small caliber bullet without undue complaint or inconvenience, the knives weren't quite enough. Not for effectively dealing with each one stitched in one blow. She found the opportunity to disarm the stitched of its pistol with razor wire, then to slice it twice. Then more immediate threats and dangers loomed at the roof's edge. Like how in the worst dreams, there was a threat that nothing could slow or stop. The stitched were death, and being death, they could only be forestalled, not quite stopped. I saw an opportunity, and I lunged at the one in front of me. I'd hoped to shove him off the building's edge. I didn't. Looming above me, while my shoulder rested against his steaming, injured midsection, he drove his elbow down into my back, knocking me down onto the roof. It raised a foot, ready to stomp on me, and I raised myself up, meeting the foot with my back. In the doing, I put it off balance. It stomped the foot down to one side, and I repeated my attempt from earlier, shoving myself into the thing's stomach, pushing it back. It fell back at an angle, and it landed on the ladder the stitch to the right of it had used. I could hear the wood splinter at the collision. Kill it and move on, hell. I called out. We need you. We really need you. Duncan was rousing, but it was slow, and he was forced to scramble back as the stitched approached him. The stitched had lost its gun at one point, and now it was using a backup weapon. Duncan couldn't rise to his feet without putting himself in harm's way, but the more he backed up, the more ground we ceded. A knife appeared in the stitched's eye. Mary's throw. Duncan and I together engaged it, me signaling with one hand while holding a spare rifle in the other. I used the blade to fend off the sword, and Duncan went on the offense. Helen moved on to another target. Mary waged her war on the far end of the roof. A gunshot drew my attention. Not one close to us, but Lillian and Jessie. I looked just in time to see Avis taking to the sky. She'd found them. She was drawing attention to them, and the enemy was obliging. A share of the soldiers we weren't fighting were splintering off, giving chase. There was nothing I could do but surrender to circumstance and have faith that they would fend for themselves. The rain poured down around us. As a group, we hunkered down near the chimneys, our backs to the brick, stone, and wooden branches. We sat so we could each keep an eye on one side of the roof. Duncan's wound that ran from above his temple to his cheek had been glued shut, but it was a haphazard gluing, and it had dried clear. The effect was as though he'd frozen the wound in time, raw, red as though it was about to start bleeding, but never quite crossing that threshold. Mary was hurt, but she was pretending she wasn't. Helen was quiet. Rather than talk to me, Duncan lifted up and moved my hand to where he needed pressure or a hold. He pressed my fingers down, as if to tell me to press down harder. I obliged. The surgery on Ashton continued. Duncan's hands made wet, sucking sounds as he dug for the next bullet. The gas had dissipated enough that we didn't have the gas to mask our location anymore. We'd piled bodies 6 high on one side, and Mary was propping up the pile with her back. Soldiers had climbed onto a rooftop further down the street, where they had a good angle to shoot at us from. The bodies were our pile of sandbags. The chimneys protected us from the people on the wall top. We repaired our Ashton. They repaired the stitched who weren't composing our sandbag wall. Sub Rosa stood on the roof's edge, in plain view of anyone who might shoot her. It was the nature of the stitched that, given opportunity, they would win the war of attrition. Okay, Duncan murmured. Thank you, SY. I pulled my hands back. Duncan began wrapping it up. What are you thinking? Mary asked. I'm thinking of cigarettes, I said. And how Avis and Frey might steal this plan from us like we stole Beetle. We won't let that happen, Mary said. I grabbed the little case of cigarettes. I weighed it in my hand. And you can't smoke, she added. Creature comforts, Helen said. Her voice was soft. Gas, Mary said. SY is resistant to a lot of things, but we agreed a while back that when it comes to hail, we should assume our usual strengths may not apply. We could, I said. I found the flask. I opened the tin cigarette case, and I emptied the flask's contents into it, careful of the angle. I didn't want to soak the entire cigarette. Just 80% or so. I began soaking some of Duncan's spare bandage, and wrapping it around. Yes, go ahead, you can use that, Duncan muttered. He wasn't one to let things get to him to the degree he was so morose. I was less likely to blame the situation, more likely to blame the fact that Ashton had been hurt. Good to hear. I need thread. Not surgical thread either, I said. Thread or wire? Mary responded, as if it was the natural assumption that she'd be the one to supply it. Thread. Thread. Give me a minute. As Mary began to supply the thread pulled from her own clothing, I began to wind it around the bases of the rifle cartridges. Gunpowder primers, then propellant, then the bullet itself, in that order. The primers were arranged to sit against the cigarette. I pulled off my gloves to work more accurately, trusting that the gas wouldn't affect my exposed skin too badly. Once I got going, I was fairly quick with it. Mary joined me, but she kept her gloves on. The resulting ornaments looked like pine cones. Mary handed me matches, taken from one of the bodies. You're going to set yourself on fire or blow yourself up, Duncan said. Let's hope not, I said. I set them aside, taking up my rifle. Not using them? Duncan asked. Not yet, I said. All right then, he said. He gave Ashton a light slap on the face. Ashton, wake up. I need room to work. Ashton remained still. Duncan stared down at Ashton for a long moment, then gave the boy a hard strike on the sternum. NNF, Ashton made a sound. How are you doing? Duncan asked. Less good, after getting thumped. Percussive maintenance. I need you to move aside. And stay out of the way of bullets. Stick close, Duncan said. Ashton crawled over to the space between Duncan and Helen. I expected Helen to wrap her arms around him, and she didn't. He sat with his arm pressing against hers, and he rested his head on her shoulder. She smiled. Duncan spoke, Mary, can you pull that one stitched down? I'll help. Up here, she asked. Yes. The two of them hauled one stitched down from the makeshift wall of bodies. As the gas cleared, we could see where certain areas of the city were still shrouded, other gas production buildings spilling forth, protecting them. We could see where the denizens of Radham were doing their work. Webbing cocooned areas and formed bridges between higher tiers of the city and lower ones. The swarms of things were doing their own work. The harvesters. What they collected in organic matter, they spun out into constructions, reinforcing and connecting, following a biological program that had been set for them. This was only one small part of it. The longer we took to pick this fight, the more time Radham had to adapt. To transform itself. Distant gunfire was as much of the background noise as the downpour, the groaning of the city. That distant gunfire changed in tenor. We'd waited. It sucked to wait, but we'd waited. We couldn't operate wholly alone in this. Now our army was invading the southern end of the city, confident that the gas was dissipating and the rest of our forces could follow behind. They moved through the streets, and the soldiers who had us surrounded were the ones caught by circumstance. Avis had cost us precious time. She'd put us in a corner, and we had no idea what had become of Lillian and Jessie, but she'd primarily cost us time. 2 choices, I thought. 2 things the enemy could do. They weren't ready to storm the rooftop again. They would need to keep soldiers back to guard us. It would need to be enough to keep an eye on all sides of the building. The greater war in advance of an army demanded their full attention. I'd tuned my ears to pay attention to surroundings, and aside from a brief distraction with the cartridge and cigarette pine cones, I hadn't stopped tuning. I could hear the orders, and I could hear orders with a vague note of condescension and strained patience. I picked up my pine cone, and I lit the end of the cigarette that didn't have alcohol soaking it. It began to burn down. Mary grabbed one, igniting it, while I whirled mine. Sparks and droplets of ignited accelerant wicked off of it, landing in puddles across the roof, while I built up speed. I launched it in the direction of the voice. I immediately picked up the second of the 3 pine cones. Mary threw hers while I lit it. I could hear the shouts as it ignited mid-air. I stood to throw my last one, my ears trained on the shouts and voices. A hail of bullets fired from the wall behind us, and many chipped at the chimneys or flew between them to take chunks out of the roof. I let the third and last pine cone loose, aiming more for distance and the general area of the target. A collection of rifle bullets arranged with the ends against the fuel source. The third one went off right when it would have been hitting the ground. A series of bullets popping all in quick succession. I waited, listening for the reaction. Alarm, more shouts. What? Duncan asked, interrupting my listen. He was still wrist deep in the dead stitched. I asked, not quite sure if I didn't want to prompt more of a reaction from him, lest I miss the critical detail. That shouldn't have worked at all, he said. I was digging into this guy to see if we couldn't use a voltaic node for the same effect. Sorry you didn't get your moment of cool, I said. Then, before he could respond, I held up a finger. The shouts were taking on a different tenor now. Frustration. A moment of argument. There hadn't been many voices ordering the stitched about. I'd aimed for where they were congregating. The bullets wouldn't fly as fast and sure as if they'd been fired from a rifle, but there had been a fair number of bullets in the one pine cone that did go off. Enough to debilitate? To disable the leadership of the squad of stitched soldiers? The orders were called out, too far away to be distinct. I could hear the tromp of boots. The call had been made. They were retreating. I peeked and I saw the ones on the wall running along the wall top. Soldiers made a breakaway from the end of the city where our side was finally invading. The stitched soldiers were staying. They were all gathered near the front of the building. Too much effort to wrangle, without the wranglers? Bloodied, several of us injured, we checked the coast was clear and scaled down the chimneys, our feet touching road. Frey was in the mix. She was here, and she was throwing her wrenches into the works of a plan so vast it threatened to collapse under its own weight. Frey, well, we had no idea what she wanted. But she was dangerous, she was devastating in her own right, and the moves she made were such that there was almost always collateral damage. To things, to people, and especially to plans. The plans she had set into motion, that we hadn't seen the end of. They would continue to grow and reach out, and by petty measures and by vast scales, they would throw us into disarray, much like Avis had so casually done. It was what qualified her as architect of the second of my three gods to slay. Conspiracy. Enemy, Arc 20. Lawrence was jolted just as he finished penning one of the final lines of his letter. The chandelier in the room swung, the curtains swayed, and books on shelves slid across the shelves or slammed forward against the doors of branches and glass that kept them from scattering across the room. Whoever designed this thing should be poisoned and left to die a gasping death, he mused. He leaned back in his chair, running his fingers through his hair without putting the pen down, holding the instrument with the point away from his head. His eye traveled to the bed that was just a short distance away. The sheets were black, only fragments and pieces of a pale form visible amid the waves of spun silk fabric. Jeanette. She had slept through the most recent crash. The alcohol that he could still smell was likely a part of that. He didn't begrudge her the alcohol, nor the sleep. That wasn't how he wanted to operate. He turned his eye to the letter. A line stretched across it. Frustrating. He mused for a moment, then used the head of the fountain pen to stab a beetle at one corner of his desk. He shook it loose over the trash bin, tracking it with one eye to make sure it fell within, then opened a tin case, collecting a nearly identical beetle. He was careful not just the words he chose for the letter, but in how he penned it out. There was a care that needed to be taken in the formation of strokes, in the intensity, rhythm, and speed with which he put words on the page. It was closer to the enunciation and rhetoric of a speech than to the crafting of the written word. Silent, scratching, black ink on white, but a speech all the same. He finished, then picked up the letter. Striking a match, he burned it. He held it until it was almost entirely gone, then carefully deposited the remaining corner in the bin. He placed a lid over the top of it. Gathering his things, he set the pen and paper away, careful to secure each. The paper went in a box that was fixed to the shelf, and the pen went in a case. The beetle he gathered in his hand. He stood from his chair with care not to let the feet scrape on the floorboards of the cabin, and he walked over to the window, stretching as he did so. He opened it, and he released the beetle. He remained at the window, watching the speck that was the beetle fly off. It would travel to its destination and, with the right coded chemical to unlock its instincts, pen a replica of his letter. By similar secure means, the letter's contents would find their way to the crown capital. He shut the window and turned. Jeanette was awake. She held the sheet around her breasts, for modesty's sake. Did I sleep too late? She asked. Not possible, he said. I have to make you breakfast, or tea, she said. You don't, he said, firm. All you have to do is, enjoy existing. Within the week, all other business going well, we'll be on our way to the crown jewel of the crown states. Circumstances allowing, I'll defer my primary duties and we'll travel over the winter and spring while I show you some of our most beautiful cities. All of this feels dreamlike, she said. It does, Lawrence admitted. They both harbored thoughts that they didn't say. He broke the momentary silence. I'll be busy. Have you given any thought to what you want to do with your day? Read, she said, without hesitation. All right, he said. He smiled. Let me know if you run out of books. Ha, she said, in mild disbelief. Her eyes roved over the room. Countless bookshelves stored texts with leather covers. He walked over to the washroom, which was partitioned off by a partial wall, with a section that could slide to afford more privacy. An esophageal hose lay coiled white and alive in the commode, like a severed umbilical cord or a section of intestine with a toothless mouth. Jeanette was not a fan of the tube. He washed his hands of stray bits of ink, then started washing his hands thoroughly, in the way he'd been taught to do in the academy, from fingertip to elbow. It wasn't necessary, with the various measures they had against infection, but he liked the ritual of it, and he liked the symbolism. Preparing for every day as if he was preparing for surgery. In a way, he was. He faced the mirror. The face on the other side was pale, with sculpted cheekbones, a high forehead, and a defined jaw. The nose was narrow, the lips thin, and the eyes intense and blue. He lathered a brush and applied the foam to face and head before shaving cheek, chin, and neck. That done, he turned his attention to the hair at each side and the back. Jeanette appeared behind him, pressing her front against him. Her hands rubbed at his shoulders as she looked past him to the face in the mirror. Her own face was visible, made faintly foggy by the steam from the sink. The effect was dreamlike, as she'd said. Freckles dotted her cheekbones and nose, her hair was straight and brown, her lips full, and her eyes were large and green. They were solemn, too. The eyes. He stared into her eyes as he finished wiping at the foam and fixing hair, and he didn't break the eye contact while rinsing the brush and razor. He didn't flinch as she reached over to touch one cheek. Not his cheek, really. One cheek. He firmly took her hand, moving it away. She lowered her eyes, and gave him one kiss on the shoulder before walking to the bookshelf, no doubt to consider what she might read while lounging about in his cabin. Even words that were implied were dangerous, much like the speech to the beetle wasn't actually spoken. Through silences and gestures like what she'd just done, she could say so much, and that ran contrary to the deal they'd struck. He'd said it was because it would disrupt things if people knew, if they found out, but that wasn't true. He preferred things if he didn't have to think too deeply on the subject of faces. He'd fallen for her beauty, initially. He was willing to admit as much. She had worked in a coffee house, in a city he was only in temporarily. He had struck conversations with her, and he'd remembered her bewilderment when a man like him had spoken to her, expressed interest in her day, and made a daily habit of going there. He remembered the fear when he'd given her a gift. She loved reading but rarely had an opportunity, so he'd given her some favorites. She'd been afraid, because of the black coat he wore and the power he wielded, and because of the disparity she saw between them. If it had just been her beauty that drew him to her, he might not have used his free days to travel to see her. But he liked her mind, as literary and creative as he was analytical. More than a few times, as he'd outlined problems that stumped him in terms someone without academy education could understand, she had made suggestions, and while they hadn't been answers, they had set him on the right track. That was what love was supposed to do, wasn't it? Aside from the reproductive side of things, which would be complicated, it brought people together who might be stronger as a pair than they were summed up alone. Behind every great man, as the saying went. He'd courted her, and he was fairly sure she had only accepted at first because of the fear. After nearly 2 years, when he was sure the fear was well behind them, he'd made his proposal, and he'd revealed the secret that he'd removed several rivals to keep. She'd accepted the deal, and its few solitary provisions. As he'd done to himself, he would change the color of her skin, he would change the structure and details of her face, change her hair and eyes, and in the doing, he would open all of the doors to her that such a procedure might entail. He would give her all the freedom he could, even let her go if she so asked, and he would made only 2 stipulations. The first was that she never mention the procedure. Certainly not to others, but not to him, and never committed to the written word in any diary, letter, or journal. The second was that once she accepted the deal and the surgeries, he could never change her back. They were selfish requests with complicated reasons he wasn't fully prepared to admit to himself, but after much deliberation, she had accepted. He thought a lot about that night. His tears, as he took a scalpel to the most beautiful young lady he'd ever laid eyes on. The consignment of a whole human being's worth of skin and hair to the incinerator. He'd expected her to cry, to weep, to be inconsolable. Lords knew he had been. What he hadn't expected was for her to show him a face without tears, and then to save that anguish for when she thought he couldn't hear. He was partway through getting dressed when Jeanette approached. She took over the buttoning of his shirt, and he took hold of her hips. She kissed him once with each button she placed through the eyeholes of the shirt. Kisses on the collarbone, on the neck, on the shoulder. "Don't look so sad," she said. She kissed him on the mouth this time. "You have a war to win, Lawrence," she said. "You and your fellow professors. There's no place for her sadness." A long time ago, Lawrence had been told and had told himself that it was necessary, to walk this path he had chosen. He might get a white coat, if his skin were black. He would, he was promised, get his black coat if his skin wasn't. Propriety, he was told. He could do things to help others, he was told. He'd become a black coat fairly quickly after he'd transformed himself. He played the political games and broke ground with his science, and he'd been called a great mind. After her, after the scalpel and the incinerator, something in him had awakened and countless other things in him had died, and dwell as he might on the subject, he couldn't quite articulate which things belonged where. But others had remarked on how driven and how dangerous he seemed. A year and a half ago, he had earned his place on this team. That had led to him being here. "I know," he murmured. "I'm the best here. In the Crown States." "Yes. The best in the Crown States," he repeated. "I've been reading books about war and strategy, in case you ever want to talk about it," Jeanette said. She helped him put on his vest, then went to his black coat. "I know you've read them all, but it's a thing I like thinking about. If you saw the need. I might just," he said. "I like your way of seeing the ways through the knots and tangles and things." She smiled. He turned his back and let her help him into his lab coat. He felt the familiar weight of it on his shoulders, and he stood taller because of it. Will you come back for lunch? No, wait, of course. Not with the battle. There's no telling. We don't know how severe this is. Countless armies are marching when we didn't ask or allow for it. An interesting puzzle, she said. He kissed her. I may send someone to you if there's any concern that you could be in danger. I'll be dressed, she said. He kissed her again, then turned to his desk, collecting folders and papers he'd weighed down with inkwells and fossils. The outer deck of the vessel was windy. Already, even though they were a distance from Radham, the rain pelted the craft's metal and wood exterior. He spotted one of his colleagues at the prow of the vessel. He joined the man, and in the doing, saw that the others were sitting nearby. A slow start today, Lawrence, one asked. I had the letter to write. The vessel shuddered just as I was penning the last of it. I imagined I was stabbing this damned craft when I executed the first Scrivener beetle. The others chuckled. I'll send tomorrow's, Copeland offered. And I'll be mindful of the jostling of the craft. No objection, Lawrence said. He approached the railing. The vessel was of a scale to do any warship proud, but it wasn't a warship, quite. Metal and wood, with enough fortitude to withstand artillery and cannons, it traveled over plains and through sparse forest, cleaved across hills and crossed rivers with scarcely any hesitation. Great insect legs dragged it forward with steady, mechanical movement. Altogether, the craft might have looked like a great beetle with the exterior of a grand ship, but it was really a number of creatures working in concert. Radham, Savage said, beside Lawrence. I won't say I haven't thought we should send an army to Radham to stamp out all the troubles and nuisances that seem to pour from it, Lawrence said. More wry chuckles. But we didn't make this request, Copeland finished the thought. The timing couldn't be worse, Lawrence said. He wanted to lead, here, so he had ventured the risky thought. I'm sure the three of you discussed this before I arrived. We didn't actually, Savage said. But I'm interested to hear you elaborate on that. Lawrence turned around, back resting against the railing, looking to see that the coast was clear. Ah, Savage said, as if that answered the question. Exactly, Lawrence said, raising one eyebrow. I'll be diplomatic and say I was very glad we were making preparations to travel back to the Crown Capital. Professor Poole reached into a pocket. A creature, mouse-like but without fur, its features somewhat ill-like, pawed its way over the back of his fingers. He met Lawrence's eyes. Lawrence gave Poole a curt nod. The creature was deposited on the table that sat before the seated professors. It looked around, then settled. There were measures to listen for eavesdroppers, but they were very often confounded by the fact that they were surrounded by people. This was a measure to listen for one very dangerous person who was almost always present. A man they couldn't have overhearing any of what they would say. He's in a dangerous state, Lawrence observed. I'd be much happier if a team 3 times our size was working on him. He's plague-infected, Poole said. He has to be in incredible pain, but he's hiding it. He's reveling in it, Savage said. The pain, and the fact that he's holding on to the plague. In all of this, Copeland said. He's reveling in all of it. Lawrence nodded his agreement. Do we need to steer? The creature perked its head up. The conversation aborted, the professor settled. Poole reached down, and the creature scampered up his arm, disappearing into his sleeve. Propriety dictated that they use covert means to communicate. The beetle, the small creature, countless other measures, they shared essential information that would probably go without incident if they were mentioned out loud. Things were what they were, and nobody had any illusions about that. The Infante least of all. But, by that same measure, both Lawrence and Jeanette knew their shared story. They knew who they were, and Lawrence suspected that much as he imagined her as she'd once been, when the lights were off, she might well imagine the him he would have been. But if they ever spoke it out loud, it would destroy everything between them. Propriety. Which experiments do we have on board? Savage asked. The Belchers, the Locust Knights, the Tunnel Gnawers, and the Helmed, Lawrence said. A veritable army. Any issues? Hydration for the Gnawers. We debated stopping to take on water. You were there. I was distracted. We were talking about other concerns at the side of the room. The Duke, Lawrence thought. He nodded. We didn't stop. Our Lord Infante wants to get to Redham without delay. Whatever this is, it's a priority. Indeed, the Infante spoke as he ascended from below decks. A tower of a man, stout, all muscle and presence. He was followed by the remaining 2 members of his entourage. Lawrence's peers, ostensibly, but they were newer to the role than even he was, and they weren't quite to the point where they were privy to discussions that the eel-rat needed to preside over. Lawrence joined the others in bowing. It's poetic, the Infante said. He indicated the city in the distance. The very nature of Radham is that it is always in shadow. There's always a dark cloud above it. Yes, Lord Infante, Lawrence said. None of that, the Infante said. We're going into battle. You know my preferences. Yes, Lawrence said, straightening. The Duke was brought forth by a team of vat-grown servants, and followed by 2 of his professors. Adams and Berger, if Lawrence was remembering right. They looked weary. The Duke looked almost normal. He held himself with poise, he looked at everyone with eyes that seemed no less alert than any other person's might be, he looked healthy and even magnificent, and only his silence might mark him as unusual to the untrained. But Lawrence was well versed in these things. He'd seen many a noble, and his initial work on those fronts had been sufficient to see him placed with the Infante's team. He was responsible for the Infante's ability to house multiple hostile experiments within his body. This is your doing, the Infante said. Heads turned in surprise. The Duke stared out at the city in the distance, his chin set. Nothing will come of it. Nothing can, the Infante said. The Duke approached the railing. He raised a hand, and with a measure of deliberation, reached out to seize it, gripping it. You'll go out with grace, the Infante said. As far as any bystander is concerned, you'll wade into the fray and you won't emerge. Your professors will try to save you and they'll perish in the process. The Duke turned. He looked at his professors. As you wish, Lord Infante, Berger said. Yes, Adam said. Lawrence watched the exchange without revealing what he was feeling. How easily might he find himself in the position they described? What might be leveraged to make him comply? Jeanette, really. There wasn't much else he held nearer or dearer, that he would walk without argument to his execution. The Duke nodded once. The slate will be wiped clean, legacy left untainted, the Infante said. For you, and for the Crown States. Lawrence imagined the Infante stood a touch taller, a touch greater, as he said that. Much as Lawrence might have, as he'd had his black coat placed at his back. They were close enough to Redham to see the army arrayed against it. The battle had already begun, Redham was in the midst of unveiling its super weapons, and the walls were already damaged. Clouds of gas billowed from it, and plumes of more vapor speared from the academy and the city to the sky, feeding the cloud cover above. The vapor was darker than it should have been. Lawrence felt his heart beat faster at the sight. He had so much he wanted to say and do, but he couldn't, with the Infante present. The vessel marched onward. Even at a distance, the army on the field seemed to react to the approaching vessel. Most of them wouldn't even know what this was. The others would know and they would be awestruck. The Infante's personal conveyance, normally meant for travel across the oceans. He was forced to hold his tongue, to keep the company of the three doomed. He tried to anticipate what the others would say. The vessel slowed as they approached a settlement. It looked to be the staging point of the battle. They remained silent until it had ground to its stop, the keel of the craft dragging into the earth. Far below the railing at the prow, legs folded back into the front, protected by layers of armor. The Infante turned to leave, and all present followed him, Lawrence among them. He stopped as he spotted a squadron of personal guards. They bowed as they acknowledged him. O'Neill, he asked. Yes, sir, the captain said. My cabin. The woman in there, Jeanette. You'll look after her. As you wish, Professor. The stairwell led down through the literal guts of the vessel, and gates in the side cracked open, stairs unfolding by the same insect leg mechanisms that dragged the ship forward over land. At the very last hallway, leading to those stairs, they were joined by gargantuan stitch that carried the mobile laboratories. Soldiers knelt by the hundreds as they emerged and made their way down the final set of stairs. The Infante's attention was on the leadership. The seeming bulk of them approached from the hill where the largest manors and nicest grounds were. Aristocrats, nobles, doctors, professors, military leaders. Lawrence felt his heart beat faster at seeing how very comprehensive this was. He could see the looks on their faces, anguish, a full and complete knowledge that the Infante's appearance had doomed them, whatever leverage had been used to bring them here and make them do this. One woman of 16 or so looked away to hide her tears from the larger crowd. The Lady Gloria approached, bowing as she acknowledged the Infante. The Infante reached out with his left hand, and touched her face, raising her up to a standing position. Killing her, Lawrence realized. Very possibly killing her with plague that would strike her down within the hour. The Duke walked to a vantage point on the path that led up to the manors, high ground where he could look over the houses and see the Redham that now stood, uneven, raised up into stages and levels, smoke pouring off of it, plumes of vapor reaching skyward from it. From the right perspective, with a slight squint of the eyes, the walls couldn't be clearly seen. A shattered city floating in the midst of poison and vapor. Lawrence had only a moment where Savage and Poole were in earshot. Copeland wasn't close, but he would be gathering information. Poole allowed the eel rat free of his sleeve, where the creature danced across the back of his hand before disappearing within. Steering, Lawrence said. We'll only be able to make one push before he balks. We'll need to decide what it is. They bowed to the Infante, but they were the ones in charge in the end. They were supposed to be, in any event. The nature of the plague and the sheer devastation here had given the Infante more freedom than he might normally have. The war served him. He hadn't orchestrated all of this, but he thrived in it. The Duke dies, we're not changing that, Savage said. Agreed, Lawrence said. The battle has to be fought. We've tried to wrest the plague from him, Poole said. He's intent on holding onto it. We'll cleanse him of it before we cross back to the capital, Lawrence said. His eye roved over the crowd. I can see us making the argument. It's one of the few things that the Lord King might kill him for, bringing plague with him, Savage said. I worry he might be beyond caring, Lawrence murmured, under his breath. Poole and Savage nodded. The Infante's voice was audible, deep and loud as it was, even though he was a distance away. He seemed intent on continuing this battle, but on his terms. Lawrence looked over the assembled forces. He could see how gruesome a thing this might be. The army had been gathered to wage a war against Redham. They had yet to know the full reason why. The simple appearance of the Infante had turned the tides, and now the army belonged to the Infante again. For now. Supposedly. He could see the Infante deciding that betrayal was betrayal. That they'd acted against the crown, they might very well be seated with betrayers, with agents and provocateurs. A few touches of plague in the midst of this army, it was only a few steps down the road the Infante was traveling. He worried where that road went, when the damage was already as bad as it was, and the Infante was empowered by the devastation to the Academy's empire, not weakened by it. He worried because in part, he'd made the choices and sacrifices he'd made to clear a way, and some of those people he'd worked to help would be here. We'll ensure he spares the army and the unwitting Academy doctors, specialists, and professors that support it, Lawrence said. We check him there, have him draw on the forces we brought with us in the vessel, if he needs anyone. We can't let him get carried away. You think you can make the argument? Savage asked. Lawrence nodded slowly. He was prepared to, if it came down to it. We'll tell him we can't trust the army in the field. We need to find the culprits. They'll be close, if they aren't outright involved. Not many options for something on this scale, Savage said. No, Lawrence said. It was hard to believe there was any option for something on this scale. It was the nature of Academy science that man created things that could destroy him. The work they did, the strength, intelligences, the capability and the beauty they created required sacrifice. They had to put something of themselves into their best work. Lawrence thought momentarily of Jeanette. Sacrifice and responsibility. If the responsibility to look after the consequences of one's own work wasn't seen to? He suspected that Radham's current crisis was one answer to that question. Crown of Thorns 20.5. We had set ourselves up between a rock and a hard place. The plan had been to navigate the space between the two, but Avis had cost us the time we needed, and the gap had closed. Radham's forces were on the one side, fortified and using the ever-changing environment to their advantage. The army we'd recruited was on the other side, flooding into the southmost end of the city by way of the once subterranean gates. This area had once been the sticks. It was where the mice had lived, the orphans and the children who might as well have been orphans. It was the place so disorganized and poor that Percy's ghosts had been able to get a foothold, stealing children and brewing them in vats to create the coordinated regiments of hyper-aware clones. It was part of where Mauer had found his voice. Where the people weren't quite in the Academy's shadow, they didn't receive the benefits of the Academy, but they also didn't feel the pressures of it. People here had whispered and spoken of the divine, had worn faith on their sleeves, and they'd found something in that outweighed the social costs elsewhere. Not so small a following or faith that it would wither on its own, not so large that it warranted stamping out. Again, that middle ground, the area between the rock that would crush and the hard place that would wear them down by attrition. The contrast might have been flawed. Better to think we're caught between a rock and a bigger rock, I murmured. Agreed, Helen said. I'm confused, Duncan said. More than usual. I'm talking to myself, I said. It wasn't supposed to make sense to any of you. But it does, Helen said. She sounded more ethereal than she had in a long time, even accounting for the mask and breathing apparatus she wore. The way she moved even while wearing a soaking wet cadet's uniform was telling. We're stuck between the rocks, and Lillian is stuck more than any of us. You're a soldier, remember. We want to be able to pass if someone glances at us, I said, my voice soft. Helen took a second or two to take in that thought. The sound of her footsteps changed. The movement of her arms became tighter, and she moved more like someone with a wet uniform and pack, gun, and breathing apparatus. Not like. I couldn't even append a proper description to her. I thought again of Percy's ghosts, which we'd called ghosts for reasons that went beyond their propensity to disappear. I was fairly sure that if I could remember that far back, I'd be able to connect a memory of the early days to the current Helen. Before she had fully adopted her human act, when she was wild and wide-eyed, agile, flimsy, and uninhibited. Better, she asked. She'd never asked, as far as I could remember. Yes. What's going on? Ibit was supposed to get you closer to working order. He did, Duncan was the one who answered. I glanced at Helen. She clutched her rifle, her mask on securely, looking very unlike Helen. I almost wished I hadn't reminded her to act. The rain poured around us. We had to climb to higher ground as a swarm of harvesters approached us from behind. They had bones and the remains of clothing and weaponry tangled in their mass, like heavy waves turning over a beachside graveyard. Now that the gas was clearing and we were moving through the city, I was able to see more of what was happening. The city was rising up, different sections at different heights, each on shelves of land with shell-like enclosures and likely with other infrastructure to keep them firm and contained. Roots, bones, whatever. It hardly mattered. The real trick, or part of it, was what was being exposed. The academy and the city had tunnels and sewers running through it. We'd seen some of it when we'd been dealing with Sub Rosa, we'd seen and debated some of it around the time, it would have had to be Avis, both when she seized Claret Hall and around the time she'd escaped. The tunnels and the escape routes, the bowels, and the other infrastructure, it all ran beneath and through Radham. Ostensibly to allow more maneuverability in wartime. But this was wartime on an unprecedented level. This was Hale pulling out all the stops. He'd revealed the trick Radham had up its sleeve. As the different levels rose up, the tunnels were exposed, and things from underground labs and vaults were being loosed. The harvesters were only part of it. The spider things I could see on rooftops were only part of it. Those things were defensive. Even though they were Radham's dogs of war let loose, the monsters unleashed, they were reactive, building and shoring up, laying infrastructure for what came next. The tunnels loomed open and dark in the sides of the shelves of land that rose higher than the others, and Harvester, Spider, and the other things were taking actions that Academy scientists had no doubt outlined and hammered down decades ago. They were building funnels to help get something or some things into the tunnel openings. They were building embankments and railings to keep that something or things from careening over the points of higher ground. Guides. When those things were done, they reinforced buildings to keep the residents within safe from the next phase. Mary was leading the group, straying a good distance ahead and zigzagging through the streets to check likely and typical hiding places. Duncan, Helen, Ashton, and I were huddled together, rifles at hand. All of us, Mary included, were hurt or hurting. I was especially worried for Jessie and Lillian. Whatever treatment or programming had been done to keep the harvesters from dismantling homes hadn't extended to one of the old churches. It wasn't Maur's old church, I was fairly sure, but it was one like it, worn by the elements and halfway to being reclaimed by nature. Weeds, saplings, and moss had found root in crevice and dust. The academy hadn't wanted to expend that extra dusting of pheromone or that extra measure of programming to save the church, and now the harvesters were erasing the structure. They'd started with the easier-to-reach branches, weeds, and whatnot, and were already moving on to the remainder. The treated wood and the wood that had grown into and around stone would be the last to go. The building was surrounded with soldiers, and I didn't realize they weren't truly there until I saw Mary ignore them. I clacked the barrel of my gun against a wall as I passed it, to get Mary's attention. She caught up with us just as we entered the area. Smaller pieces of wood fell from the ceiling above as the harvesters did their work. Rat-like in how they gnawed, eel-like in how they moved among one another, and roach-like in their density and the sound of their massed number. Already occupied with their current meal, most didn't give us much mind. Bayonets and a few kicks served to keep the worst of them at bay. Ashton was moving slowly. One crawled up his leg, up his back, and started to find its footing on his shoulder, aiming for his neck, and he didn't seem to notice. I swiped at the thing. You put that blade a little too close to my throat, SY, Ashton said, voice muffled by his mask. Better than the alternative, I said. Unless I imagined that thing. Keep an eye out, Ashton, Duncan warned. Maybe put something out there too, if you can. All right, Ashton said. He reached for the bladder at his side and began manually venting it, compressing it as he depressed the vent flap at the bottom. Where the ceiling dissolved above us, splinters came down in a rain. Animals had built nests here and the nests of interwoven branches and tattered cloth came down in streams and tumbles all over the place. I touched walls, tracing them with my fingers. The walls and floors were intact, at least. The building wouldn't topple. But the apertures were more open and not at around the edges, everything loose was giving the creatures a foothold to get their teeth and claws in, and the fallen, easy-to-break pieces were being turned into something like worked clay, the color eaten, the remainder sodden, featureless, and lacking in hard edges. We passed countless soldiers without masks, their eyes missing, throats slashed, wounds bleeding at armpit, thigh, crotch, and knee. They stood or leaned against surfaces, their heads moving to watch us. The top floor was more an attic than anything, accessed by a ladder rather than a stairwell, leading to a space that was open to the sky, only a partial roof on either side. The ladder access was part of why the harvesters hadn't reached high enough. The harvesters slid away from us as they fell within Ashton's area of influence, choosing other targets. Lillian, Jessie, and the stitched escort were there. A statue had toppled, the floor bowing beneath its weight, and only the breadth of it really kept it from plunging through. Lillian and the stitched had perched on the statue's base in a fallen section of wall. She was keeping the stone beneath her. Jessie was draped out in front of her. Lillian was bandaging wounds and holes in Jessie's quarantine suit. Avis came after me, Lillian said. You're okay? I asked. Lillian nodded. How bad? I asked, indicating Jessie. Not that bad, Lillian said, quiet. It was my fault. I was running for safer ground, keeping an eye out for the soldiers and for Avis, and I didn't realize a harvester had climbed up to gnaw on her. And these soldiers? Mary asked. She indicated with a rifle. I looked around. I realized that some of the soldiers present were real. They lay on the ground, shot, cut, or pulverized. The stitched helped, Lillian said. She laughed briefly, humorlessly. My project was good for something after all. I wanted it to help people, you know. Search and rescue, carry supplies, a vessel for the wounded. I remember, I said. We fought the ones who got up this far. Then I realized Jessie was hurt. I put something together and lobbed it down the stairs to buy myself some time. Gas, to clog up the filters and obscure the lenses. I don't know how effective it was, or if they got spooked by the harvesters, but they didn't press the attack. It worked, Mary said. It obscured the lenses, choked them. How many? 11 bodies on the next floor down. Lillian nodded. There was a pause. I knew there would be casualties. It's war, Mary said. Helen approached Lillian. A hand settled on Lillian's head. I'm glad you got here just now, Lillian said, sounding oddly muted. I was going to have the stitched carry Jessie and I and climb over to the next building, but I couldn't imagine it doing that and us being able to stop and wait anytime soon. We'd have to keep moving, without knowing who was nearby. It would be hard to find you again. All the same, I know it might sound bad, but it's good you didn't come with, Duncan said. We ended up in a pinch. There was barely enough cover to hunker behind. Lillian nodded. I'll ask again, I said. You okay? Lillian snapped her fingers for the stitched, and transitioned Jessie into the broad, muscular arms. She worked her way to her feet, as if sore. Helen gave her a hand. I really want to have a conversation with Hale, Lillian said, with a firm voice. I'm so done with all of this. That can be arranged, I said. Frey too, Lillian said. After that stunt Avis pulled, do we know why? Beetle, I said. Probably. And Frey, if I had to say. Frey. She didn't say anything, but, when all said and done, Avis was a very different person, once upon a time. She talked more, she was in charge of communications, she coordinated, she was managing logistics, even for Beetle. But she's become something else under Frey. Mary asked. I spread my arms. I couldn't say Avis was something less, but I definitely wouldn't have said she was anything more. At the same time, I struggled to remember enough particulars about the woman I'd seen to articulate what she might have started as and what she might be becoming. The ground rumbled and shifted, and with that shift, every piece of the church that was on the precipice of crumbling decided to do so. The overarching structure was sound enough that we weren't in immediate danger, but it was clear that there was a future where that wouldn't be the case. By unanimous, unspoken agreement, we left the church. The stitched reached out over the edge, providing a bridge. We climbed up with its help, using it as a bridge. I was the last to climb over, or at least, the last besides Jessie, who kept the stitched company. I touched her mask briefly mid-climb, pausing, then climbed the rest of the way. The others were perched on the peak of the rooftop next to the church. They stared out into the distance. Rain poured over the city and in the gloom it might as well have been oil. The forces of the Crown Army we'd gathered were at the southern edge of the city, and the defending forces weren't even fighting back. They opened fire, scattered tens and dozens of dots of light as rifles fired. The army was bright on its own, holding covered torches and bioluminescent lights, the former orange, the latter a pale blue. Their guns fired as regiments were given the order, 30 to 100 guns firing within the span of a second of each other, followed by a pause long enough to let the echo ring over the city. On the far side, there was only darkness, the rolling cloud of fog with a tint that was only visible at the cloud's edge, mustard yellow and green. The opposite of a silver lining. Our focus, however, was on the other guy. It was a ship to rival any naval vessel, with a structure much the same, grey and tall, with a jutting prow and lights illuminating its portholes and windows. It moved with a steady pace, though there was no sea to sail, and no sails for that matter. Ah, Ashton said. That's a handsome sight. I like it. I don't. It's more than a little ominous, Lillian said. The army isn't far away. It's our army, but they're going to realize we're an odd sight, unless we can find a good hiding spot and integrate into their ranks, Mary said. We can't, I said. It's an option, she said. We need to be mobile, to answer problems and stay ahead of things. To get ahead of and capture Frey, mainly, I said. Mary nodded. That thing, the crawling monolith, ship, craft, whatever it is, I said, gesturing in the direction of the massive thing, it's coming toward us. Collision course. It has to be the Crown, Duncan said. We knew it was a possibility. We just thought they'd come by train. Yeah, I said. So my line of thinking right now. I've been watching what Radham is doing. The tunnels that are being exposed, the changes being made, the sum total of this, and where it seems to be leading, it's a preparation, right? Things held in reserve, even in the city. Harvesters, spiders, whatever else they've got closer to the academy, Lillian said. They've probably emptied the bowels, I said. Everything they can. Scary to think about, Duncan said. I spent a bit of time down there after getting my coat. The type of leash Radham uses means they can clean up if they have to, Helen said. Everything in the academy is leashed. The new leash for some. It had a lot to do with making sure it was managed for the bigger projects. All right, I said. You guys remember those projects any? Helen and Duncan nodded. Anything like a big capstone? A thing that would use those funnels or tunnels like they've been set up? Not like that, Duncan said. I don't think so, Helen said. Yes, some could, but this feels like it's not it. Too much preparation going into things that wouldn't feel like they'd be that important. I nodded. Helen was clenching her hands, first one, then the other. I could hear her joints popping. Ashton reached out for her hand. She made herself go still. Okay, I said. Hale's cornered. He's going to see what we're seeing, and he's going to want to defend himself. That means whatever he's holding in reserve, he's going to let it loose. Something more than what he has in the bowels, Duncan concluded. The gunfire was drawing nearer. So was the craft. We need to choose our target, Mary said. Or the targets are all going to find us. Maybe multiple targets finding us all at once, like Avis pulling her stunt. 3 rocks, Helen said. Are you catching what Sylvester's got? Lillian asked. Helen made an amused sound. Between a rock and a hard place, but not, I said. I was thinking, we're navigating this gap between the two forces. And Frey has to be too. She's around here. We can try to track her down. As the gap closes, she'll have less freedom and elbow room to avoid us. She knows the academy, Duncan said. And I don't have the impression her memory is nearly as bad as yours. She made other sacrifices, I said. I felt a tinge of bitterness. Less sacrifices. We'll find her, Mary said. She shifted her footing, and slid down the length of the rooftop. I dropped down to use one hand to balance myself, and followed. The others made their way down, more or less the way I did. Jessie's stitched climbed down the one face of the building. Harvesters approached us as we landed on the street. Ashton's arrival, however, produced a puff of something that disturbed them, scattering them. Don't use yourself up, Duncan admonished. I know what I'm doing, Ashton said, sighing. As the army was staying close together and the defending forces were retreating to the safety of the fog, the streets were empty. The only signs of life were the homes with shuttered windows with slices of muted light shining through cracks. They'd have barriers up, special cloth, paper, or something more protective, to keep the gas out, but it was thin enough to allow the lantern light or voltaic lights within to shine through. The city continued to groan, like a singular joint easing itself into motion after a century of inactivity, or a tree creaking as it tried and failed to topple over. It sounded like muscles felt when extended to their limit. I gestured, walking alongside Mary as we set off, putting distance between ourselves and the army that was already halfway through the southern quarter of the city. I directed Mary to keep an eye to the sky. Duncan and Ashton watched one flank. Helen watched another. Lillian covered our rear, with Jessie to keep her company. Where are you, Frey? I murmured. It was hard to cover sufficient ground, but there were only so many ways through the city. With the city's layout having changed, the open nature of the city was now a winding labyrinth. The main street was interrupted by a cliff 5.5 meters tall, wet, slick seashell-like surface. Another path that might have existed was blocked because the building face was flush with a shelf of raised earth. The attack would be slowed, I knew, by the fact that the army we'd gathered didn't want to kill the locals. People would be in homes or cellars, sealed in with stockpiles of food, if they didn't have access to tunnels, and I was fairly sure I would have known about tunnels if they'd existed. Explosives would be off limits, and even more reckless war beasts would be a problem. Breaking window shutters, knocking in a door, or knocking down a wall would almost certainly kill the family or families that lived in the building in question. I glanced again in the direction of the crown's crawling monolith. It showed no signs of slowing. Mary moved her hand, and for an instant, I thought she'd spotted Avis. It was a path, a shortcut. A sloping rooftop formed a path we could use to get to a higher shelf of ground. We climbed up, double-checking that we weren't exposing ourselves to gunfire. On the way up, no. As we peeked our heads over, however, we saw silhouettes and shapes, and we ducked our heads down just in time to avoid the battery of fire from the entrenched defenders. There had been quite a few of them, all hunkered down in the entrance to one tunnel. They'd known their battlefield well enough to know to watch this spot. Their fingers had been on the triggers. The ambient light of the approaching army illuminated the southern area of Radham. They weren't too far away. The rain, Helen said. What about it? Duncan asked. It sounds different now. It's faint, but it's less of a PSSSSH, and it's more of a FSSSSSH. My back to the cliff that protected us from being shot at by the defenders, I joined Mary in looking skyward. The plumes of cloud stuff that the infrastructure of Radham was sending skyward had been dark for a while now. I was aware of the specters of the dead and broken civilians, the thugs who wouldn't have been out of place in the sticks of Radham, but who had lived and died in cities far away. West Corinth, Tyneware, Beetle. I saw Yvette. I saw Percy. Let's get out of the rain, I said. Getting out of the rain wasn't hard. Every structure in Radham was made to withstand the rain, to shoulder that burden and accommodate the people who didn't want to be drenched to the bone whenever they were outside. The eaves, awnings, gutters, and other protections were all over the place. Where it got tricky was situating ourselves so we actually had a place to go, after. We could hide in the shelter of any building, but whatever came next, we'd be exposed and we'd be hard-pressed to get to the next place without getting wet. It's more FSSSH than before, Helen said. Good to know, I said. Was there no other choice than to confront a line of gunmen at the top of the cliff? They were hunkering down, defining a battle line, and the city being what it was didn't make it any easier to slip by them. They were very much aware the gas was dissipating on the southern end of the city, and they weren't about to let their guard down when the attacking army was so close. I saw Sub Rosa, standing on a rooftop. Her arms were turned skyward, as she let the rain pour over her. She lowered her eyes, looking at me. Once upon a time, I'd been on the same page as the Phantom Lambs. They were gone. There, Helen said. There was a tunnel that had only partially emerged. There was only 1.5 feet of clearance. If we're halfway through it and the ground shifts, we'll be scissored in half, Duncan observed. If you and Lillian don't go through at the same time, then whoever survives can patch the other up, Ashton suggested. I love that you have faith in our ability like that, but I know I'm not that good a doctor, Duncan said. It looks different, Mary said, her eyes roving over the surroundings, looking over nearby buildings. The rain? I asked. I looked, and I could see. There was a natural haze that appeared where rainfall was heaviest, as droplets struck hard surfaces and fractured, bouncing in a variety of directions. Localized clouds of mist. The mist had changed. Lower to the ground or non-existent. The rivulets of rainwater were thicker. The light. I rubbed at the lens of my mask. It remained clouded. Acid rain, I said. It's getting into our uniforms. Go, go, go. One by one, the others began squeezing through the gap, entering the tunnel. It wasn't sulfuric acid. It wasn't like stomach acids I'd seen, nor digestive enzymes. It was bleaching cloth, eating at the natural waterproofing of our uniform coats and masks, and it was very faintly scarring the glass of the lenses of our masks. It might not have eaten through the material of our uniforms in an hour, as things stood. But things would change. The rain could get more intense. Even like this, if it wore at the seam while bags or movement pulled at those same seams, then the seams would split, providing an in. Mary, Ashton, Jessie, and Duncan were on the other side when the ground shifted. Lillian hauled her arm out of the way before the top of the tunnel could come down on her arm. We shrank back into cover. The army had approached faster than expected. A running march. I set my jaw, and I reached out for Lillian's hand. Jessie's stitched, now without its cargo, sat unmoving at the base of the cliff. The rest of us were beneath the eaves of a business, lurking in shadow. Helen was closer to the street than us, tense. Someone had pulled off their mask. Their skin was visibly red, blistering, and as they brought their hands to their head, they left streaks of scalp where whole clumps of hair had pulled away from flesh. Briggs, Lillian said. I looked at her. The old headmaster. Pre-Hale. Red-tinted lenses on his glasses. Brute force approach to problem-solving and ferreting out weakness. He served as a professor for the military before he took over at Radham. This was his black coat project. I researched all of them so I knew what drove the important people. Acid rain. Lillian shook her head. No. That's only half of it. She had that quiet, horrified tone in her voice again. The Lillian who might have faltered in the face of that horror might have been gone, but this Lillian could steel herself and be horrified at the same time. There were others who were struggling now too. Most had the sense to keep the masks on. A man with a covered torch swiped it in the direction of one cluster of harvesters. One of the black oily critters leaped into the air, then jolted off to one side, as if it had been struck out of the air. It had spat, with considerable recoil, sending its empty exterior husk flying to one side. It wasn't the only one. There were some in the nearby tree, aiming down, and there were some creeping toward Helen, Lillian, and I. Some trace of Ashton kept them momentarily at bay, but the heavy rain would wash that away at any moment. They crawled over the afflicted like leeches, but they didn't stop to suck blood. The harvesters collected resources, and the harvesters built. Their oil-black shells with teeth and claws cast off, they looked to be gorging on broken blisters, melting and softened flesh, and weeping fluids, spinning those proteins into something solid. The eaves weren't keeping all of the rain off of us. I was aware of how it pattered against my glove and sleeve, despite my best efforts to hug the wall. Helen, Lillian whispered. Helen tensed. Don't. You'll hurt yourself, Lillian said. The fishmonger and the devil were standing in the rain, watching keenly as these post-harvesters continued their work. The efforts to fight them off were hampered by the incredible pain the most drenched were in. Too many had been given gas masks but no hoods, raincoats, or full-body quarantine suits. Our people were supposed to be hanging back, keeping an eye on things from afar, keeping the leadership in line. Hopefully there wouldn't be too many of them in the line of fire here. Some would be. Lillian hunkered down, hood up, hunched over, and stepped out into the rain to go to the stitched. I reached out, gingerly, and seized Helen's wrist. She tensed further. Don't, I said. You know how Ashton likes his patterns. Helen asked. There were people reaching out blind, grasping each other. A tangle of limbs, bodies, of blood, and gasping moans of soldiers who could no longer make noise. I know, Helen, I said. A full 2 minutes passed. Half of the group that had gotten this far had succumbed, the other half was still under shelter, fighting off the harvesters, both the whole ones and the ones who had shed. A tangle stood. It was only 2 soldiers, but they were knit together by the protein chains of the harvesters that crawled over them. One's mouth yawned open, while the other spoke inarticulate protests. It stumbled, lurched, and groped in our general direction. One mouth made angry sounds, the other started pleading as it realized we were there. I hauled back, pulling Helen off balance. In the moment, I saw her eyes lock onto mine, and I thought she would pounce on me. Lillian stitched with its over-large meat suit surged forward, pushing Helen and I aside very deliberately. It slammed one fist into the tangle, then bowled the tangle over. It began tearing into them, tearing them apart. Others saw, and they surged forward. They weren't acting like soldiers anymore. They fought like something mindless. Helen hauled her wrist free of my grip. Helen, I said. She straightened. Helen. As swan songs go, they aren't aware enough to feel it. It wouldn't hurt, they wouldn't react. It's a sad way to go about it, if you insist on going that way. Helen remained very still. The crown's monolith crashed into the side of the city. Everything from the harvester slugs to the soldiers to us, even Lillian's stitched, was knocked to one side. I flinched, turning my face away from the rain. Helen remained on the ground on all fours. If Helen had been considering going, then the howling and roars of the creatures who were stepping off and away from the monolith and into the city were a counterpoint to that consideration. The way's open, Lillian said. The collision had helped the way to open again, the cliff surging a few feet skyward, or the level we were on dropping by that same measure. Helen stared at me, her eyes visible through the lenses. Dead, emotionless. Come on, I said. She stared. Was she gone? So utterly? No, not when we were so close. Please. I promise you. It'll be worth it. She nodded. We left Lillian and Jessie stitched behind to continue its futile struggle against the tangle of soldiers, and ducked into the dark bowels of Radham. Crown of Thorns 20.6. The tunnel was dark, the only illumination being the light from the gap we'd just crawled through and a tracery of bioluminescent something or other running along the tunnel walls at eye level. Can I remove my mask? I asked. Is it safe? Nothing's safe at this point, Duncan said. Okay, well, I undid the clasps and buckles, and I worked the mask off, then pulled the hood back. I took an experimental breath, and I didn't die. The acid rain screwed up the lenses a bit, and I'm worried about what it's doing to the outfit. I worked my way free of the quarantine suit, then rescued all of the tools, weapons, and various essential bits and pieces from it. Easier to see in this lighting without the lenses, I said, blinking. Lungs aren't burning. I think we're clear here. I imagine we'd have to be, if the tunnels are used by defending forces, Duncan said. The others began removing their masks. It was dark enough here that when I looked at Helen, she was a pale blob that took a second or two to figure out the orientation for. Lillian was easier, a narrow band of pale face visible between the lengths of straight brown hair on either side of it. She fiddled for a moment and then broke the mask portion free, raising it to her lower face and strapping it there, covering only her nose and mouth. They were easier to make out like this. Ashton had shucked off the entire suit, which had hampered his abilities. Duncan remained almost entirely suited up. I knelt by Jessie, then removed the quarantine setup, peeling it off, to reduce her weight. It was a process to get her behind me. Helen offered some assistance. I could almost hear the unspoken condemnations, the questions as to why we'd brought her. The stitched had helped, and we might not have brought the stitched if not for her. The pace and the group splitting that had risen from the fact she was with us had been to our benefit, I felt. But that was a minor thing, almost an excuse. It was true, but it would ring hollow if I tried to voice it aloud, were someone to challenge me. They didn't challenge me. I got Jessie behind me, and I was in the process of trying to figure out how to bind her hands together without cutting off circulation, so I could carry her piggyback, when she simply hugged me tight. Hold, I murmured. "SY," she spoke in my ear, barely audible. I went still. I waited, tense, while the others wrestled, apparently unaware. I listened, wanted the utterance to be the start of a thought. I wanted there to somehow be a world where Jessie would both communicate with me and remain safe from the great and terrible caterpillar. It was a cruel and monstrous thing that had eaten her predecessor's mind and now it skulked near her, waiting for a waking thought to gnaw it. I wanted Jessie, and I wanted Jessie to be safe. I willed for something, anything. As if responding to that will, she hugged me tighter. I could feel her body pressing against me, expanding as she drew in a deep breath, her face nestled against my neck. "Yeah," I murmured. "It's nice to have you close too. Hold on tight." I pretended she'd heard and gripped me tighter at that instruction, and straightened. She wasn't too heavy, compared to the weight of the wet uniform and pack I'd been carrying. "Ready," Mary said. By the shape of her, she'd discarded the entire uniform, as I had, and wore only the clothes she'd had on beneath. Her hair was wavy, and if I might have mistaken her for Lillian in the gloom, the streak of the pale ribbon at the sides and back of her head made it easier. "Ready," Lillian said. She'd undone the top portion of her uniform, and tied it around her waist. She had a medical bag and the rifle, and the tube from the mask still extended to the air bladder. There was something to be said for the degrees to which we'd discarded the burdens and protections of the uniform, and where each of us stood in regards to our individual, mortalities was the wrong word. Our fated endings? The barbed and poisonous wyvern, the great and inexorable caterpillar, the puppet bound in her strings? Ashton had his metaphorical tree seizing his mind and limbs, and it would inevitably trap him. Lillian and Duncan had set out on a path that threatened to either claim them or destroy them. Helen in particular seemed to have done away with all propriety. Her arms and shoulders were bare, she wore a camisole and a coquette skirt, her legs and feet free of any socks or shoes. Her hair was messy and damp from being covered with the uniform, hood, and mask. She had been named Galatea, and she had been named Helen, after the face that had launched 1,000 ships. There were 2 paths painted there, and she'd just been about to make a final decision, favoring the latter, to pursue the thing she was most passionate about, which would ultimately destroy her. The Galatea path wasn't any better. To be wed to her creator. If even this limited degree of freedom wasn't enough for him to keep her calibrated and well, would she be limited to only the briefest excursions from him and his lab? Forever at his side? There were the little ones too. Nora, Lara, Abby, Emmett, and Bo Peep. Their endings were a ways away now, but there was a time they'd come to. There would be tears and frustration, the broken relationships and painful loss. "I'm ready," Helen said. Her voice bounced around the tunnel, eerie. She rolled her shoulders. "Okay," I said. I shifted Jessie's position on my back. "Let's go." "These tunnels are bad for my style of fighting," Mary said. "I'd recommend using the guns, but gunshots will be heard." She led the way, the acoustics of the tunnel making even the smaller scuffs of feet on the ground that much louder. The sounds of the fighting, of distant explosions and crumbling fixtures, it was equally distorted, made into something hollow that had echoed too many times, like a thing that wasn't really happening. The footing was even, if sometimes lacking in traction, but the real hazards were the hatches and doorways. Basket weaves of iron and thick strands of something wet that might have been muscle-framed doorways or hatches that had been closed and now were open. It was too easy to lose track of where I was in the tunnel, to move too fast or too far on one side and kick one or run headlong into it. Some of the hatches and doors had been drawn deeper into the ground, and they formed tripping hazards. I didn't want to hurt Jessie by falling or allowing her hand or arm to get caught between my body and a door frame. Here and there were puddles. We avoided those with even more care than we avoided the partial barriers. It was disorienting, with no clear illumination. I tried to keep an eye out for each of the lambs, calming my mind by trying to read them, reassure myself that they were there, and I saw others instead. Pale forms flashing by me and teasing, all in various shapes and forms. It was as if I wasn't joined by just the lambs and the enemies we'd pursued and destroyed, but by the hunts. The enemies as they'd been conceptualized when I hadn't had a face, form, or name to put to the deeds we were hunting them for. These glimpses resembled the foes we'd had nipping at our heels when a target grew savvy enough to hire help or send others after us, when they had attacked, chased, and hurt us but were only blurs. There was no measuring the distance with counted seconds, because it was hard to think. No measuring it by the number of footsteps, when footsteps echoed and kept no time as we alternately slowed, stopped, and started again, navigating the hazards. We couldn't even keep track with the noises of the city beyond and the shape of the oncoming war, because all of it was muffled and diffuse. Mary held up a hand, and the hand was pale in the gloom. It moved, gesturing, and we slowed. As a group, we ceased making noise, but for the faintest rustle of clothing on clothing, or the wheeze of the air bladders that Duncan and Lillian still used. The phantom noises grew both louder and more distorted, massive sounds that reached us through multiple walls and floors, then bounced off of the curved sides of the tunnel. A rumbling, a roar, then a battery of gunshots. Shouting. I saw why Mary had signaled for quiet and caution. The bioluminescence only reached a certain distance along the wall. It stopped where a great pane of glass started, bottle green and crude, modeled in a way that suggested it was poor quality, and that it had relaxed from its original form in the many years since it had been installed. It was caked in dust. I ran my fingers through the dust, clearing a section so it was easier to peer through. A seemingly endless stream of soldiers were charging through the space on the other side, illuminated by old voltaic lights that were dark more than they were on, more of an orange amber glow than the usual jaundiced yellow. The soldiers ran past tables, sealed containers of supplies or emergency provisions, and past medical equipment with cobwebs on it. Their shouts were muffled by the barrier between us. The sounds reached a pitch, urgent, imminent, and then soldiers I couldn't see opened fire. The gunfire was answered by more of the same. They charged further down the hallway on the other side, and soldiers at the rear of the group began to slow. Tables were cleared with sweeps of arms, and wounded were hauled into place. Men and women with melting flesh. Uniforms were cut away to reveal the harvesters that were crawling beneath clothing, both shelled and leech-like. The scene was like a play without words or musical accompaniment. Mouths moved in shouts and cries of alarm, but any sounds were so muffled that I couldn't tell them apart from phantom sounds my mind was conjuring up. One soldier with a lieutenant's uniform had harvesters jutting from now empty eye sockets like tongues from an open mouth, and his face was reduced to burns and blood, features melting in together. He was fighting those who would help him every step of the way, and yet it looked like the people on the other side really wanted to save him. Closer to Mary, there was a thump. A bang against thick glass. She backed away from the spot, and I ventured closer to see. A man wiped at the glass, clearing away the film of dust on his side. He peered through, face and presumably eyes pointed in Mary's direction. No cry of alarm, no reaction. The interior of our half of things was too dark. Dual tunnels, for dual purposes. Their side was the side for the academy, for the humans who maintained and ran things. Through that underground hallway, food, or the means to acquire food would be delivered to homes and houses throughout Radham, so the citizens could endure while the enemy was rained on and made into monsters. On the far side of Mary, I saw the phantom sights, the pale blotches that were the hunts and the hunted, the unknown enemies of no particular time or place. These ones looked like children. On the other side of the glass, as clear as anything, Sub Rosa was pacing among the soldiers, like a Valkyrie ready to claim the dead. The man who was peering into the glass startled, and as a collective, our hands reached for pistols and knives. The man on the other side was reacting to something else. It surged forward from further down the hallway, and in the doing, it drove a tide of bodies ahead of it, like a plow wagon with a snow removal scoop mounted ahead of the oxen or stitched beasts. Lights on the ceiling of the hallway shattered as it charged into them, casting us into a deeper darkness. It stopped and shied away from contact with the glass. Lights from ahead of it in the hallway illuminated its pale form. Pale because of the pallid flesh, drained in the same way my face might drain if the worst had come to pass. Pale because the people who made up the bulk of the mass were soldiers, in white academy uniforms and soldiers' uniforms that had been bleached to varying degrees by the rain. Where they weren't pale, they were crimson, because they were bleeding and flesh was breaking down with the rain that had fallen know them. People, gathered together by the protein chains and strands and pulled into a crude machine of harvester and human-made puppet. Bodies, arms, and legs strove to work together by jerky, mechanical movements, to allow the greater mass to function as a completed whole. It moved as if its head was a blunt fist that sensed things by bludgeoning them, and it smashed tables, and it found the wounded from earlier the lieutenant that medics had been trying to help. It raised a leg, revealing a foot made up of 2 or 3 mangled individuals that had been crushed and broken by the weight of those above and the repeated impacts with the ground, and it pawed at the wounded, bringing them nearer. The lieutenant, seeing by way of the harvesters that stuck from his eye sockets, moved with more purpose, crawling in jerky motions that resembled a baby's initial attempts to cross a floor. He climbed and embraced the smaller of the greater tangle's forelegs, before he was swarmed, being integrated into the whole. The others weren't so lucky, if there was such a thing. They were paralyzed with pain, blinded by acid or harvesters, and they were helpless as the foot came down on them, harvesters working to make them part of a new foot, one that would no doubt flex and push against the ground before the muscles tore and bodies were smashed to constituent pieces by the impacts. It looked as if it would take several minutes for the process to finish, if not considerably longer. Whatever connections would allow the greater tangle to function as a whole would need to be forged between it and the new additions. I turned away from the scene, and hesitated as I saw the blotches that were the hunted children. Go, the voice said. I steeled myself and marched past the vague shapes. The others followed. A pair of bullets hit the glass just behind us. Each took out large chunks of the thick pane. Cracks spider-webbed across it, bright with the light from the distant old voltaic lights that the tangle hadn't yet destroyed. We moved faster. The fighting was spreading over the top of Radham, and it was spreading through the guts of the city. Deaths by the hundreds and thousands, which would only grow more numerous as everything escalated, and the kinds of horrors that could be perpetrated by an academy with decades of prior preparation and nothing left to lose. I feel the need to say this, Duncan said. No need, I said. Behind us, more bullets struck the glass. A beam of light shone through a hole that resulted. The sounds that came through and echoed toward us were the clearest non-lam noises we'd heard for 10 or more minutes. The tangle of bodies on the other side of the glass was groaning and making keening noises. It's a need, not a want. I don't want to say this. We're all smart people, Duncan, I said. We know it. It doesn't need to be said and made real. I'm not smart, Ashton said. I'm good at what I do, and I'm useful, and I'm good at thinking about things from unusual angles, because I don't have a brain, but I'm not smart enough to know what you're talking about. We're in a tunnel reserved for experiments, things that are freed to access the city as the city raises itself up, Duncan said. All the while, the city is being transformed into a hive for those abominations. Tangles, I said. Tangles, sure. Which raises a question. That question is, what's supposed to come out of this tunnel? Lillian asked. We'll find out, Helen said, her voice light. We're running toward it. Oh, Ashton said. The keening increased in intensity. I wondered if the sound was louder because the opening was larger. We reached another section with a glass pane at one side. The pane was newer, less green, less mottled, and cleaner. Blood smeared across a fair portion of it, having sprayed from wounds and then run down the surface. Further down, someone bleeding had slumped against it before falling to the ground, depositing a large volume of blood on the surface. Bodies littered the ground, furniture had been propped up to serve as limited cover, and it didn't appear to have done the slightest bit of good. We stopped there for a moment. I crouched, easing against the side of the tunnel, so I wasn't bearing Jessie's whole weight. The devil was on the other side of the glass, standing among the bodies and smoking a cigarette. I was really disliking how often he was turning up, now. Sub Rosa too, but she was at least, not unrepentant in her evil. Mary touched a break in the glass. We could go through, she said. Not that it's much better. I looked back in the direction of the tangle, then at the bodies. I looked at the devil, and then the void that lay ahead of us. Detour into the thick of things with any number of guns and limited cover, or go ahead to a near certain threat. Okay, I said. I met the devil's eyes. What does it accomplish? Duncan asked. Whatever we face out there, we at least have a chance of killing it, I said. And we have a chance of surviving it. And at least the hallways branch over there. For what it's worth, there's occasionally directions that go beyond forward and backward. SY, Lillian said. I hate to say it. I tensed. And here I thought you'd urge me not to say it, she said. You'd say you know what I'm going to say and you'd say it, to spare me from being the villain here. You're far from being a villain, Lil, I said. And I know what you're going to say, and I'll say it. Jessie would be useful. It would make a lot of sense, especially if she could help us figure out where we are in the city, and where there might be places we can go up. Lillian nodded, and at the same time, Jessie squeezed my shoulders. Under, she whispered. Under the orphanage. Under the orphanage. Was there a way to come up through Lamb's Bridge? You're farther away, SY. I'm trying to play along, but... Jessie's voice devolved into mumbles. Did you guys catch that? I asked. Because I didn't. Catch what? Ashton asked. Jessie spoke. Unless my head is playing tricks on me, I said. Under the orphanage? Helen. Helen stirred, looking at me. She'd been staring down at the bodies. Please. I asked. Did you hear? I wasn't listening, she said. I opened my mouth, then shut it. I felt so alone, like this. It was the situation, and the war, and Jessie being so close but so hard to communicate with. It was Helen being lost and nearly gone, and Lillian wasn't communicating like she should. It was that I couldn't see them, so much of the time, in the gloom. My heart hurt, being like this. It would be so easy to just say yes, that Lillian was right, and we needed direction and sense. It would kill or ruin Jessie, but it would be a gasp of air, when we were in this claustrophobic space. Light and so much darkness. I hung my head. Stand, the voice said. I remained sitting. I felt Jessie's breathing against my neck. Under the orphanage. It wasn't advice, and it wasn't a deep, relevant memory for the situation at hand. Talk of tunnels had stirred her recollection of West Corinth, of me kidnapping Lillian and taking her to the tower. I didn't want to give her bad dreams. Forward and backward, retreats into darkness, death and horror was in arm's reach but not in a way I could do anything about. We'd created this situation, Jessie and I, the others, and it was my responsibility to see it through. Even if that course was even darker and grislier than the obvious and maybe unavoidable ones ahead of us. The path the voice was urging me to pursue. I'd made a compromise to give it what it wanted. In return, it wasn't making me destroy the others. Stand. This is doable, SY, Mary said. I'm just gathering my strength and taking a second to think. Please. Both of you. Please, I said. My voice was a hush. She didn't say okay, or anything like it. Lillian walked over to Mary, and I could hear the murmurs as they conversed. Helen was stock still, looking into the glass and using fingers to comb at her hair, her head tilting to odd angles. I felt a hand on my head. Ashton. You don't work on me, I murmured. I know, he said. He gave me a pat. Not in the usual way. But I can give you a pat on the head. I can tell you that we're strong, and it's only because everything in Radham is hurting right now that things seem bad. I nodded. If that's how it is, all of Radham hurting, then we should treat it like a surgery, Lillian said. We cut and we use harsh drugs, but we do it with the aim of making things better in the end. Our plan of action isn't so selfless, the voice reminded me. "Sy," Lillian said, responding to something in my posture or expression. "When's the last time you had wyvern?" "While back," I said. "Back when you gave it to me while I was asleep, to help me put all the evils of mankind in the box again. You remain exceptional, Sy, I don't think you realize just how keen your brain is, even off of wyvern. But you feel limited and you make it a self-fulfilling prophecy. Right now, you're simply more locked in a direction than you're used to." "That's the problem," I said. "Forward and back isn't even an option, and forward seems like inevitable disaster." "You can't get too down on yourself," she said. "No," I said. "Not down on myself. Just thinking, like I said. A lot of what we've been trying to do is to forge a new path." "A new path?" "Yeah. I'm just trying to figure it out with a brain that's wrestling through an awful lot of burdens right now. I want to break from the inevitable. Humanity's been trying to do that at least since the ancient alchemists sought out immortality, if you believe the myths," Duncan said. "Death will have to wait," I said. "That's a god for another time, if we make it through this and kill the gods ahead of us." Ashton's hand was still patting my head. I gave the hand a pat of my own, then worked my way to a standing position, bringing Jessie with me. A new path. That was the objective. "Let's get over to the hallway, at least for the short term," I said, feeling more sure of myself. "All right," Mary said. She began working on the glass, seizing the largest shards around the opening and prying them free and away. "What's the line of thinking?" Duncan asked. "Right now? I don't want to be on this side of the glass. It's messing with my head." "Okay," Lillian said. "Reason enough. Mary opened the aperture enough for us to carefully work our way through. And," I said, as Mary climbed through, then gave Lillian a hand, so Lillian wouldn't slip and impale herself on the glass that remained. "And, this next part might require a little luck." We made our way through, except for Helen, who lingered, and for Jessie and me. I passed Jessie through, then turned to Helen. I touched her arm, and she flinched away. She was lost, as I so recently had been. As I had been in my own way for a long time. "Hold on to the good things," I said. "From the past, and the things that await in the future. There's so many good things ahead of you. The you that you are now isn't the you that you are doomed to be." "Do you think so?" Helen asked. "I'm staking my everything on it," I whispered to her. "I know what I'm doing, and if you don't believe me when I say that, I'll point out that Lillian just said I'm smart, even without a recent wyvern dose. You should believe her, because nobody here's going to deny she's brilliant." "She is," Helen said. She smiled. "Now, speaking of good memories. I need you to dredge one up." "No dredging needed," Helen said. "My memories aren't as bad as yours. It's not my brain that's being uncooperative and refusing to do things when it used to perform so precisely." "Yeah, that'd be mine," I said. "What am I remembering, Sy?" "Remember your first friend. You grew up in a place not so different and not so far from here. I need you to call out to him." Helen smiled more. "He might not be friendly." "Let's ask," I said. Helen nodded. "Come on, let's get clear, just in case." She followed me out through the gap in the glass. I felt like I could breathe better, in the hallway, surrounded by human dead. I could see, now that I was on this side, how the light on the glass and the dust made the glass reflective, not quite reaching through to fully penetrate the shadows on the other side. Then she called, making a sound of a pitch that went far and beyond that which humans could make. In the hallway and the tunnel, it echoed without end, returning to us, a haunting sound. She called again, then again. He came, crawling down the tunnel. He was bloodied, injured, and veins marked one side of his face. Great and beautiful in a way that had nothing to do with human standards, a magnificent creature. He slowed, approaching the aperture. He watched us with bugged-out eyes, the pupils barely visible, the edges bloodshot. His lips were thick, his mouth wide. He was naked and he was bloody from whatever he'd been doing before we'd called. "Gorger," I said. "Sorry to call you away from your duties." He was silent, staring. "We need help, getting where we're going." "Please," Helen said. Those bugged-out eyes roved over our group. Then they moved to Mary again, and then the floor. "I know what you're thinking," I said. "I don't want to leverage it, because I don't want to manipulate you." "I don't know what he's thinking," Ashton said. "SHH, Duncan said. Mary offered the answer for Ashton. "Gordon and Gorger got along awfully well." There was a pause. Gorger stared down at the ground. "We need to get to any major building where the gas isn't too thick," I said. He raised those eyes and met mine. Then he nodded. Gorger pressed against glass, twisting around. He showed us far too much of himself in the process, as he reoriented himself within a tunnel where he scraped both sides, floor, and ceiling with his mass simply by being there. He pointed. We took his instruction. I had to adjust Jessie, I felt her grip me tighter, and the others followed as Gorger crawled through the neighboring tunnel. An escort and guide. Thank you, I said. Gorger shook his head, still crawling. No. Don't thank me. I swallowed, drawing my weapon. I heard the noises of other lambs taking my cue. The paths branched. Gorger pointed us in one direction, away from him. We took it. Moments later, we reached another crossroad. The floor of the tunnel was a series of metal grills, and Gorger slithered beneath them, making them buck and rattle. He pointed again. We took the path he'd indicated. Thank you, Gordon, I thought. For helping to convince Gorger. We reached another crossroad, Y-shaped, and we stopped. There was a ladder stretching up, and there weren't any good venues for Gorger to appear. I adjusted my grip on Jessie, then drew my knife. I tapped it against the ladder. The grunt was distant, but affirmative. Mary approached the ladder. Lillian stopped her, gesturing. There was a brief interaction between the two. Mary eventually conceded to take Lillian's mask and bladder, before ascending the ladder. She eased the hatch open, peering through the gap. After a moment, she eased it closed. She remained there, still and silent, for a moment. Then she pulled off the mask and bladder, tossing it down to Lillian. No gas, she gestured. Gas factory. Another of the gas production facilities. Destroy, she gestured. Soldiers. Tall monsters. Super weapon. Crown gold. Crown tall. The gas production facility had already been destroyed. The army had reached this point without our help. Soldiers were here, and so were monsters of the highest quality. They had a super weapon at hand, and that wasn't even the worst of it. Crown gold was our shorthand for the Duke. He was present. Crown tall was our shorthand for the Infante. Crown of Thorns 20.7. Our efforts to find a way up was hampered by the chaos above. The hatch Gorger had pointed us to was too close to the center of the enemy. Further down the tunnel, another hatch opened into the corner of the same building, but there was a fight unfolding right on top of it, bullets flying from guns, violence, shouting, and death all included in the chaos. Further down the same tunnel, in an area where the tunnel served to channel rainwater, a wooden grate was sunken into the street, positioned to lead up to the exterior of the building. Unusable, because so many bodies or one very large body had been left to die atop it. Bodily fluids poured down like molasses from a spoon, collecting on the wood of a grate on the floor of the tunnel we occupied, congealing just enough that it didn't fully filter through. Blood and clear fluids formed different proportions of the thick stream from moment to moment. Dim light struggled to move past the holes in the wooden grate, different parts of it blocked at different moments by the soup of flesh. We had to navigate carefully to avoid wading in the acidic runoff. I narrowed my eyes, adjusting to the fact there was light to see by. I turned my head to hear better. The noise of the ongoing fight above us was incessant, pure chaos. I tuned into that chaos, listening to it, parsing it. Kill them, the voice said. So naggy, I muttered. What? Lillian asked. Murder, murder, kill kill, telling me to do things I'm not in a position to do. Do we need to shackle you? She asked. I'm mostly here, I said. I turned my head around, trying to listen to the sound of the battle and piece it together. That's a non sequitur, she said. It's an answer. Mary can stab me if something happens. Unless something happens to Mary, Helen said. SHH, Mary said. Bad omen to say it out loud. If something happens to Mary then you can do something, Helen, I said. Or Lillian can do something. If not her, then Duncan and Ashton. I'm noting that Ashton and I are last, Duncan said. Well, yeah, I said. And if you two kick the bucket or go out of commission, and none of the others are left, then, well, what does it matter? I think it matters a lot, Lillian said. There's an awful lot of others you can hurt. The rebels might be able to fend for themselves. Who knows? I said. Let's not let it come to that, Lillian said. I was starting to get a sense for the sounds I was hearing through the grate and tunnel. Bullets going one way had a slightly different sound than the ones which weren't. The tromp of boots had a dull sound to them when they were numerous enough to be heard together, people moving in formation. Exact location wasn't possible to discern in many cases, so I didn't try. I held them all in my head as separate entities, and I pieced it together. The fact that one regiment of a certain size existed, that another regiment was either nearer or larger by their volume. I could know that a group was firing one way by the sound of the shots, and I could gauge their general number by the volume. I could gauge affiliation by the fact that some had their backs to the Infante. Kill them or the lambs die. I set my jaw. The Duke is on our side, Lillian said. That's something we could use, if we can separate him from the Infante. We presume he's on our side, I said. Mary spoke, he was in communication with us for a long time. Coded messages that put him at grave risk. The Infante coming after us suggests that he found out. He had no reason otherwise. He could have a lot of reasons, I said. He could, but let's be honest, S.Y., Mary said. Sometimes the answer is the simple one. Nothing about this seemed simple. We traveled down the tunnel, avoiding the areas where the rainwater ran thickest. Something cracked nearby. Dust and debris plunged down from the roof of the tunnel further down, pouring into the space, with a few scattered body parts. Shadows flickered. I checked my mental map, trying to think of who it might be. The Infante's people, I whispered. I thought about the layout we'd observed, where the enemy was, and gestured. We moved into the side tunnels and the shadows, close to the grate where there was light. The light would be deceptive, giving the illusion that if there was anything close by, they'd be able to see it. I peered around the corner. They were a squadron of soldiers. Crowned soldiers, dressed in black, with quarantine masks, the hoses worked into the masks, armored and protected from gunfire as the hose parted and disappeared over their shoulders, behind their backs. Glass glinted in the light at their shoulders, tinted fluids within the tubes in question. Shoulder-mounted drug injections. I gestured for the others, filling them in. I found a dry spot and eased Jessie down, placing her at one side of the tunnel, then returned to my vantage point. Their boots tromped, sloshing through the acid water. They ran past us, within a foot of me. They were dark enough and the tunnel was dark enough that I was only aware of them by the movement of air on my face. I saw the glint of what might have been a bayonet. One man passed me, and in the next instant, Helen was there, on top of him. She crashed into him, banging into the wall, then went down with him into the water. Into the acid. Harvesters rose up from the liquid, crawling over the both of them. My eyes went wide. I jumped forward, stepping on the back of the soldier's head, driving it into the acid while using it as a stepping stone to keep my foot from plunging into the liquid. I windmilled my arm, no wall in reach to lean against, and the walls were moist with rainwater that flowed down from the cracks in the street above. Anyhow, Mary caught my hand, giving me something to brace against. The dance. The weight of two people on him, his hands scraping against the slick floor of the drainage tunnel, served to keep him put. Water that already churned as it ran down the tunnel was bubbling as yes, partially exhalations from his mask, but also that Helen's toe was keeping the air bladder beneath the water. She was poised, perched on the man's back, only barely keeping her limbs and face out of the drainage. It wasn't a hold, not a grab, but something else, her toe keeping him from breathing, her other toe on his buttocks, her hands either propping him up or darting out to slap at his elbows, if it looked like he was getting them at the angle necessary to haul himself out of the water. Mary, still holding my hand, kicked the soldier a few times in the side. Her foot came away, held in the air, and I could see the blade that protruded from the toe, now caked in blood. We pulled away, retreating to the sides of the tunnel. Lillian, Duncan, and Ashton were all holding rifles, aiming them at the group that seemed oblivious to us. The group was moving slowly, navigating a zigzagging path of detritus that was making the water level higher. We'd decided not to go that way. The harvesters were starting to crawl out of the water, trying to find ways in through the suit. Some were at the side, where Mary had kicked the man. I stared down at the scene. I touched Mary's shoulder, then indicated Ashton. I gestured. Change. She took over for Ashton, taking his rifle. Ashton, for his part, took up Mary's position. I gestured. Gas. I indicated the harvesters. Then I gestured at the group that had left. I used the, well, Jessie would have known the history of it. But it was the second or third sign we'd settled on, when we'd started using the gestures. Meager light and ample shadow were dancing further down the tunnel. It wasn't impossible that we'd have company. It would put us in a bad position. Ashton reached down and cupped one of the harvesters in his hands. He flinched and dropped it. Be careful, I whispered. I dropped to my hands and knees. I tried to keep my hands away, bringing my knife to the soldier's side. The harvesters moved toward me. Ashton waved his hands at them, and they moved away. I cut the holes wider. The harvesters slithered in. Why? Ashton asked. As a distraction, I said. Assuming you can keep it from coming after us. I think so. I nodded. I stared at it for a long time. I thought of where the enemy was, all the noises I was learning to make sense of, as if chaos was a language, and I was teaching it to myself, step by step, word by word. The focus and the shift in my thoughts came at a price. The voice was speaking. It said dangerous things and it made demands, for impossible things and ugly things. This time I was equipped to listen. 5 soldiers sloshed through the water of the tunnel. Some still had guns in hand. Others were empty-handed. Most were wounded. We shrank back into the shadows, listening to the noise of boots and water. Where the lesser and standard issue quarantine gear seemed to dissolve and break down in the face of the acid rain, this gear seemed to be top quality. They waded in dangerous waters that churned with acid and parasites as if it was of no concern. The Crown's elite soldiers. I wondered how they got there. Was it an alternate promotion path? Be leader of a squad, or remain a foot soldier in a squad of higher esteem? Were they picked from the cream of the crop of the aristocracy? They were men and women. They had families. They had hopes and dreams and they probably hated this war as much as any of us. They served the Crown and they were loyal and patriotic. It was a virtue, even if the side they served wasn't mine. I felt nothing. I could have called it coldness, a contrast to the warmth of Jessie, who clung to my back and breathed into the back of my neck, to Lillian, whose arm pressed against mine. Lillian held her breath, because she didn't want to make a sound. Coldness was the wrong idea. Cold made me think of hate, a contrast to the feeling that welled in me when the lambs were close. Cold made me think of staring the enemy down and feeling a change sweep over me as I internally came to new, more unpleasant terms with them. They were room temperature. They were more noises and chaos. They reached a point further down the tunnel, and they spotted the enemy. They picked up the pace, insofar as their injuries allowed them to. The enemy was Crown. Elite soldiers. They wore uniforms of the topmost quality, in the same black material. The enemy had the gas masks that protected the hoses and tubes with armor. The defending side was slow to act. It made me think of a group of men staring into a mirror, realizing too late that they weren't staring at their own reflection. The reality wasn't so neat and tidy. There was no mirror. There was only the assumption that men and women who were alive and well who wore the same uniforms were friendly. That, if they weren't friendly, that they wouldn't be suicidal enough to throw themselves at a larger, better armed group. A squad of 5 collided with a squad of 10. The front ranks were dragged to the ground, and here, the tunnel was dry enough that they wouldn't be soaked in the drainage water. The ones who still stood started to pull the attackers off, sticking them with bayonets, when there was no armor or defending soldier getting in the way. One gun fired from the attacking 5, an accidental trigger pull, not something intentional. It made them balk. Mary gestured. The lambs stepped out of shadow, moving quickly and soundlessly. Where the defending 10 had held the upper hand, they were now outnumbered. Helen pounced on one. Mary attacked another 2. I seized a third, burdened as I was with Jessie, and Lillian helped me. Duncan and Ashton went after the last one who wasn't preoccupied. For an instant, it seemed we had the upper hand. We'd caught them unawares, they were preoccupied, and we'd seized them, knocked them down, or we'd disarmed them. Then they began using the combat drugs. They surged in strength. They threw us off. Mary cut them more. I dropped Jessie rather unceremoniously, then joined Mary in disabling them, kicking at one kneecap. My foot slid across the ground to kick at the side of one foot, which just so happened to be resting on ground that looked particularly slimy. It slid, the owner's balance went with it, and Duncan was able to kick at the spot on the man's arm where the vials were mounted. The ones who had been dosed were too strong, getting stronger, and so we killed them. We regained the upper hand. We broke more of the vials before they could use whatever mechanism it was that dumped combat drugs into their systems. Each enemy was summarily disabled but not killed, the attacking 5 with their masks set ajar, pacified by Ashton, pinning the remaining defenders. Help, one defender screamed. His voice echoed in the tunnel, reaching far. It was drowned out by the sound of walls falling, by the sound of countless guns firing, the sounds alternately far enough away to ring across the surroundings, or so close that the listeners would be left hearing only silence for seconds after. Explosions occurred, things screamed. People somewhere out there were crying for their mothers. These soldiers were quiet. We'd pit them against each other. Crown Elite against Crown Elite. All it had taken was letting the harvesters in, weakening them. The simple harvesters were easy for Ashton to direct. If I told you to go to the Infante and lie for our benefit, to draw him into the position we wanted him in, would you listen? I asked. You're mad, one shouted. It was a woman. I'd pulled off her mask. It's a choice of life as a traitor or death of the worst kind, I told her. Life is always better, isn't it? I'd rather die, she said. I reached down, and I undid the clasps on her outfit, revealing the zipper. I pulled it off of her. A jacket. She fought. The quarantine pants came off next. She was left in a soldier's uniform, summer weight, but sweaty and damp. Her hair was in disarray. Please, Lillian said. Cooperate. I have given every year of my life to the crown since I was old enough to write. I did the same, Lillian said. My life for the academy. You don't understand, traitor. Every hour, every day, every week. Every day I studied or worked, it was for them. I understand that very well, Lillian said. On my days off, I socialized with others who served the crown. The difference between us is my friends served the crown, but one by one, they died. You think I haven't seen death? The woman asked. And they turned away from the crown. We learned things. What the world really looks like. Who's really at the top? The woman lay there, on her back, Mary stepping on one of her hands. Her discarded costume rested to one side. The harvesters scurried here and there, but they gave Ashton a wide berth. She's seen many of the same things, I murmured under my breath. She might even know the most pertinent details. Helen made a sound, though I hadn't been talking to her. She believes, even with all she's privy to, I said. I don't know how, but it makes it easier to do this. I grabbed the woman. Mary helped. Each of us had an arm, and we dragged her closer to the area where the drainage water was collecting, running in a stream. The harvesters were thicker here, the ones who might have been near where Ashton was were gathering in greater number at the periphery. We held her so her body tilted forward, head only a foot above the water, her arms to either side, where even if we let go, she wouldn't get them in front of her before her face was submerged. Mary's foot was on the ground, propped up with a heel on the tunnel's floor, the blade extended and poking at the top of the soldier's thigh. The soldier couldn't bring it forward without impaling it. Her other leg was injured. This is a bad way to go, I said. Acid. Parasites. Becoming a monster, maybe even one that's aware of what's happening to it. In the background, Lillian was looking away. Harder, when she'd remarked on parallels between herself and this woman. The only difference being what? Crown instead of academy? Soldier instead of scholar? Negligible. That I'd turned traitor and walked away? But for one friend walking away, the others following in time, Lillian might have been in this position. You can live. You can find love, you can find family, money, legacy. All we need is for you to go to the Infante and speak one sentence. An innocuous sentence. Harmless. He won't even know your role. No, she said. Why wouldn't you even just lie? I asked. Say you'll tell him what we want you to tell him. Then get away. I wouldn't let any pledge of betrayal pass through my lips, she said. Even as a lie. I felt like that once, too, Mary said. Everything was abso. The woman hauled her arm free of Mary's grip. One side of her plunged into the drainage water. She tore her hand free of my grip. Had that been intentional? The acid rain was thick here, but the effects not instantaneous. She hauled herself free of the water, twisting around to face her direction, but I could see hints of her face in the gloom. I could see the way she moved her head. She gasped, making small pained sounds, and her head turned to scan the surroundings. Her eyes saw nothing. She flinched as harvesters crawled on her, flung arms around, and Mary and I were forced to step back lest we be splashed. Guards for the nobles, for the top professors. Gloria, Foss. Hale might have had some. It seemed so wasteful. The irony being that they were ours. These were the ones we'd arranged to send into the city, to go to war with Hale. The Infante hadn't brought any humans of his own. He'd only brought monsters. He'd gathered them around him by being a noble of one of the highest ranks, stealing their obedience and service from us with just words, gestures, and presence. They'd already betrayed the crown on behalf of the enemy. I'd only asked for a slightly more informed betrayal. It mattered so little, and yet the consequences were so vast. We backed away, as she twitched, making more agonized sounds as her skin blistered and the harvesters crawled into the orifices of her face and head. She charged us, and we let her. Mary kicked her to one side at the last moment, and the soldier sprawled onto the ground. 2 charges followed, and Mary kicked her each time. After the third fall, the woman remained where she was. The tension in her relaxed, harvesters continued their work. Lillian stared down at the woman. Her expression was hard to read, the filter covering her nose and mouth. Mary gestured. I responded. We had a back and forth. Duncan joined in. I had to squint at him to see in the gloom. A brief conversation. You, I said, nudging the next soldier with my toe. Will you cooperate? He looked at the woman. Flesh was sloughing from her now, her hair half gone. Her eyes were being devoured, as harvesters settled into the sockets, wriggling like pitch-black tongues. I'd sooner do what she did, in hopes that you make a mistake, misstep, and I get to kill you, he said. We won't, Mary said. She glanced at me. I won't. And I won't let him misstep to the point it matters. Thanks, Mary, I said, very unimpressed. But the soldier refused to cooperate. Mary had gestured, asking me a question. I'd responded. In our back and forth, she and even Duncan had doubted me. But I'd said it straight. The fact that the leader of this squad reminded me of Lillian had softened me to a degree, as room temperature as this particular group was for me, emotionally speaking. I didn't feel any fondness, hate or frustration. I could still come to terms with what she was and where she stood. With how it related to what I and what the voice wanted. What if she cooperated? Mary had gestured, though the sentence had been butchered by the lack of words like if, the what being only a question. Closer to, question she obey question. I'd tie her up. Leave her to get free later, I'd responded. Duncan had wanted to know if I would have sent her to the Infante. But no. We didn't want to tip her hands. If they listened, I was willing to spare them. We were striving for something, and if all was said and done and the 3 gods slain, then I wanted there to be people left who could adapt, adjust. There was no point otherwise. The second soldier wasn't going to cooperate. I could see that the third soldier was already even more stubborn than any of the first 2. I looked at the remainder, and hoped that they'd come around by the time I got to them. 3 had cooperated. Not 3 in 10, but 3 in 30. 3 squads. I felt exceedingly room temperature. The voice spoke in my ear. It was content with this direction. For the moment, it and I were on the same page. The lambs were grim. We should thank Abby for this, Ashton said. Why is that? Lillian asked. I spent a lot of time around non-human things because of Abby, and I got a lot of practice, he said. And that practice mattered today. It's night, Helen said. It's important to thank people, Ashton said. We'll thank Abby, I said. And in the interest of thanking people, thank you, lambs. Thank you Jessie, Lillian, Mary, Helen, Ashton, and Duncan. I'm noticing the order again, Duncan said. You're second place for me, Duncan, Helen said. That's almost more terrifying than reassuring, but thank you, Duncan said. Thank you, SY, Lillian said. Just me. It's a bittersweet thank you, I think, she said. Well, I'm pretty bittersweet as a person. That's not wrong, she said. Thank you for opening my eyes. I was thinking about that earlier, you know, I said. A lot of us were, I think, Lillian said. I'm not going to thank anyone, Mary said. I'm not going to close that circle or provide any next iteration in some cosmic ratio set. We'll leave it at this. Perfect, I said. Ashton reached out to touch the Tangle's face. Our Tangle, caught and built by our hands, formed of 27 individuals we'd hunted as they tried to use the underground to reposition in the battle. Ashton backed away swiftly, as the Tangle grew more active. Nearly a minute passed as it started to move more, flexing itself, figuring out how it was configured. It twitched and flexed. It surged upward, hands reaching for and fumbling at rungs in a ladder. It rose more by dint of accidentally hooking on or resting on the rungs as more of itself gathered beneath it, flexing it to strive skyward. It nearly buckled, bending at the middle and turning to go another way. Ashton hurried to one side, blocking it, emanating something. It continued skyward. It surged out through the hatch we'd identified. The Infante wasn't still here, going by Mary's recent peek through the hatch, but he was close by. This thing was still rising in the enemy's midst. It was big and dangerous enough to warrant attention. The battle lines at the other hatch shifted. We had an opening, a way in. We climbed up. We entered the building. The air wasn't stale, but it stung the nostrils, and it smelled like war, only bad smells, only oppressive ones. It was a warehouse, but fortified. At another time, in proper wartime, it might have housed munitions, in addition to a share of the city's defensive munitions. The munitions weren't present. There were no man turrets, no war beasts chained up and held at bay. There were only squads, the detritus of war, both in corpses and in discarded articles, and those squads were preoccupied, fighting either the Tangle or the enemy beyond the door. The Tangle bludgeoned its way through a squad of soldiers. I spotted the Infante just quickly enough to see him turning our way, his eyes wide, before the Tangle moved between him and us. He was just past the front doors of the building. Where was the Duke? My doubts aside, he was one of our best options. The Infante had disabled the gas for us, at least. I was glad to see it. I discarded the mask I'd scavenged from the soldiers we'd collected, letting it hang over one of my shoulders. I heard the Infante's voice boom. Orders. One's aimed at the relatively few people and the monsters outside, who were holding off the defending forces. He stepped through the doorway, into the building. Even at a glimpse, going by what I could see beyond the door, the Infante had a lot of monsters with him. He spoke again, louder now that he was inside, and the Tangle responded to it. It charged him, and he moved clear out of the way. It charged past him, and it collided with the wall. The building began to collapse, rubble falling around the Infante, around the battle lines closest to the noble, around the monsters the Infante had gathered around him. Acid water streamed into the building. Dust rose and was beaten down by rain. Harvesters churned. The Infante pulled his hand away from the Tangle, which was trying to figure out how to move again, with much of the rubble still resting atop it. It stirred, and the Infante walked away from it, putting distance between himself and it. My best creatures are diving into the tunnel, he said, speaking to the room. The building is fortified. There's one exit, and the chemicals in the water would blind you in seconds and melt you in minutes. I find it irritating, but hardly that limiting. Nowhere to run, I said. Succinctly put, the Infante said. It's a good thing we didn't come here to run, I said. Crown of Thorns 20.8. Acid rain poured down where the roof dipped, streaming down in a broken curtain around the damaged section of the building. The Tangle was surging to life, a short distance away from the Infante, the harvesters swarming it, joined by more of their kin. The acid rain gave them more to work with. Others were gathering at the broken edges of the building and surging into the building by using the Tangle as a bridge to pass whatever restrictions kept them from approaching the walls. Ashton ran, darting for the left side of the building where containers and vats of chemicals stood, where he'd be hidden by a labyrinth of pipes and tubes starting at the containers and stretching up the wall to the ceiling. Duncan was a few steps behind him. Mary flung a knife, running forward and to the right. She was ducking into the management office, by the looks of it. Half of the building served to vent gas in a time of crisis, the chemicals near where Ashton had gone feeding through tubes and making their way to the end of the building furthest from the Infante, where the largest vats, containers and the chimney systems were. The other half was warehouse, and the office would be to manage the goings-on there. Helen disappeared into the stacks and piles of crates. Lillian backed away, moving into the cover of the pallets closer to me. I merely stepped back, bearing Jessie on my back, a revolver in my hand. The Infante barely seemed to care about the Tangle that was starting to gather itself around him. Its head turned in his direction. Lambs, he intoned. He walked further into the room, casually, unhurried. The bulk of the group hiding at my flanks while the boy with the heaviest burden and smallest ability to defend himself stands in the distance? I'll assume you didn't discuss your strategy ahead of time. You're running on instinct. You're waddling in our direction, Noble, I said. You barely seem to be realizing you're doing it. See a threat, face it head on and crush it. Aren't you running on instinct here too? I consider everything, Sylvester, the Infante said. Position, strength, costs, advantages. There are thousands of individuals now fighting in this pointless war of yours. I'm very mindful of them. You seem content to use them to put together this thing of Professor Briggs' conception. With the sharp and booming emphasis he put in the word thing, it was as if he'd seized the creature's attention on purpose. It reacted, and it lunged. He struck at it with one hand as it closed the distance. It dwarfed him, but it still reacted to the impact, the direction of its charge turned by 5 degrees, maybe as much as 10. His hand remained in place, skidding along the wet, acid-slick surface of the creature's head and neck, while the weight and force of the Tangle's lunge drove him back, his feet sliding on the floor of the building. The Tangle collapsed, belly flopping onto the ground. The Infante remained standing. In the next moment, he turned, raising a leg. His robes billowed as he kicked a stack of crates that had been lashed together. Wood splintered and broke, contents spraying into the air, but the pallet moved with the impact, slamming into the adjacent stack of barrels. He backhanded the damage he'd done, sending the fragments of wood and wood splinters into the air just as Mary had stepped up onto a stack of barrels behind him. She raised her arms, shielding her face from the spray. Caught off guard, defenseless. No, the Infante said, reaching to his left, while Mary was behind him and to his right. In the doing, he blocked and caught a knife attached to a wire, that Mary had sent flying at him, while pretending to be on the defensive. He gripped the knife in his hand, the knife disappeared in the midst of it. He hauled his closed fist back, and Mary raised her leg. The wire was still attached to her shoe, and by pulling on the wire, the Infante divested her of the shoe. She dropped out of sight, gesturing. Hurt. She gestured in a direction I already suspected. The initial kick at the pallet. Helen had entered the collection of barrels and crates at a point further from the Infante than Mary had, but in the interest of deceiving the enemy, she'd moved to a point well beyond Mary's position, trying to circle around to the back and side of the Infante. The Infante had heard or guessed. I'm not reeling from any artillery shells, and I don't make the same mistakes twice. Your pet here doesn't equalize the odds, the Infante said. And I have few soldiers here for you to try and use against me, none I'm interested in keeping alive. They were idiotic enough to obey your orders. At best, now, I'll let them remain on this continent, in a city I'll allow to be claimed by plague. They'll be erased and forgotten by history. You have no leverage, lambs. You have no advantages on this battlefield. You sure like to talk, I said. When I talk, others listen. Even my enemies listen, regardless of whether they want to hear. I have seen you at your lowest points, Sylvester Lambsbridge. I have seen you retreat from reality because for all that you have no compunctions about taking lives, you cannot bear to have lives taken from you. He was advancing. As I backed up, retreating, I saw Lillian's shadow off to one side. For all you like to tear others down, what do you really have, big guy? I asked. Who really cares about you and not about the power you wield? I am the power I wield, Sylvester, he said. He reached out with one hand, and he raised a barrel into the air. It was full of liquid, by the sound of it as he lifted it into the air. One-armed, he threw it in the general direction Duncan and Ashton had gone, not far from the tangle, which was preparing for another strike. His eyes didn't leave mine. That's their power, isn't it? I asked. Not yours. If you are that power, then you're admitting you're theirs. Ah, he said. Is that the slant of your argument? Is that where we're going? I'm clarifying your statements, I said. One does not look at an isolated hand and call it a slave of the body. I'm one piece in a greater organism. If power is given to me to handle, much as one hand might pass a knife to the other, or as one might use the mouth to order another person to give that knife to the waiting hand, then I'm not lesser for seizing or using the blade. I could tell you things about the ways I've abused my hand, I said. You're not flattering yourself with the comparison. Being vulgar, lamb, he asked. Changing your approach, trying to evoke disgust or attention from me, so I don't pay attention to what's happening behind me. He'd hit the nail on the head there. The tangle rose up behind him. He leaped aside as it charged through crates, planks that had been tied together, and into one pillar that was helping to hold the roof up. The pillar didn't fall, but it bent, and with it, the roof shifted. Hundreds of gallons of water that had collected on areas of the roof that were more or less level poured down onto the broken wall and rubble on the far end of the building. I raised my gun, firing as Helen and Mary attacked in concert, moving out of the space between vat and pallet, and from the damaged stack of crates behind the man. My bullets struck the side of his head, his ear, his temple, distracting him while Mary threw knives. Helen leaped onto his back, grabbing one knife that had lodged in his shoulder, using it as a handhold to climb up. Mary's next thrown knife was a soft toss, arcing through the air more than it followed a straight line. The Infante seemed to recognize what was happening with it, and moved away from it. Helen stuck out a bare foot, tried to catch the knife with her toes, and caught the thread that trailed behind it instead. Her next movements were as fast as a mousetrap snapping shut, knife passed to hand, the provided thread pulled against the Infante's throat. He hurled himself at the pillar, to sandwich Helen between himself and it. She jumped clear, still holding the thread so it pulled taut, and while Mary and I both emptied our guns into the side and back of his head kicked Helen. One lamb down, I thought, with a cold, sick feeling. Helen wasn't getting back up. If she remained there, then she would be vulnerable to any enemy charging through. More water was pouring from the sloping roof, as the pillar had been struck again. Less than before, but it was still a curtain. There were shapes on the far side. Creatures, war beasts, groups of people. The tangle was backing away, its head still aimed at the Infante. It reacted to something behind it, and shied away from the ruined corner of the building, which meant it shied toward the Infante. It bristled, gathering itself up and reconfiguring to mount a better attack. Ashton's purpose in this was to keep the tangle managed. If and when enemies came charging in, the cloud of aversion and negative emotion might slow them down or hamper them enough for us to react properly. Duncan's purpose was to keep Ashton intact. Ashton's sense around a battlefield wasn't wholly there. The pillar wasn't about to break. The roof wouldn't collapse, and it wouldn't collapse in a way that helped us. There were vats of chemical in the chimneys at the end of the room behind me, vats I was steadily retreating toward, but I had no reason to think they would be useful against the Infante. Against power, the first god. You ordered your agents to watch the nobles, aristocrats, generals, and doctors you coerced, the Infante said. This is where you say you found them, and they're suffering right now. Not right now, Sylvester, not right now. I could lie and say I rooted them out. I could say that, yes, but you're too clever to position them where they could be overturned with a single move. They're scattered through the camps and armies. They watch, they communicate, and they operate in discrete cells. I know this. Sure, I said. The Lady Gloria bowed before me, and I knew she was broken or gone. I infected her. The plague will take her. It will take those near her. It will take the ones you have watching her, the ones they communicate with, and countless others, the Infante said. Not right now. Not even soon. But you cannot get from here to there in the next few hours. Not easily, with things being what they are. Even if I and the army standing outside this building were to stand down, letting you do as you pleased, you would be hard-pressed to communicate what you'd need to communicate to your assembled army. Mary was at Helen's side now. The Infante looked at her. He didn't move a muscle, only pulling the razor wire away from the bloody ruin at his neck. There wasn't enough blood to matter. The Red Plague seizes battlefields, and this is a battlefield of a scale to rival all but 3 in the history of this nation. What have you accomplished, lambs? Even if you were to somehow kill me, which you're far from doing, what change have you wrought in the world? If we removed you, people will wonder. The myth of the crown being unassailable will be tested in small ways. The Infante shook his head. Unassailable? Sylvester Lambsbridge, the crown is all there is. You know this. There's only the crown, places the crown will assuredly claim in the coming decade, and ruin. I don't think it's as assured as you pretend, I said. I reloaded my gun, placing the bullets in the cylinder with care. As I backed away, I could see others in the stacks. The Baron. The twins. Cynthia. I tried not to give them too much attention. And I don't think, Sylvester, that you arranged this particular war to kill me. Not as the primary goal. You aimed to set something in motion, to gather your components for a chimera of a mission, pieced and patched together for later construction. Killing you was always something I figured we might have to do, I said. You're one of 3 gods to be slain. The reality, Sylvester, is I'm not a noble that can be toppled unless it's the sole, all-consuming focus of my enemies. Maybe not, I said. And I suppose it's to your side's advantage, that if it is the sole, all-consuming focus of your enemies, then your enemies are thinking too small to be a threat. Perhaps so, the Infante said. He looked back in the direction of Mary and Helen, and at the tangle. He charged at me. He was fast, and it felt as though each of his feet struck the ground with such an impact that it made it harder for me to keep my own feet under me. With my burden, I felt glacial compared to the speed and ease with which the noble moved. I'd resisted calling him a noble, choosing appellations to nettle, but he was a noble. One of the best of them. He was the god I'd painted him as, him and the forces that were currently being held back by the worst of the rain and by the pressures of the forces of Radham. I couldn't run, so I didn't try. I couldn't defend myself, maneuver, be clever and do anything else at the same time. I sucked at fighting, if it wasn't an ambush. I didn't try anything fancy. I aimed and shot, standing my ground, with zero thought to self-preservation. If this is the way we go, Jesse. Jars shattered, contents splashing out onto the ground between the Infante and I. Thrown from the flanks. The Infante, large as he was, had a lot of momentum. He couldn't stop outright, even with his prodigious strength, but he could drop one knee and both hands to the ground. He slid on the slick of wet ground. Had he been running, he might have sprawled. He came to a stop, 15 long strides away from me. Soap or scented oil, by the smell of it. Thanks, Lil. That's better, I said. I raised my hands. Kneel before us, brute. The Infante raised his head. He stared at me. I smiled. I turned to walk into the shelves and collections of medical equipment to my left. With my steady, slow retreat and the Infante's implacable advance, we were far enough back now we were in the midst of the gas production facility. I looked at the various boxes and containers and saw little I could use. Worse, it seemed to repeat ad nauseum. Vast quantities of the same products, with no variation, no creativity, no different tools. I wasn't going to find anything. More glass shattered. The Infante reached for something nearby and hurled it in Lillian's direction, two-handed. Whatever it had been dense. From the splinters and fragments that were cast into the air, and going by the sound, I had reason to suspect it had torn a whole swathe through the cover Lillian had taken. Creatures, the Infante called out. I know you are, but I started. Attack, the Infante ordered. Those stationed outside had no choice but to obey. They came in through the far end of the building. Some charged through the artificial waterfall of acid rain. Others seemed to have trouble with the footing on the rubble. The tangle, directed by Ashton, charged into the mass of encroaching soldiers. Another asset down, I thought. The Infante went on the offense. He moved with the same speed he'd used to charge after me, but this time he went after Lillian, wading through crates and vats, sending chemicals spilling around him. Mary hurtled onto the highest ground available, the top of a set of shelves, and gestured in my direction. I was to look after Helen. Mary would help Lillian. There were things that might have been birds and might have been large insects gathering in a cloud around the Infante. Another experiment, contained within his body. Mary's initial attempt at stopping him was quickly aborted. She emptied a gun as she backed off. He didn't slow, he didn't stop. Nothing we did seemed to do much damage. Mary threw a knife, and it glanced off of his eye, as if she'd struck steel with steel. He hurled a metal cover from a vat, and he clipped Mary. You were faster once, Mary Coburn, he boomed. At least one of the twin sisters of Richmond were slain by your hand. I have reason to suspect this. To slay her you would have needed to be better than this. How does it feel, puppet, to take such pride in your abilities, but to know you are slower and weaker than ever before? I found Helen. She was lying on the ground, breathing shallowly. I was afraid to touch her, for fear she would hurt me, or for fear I would prod something on the brink of complete and total collapse. Her head turned slightly as I crouched near her. I'm here, I whispered. Hi, she whispered back. I moved to where I could peer around the corner of the shelving unit. The super weapon I'd glimpsed earlier was at the other end of the building. The Infante's personal super weapon, by the looks of it. It was a tower of throbbing flesh that made me think of a beating heart, but scarred flesh. It bore a horned head of gold with 2 faces, had 3 breasts, 2 arms, and 3 legs. It warred with the tangle, turning with surprising speed while lashing out, tearing with surgical precision. It was winning. The swarm the Infante had unleashed was spreading through the area. One of the things swooped at me. It took a chunk out of my shoulder, and a piece out of Jessie's arm. Insect-bird hybrid, to look at it. Locust crow. Tomorrow, if you were to live, you would be weaker still, the Infante's voice boomed. Not just your Mary Coburn. All of you. There were more crashes. Each disturbance seemed to bring more of the swarming things into the air. It seemed they could smell my blood, and they could smell Helen's. I wrestled with Jessie's hands, and I made her let go, depositing her near Helen. I drew a knife. One locust crow swooped, flitting one way, then the other. I shot with the gun and swiped with my knife, to hopefully hit it if the bullet missed. The bullet missed, and it darted back out of the way of the knife. In the background, Mary leaped into the air, working wire. Something that might have been tentacles snapped up in her direction, seizing her out of the air. She was hurled, thrown down at the ground, with a strength that left me little doubt the Infante was the source of those things. We weren't winning. Just the opposite. It was very possible Mary was down and out, like this. We have our beginning, we have our middle, and we have an end, I said, letting my voice carry. I saw Mauer amid the pallets, crates, and barrels. We have our high points, our entanglements and attachments. We rise, we have our moments of excellence, and we have our failures, our moments of weaknesses. More the latter than the former, lamb. We're works of art. We were created, us lambs. We were forged for a purpose, I know that. And hey, we've had our high notes and low ones, moments of high volume and low ones. Times when we made an awful lot of noise, and times of silence, to give that noise more weight and meaning. We woven in among one another. That's how you make music. From what you've left in your wake, I think you're flawed pieces, the Infante said. He was closer. He was approaching me, Helen, and Jessie, now. And what are you, you glorified Bruno? You're a single note, stretching on for far too long. No variation, nothing to complement it, no highs, no lows. If you were art, you'd be a canvas of red and only red. A big canvas, a rich red, maybe, but as much as your professors might take pride in how you were pieced together, you're not art. We're flawed, but you're boring. His voice was very near. On the other side of the set of shelves. Paces away from me. Your analogy is missing something. I was very still, waiting. I didn't want to give him any more cues on my location. The locust crows were circling. If you were art, you'd be art nobody would ever know existed, the Infante said, and he was near enough that I could feel his voice, not just hear it. No legacy, no meaning, no future. One more thing left forgotten in the smoldering ashes of a once proud nation. 2 swooped at once. I sliced one. The other caught the back of my neck, and latched on, apparently intent on digging in the direction of my spine. I dropped my gun and grabbed it, slicing its head off. The gun clattered to the ground. The Infante backhanded the shelving unit, toppling it. He stood before me. We'd taken chunks out of him with the bullets we'd fired his way, we'd sliced his throat, though the blood flow had outright ceased. He had knives sticking out of one shoulder, where Mary had tried to arrest the movement of that arm. He barely seemed to care. Helen, lying on the ground behind me, screeched. The Infante turned his head. His hand went up to catch one of the experiments that launched at him. It was like a primate, black, and matured, and as it clutched at his arm and hand, tendrils snapped out of its fingertips and toes, taking curious geometric patterns as they seized him. They flayed flesh and dug in as they went. More leaped on. This on its own won't stop me, the Infante said, simply bearing the burden of the pack of flesh-flaying primates that was tearing into him. Probably not, I said. You're so misguided, he said. Probably, I said. You are far from being art, he said. For all your wealth compared to mine, for all your power and my lack thereof, for all the shit I've had to deal with because the Academy can't run the world worth a damn, I've lived a better, richer, more meaningful life than you ever will, I said. Keep that in mind. I could barely see, given the angle of his face respective to the light sources mounted on the ceiling, but I liked to think his expression changed, a frown crossing his features. I liked to think it was the distraction that counted. Gorger loomed behind him, massive, bug-eyed, naked and pale. Gorger bit down on the Infante's head. A hole opened in the Infante's right hand, and tentacles reached out, seizing Gorger. His other hand twitched, another hole opening and he grabbed one of Gorger's arms. You finally showed, I addressed Gorger. Helen's friends seemed to know Gorger. They cooperated with him. I joined them, leaping onto the Infante, fully aware one swing of an arm could destroy me. I stabbed, over and over. The locust crows swooped and tore at me, and I fell. Gorger's arm was blistering around where the Infante grabbed it, and I recognized the nature of that particular rash as the red plague getting a foothold, though his skin was durable and virtually a quarantine suit unto itself. Mary had appeared, limping, one arm draped at her side. With her other, she began shooting the locust crows out of the air. Lillian was right behind her, throwing something that produced a gas. That helped. Duncan and Ashton appeared, as well. With their appearance, the crows moved away, and Duncan and Lillian could check on Helen and Jessie. We all formed a loose circle around the Infante, who wasn't losing the struggle, but who was taking his time winning. None of us were strong or effective enough to truly capitalize on what Gorger was doing for us. We'll be cornered if we take too long here, Duncan said. The others are coming. Infante's forces, the primordial spawn. Primordial what? I asked. Spawn. The gold-helmed thing. Derived of primordial, by the looks of it. Gorger strained against the tentacles in hand that gripped his hand. He turned his head back in the direction he'd come. The main hatch that led back underground. Yeah, we need to go, I said, hushed. Our enemy was now on his knees, arms occupied. His belly was exposed. Yet he was too strong for us to really stop. We didn't have any blades that cut deep enough, nor any guns that would penetrate far enough. He was too big, too solid. Had Mary been in fighting shape, maybe. If the tangle had been intact, we could have consumed him. If we'd been willing to give our complete and total attention to destroying the Infante, we could. Probably. But we weren't and we couldn't. It would mean giving up the rest of what we needed to accomplish and do. Slow him down, I said. Then we run. We go for his weak point. The professors? Duncan asked. Or the Duke, Lillian said. I nodded. Lillian reached for her bag. Mary drew her knife. I already had my weapons in hand. We descended as a pack, doing as much damage as we could, with the time we had remaining. Crown of Thorns 20.9. My arms were drenched in blood, fingertip to elbow. The rain pounded down on the rooftop, it formed a waterfall at the edge of the building that was damaged. Wood creaked and groaned as the building shifted. All around us, the city itself stretched itself skyward, stone grating on stone, distant muscles as large as any street no doubt working to lift sections of the city up and away from the plains that had surrounded it. We made no sound. The Infante, too, was silent, but not because he was dead. You don't like it when others see you bleed. It disturbs the illusion. His clothes had burned and melted away from the upper body, and it was clear where life forms squirmed and writhed within him, visible in and near the gouges and holes we had made in him. He could have used them, to slow us down, to distract, even to attack. He was holding back his strength. He was a pillar of strength, in many ways, tall, stout, indomitable. We could wound him, but killing him seemed almost impossible. Even serious attempts to disable were questionable at best. The noble's blood streamed from my elbows to my fingertips, and the thick fluid formed tendrils that stretched from my fingertips to the ground. It felt like more time had passed than in reality. I reached into one of my pockets, aware I was getting it filthy with blood. I gestured nothing fancy. It was a gesture anyone would have understood. Mary tugged on Gorger's arm, hauling him back and away. His mouth yawned open, a second kind of mouth that was a worm-like, muscle-laden esophagus relaxed, loosening its hold on the Infante's head. For an instant, it looked like the Infante wasn't going to let Gorger go, even though Gorger had released him. His arms were extended to either side, an eruption of tentacles reaching from one palm to Gorger's hand, arm, and shoulder. The other held Gorger's wrist, with red veins spider webbing out and around from the point of contact. The Infante looked like he was crucified, one knee on the ground, arms out to either side, his head bowed. Wounds marked him. But he wasn't a man. Like this, close up, clothes done away with, his inhumanity had been laid bare. The flesh, the fat, the muscle, the monstrous things that peeked out of his wounds before he flexed the muscle, flexing the wound closed a fraction, it marked him as something else. Ask for help, I said. Beg. Call your underlings. He raised his head. It was here that he would have seen the match. I'm just making a suggestion. But I know you are too cowardly to do it. Cowardly, the Infante said. His voice was quieter than usual. His allies were close enough that anything else could have been construed as him doing as I'd suggested, seeking their assistance. Begging? Pleading? Calling for assistance. I smiled. You'd be well advised to listen, Lillian said, her voice distorted by her breathing mask. Concede this battle, bow your head, admit defeat. Walk away, lick your wounds. Physician, you would do well to partake of your own prescription, the Infante said, his voice low. Can you conceive of any possible reality where I do as you suggest? No, Lillian said. Even if you did want to listen, we wouldn't let you, I said. I thought I'd suggest it, and assuage my conscience, harming the helpless, using all of my academic knowledge to try and disable your knees and hips, Lillian said. I can smell the chemicals, the Infante said. I can smell the pine wood and sulfur in your hand, Sylvester. I won't bow, you won't show mercy. Let's be done with this discourse. My hand was still so covered in blood that I could barely see any skin, beyond some of the knuckles and where it had scraped away from beside my thumb, when I'd reached into my pocket. I opened it, then thumbed open the matchbox. The others backed away, Gorger retreating toward the hatch, growls and other sounds suggesting that the Infante's minions had seen him. I struck the match and threw it as a single motion. The chemical ignited with a whoosh, rolling into the air up and around the Infante in a way that suggested some of it was airborne, before it had caught the flame. The Infante, midway to working his way to a full standing position, burned. Things from further down the warehouse took notice of the light and sound. The primordial spawn superweapon would be among them. I allowed myself a second to take in the scene, the Infante as a silhouette, surrounded and framed by flames. He didn't scream or flinch. Then, collecting Jessie, Duncan and Ashton helping to get her into position, I turned to go. Only minutes had passed. We'd moved in waves, as coordinated a dance as any battlefield we'd navigated, but we'd been moving in and out of a space not much larger than a lady aristocrat's walk-in closet, some of us stepping back as others had stepped in. The ones who hadn't been actively getting their hands dirty had been preparing for their own activities or checking the surroundings. I'd been checking. There was a path out. It wasn't perfect, but it served. We went up, climbing one set of pipes and the framework that held one chimney to the wall, to reach a shattered window. Hoods up and jackets overhead, we went out the window, into the acid rain. Duncan was the last out. Not even a full second after he'd slipped past the spears and blades of glass, the first war beast lunged after him, snapping. A weasel, writ large, with jaws like a bear trap of bone and muscle, the flesh peeled back and away, so graphs and augments could be added or modified to keep the jaws at their most effective. Duncan dropped down, and we caught him. The weasel warbeast was scraping its neck and belly against glass as it fought its way out of the window, eviscerating itself. One of its kin was climbing on it to get through the window, but rear limbs had lost their grip, and it held on with 4 claws alone. Another lunged out, leaping onto the rooftop we occupied. Mary, one hand in her pocket, stabbed it with a short blade that she held in the other hand, before it could fully recover from the landing. There was noise at the side of the building, suggesting creatures were making their way outside. I could see only hints of it. Some weren't acid-proof, and they shied away from the rainwater, getting in the way of any that were. A weaker tangle was draped across the street far below us, long, thin, not quite integrated, its pale silhouette being that of a snake. It was trying to fold itself together into something functional and strong, but it had been damaged, and its attempts to knit itself together were trying and failing to turn gaping wounds into something functional. Lying as it was in the puddles, the effect of the rain was far outweighing the harvester's ability to piece it together or make it functional. It looked like the flesh would slough from the bone soon enough. There were soldiers and experiments here and there, but the battle lines had shifted, moving to points further away, Radham's forces retreating closer to the academy, while the Infante's forces had followed. The ones who remained were the ones who were hunkering down in places that were still dry and intact, licking their wounds and shooting the occasional tangle that limped or crawled too close. None looked up enough to see us. We leaped over to the next rooftop, Mary first to land there, with Lillian close behind. They were there to reach out for me, keeping me steady. I appreciated it not because my balance was bad, but because I had Jessie on my back and I didn't want the coat I'd draped over Jessie and I to fall away, exposing us to rain. We circled around the building, pursuing the Infante's soldiers and forces, which had pressed their advantage as Radham had retreated. I was all too aware of the rain, of the long seconds which seemed to pass in slow motion as we stepped out from under eaves and away from the sides of buildings that blocked the downpour when the wind blew it in the right directions. The building we'd met the Infante in was still in plain view. The chemical fire we'd started was blazing, catching on wood. The orange light of the flame was visible through the windows, even if the flames themselves weren't. "How's Helen?" I asked. "I haven't had time to check," Duncan said. "It looked like she got hit hard. She's durable, but... Mary." Lillian put my arm back, "But I don't feel like I can use it for fighting. A Jessie who can't voice her memories. A Mary who can't fight. Ashton is limited in what he can do since half our enemies are wearing quarantine suits with masks. Helen can't get a grip on herself, let alone anyone else. Then there's you," the voice said. How fitting, then, that we would find ourselves here, I thought. The Duke was standing in the rain, wearing a hooded cloak, the point of a sword sticking out from one side, the hand that gripped it shrouded. The rainwater ran down onto the cloak and around him, pooling on the ground. The front line of the battle was ahead of him. His doctors stood to the side, where they were out of the rain. I dropped to the street, dancing out of the way of harvesters that were writhing through the water. I ducked under the same eaves the doctors were hiding under, where they were safe from stray gunfire and the rain. One of them drew a weapon. He relaxed slightly when he recognized me, my face peeking out from beneath the jacket that covered my head, shoulders, and Jessie. A whisper I hadn't caught, a subtle signal or enhanced senses let the Duke know we were here. The lambs collected behind me, and we collectively shrank back into the shadows and the gloom. Still facing more or less forward, the Duke half turned to glance our way, looking at us out of the corner of one eye. We're a distant observer to take in the scene, it was a coin toss if they would notice us. Berger pulled off his mask. He blinked a few times, then winced. He turned his attention to us. "Professor," I said. "We meet again." Our last meeting had been when we had turned him over to the other lambs. He had been our hostage, and Lillian had wanted him as a bridge to contact the Duke with. We'd hoped to stop the Infante from seizing the Crown States. "He lives?" Berger asked. "The Infante lives," I said. "But he bleeds. He burns." Berger's expression shifted. He seemed grimly satisfied with that. "The golden calf. The primordial spawn is out there," Duncan said. "Either it's giving chase, or it's waiting for its master's orders." Berger nodded. He glanced at the Duke. Will you come with us? Lillian asked. We, the lambs, helped as much as we were able. Sylvester and Jesse made sacrifices, trying to help us help you. If you're ever going to help us, we need the help now. If I may, my lord, Burger said, bowing his head. We've discussed this thoroughly. I'll speak for you if you allow it, and you can correct me if I've misinterpreted your stance. The Duke dipped his head into a slow nod. It was an eerily placid, calm gesture in the midst of a battlefield, where smoke was still thick in the air, the gas thankfully having dissipated, the rain pouring down, the soldiers firing their guns and shouting just 50 paces away. Speaking for myself, the Infante has my loved ones, Burger said. Speaking for my lord, I know that everything and everyone he's invested his life into is held ransom. We've been asked to bow our heads, to sacrifice ourselves on this altar, and we've been assured they'll be treated fairly. You really think they'll be allowed to live? I asked. Burger glanced at me. There was a dark expression on his face. Stupid question. If he gets a prompt, quiet death, I'll consider that fair, Burger said. I'll consider it possible that he could live, shuffled off to live with a doctor, a professor, or an aristocrat, to carry on something resembling an ordinary, modestly wealthy life. Possible but not likely. This is a fulcrum point, Mary said. Things teeter on a blade's edge. To what ends? Burger asked. Do you want to stop the Infante? Salvage things? Our communications were discovered. The Crown States are doomed, written off. In a century or 5, they'll dust off the maps and the books, they'll return to the Crown States, and they'll reclaim it. Purged of all enemies and threats, free to be populated by the loyal. The loyal, Lillian said. Yes. The loyal won't be created by manipulation or craft, Lillian said. They won't be made by propaganda, misinformation, rewritten history, or a steady removal of the Academy's enemies. They'll be engineered. They'll be grown in vats and pieced together from the dead. Most likely, Burger said. I don't want that future, Duncan said. Are you offering an alternative? Burger asked. I met the Duke's eye. I saw him staring, rigid, his jaw set, water streaming off of his hood. His hair was disintegrating into sodden clumps where it tumbled out of the hood and over one shoulder, the rain dissolving it. Yes, I said. Do we have a place in this alternative? No, I said. You're asking me, asking us to sacrifice ourselves, to give up everything we've worked toward, and allow it to be done away with in entirety, in the worst ways possible, even. You're asking us to do it and to get nothing in return. Your son, the boy, I said. I don't remember his name. But he might have a place. The Lord Duke took pride in the Crown States. There is no more Crown States, I said. Only plague and black wood. You're asking for what little we have left. You're offering nothing in return. Mary spoke, sighs offering you a chance to fight. A chance to take one last defiant action. A shot at removing the most dangerous man in the Crown States from the world. 4 chances and shots, I'm to condemn the boy. Burger asked. We'd try, we'd fail, and we'd be consigned to the Crown Capital's pits, with every person who we've worked with since coming to the Crown States, every family member, every loyal servant, and every other person we've stayed in touch with over the years. What makes them special? I asked. What makes your lambs special? Burger asked, his voice rising. The Duke shifted his cloak. Moving with slow carefulness, he reached out, hand slipping out from beneath the folds. It settled on Burger's shoulder. The rain continued to pour down on top of us. Someone from the battle lines was turning back, calling out. Burger looked in the man's direction. The battle was ongoing. The distant battlefield was eerie looking, almost a painting in the broad, vague strokes that painted it, the streets having blurred as harvesters had drawn out the materials, the hard shapes and openings of buildings smoothed out into funnels by the harvesters' work. Radham seemed to have the means to direct tangles in small part, and they were using them to delay and hamper the attacking forces. I wondered if it was similar to Ashton's mechanisms. Nothing, I said. Well, a great deal makes them special, but that's not what you're asking. Why should I lose everything and everyone I hold dear, when you won't? I was very aware of the lambs who were arranged behind me. I was aware of the state of them. You're losing them, the voice said. They're slipping away as you speak. And if you let them go, then I'll have no reason to hold back. Our deal will have ended. I blinked, slow. Because, if you're honest with yourself, if you step away and look at what this world is and what it's becoming, we're really not far from a reality where everyone is condemned to the pits. Everyone is lost. Maybe not this generation. Maybe not the next. But surely, somehow, if you cherish anyone, anything, any legacy at all, you can't let them win, destroy it all, and erect some mockery in its place. Rewritten history, modified, subjugated, and broken people. You might well be giving me too much credit, Burger said. If that's so, then I'm really sorry I spared you, way back then, I said. The fires were rising from the building where we'd left the Infante. A hollow, eerie bellow sounded, extending over the city. That would be the Golden Calf, I presume. Duncan asked. Yes, the professor next to Burger said. The Infante is coming. He'll have his pet with him, Burger said. And you've given your answer. I asked. You won't help? You're speaking for the Duke in that. Almost, Burger said. Almost. I can't speak for the Lord I serve, but in speaking for myself, I don't believe you'll bring about a better world. I tilted my head to one side, watching Burger. We treated you pretty fairly, all considered, I said. Burger didn't reply. Beside me, Mary placed bullets in her gun. She exchanged guns with Lillian and loaded the other, too. Duncan and Ashton were kneeling by Helen. Fine, I said. Point taken. But you've worked with Lillian. You've seen Duncan. You've communicated with them, tried to fight for a better future alongside them, steering the Infante away from trouble. Insofar as that's possible, one of the professors said. You've lost, you're faltering. You seem resigned to your fates. But pass the baton. If Lillian and Duncan aren't the kind of doctor you want to succeed you, then I don't know who else would serve. The golden calf howled yet again. I've met some doctors I could recommend, Ashton said. But that's not the point. Hush, Duncan said. Burger glanced at the Duke. The Duke lowered his head, reaching down to Burger's belt. He retrieved a handful of vials. That's a yes. I asked. SY, Lillian said. Don't go and say something that changes anyone's mind, if they're leaning toward helping. I'm not going to change anyone's mind, I said. You could, Ashton said. I shut my mouth. Burger held the vials that the Duke had retrieved and put in his hands. Combat drugs? Lillian asked. The Duke turned, facing the burning building. He'd left one arm extended. In your condition, Lillian started. Duncan touched her arm. The rain continued to pour down. Burger extracted the drug with a syringe, and he placed the syringe point into the Duke's arm. We'll have to get past the Infante to reach the ship, Mary said. Are your people on board? Guarded, Burger said. They'll be shot before we get close enough. Get us to the Infante's ship. We'll get close enough. Burger nodded. We'll have to find a way to stop the Infante, I said. Are there drugs? Any mechanisms? Chemicals we could use? No. If we take out his professors, what happens? He'll recruit others. They'll be worse at maintaining the delicate balances and keeping the plagues and weapons within him from harming him, but he'll survive. He'd be able to get himself restored to peak condition, if only because they'd keep him alive and well until he made it back to the crown capital. The fighting was picking up. We weren't terribly far from the academy itself, with its high walls, at the highest elevated point on the city that had raised itself in stages. I had a feeling harvesters had warped the exterior walls, elaborating them, smoothing them out and reinforcing the bases, but it was hard to see in particular. The tangles had united into a few greater forms, comprehensive enough to be able to climb from the ground at the base of the walls to the tops of the wall. Much of the artillery fire and gunfire was aimed at them. Duncan picked Helen. How is she? I asked. There's damage to her brain or spine, going by how non-responsive she is. I'd need to perform exploratory surgery to tell, and this isn't a good surgical theater. I set my jaw. I shifted my grip on Jessie. The others pulled coverings into place, protecting them from the rain we were about to venture into. I was very aware that the fabric would start to give way if we subjected ourselves to too much of it. I heard the sounds of the golden calf, and I could visualize the Infante, not far from it. 3 Infantes, as possible positions, possible stances. I could imagine him in a range of conditions. The lambs have to destroy him. The Duke, beside us, stretched. Dante, the Duke said. His voice was rich, the words crude, as painful to listen to as they must have been to utter. I turned to look at him. Dante, disappoint me, the Duke spoke. Thunder rumbled, and we ran, ducking our heads down, jackets and hoods pulled up. The Duke almost resembled his old self, but his expression was a stricken one. One I recognized, in a morbid way, the expression mirroring sentiments I'd harbored in my heart in my darkest moments. The Duke of Francis was going to die, for the burst of vigor and focus he was demonstrating now. He kept his head down, his movements efficient, not graceful but not graceless either. I knew that kind of movement too, it was the mechanical movement of someone who had to keep putting one foot in front of the other because there was no guarantee they would be able to resume moving if their rhythm broke or if they stopped. A tangle rose up, striking out from an alley. It wasn't large, composed of 4 people, but it was relatively intact. The Duke ignored it, even as it found its footing, moving to strike at him. I lunged, moving clumsily with Jessie at my back. I cut more to slow it a fraction than to stop it. It clubbed at me and hit Jessie. Mary threw knives. With the wires attached and the knives embedded in flesh, she hauled to one side, pulling it off balance and toppling it. The Duke had barely budged or reacted. He couldn't spare the strength or effort for anything that wasn't our primary enemy in this. But, as we ran, he held his sword arm out, his hooded cloak stretching down the length of his very long arms. It had been black once, but it was mottled, the color bleeding out of it, the parts where the fabric was tied against shoulder and head were outright bleached. The length of cloak he'd extended and the sweep of his arm provided a canopy, sufficient to shelter Lillian, Jessie, and I. The shattered city was staring to slow in its growth, the rumble quieting. The sound of war on the ground, across the city, and at the foot of Radham Academy itself seemed to increase in volume, as the dull sounds of the city's shifting ceased to mask it all. I saw the Infante, standing in the street. He let the rain wash over him. His flesh was bleaching and mottling less than the high-quality fabric of the Duke of Francis cloak. I saw the golden calf. The two-faced helmet had been unclasped, but its face wasn't visible. It hunched over a tangle, it ate, the helm blocking our view of its face and process of eating. Its back and body were bulging, larger for the mass it had taken into its body. Its arms were longer, stouter at the shoulders. We slowed our pace. The Duke, not wanting to stop, continued moving, circling around to one side. The Infante was scorched, flesh peeling from body in black, twisted clusters rimmed by red, damaged flesh, fluids streaking him as they flowed from open wounds. He didn't look weaker, for the damage that had been done. He didn't hang his head any lower, he didn't bow down. He didn't look less, wearing his battle wounds rather than his highest quality robes. The lambs were glancing around us. I looked around us, and I recognized many of the storefronts, though display windows were thoroughly barred and shuttered. I recognized the shape of the street. I didn't remember, but it was a place close enough to my heart that I couldn't forget it entirely. We were very close to the orphanage. The golden calf reached up, closing its helmet, doing up the clasp. I saw the primordial child, standing in the background, watching. How dangerous is it? Duncan asked. They create primordials in the crown capital, in the most controlled of environments. They cut and pruned until they came to a conclusion. Few of the resulting creations were truly capable of anything, Berger said, his voice muffled by the mask he'd returned to wearing. Even of those few, most are only fodder for research and advancing academy knowledge, primordial-derived advancements that greater minds than mine may spend a decade or more reverse engineering. The Duke moved, lunging for the Infante, blade in one hand. The calf, as far from its master as the Duke had been before the attack was initiated, was fast enough to interpose itself between Infante and Duke before the Duke could strike. It parried the blade with a backhand swipe of a claw. The Infante hadn't so much as flinched or glanced the Duke's way. His focus was on us. Crown of Thorns 20.10. The Infante glowered, his veneer of humanity pulling away. He was burned, but the burns hadn't penetrated far past the surface, his skin almost seeming to grow tougher where the fire had seared it. He remained unfazed by the life and death fight between the Duke and the golden calf that was moving back and forth around him, the two combatants within his arm's reach at times. Had the Duke been able to find an advantage, he could have used the closing of the distance to attack. I could see the Infante's craft, impaling the wall that framed this section of the city. Like a great pirate's ship ramming a smaller craft, biting into railing and deck, it had cut into the city. It was guarded by a section of his army, and by a scattered assortment of his experiments. The weasel warbeasts with the augmented jaws, humanoids with helmets, and others I couldn't make out through the rain. Lillian handed a jar to Mary. Duncan and Ashton paced backward and to the side. They wanted to find an avenue to act. I could draw the connection, imagine what they wanted to do. I could picture how this might play out, if they succeeded. I could picture the moves as if they were moves on one of Hale's chessboards, during those early days where he'd made us compete with one another. Counting moves ahead of time, figuring out where we wanted to be, how to cheat effectively. I pushed myself. I tried to take in the situation, to see where the others might position themselves, how the enemy might respond. The golden calf was a whirling dervish of destruction that had a way of appearing at every point, devastating every contingency. I held every image in my head, tried to account for the Infante, and found him easier to predict, harder to deal with. The calf might have been stronger in a sense, but it was feral. The Infante was only feral when it was inconvenient. The more I focused, the more I felt everything slip. The lambs must slay this god, the voice said. I put it out of mind. It wasn't helpful, it didn't help me process this situation. It was, simply an unpleasant, dark noise in my head. I couldn't even be sure if it was articulating noises anymore, or if it was meeting my brain halfway, like writing and speech in a dream, that made no sense in retrospect. No room for failure, SY. That was a more reassuring voice, helping me center myself and figure this out. I looked over a battlefield and saw a dozen instances of each lamb, 50 instances of the calf, and 5-6 instances of the Infante. All frozen in position, at places where they would make their key moves. I could look at any of them, and visualize where everyone else might be in relation to them. Yeah, I said, under my breath. The Infante was staring me down. No room for sucking, because that monster will tear all of us apart. And you've got Jessie with you. So no sacrificing yourself. It's not an option. Yeah, I said. The rain pattered down on my coat. I was standing under the eaves of a building, but it still was getting at my shoes. I worried about what would happen if it was left to do its work, eroding at the treated leather. I wish I'd gotten to know Jessie. I do too, Gordon, I said. I do too. I'll do what I can, he said. Duncan and Ashton ascended to a sloped rooftop. Duncan carried Helen. The Infante reached in the direction of a pile of rubble. Duncan! I shouted. Down. Boneless limbs reaching from the Infante's hand to the rubble, seizing it. Duncan dropped, pulling Ashton down with him, and the Infante adjusted the throw as all three tumbled off the roof to the street. Stone pulverized stone and wood. Scattered fragments of the rubble that had broken away as it was hurled forth chipped at the ground and wall near Duncan. Duncan and Ashton covered their faces and heads. The worst of the rubble had struck the wall above them. Some shattered pieces landed around them, or bounced off of the three lambs. The Infante turned his attention to me. I could imagine his thoughts. You're going to make me destroy you first, are you? My imagining of the voice sounded dangerously close to the voice in my head. He strode forward, one step, then two, and then was running by the third step. I turned, moving perpendicular to him, closer to Lillian and Mary. Mary threw the jar, sending it arcing high into the air. She drew her pistol with the same hand, aiming it. The Infante reached up to catch the jar out of the air with the same boneless limbs that had gripped the rubble. Mary, for her part, Turned on the spot, bringing one foot up, kicking out at the air at thread. Wound around the jar top, the thread was pulled taut. Held firmly in the grip of the Infante's coiling symbiote, the bottle broke. The contents showered down on one side of his face, his shoulders, and into the mess of tentacles in the hand that was almost hidden among them. It was powdery, and it clung to him where the rainwater soaked his skin. I wondered what Lillian had in her kit that she thought might serve against the Infante. Momentarily blinded in one eye, hand, and the associated tentacles coated in the powder, he continued charging at us. I skipped up on top of a rain barrel that was rigged to divert some water into a garden that was protected by an overhang. From there, I stepped up onto the arm of a diagonal gutter that fed into the barrel, and made the hop to get to the roof of the one-story building. My legs were tired. The combined weight of Jessie and I and the running we'd done to this point was adding up, and I didn't get my feet onto the roof. I hit the edge of the roof with my stomach. Damn it, SY. A moment later, something jabbed me hard in between the ass cheeks. It was Mary driving her shoulder into my butt, as she'd hopped up right behind and beneath me. She was using the force of her entire body to force me up. Perilously close to the droopier vitals, Mary. I called out, as I clambered onto the roof. The Infante swung his arm at us, the various tentacles that extended from his hand and arm forming a singular, club-like entity. Mary leaped up and away, Lillian dove for the ground. The rain barrel and gutter were demolished. You're broken, the Infante said. Half of you dead or dying, the other half incapable of accomplishing anything. Speak for yourself, I said. I am not diminished, the Infante said. You remind me of what humanity was, before. Before. How many years did man walk this earth, so sick and crippled that his cities and nations only barely subsisted, let alone progressed? All of you barely subsist, like this. It's better than the alternative, I said. When you've spent your remaining time in the pits of the crown capital, you'll change your mind about that. When you're spent, well past the point of keeping alive, crumbling as you are, I'll ensure you see each and every loyal soldier and ally of yours that the plague doesn't claim, being marched in to suffer the same fates. In the background, I could see Ashton edging closer to the fight between the Duke and the calf. If he could gain any influence over it. Your Ashton won't affect it, the Infante said. It doesn't have senses as you and I do. It doesn't have muscles in the same sense, nor the bones you might expect. Its shape is, accident, but not unintentional. Had he seen me looking at it, or did he anticipate me? I glanced at the ship. I thought you weren't planning to run, lambs, the Infante asked. Lillian started to move right, and the Infante moved, ready to lunge to cut her off. His limb struck the cobblestone street, again as a singular limb, hitting with a strength sufficient to crack the stone. She started to move the other direction, and he struck the ground over there, cutting her off. I stood on the rooftop above her, but I didn't have the means of reaching down to her. Or if I did, it was a task. The rain was pouring down on top of me, every second I was up here. The long jacket I had draped over Jessie and I was insufficient to cover everything. The rain was touching my ankles. In the background, Berger was hunkered down, not moving. The other doctors were with him. I dearly wished they would do something. The Infante struck at the building near Lillian. He shattered stone and he upset my footing. I dropped to all fours. Jessie's grip threatened to slip, and I reached up to grab her, securing her, made her hold on tighter. The white powder had created a milky texture on the Infante's face and arm. He barely seemed to care that Duncan and Helen were gingerly picking themselves up, or that Mary was flanking him, moving into position. He repeated the action, striking the building. Lillian ducked low. No shriek, no wail, no tears that I could see. Grim silence. Those impacts, the tentacles that sprouted from his hand, weren't indestructible. Stone was, well, it was hard. He was doing more damage to himself than to Lillian. I realized why, seeing the white stuff, seeing the pattern, that he kept on using the arm like a club. Glue. It was glue, or something that became like glue, when exposed to the water. It bound the tentacles together, it hampered his movement, and it blinded him in one eye. Mary's movements to flank were taking advantage of the fact that he had a limited field of view. You could go, Sylvester, he said. Run. Go after my doctors, after the people on that ship you think you could leverage. And miss seeing you go to pieces? I asked. It would mean you didn't have to watch her die, he said, indicating Lillian. I glanced down at Lillian. I saw her, and I saw the Lillian of years ago. Wide-eyed, terrified of everything and still somehow finding the courage to plunge into it. Guileless in so many ways, with countless openings for me to exploit. He approached, footsteps plodding. I tensed. He swung, once again, and Lillian once again leaped clear of it. The limb had bent in the air, it hit her or something she was wearing and made her stagger, left her defenseless to the follow-up. In that same strike, however, the Infante had managed to kill the symbiote that was clinging to him. It slithered out of his hand and the wounds in his arm, a morass of worms that were glued together at one end, a hydra's mane of worms at the other, groping and grasping. Lillian made a break for it. The Infante, arm still extended from the swing, simply kept walking in her direction. Things fluttered out of the opening in his hand. Mary lashed out, closing in, cutting, using thread, trying to hamper his hand by hurling a knife and having the attached razor wire encircle the hand and opening several times. It wasn't enough. Slices and cuts didn't mean anything when the Infante had been meant to weather bullets and wrestle war beasts to the ground with his hands. She had stemmed the flow of the Infante's creatures from his hand, but they were gnashing at the wire, and there wasn't any leverage keeping it in place. It was falling away from his hand, if I went by the dangling knife that drooped closer and closer to the ground. I rose up, shifting my footing. Lillian had run to the left, away from the direction we wanted to go. The Infante had his right eye glued shut. The eye closest to me was glued shut. I gestured in the same instant I jumped. My jump up to the rooftop had been weak, faltering. Now I jumped from the peak of a bungalow house, with the Infante as my landing point. One of my feet touched his shoulder, where the powder had settled, and it stuck enough I worried I'd lose my shoe. My hand reached for the noble's head, knife stabbing in, seeking a grip. The other hand reached up, striking at Jessie's hands. I divested myself of Jessie and the coat that protected me, and let her fall. Mary caught her, both her and Jessie falling to the ground in the process. The Infante ignored me, turning toward Mary and Jessie, the pair crouched down on the ground. "Trust the lambs," I murmured. I ignored them. I ignored everything, trying to secure my footing, perching on the Infante's shoulders, my knife at his head. His eye was apparently made of something that wouldn't be touched by blade or bullet. It was possible the eyes in the sockets weren't even real. Eyes elsewhere on the face, where the glue still covered some. At the shoulder? The hands? No, blinding him wouldn't work, in any event. I cut his scalp, dragging the knife along it, adding to wounds we'd already made. His flesh was hard to cut, requiring that I drag the knife through it with both hands, even for the thin skin that sat next to skull. The Infante raised the hand that hadn't gotten glue on it, the one that hadn't had the tentacles, or the swarm. I saw him form a fist. Veins bulged along his arm. The veins turned dark, then broke, blistering. The vine veins that were so characteristic of the plague were visible there. He was going to infect the pair. Jessie and Mary both. Scales of burns mingled with the eruption of the plague that his body had been keeping contained, all red and angry. I liked to imagine it was all of the pent-up anger from within him finding its way out. I wanted to think we were the cause of that anger. The rain was soaking my clothing, touching my flesh. If I looked skyward, I risked getting it in my eyes. Lillian had said that if any of us got the water in our eyes, our vision would go foggy and wouldn't get better until the eyes were replaced outright. She'd backed away as the Infante turned his focus to Mary and Jessie. I dragged the knife toward the base of the Infante's skull, where it met his spine. The skin became thicker as I reached that point. "Nuisances, nothing more," he said. He swiped a hand at me. I had to grab his head to keep from falling. I put the point of my knife near his ear and kicked it, hard with my heel, kicking myself away from the Infante and toward the road below as I did it. I screwed my eyes shut, twisting my face away from the rain. It was a bad moment. A moment where I realized I'd been focused on what I had to do moment to moment, but I'd allowed myself to be cornered, thinking too shallowly, only about the current move, then the current move again. I'd spared too much thought for the instant and for the 10 minutes from now. Trust the lambs, I thought. A whistle. From Lillian's direction. Only a distraction and not an effective one. It was one of the tools that academy doctors carried with them for directing stitched on the battlefield. I could see why she had it. I could see why the Infante could ignore it, his focus on Mary and Jessie. Duncan fired his rifle, aiming for the Infante. He was kneeling by Helen and Ashton was near them. He fired again, then again. It might as well have been the shrill whistle. It wasn't a lamb that stepped to the fore. The Duke pulled away from his fight with the golden calf. With long strides, he charged at the Infante, sword leveled for the higher noble's throat. The Infante grabbed for the sword, and the blade dipped, danced around, then returned to course, aimed for the jugular. With a quarter turn away, the Infante had shoulder and arm catch the blade instead. His flesh suffered what looked to be a shallow cut as he turned his back to our Duke of Francis. He swung his fist in a backhand, not even looking at his attacker. The Duke stepped back and away, turning and bringing his sword up to catch the calf's claw. He was disarmed. "Sylvester," the Duke said, his vowel hitching, as if he was stitched with a faulty wire, movements replicating. In the next moment, the calf had gouged him 3 times, digging deep furrows into his chest and stomach. I could have laid my arm into those furrows and covered them with skin, with no bulge to be seen. From the look of the slices of black, there were dark gaps hinting at cavities beneath. It was a modest distraction, but the attack had bought us a chance to retreat. Mary had found her feet, dragging Jessie with her. I climbed to my own feet and backed away, stepping into the shelter of a shop. Duncan and Ashton dragged Helen into shadow. "You're mad," the Duke said, drawing a pair of blades to defend himself with scaled down to my size. They might have been daggers, but the Duke was tall and his idea of a dagger would have been a short sword in my hands. "You say that like you're surprised," I said. "You know this, you know what I am." "No," the Duke said. The calf attacked again. It was fast, it was strong, and it sat askew in my mind's eye, too hard to calculate and predict. It didn't stop to breathe, it didn't slow, it only seemed to stop to think, to work out how best to dismantle its enemy. The Duke stopped both claws from striking him by parrying with his blades. The calf had butted him. The Duke of Francis' head was a weak point. He tried to adopt a fighting stance, and the blade fell from his right hand. "Sorry," I said. "Wanted," the Duke said. He looked at the Infante. I filled in the gap. "I wanted to stop him." "We will," I said. Somehow. Lillian approached me, throwing an arm over me, her hand gripping the armpit of the sleeve as she shared her coat with me. Berger and the other doctors following her. We were all at either side of the street now, with the Duke, Infante, and the calf in the center of the road. The calf moved to finish off the Duke. The Infante stopped it. Was it worth it? The Duke asked. None of you survived the day, the Infante said. Worth is irrelevant. Absolutely worth it, I said. The Infante reached out for the Duke, using his plague-ridden hand to seize the man by the face. There was almost surrender on the Duke's face as he was seized. No fight, no effort to defend himself. He'd spent all he had. No. Not quite. He reached out and grabbed the Infante's arm, brought a leg around and hooked the Infante's. He was holding on, burdening the high noble, hampering him so we could run. That didn't stop the Infante for telling the calf to come after us. It barely hampered the Infante from turning, walking as if there was barely any obstruction. But he wasn't running. That counted for something. Duncan couldn't throw anything while he held Helen, so he handed off what he could to Ashton. Lillian threw what she could as I held her bag and kept the coat in place over us. It was 3 to 5 seconds of rummaging for every second she spent deploying a pouch of something she could empty into the air behind her. It was Burger and the other professors that served the most effective role. Burger had his puppeteer insects, hidden within his coat. Others had canisters and pistols. They'd been ordered to this battlefield and they'd come with some ability to fight. The puppeteer bugs latched on, trying to find some physiology they understood. 1 or 2 paralyzed an arm or a leg for a second or two as the calf raced forward on all fours, making it stumble or veer to one side. It shook its head violently for a moment as it charged into a cloud of powder Lillian had tossed into the rain. It barely slowed. We were charging straight into a morass of experiments and soldiers. We needed. The calf caught us. It tore into Burger and one of his colleagues with enough violence that the collateral violence sent Duncan and Ashton sprawling, Helen with them. Clear the way, the remaining professor shouted. The calf has gone mad and attacked the Infante. There was commotion. How much had they seen of the fight? Enough to know we'd been fighting the Infante? The Infante was approaching, marching through the rain. Could they see? Obey, the professor shouted. The soldiers obeyed. The doctors gave orders to war beasts. Stop it, the professor said, leading the way into the enemy ranks. Leave the children be. There was hesitation at that. In less than a minute, the Infante would be close enough to give his own orders. He would reverse these instructions, and we would be among the enemy. I tried to hurry, getting ahead and away from the bulk of these defending forces. I glanced over the ship, looking for and failing to see any guns. It looked like the ones that would have worked had been removed and carried to the front lines, where they could act as turrets. Lillian and I stopped at the railing, taking in the scene. Mary caught up with us a second later. The war beasts and experiments were attacking the calf, now. Rain streamed down on parts of the deck. Other parts were covered by tiled canopy. The ramp itself had some canopy too, no doubt to protect individuals getting off the ship from gunfire. And Duncan Ashton? They were still on the street, at the edge of the group of soldiers that stood amid the rubble where the prow of this land ship had crashed through the exterior wall. Duncan moved his hand away from Helen's throat. His head hung. He turned to look at the Infante, then at me. Ashton didn't budge until Duncan tugged him a second time, practically dragging Ashton after him. Lillian clutched my hand, hard. As a group, while Duncan and Ashton ascended the rubble and the ramp to the deck of the ship, we retreated into the cover of the roof that protected the rooms and structures above the deck. Guns cocked, to greet us. The Duke is dead, the professor with us said. Burger, Adams. The others were professors. I recognized the decoration. The Infante's men. He's mad, the Duke's professor said. And you're a traitor. He's mad, the Duke's professor said. He'll never come back from this. He's tasted this. Abandon, Mary said. He's tasted total abandon. We'll manage, the Infante's professor said. Lawrence. We'll manage. We have to. You can't steer him any longer, the Duke's professor said. Not even in the small ways. We'll say the plague took him. The Infante approached the crowd. He'd torn the glue away from his eye, taking flesh and eyelids with it. He didn't seem to care that he bled anymore. I heard Lawrence sigh. Nothing we could do, if we wanted to. Harpoon gun? I asked. Harpoon gun? Or anything sufficient for catching a rogue war beast? That's what it's come down to, is it? Lawrence asked. I looked at the lambs. Mary had Jessie, and the burden seemed unduly heavy. Lillian looked harrowed, her breath fogging around the mask at her lower face, her eyes wide. Duncan held Ashton like Helen had, before. The Infante looked up at us. His expression was one of grim satisfaction. With a few words, he had the crowd turn. But he would lead this army. Harpoon gun, or anything, I said. Now. It'd be suicide. You'll fail, and he'd punish us. He'd take everything we care about, Lawrence said. He still held a gun, raised and aimed at us. He's power, I said. Devoid of control. Him and his pet both. We orchestrated this siege, and we did it because the Academy is control, devoid of power. I think you're underestimating our resources, Lawrence said. I think the fact that we're all standing here and facing down this reality suggests we have a very good idea of what your resources are and what's going on. What's going on? I felt my heart pound as the Infante worked his way through the crowd, getting past the rebel to the ramp. His pet was devouring bodies, mask parted. He called it, and it leaped to the side of the ship, crawling up to the railing, stopping there. Decorum had to be observed apparently. It wouldn't go ahead of its master any more than a properly trained dog by a shepherd's side, or one of the organic pieces of art that ladies of quality like to have trotting at their sides. He slipped the leash, you know, I said. The break in the balance of power and control, it started with the Duke being shot, the Baron's weakness. You failed to account for the missing component, the glue that holds it all together. The people. Their faith. Their belief in the order of things. It elevates the Infante and his ilk. Change that elevation, reverse it even, the nobles get insecure and the balance not truly a balance, it goes askew, and everything falls apart. Lawrence spoke, watching the Infante, what would upset or reverse this supposed faith? Not mere deaths in wartime. Not when the Duke lived, to continue to make appearances. Not when we covered things up as we did for the Baron's death. I let the silence hang, sinking in. Let his question become rhetorical. Harpoon, I said. Please. He hesitated, then glanced at his peers. He seemed to come to a decision, and ran for the stairs. The Infante slowed. The rain pattered against the deck, the sounds of battle were distant, less persistent than they had been. The battles had largely been decided, now. There were a few final doors to batter down, but I needed to focus. I watched as the Infante's expression shifted. He turned, looking over one shoulder at the crowd. Murmurs? Shouts. He raised one hand, touching the back of his head. I'd made him bleed. He was always self-conscious about that. I'd made him bleed a lot. He would be more self-conscious about that. His expression was unmoved as he returned his focus to me. I smiled, spreading my arms. There were more noises from the crowd. Proud of your small victories, the Infante asked. Devastatingly proud, Tits. His expression shifted. What? I said I'm devastatingly proud, Tits, I told him. Did that knife I jammed in your ear actually do something to your hearing? Tits, the Infante said. I touched the back of my head. It was then that he seemed to realize. Juvenile, the Infante said. I glanced at Gordon, who seemed inordinately pleased. Gordon wasn't any older than he had been in Lug. It's what we are, I said. It's what I am. You said that to the Duke, Lillian said. Mask or no, I could hear the incredulity. Why you sacrificed the Duke's life too. It worked, I said, with intensity. I pointed at the crowd behind the Infante. The Infante turned to look. As he did, the back of his head was plain to view. I'd carved the 4 letters into the back of his head. The crowd behind him looked stricken, not sure what to do. Laugh, cry. That harpoon was a little late in coming. This would have been when I would have liked to fire the shot, and try to unite Lamb and Professor in dragging that bastard off the ramp. The saving grace wasn't any harpoon. It was a creature from the crowd, bloody and hard to make out, as it tore past the people nearest the Infante, stepped onto the railing, and pounced onto the Infante's face. Helen. Her arm was broken, but she still used her hand, flinging her body around to the side to get her hand to where it could hold on. Her other hand clutched. Her one good leg scrabbled for purchase. Harpoon. I shouted, looking for the professor that had run off. He emerged from the stairs, looked at the scene, and threw the oversized crossbow. To me. The idiot. I caught it in a bear hug, reversed it in my grip, and gave it to Mary. I knew her arm was hurt from our first skirmish with the Infante, so I held the front end, ducking low, while I let Mary do the aiming. The plague-ridden hand struck Helen, pulling her back and away. The harpoon caught the hand before another blow could be delivered. I, Duncan, Ashton, Lillian, and Mary all seized the rope, pulling it to one side. The Infante's attempt at smashing Helen away from his face was thrown off as we pulled him slightly off balance. He caught himself. The High Noble made a hand gesture at the golden calf. It hung on the railing, perching on the side of the ship, and with the gesture, it hopped the railing, landing on the deck. Lawrence whistled. He made another gesture. The golden calf sat down where it was. The rope from the harpoon was secured, tied down. As one, we made the Infante's sole remaining arm our target. Fluids were oozing from it, and he slapped Helen's back, smearing the fluids onto her clothing. He grabbed her, trying to pull her away. Mary's razor wire and a rifle that several of us could grab provided some leverage on that hand. Duncan poured something on the deck, and the Infante lost his footing, dropping to his knees. I threw a coat over the Infante's face and over Helen, to keep the rain off of her. It wouldn't do for her to dissolve while trying to do this. There was an echo to earlier. This time, instead of Gorger taking the Infante's head, we had Helen. It wasn't fast. But Helen had the ability to finish this. Broken as she was, ribs fractured, limbs more fluid, relying on musculature, she crammed herself into the Infante's mouth. Soldiers on the ground started to approach. Stand down. Lawrence called out. Sir. Stand down. No, Professor. Several guns raised, not all of them. They aimed at the professors. I nearly lost my own footing on the slick of fluids Duncan had placed beneath the Infante. Lawrence stood at the top of the ramp, facing down the crowd. The Duke's professor stood at his side. Look at him, Lawrence said. The plague took him. That much is clear to see. He's mad, he's broken. He lost. The guns didn't waver. He lost, and the crown doesn't lose. Therefore, he's not crown. I could have laughed at the circular reasoning I might have, if the guns hadn't actually drooped a little. I dropped away from the struggle to hamper the Infante's one arm that wasn't harpooned. It took some doing, but I needed to sway the crowd. Lillian's coat over me, I climbed up the Infante's arm to where Helen was. Helen, our beautiful Helen. She was a monster in disguise, but above all else, her role in the team had always been the actress. Our glorious actress, from the point that she'd been kicked and injured, had played dead. She'd played out her part, to the point it convinced us, because the Infante had needed to believe it to let his guard down. No longer able to play effectively at being human, she had played her role perfectly when it came to being broken. Turn his head 30 degrees to the right, I said. I heard an exasperated sigh from her. She was using her body to stifle him, to deny him air and keep him from effectively closing his jaw. It yawned open now, to the point even one of the weasel thing's jaws might have dislocated. But she had some leverage on the outside of his head, which she was using to make him face skyward, the coat covering the both of them. She managed to get him to turn his head slightly. Not 30 degrees, but enough to give them a glimpse of tits carved on the back of the noble's head. It wasn't much, but in hurting the soldiers' faith. The guns they'd lowered a fraction didn't raise. They needed to believe the Infante could win, or that he could win on his own, but we'd taken chunks out of the noble, and now we had him at our mercy. Helen's arm reached into the Infante's mouth and up, likely finding a grip on the uvula or on the ledge that would lead up to the sinuses. If the Infante was one to reflexively gag, he would have thrown up then. As it was purchase for her to go contortionist, to draw herself inches in deeper, a young lady making the giant of a man swallow her. Minutes passed. The harpoon gun was used twice more, lashing the Infante down further, so both arms were pinned down. It meant the others could back off and get out of the rain. I draped another coat over Helen, then backed off. It took what I estimated to be 9 minutes, all in all. Struggles, 2 attempts at hauling hands and arms free of the barbed harpoons. We fired more that had been brought from below decks. The Infante slowly went limp, sagging to the ground. Our actress remained where she was, making absolutely sure. The audience was very still and very quiet, their eyes averted. No applause to be had. Crown of Thorns 20.11. We wore coats that had been provided by the professors. Mine was too big for me. The others wore coats that fit them. Even Jessie had a coat draped over her, in addition to the one I'd put on her. As a group, hunkered down against the rain, we worked on extracting Helen. The soldiers who had been stationed around the base of the ramp were advancing, many of them gathering at the railing, watching, staring at the noble. They watched us, and I was very aware that they were holding onto their guns, not putting the weapons away. The flesh-melting rain pattered down around us. Already, the clothes that the coats and coverings I'd been using were bleached or eroding away. My skin hurt at the ankles and wrists when I stretched or pulled against it. I worried that sooner or later, I would bend a wrist and the skin would split, welling blood and other fluids. But I worried about Helen more. She slid fully out of the Infante's mouth, and we wrapped her in a cocoon of the multiple coats we'd arranged, using the momentum of her sliding down to the deck to keep her sliding along the wet wood. We moved her to where the cabin encircled the ship's navigation, and the overhanging bit of cover that we'd all been standing beneath. We being the professors, the lambs, and myself, when we hadn't been actively helping. As a unit, we unwrapped her as much as we'd already wrapped her. Ashton lifted up her arm and side so Duncan could put the dry part of the coat beneath her, providing some protection from the water on the deck. Not much had reached the area under the shelter. "Help," Duncan said. He unbuttoned her top. I moved to block the view of the soldiers behind us, while holding her head. "Duncan," Helen said. "Manhandling me? You cad. I hope you're satisfied," I said. "You got what you've been wanting for a while." "Reasonably satisfied," Helen said, her voice soft. "But now the bar's been raised, whatever will I do next?" "You could be content with this," I said. "I'm afraid I'm insatiable," she said. "I always want them bigger, stronger, harder, to beat." She was delirious. Or worse, she was drunk on whatever hormones or whatever there was churning in her system, stoking her appetites for bloodshed, crushed bones, and asphyxiation. The devil of West Corinth lurked nearby. They were out in force, prowling in the shadows, adding their forces to the soldiers who had us surrounded. Lillian provided some light, a bright little bioluminescent flask, and Ashton held it. Helen was visible in a stark blue-green and black. "Plague," Duncan observed. "We've got the pinprick signs." "Surgery?" Lillian asked. "How fun," Helen said, barely audible. She sounded like it was fun. "Do you want to take point?" he asked. "No. You know Helen's physiology better than I do. I'm also rather fond of her. It's hard to be objective. I operated on Mary, once upon a time. It's best if you do it. We'll split up the work, or I'll keep you on track." "Got it," Duncan said. One of the professors broke away from our group, approaching the soldiers. They were a restless lot, moving this way and that, not wanting to stay in the rain, but not wanting to leave the scene either. They paced around the deck, looking for safer ground, one or two choosing to stand where posts and gun mounts blocked some of the rain, others looking for overhangs. They knew who we were. They'd seen the Infante on edge, bristling with ugliness, the Emperor sends his clothes, and they'd not intervened. No. They'd hesitated. Not quite letting it happen, and more than a momentary hesitation 9 minutes. But it was the best way I could think of to parse it. Duncan was using a gloved hand to explore where the plague was setting in. He tapped at one spot near Helen's armpit, and gave Lillian a severe look. "He got you good. I got him better, Helen said. Her smile was hitching again. You did, Mary said. That was good. Helen worked out how to give a better smile. Cynthia paced nearby, angry. I was angry, I realized. This was very explicitly everything I'd been striving to avoid. I'm going to have to cut away an awful lot of skin, Duncan said. We'll have to explore when we're that far, and see how deep we end up going. You know just what to say to a girl, Helen said. You've come so far, Dr. Duncan Foster. Lillian handed Duncan the scalpel. No snapping, I said. I know you'll be tempted to jump one of us. Helen giggled. But hold it back if you can. Mary was already tying Helen's legs, using wire to bind her boots together. Oh, Helen said. I'm not sure it's worth bothering about. I don't think I'm very dangerous to anyone like this. Haha, I said the words, rather than actually laughing. Be serious now, so our doctors can do their work. I'm being serious, SY. I glanced at the others. Was there a chance, any chance, that she was engaged in another ruse? That she needed to convince us so we could convince the professors and the small army that was surrounding us? Duncan was removing her skin, peeling it away with tongs, while Lillian raised Helen's arm to view it better in the light. I set my jaw. That was serious, then. Oh, you should know I have a stab wound from the fight on the rooftop, in my side. Something bitey squirmed its way inside of me, through that entry point. I pinned it down, squeezing it with surrounding muscles. If you get close to it, it might come unpinned, depending. Something bitey? Ashton asked. It got a few nips at my insides before I squeezed its head shut, Helen said. Nothing too bad, I don't think, but I wouldn't want you sliding your hand inside of me and coming out with a stump. Thank you, Helen, Duncan said, unfazed. That's appreciated. His voice was tense. For the time being, his focus was so overwhelmingly on his work that it looked like he was completely unaware of what the others around us were doing. Saving Helen first. Other concerns came secondary. I wasn't doing much, but I couldn't see myself leaving her side. I tried to think about the imminent situation with these soldiers who had no reason to let us go, and it was hard. A different kind of hard than it had been back when I'd run away the first time, and my wyvern had run out. I might need to take your left arm entirely, Duncan told Helen. Okay. That's my fault. I needed to grab his shoulder for leverage. The contact was direct, that's why it progressed as much as it did. I'll handle the arm, Lillian said. If we get out of this okay, I've got my creator on a leash to put me back together, right? Helen asked. Duncan and Lillian seemed too preoccupied to answer. That'd be the plan, I said. It's good that we captured him, then, Helen said. She closed her eyes, and for a moment I worried she wouldn't open them again. Good job, lambs. Duncan continued to strip away flesh. He applied powder as he went, to keep infection and the flow of blood down. Crown and lords, there's so much interconnection, he muttered under his breath. You're a complicated person to work on, Helen. I'm special that way. He continued working. Here and there, he cut away sections of muscle. The commentary seemed to stop for a daunting length of time. He'd turned to using gestures instead, communicating with Lillian. Helen couldn't move her head enough to see. I couldn't see very well, either. You can say it, she said. I'm not going to be upset. It's interesting, being taken apart, the feelings of cold wet air between skin and the rest of me. I dare say it's fun. You're not the one I'm concerned about, he said. Helen sighed dramatically. Do you need me to go? I asked. No, Lillian said. Just offering, I said. No, she said. Worrying about what you'd be getting up to would be more distracting than the inconvenience of having you here. I can feel the affection. How many years in the making? I asked. I adore you, you lunatic, Lillian said. She severed the last major connecting piece attaching Helen's arm to the shoulder. If you have any doubt about that, then I urge you to be mindful of the fact that it's dark, we're in a war zone of your devising, the amount of rain is ludicrous, and I'm saying that as someone who spent most of her life living in a city where it doesn't ever stop raining. Fair, I said. Except today's forecast isn't just heavy, it's capable of melting flesh, she said, pointing at me with Helen's arm, before sweeping it around to indicate our surroundings. We're surrounded by soldiers. Duncan paused in his work, glancing around. He returned his attention to the excisions. And I could go on, Lillian said. You're not the whole reason I'm here, but you're some of it, and I certainly wouldn't be in this particular situation if I wasn't attached to you on some level. You complete and utter loon. There's no need for name-calling, I said, under my breath. Was there really a need to carve a puerile insult into the back of the Infante's head? No, I said. Did it make a difference? I glanced at the others. The professors weren't in earshot, the soldiers were keeping a wider berth, as focused on the Infante as they were on us. They were keeping their distance from the noble's body, even though he was clearly deceased. Concern for the plague, or was the man's presence so daunting that he cowed others even in death? Mary leaned forward, kneeling on Helen's arm. Duncan. I'll take over here. I've watched long enough and I have a fairly good hand. Duncan handed her a scalpel. Did it make a difference? Lillian hissed at me. Some, small, but not in a major way. But there was more reasoning behind it. Really? Lillian said. Okay, not reasoning, but... Lillian arched an eyebrow, looking at me. Comprehensive instinct, I said. If we lost, where would he go? Here. He'd be mindful of what his soldiers saw, so he'd want to stop them. It diverts his focus. Maybe we get a chance to signal our people, I said, my voice quiet. Maybe we don't. Either way, while he's preoccupied limiting any danger to his pride, they have more of a chance to get away. It's juvenile. I pricked him earlier, when I said he never got to live a real life, I think. He never had a childhood. Juvenile, it made sense in the moment. Everything makes sense to you in the moment, Mary said. I laughed, a contrast to what I was feeling as I saw Duncan and Mary work together to remove a handful of flesh from Helen's side. Getting close to my little buddy, Helen murmured. Noted, Duncan said. Mary? Stab it if it shows up. An awful lot of things make no sense to me, and it's getting worse over time, I said. Nobody can see the back of their head. If he had people see, it would always be a niggling doubt in the back of his mind, a desire to check. For someone that untouchable, if he were to stomp us out, but have to live with that small doubt? It's minor, but I'm willing to aim for that as a final fuck you from the lambs. It served multiple purposes. More were for if we were defeated. All right, Lillian said. I can just imagine the letter being written to my parents. The grisly work continued. Duncan gestured, then swapped places with Lillian. Darn it, Duncan murmured. It progressed. I wanted to come back to see if it would. Helen? I'm going to have to take your left breast. Helen made a sound. That's a shame. I liked her. She's prehensile, you know. You do not have a prehensile bosom, Duncan said. I gave them names, a long time ago. Do you remember the names, Jamie Jessie? I glanced over at where Jessie lay slumped against the wall. I didn't like that she was so far away, so vulnerable, the rest of us with our hands full. I ran my fingers through Helen's hair, her head in my lap. She can't hear you, I said. Found your little buddy, Lillian said. Speaking of names, we should give it a name, Helen said. Tell me about it. We're going to kill it, Mary said. All the more reason to give it a name, Helen said. It came from somewhere, it has feelings, even if those feelings are destroy this pretty girl's insides and squirm. Those aren't feelings, I said. Those are instincts. I would have you know, Sylvester Lambsbridge, you loon, Helen said, that not only are those feelings, but they're feelings I've held close to my heart at times. All right, I said. Red, Lillian said. It's red. Rosie. Helen jumped in. No, too close to sub-rosa. Yeah, I said. It's plague affected, Lillian elaborated. Duncan, best if you drop what you're doing. The Infante laced the creature with plague before sending it after Helen. That would explain why the plague is spreading from smaller bite wounds, Duncan said. It was such a novel experience, being inside someone while something was inside me. I very nearly almost let more of them into me, to feel them squirm. I'm glad I didn't, now. I'm glad too, I said. I wasn't in my right mind, Helen said. I'm not in my right mind either now, but I can pretend to be, and I almost sound normal, don't I? You do, I said. Letting the one in was enough, Lillian said, almost to herself. Duncan. I see it, Duncan said, curt. I need a bigger blade. Mary drew and passed him a bigger blade. With the three hunched over the sight, I could only hear the work being done. I'm being rummaged in, Helen said. You are, I said. It's a novel sensation. It might be a while before you get that sensation again, Duncan said. Controls, Lillian muttered. If we excise. I know, he said. Listen, Helen. You keep telling me what you're having to do, as if you expect me to be upset. I'll keep being fine with it. Chop at me, cut into me, rip me up and truncate me, and I'll manage. We're going to have to take pretty much everything in your stomach, ribs to pelvis. Helen craned her head around, trying to see. Mary and Lillian weren't saying anything. In the background, the professors, soldiers, doctors, and other major staff were still discussing what to do about this situation. The death of the Infante posed a problem, and they were working out how to deal with it. We posed a problem, and they were working out how to deal with us. I'll amend my statement, Helen admitted. I'm not entirely fine with that. I need my middle to hold the sweets I've eaten. You're going to have to do without, Duncan said. It might have reached into your upper chest cavity, by the looks of it. Shoot, Helen said. But that's preferable to my middle. I'm afraid I'm not strong enough at the moment to open my ribcage for you. We'll handle that, he said. I did my part, holding her down while the others worked to pry the ribs up and away. They opened like the legs of an insect. The silence as the others looked at it was telling enough. We can get away with taking half of it. Better to take too much at this stage. Limiters, Lillian said, insistent. I know. We don't really have a choice, Duncan said. All of my middle and half of my upper torso. Helen asked. I didn't know you were the type to be rough and selfish when you had a pretty girl on her back. Trust me, Duncan said, I really don't want to be doing this. Nothing selfish about this. Greedy, then, not selfish. I always saved you an extra portion of dessert, Duncan said. Yes. You're a dear like that. You're right. I don't know what to call you then. Call me doctor, he said. He surveyed the damage thus far. Lords. Dr. Lords? I do believe that's not allowed. Crown Law. Duncan plunged in, a large knife in his hand. We're going to have to take everything below the ribcage, Lillian said. No preserving spine, no more legs. I knew you were a fan of nice legs, Helen said. Sylvester has them, running around like a loon all the time. Stop calling me a loon, please. I'm good at running, too. The way you make me sound, I'm flailing my arms around as I make my two-legged gallops from point A to point B. Helen laughed. Heads all around the deck turned at the sound. Lillian took a large knife from Mary and, two hands on the flat back of the blade rather than the handle, pressed her weight down. I could hear the sound as the blade crunched its way between bone. Severing the spine. Something serrated? Lillian asked. I can't get through everything in here. I'll do it, Mary said. Help Duncan. He needs it. Duncan's expression had changed. He wasn't speaking anymore, only working grimly. For your information, my dear doctors, Helen said, closing her eyes. I'm feeling a touch lightheaded. We can deal with that, Lillian said. But that might be a good excuse to have a discussion sooner than later. I swallowed. The discussion further along the prow was continuing. No argument, no shouting. Purely organizational. Everyone there knew their place in the scheme of things, and it would take a great deal to shake them from it. So, Lillian said. You're so lovely, Lillian, Helen said. I hope you know that. Shush now, we need to explain and speak, and you're only going to make it harder, Lillian said. I ran my fingers through Helen's hair. Lillian drew in a deep breath, then said, there may be a way forward. I think Duncan and I are on the same page. Sylvester might call it Duncan and I dancing, but I don't think that's it. More that we're getting to the point where it becomes relatively easy to make choices, because there really aren't many good ones. I'm glad there's a way forward, Helen said. Maybe, Lillian said. Part of it is dependent on that committee over there deciding not to shoot us. I'm thinking on that one, I said. I'm a little distracted by all this, but I'm thinking. Thinking might not have been the right word. I was trying to read the crowd, trying to feel my way toward any direction I might go in if I had to improvise something. Still, I didn't want to give them less reason to be confident. Good to know, Lillian said, without missing a beat. You've got your head, Helen. You have your essential vitals. We'll see what we can do. You won't be mobile, mind you. You won't be much of anything. Not so different from Jessie, then. You're putting me away. I winced at that. You won't be dreaming, Helen, Lillian said. Maybe after, if we can figure out a drug cocktail, but if we can strike this delicate balance, we might not want to upset it. At least for a while, until we can get to a place where we can start putting a Helen back together. Cloning? Mary asked. Something in that department, Lillian said. I'm patient, Helen said. It's one of my better qualities. One you've been lacking in lately, I said. I had an epiphany, while seeing to the Infante, Helen said. I'll manage just fine, I think. You're a terrible liar, I said. I'll have you know I'm one of the best liars among the lambs. Maybe even better than you. You won't have the limiters in place, Lillian said. Nothing to restrict, nothing to restrain. Ah, Helen said. Well, that's unkind. I'm starting to be much less fine with this. There's nothing salvageable in that department, Lillian said. While you're all bound up. I won't be very restful or calm, Helen said. That's all right. I know what you're going to say. None of that. You're sure? Lillian asked. You want to do this? I am very sure. I'll have you know, my appetite is an appetite for life. I will not die to avoid an unpleasant. Hellish, Lillian corrected. Wanting but unable to have, restless but unable to move. Probably wanting and feeling restless to degrees that none of the rest of us could imagine. Fine. I will not die to avoid even a hellish, how long? Months. A year and a half. 2 years or more wouldn't be completely out of the question, depending on how motivated Ibit was in helping us, Lillian said. The emotion had drained from her voice. I wanted to hug her and hold her. Even for that long, Helen said, earnestly. Because it means I get to see you and Duncan again. I'll get to see Ashton, too. She hadn't made mention of Mary, Jessie, or me. I do hope to see you too, Sylvester, Helen said, as if she'd read my mind. And Mary, and Jessie. We went to all that trouble to recruit doctors and professors who could look after our projects. Let's see if we can stick it out that long. It's not like I can lose my mind, can I? It'll take some doing, but you can change the balances and re-establish limiters. We don't know that you can't lose your mind, Lillian said. Your brain is different, but that doesn't make you immune. You could be irrevocably changed. We've had other lambs do that. That's fine, Helen said. If this even works, Lillian said. You could die when we cut you down to the minimum necessary. I'll try my hardest, Helen said, her voice firm. You two try hard too. Duncan nodded, face turned down. He was still cutting away from the contents of her upper chest. As fond as I'd grown of Jessie in the time I'd spent with her, I supposed Duncan had spent nearly as much time with Helen. I glanced at Ashton. He seemed fine. The little blockhead. Would you like to speak to some of us alone? Lillian asked. I would not, Helen said. I'll just say my just-in-case goodbye. Her eyes moved around, looking at each of us in turn. Her eyes met mine. I nodded. If I don't see you again, then goodbye, you lovely creatures, Helen said. If I do see you again, I expect to be welcomed with a working midsection and a whole table covered in tasty things. That can be arranged, I said. Ashton, still holding the light for the doctors, had to maneuver in an awkward way to not deny Duncan his light, while getting up closer to Helen's head. Avoid the right cheek, I said. Helen had a vein of plague standing out on the right cheek. Ashton gave her a kiss on the left cheek instead. You're my favorite, Helen said, to Ashton. I know, he said. You're mine. The professor we'd talked to earlier, Lawrence, had approached us while we were preoccupied. He wanted to address us, talking to us. Let us finish. I asked. That's fine, he said. Once you're done, we'll be taking you into custody below decks. We'll deliver you to the Crown Capital. No, I said. There's too much to be done here. We have no plans to go to the Crown Capital. That's not an option, he said. It's very much an option, I said, my voice hard. But it's in your hands. Weigh your choices, Professor Lawrence. We killed the Infante. Do you really consider yourselves beyond reach? You're choosing to take us and trying to return to the way things were. What option would you pose? The other choice is that you walk away, you all tell a story where the Infante was seized by plague, and the Crown States were overtaken by plague and Blackwood, with no survivors. You'd stay. Just beside me, Lillian cut into Helen's face. I ran my hand along the back of Lillian's head, letting it run down her hair to her shoulder. I gently rubbed her back while she worked, not so hard as to disturb what she was doing. Look at us, I said. We're not long for this world, are we? We helped you clean up what could have been a rather embarrassing situation with a noble gone berserk. Don't take our freedom in our last days and weeks together. You'll have days and weeks together in your cell, as we travel back, he said. The decision was made, and you're in no position to change it. Are you in a position to leave? I asked. This was the direction I'd been pondering. The Infante intentionally spread plague. He walked through that crowd of soldiers over there, and some of them are already going to be showing signs of it. He affected others, I'm sure. Quarantine procedures must be adhered to. I'm well aware, Lawrence said. We won't need to adhere too much. It's going to be a rather small number of crew and passengers. They were simply going to slaughter and burn all who could potentially be infected. As soon as they're done, Lawrence addressed soldiers that had approached. Take them to the cells below decks. The quarantine ones, meant for the war beast. The ship moved, hull grinding as it pulled away from the walls of Radham that it had breached, from fray, and from hail. Here in the cell, at least, we were out of the rain. We're moving away, Duncan said. Back toward the town where we assembled our forces. Probably to pick up some secondary forces, or to ensure they've tied up all loose ends. Blackwood isn't out of the question. I sat on a table and watched out the window, seeing Radham slide further away. Does she like being stroked, do you think? Ashton asked. I can't imagine it hurts, Lillian said. All right then, Ashton said. This war is not yet done. The Crown Capital is not part of the plan. Not like this. You will escape. Patience, I said, under my breath. Talking to Jessie? Lillian asked. Jessie was propped up beside me, her head on my shoulder. Still sleeping? No, I said. More to the voice in my head. Singular. I nodded. Lillian approached me, standing by the table, and she hugged the arm that Jessie wasn't leaning against. I always wanted to see the Crown Capital one day, she said. We're not going to the Crown Capital, I said. Oh? You have a plan. Do you still have the bioluminescent lantern? Duncan has a fresh one in his bag. Shine it out the window. Flash code. We'll see if anyone's looking. Our options will depend on that. Lillian gave me a peck on the shoulder, then crossed the room. Duncan was sitting against the wall opposite me. Ashton was beside him, and the two of them held Helen. She was, in rough dimensions and in size, about the same as a two-stone bag of flour. She was encased in the organ tissues they'd been able to salvage, which had been wrapped thoroughly in bandages. Blood was seeping through the bandage, so they had a raincoat between her and their laps. Ashton stroked her. Can she hear us? Ashton asked. I tried to preserve the polyphor rings. It's a question of how well the connection between the rings and the brain structures lasted. Oh, Ashton said. But I've been talking to her on the assumption she can hear, Duncan said. Okay, Ashton said. When Lillian returned, she came with Mary. Mary handled the flash code. I turned my head, watching out the window. We got a response, Mary said. Crown of Thorns 20.12. Avis sat in the indent around the window, watching in silence. Ashton stood next to her, cradling Helen in his arms, his focus on the events beyond the window. Mary had removed her coat, blouse, and skirt. She was wearing only her underthings, her weapons in plain view where they had hung beneath her clothes. Where rainwater had splashed or otherwise found its way to bare skin, it had left red tracks, raw, the skin swollen and pink on either side of it. Beads of water had formed round marks. Lillian was rubbing a salve in place. Mary flinched every time Lillian dogged some salve near one of the tracks. Only a quarter of the blades were still there, the rest of her stock depleted. The room was metal, floor to ceiling, which was rare, because wood was more versatile and often almost as strong. Sheets and panes of steel were bolted to one another. Beams had been sunken into the walls, reinforcing the plates while making it impossible to even find a good edge to pry it. The door was metal, too, big enough to drive a wagon through, with a single round window. Were the glass to be removed, one of us could have put an arm through it, but that was it. Even Helen at her best or a current Helen that was somehow ambulatory wouldn't have fit through it. The room hadn't been scrubbed well enough after housing its prior occupant. It didn't smell, not exactly, but the air was stale, and the ground was browner and more corroded than any of the other surfaces. Not that there was anything we could use. We're slowing down, Ashton said. He had his shirt off. Duncan was going over his hair with a fine metal comb. The window he peered through wasn't any bigger than the one in the door. From the exterior, the vaguely rounded bulge with the circle set in the middle might have looked like the orb of an eye, with an unmoving pupil. It was structurally unsound, as the bends and curves in metal were easier to tear and damage than the flat expanses. It was no doubt meant to be that way. If the ship were prepared for war, then munitions sufficient to damage it would open up this space, and the denizen, no doubt a large war beast or other experiment, would be unleashed, set to go after whoever had opened fire. I would have liked to think that was a feature we could exploit, but our side didn't have those kinds of munitions, we didn't have the means to breach our way out using that same weak point. Our captors were smart. They knew their experiments, and all but 2 of us were experiments. They'd contained us effectively, and we were making our peace with the fact. Duncan and Lillian had doled out medicine, they'd looked after Helen briefly, the rest of us had done our best to signal the people on the outside, and now we were dealing with the secondary things. Checking for plague, resting, gathering our strength, and thinking. I worried it would be our last gasp for air before we took the plunge. I miss having Jessie to keep track of timing, I said. My fingers were intertwined with Jessie's, and she lay beside me, her head in my lap. I raised her hand and kissed the back of it. Was it my imagination, if her expression softened in the direction of a smile, at that? How far away is the town where the attacking army holed up? Still a little far. It'll be 5 or 10 minutes, Ashton said. The streets are empty. There were soldiers there and now there aren't. Others have moved far enough back that they aren't in the acid rain. Good to know, I said. I visualized it. I didn't want to move far from Jessie, and I didn't want to spend unnecessary energy. My right leg was twitching in protest of what I'd subjected it to. I'd pushed myself so hard already. The army probably didn't vacate in entirety. They would have gone inside the houses and other buildings. There are tangles, Ashton said. They aren't too big though. That might keep them inside. Not so many harvesters, Duncan said. He raised his head to look out the window. Don't squeeze her too tight, Ashton. I'm not, Ashton said, adjusting his grip on Helen. All right, Duncan said. Almost done. I'm checking Mary's back. Keep your backs turned, boys, Lillian said. She slipped the straps of Mary's camisole from her shoulders. I turned my head away. Ashton turned his head, probably to see why he was supposed to have his back turned, and I reached out to touch his chin, averting his gaze. Duncan shifted position, blocking Ashton's view. I don't mind, Mary said. Everyone here has seen me undressed or given me surgery. I like how you mention surgery, I said. I don't think there's anything more intimate or invasive than touching muscle directly or knitting a wound together. Well, creating the wounds in the first place is pretty intimate and personal. You're so weird, I said. You're one to talk, Mary said, at the same time Lillian said, says you. I sighed. No plague, acid burns aren't too bad here, nothing close to the spine. If we can actually get out of here and get through what comes next, I'll check you over tonight, Lillian said. She gave Mary a pat on the shoulder. Mary stood and began pulling her clothes back on. Be gentle, Ashton, Duncan said. Duncan, Ashton said, exasperated. I'm being very gentle. The work we did is delicate. There are a few square pegs attached to triangular holes there, and they're one rip stitch from being unattached. I'd like to get to an actual lab to put more permanent things in place. Ports, artificial tubing, inject some fluids to top her up. Maybe some regulatory measures. We'll have to do it sooner or later, to inject some proteins to the pyloric sac. Get the cloning of organs and tissues started, of course. Of course, Ashton said. After that, you'll be able to hug her as tight as you want. But for now, be gentle. Oh, Ashton said, I remember back at the academy, one of the doctors made a pet for her little sister back home. It was like a puppy, but it didn't have fur, and it didn't have bones, and you could squeeze it and its eyes would pop out. We could do that, when we make her more huggable. Not that she has eyes, but we could give her some. We're not going to do that to Helen, Ashton, Duncan said. But she'd like it. You could squeeze one of the eyeballs while it was bugged out and the other one would double in size, when it was already big. You could squeeze one of the little legs and move all the fluids and stuff to the foot, to make the foot so huge. We're not going to do that to Helen. It could move too. She'd like to be able to move again, I think. The puppy thing flopped around. I'm no expert, but I think the mechanism was very simple. I'd say it had one point of articulation, like a pillow with a hinge in the middle, but more squishy. What's going on outside? I interrupted. I'd check, but Jessie's leaning on my shoulder, and I'm trying to conserve my energy. Ashton turned, peering past Ava's feet to look out the window. Duncan gestured at me. Thanks. We should check each other over, Duncan, Lillian said. She was helping Mary keep wires in place as she pulled her clothes on. All right, Duncan said. He started unbuttoning his shirt. Who does who first? My mind was still keyed toward visualization, from the fight with the Infante and his pet. I could visualize Lillian and Duncan checking each other over. Checking for plague and scars. I asked. Nothing more. And any signs of stray parasites, damage from exposure to gas, the borrowed quarantine suits rubbed skin raw in places, and those places would be vulnerable to anything invasive, chemicals, or even some gases. Come, I said. I've got experience with this, from that city where Jamie and I lived for a while, after leaving Radham. Before Jessie. I check you, you check Duncan. Primate-style grooming. Lillian glanced at Duncan, who shrugged. She approached me, unbuttoning her top, and I averted my eyes. I wasn't sure why. She stood in front of the table I was sitting on, and I turned her around, leaning her against the table's edge, my knees on either side of her hips, holding her in place there. Any more flashes? I asked. I helped Lillian pull off her top. No, Ashton said. Probably not many, then. They'll be trying to organize, I said. I examined Lillian's back by the window light. The light illuminated the fine little hairs and the texture of the skin, goosebumps and all. The plague tended to start with the smallest markings. A red circle, no bigger than a goosebump, with a darker spot of red in the middle. Duncan settled in front of Lillian. Are we getting out of this? Lillian asked. It's far from impossible, I said. We have a lot of assets out there, in a variety of types. It could be as simple as an explosive, to take the head of whatever creature it is that drags this ship. Put it well in front of the ship while we're parked here, detonate it when it gets far enough along, and it stops. Dead in the metaphorical water. I slipped my finger under Lillian's brassiere strap, moving it to a different point on her shoulder. She shivered. Mary was in the background, sitting against a table by the door out. I could look over Lillian's shoulder and see her, staring me down. I used my fingers, touching points on either side of the faint red mark the strap had made, pressing against the skin of her shoulder and shoulder blade. I moved the fingers apart, making the skin between them widen with the tension. I'm not sure that's what I meant, Lillian said. She began looking after Duncan. Duncan had his back to her, while she had her back to me. What did you mean? I asked. Are we all walking away from this? Helen isn't, I said. Walking, I mean. She's missing something like 50 parts necessary for that. SY, Duncan said. Come on. Jessie isn't walking either. I give the rest of us 50-50 odds. I saw Lillian draw in a deep breath. Her sigh was heavy. I checked beneath the other strap. The water had soaked into her clothing, and the places where seams met and rubbed against skin were more susceptible than some. Here, the prolonged contact of damp cloth had made the skin red, and where it was red, it was starting to look threadbare, for lack of a better word. The skin looked like it could tear and start bleeding if I stretched or stressed it too much. Salve. Lillian passed me the salve without turning around. I applied the salve, then took the offered bandage, setting it in place and letting the strap rest against the padding, pressing it down against the minor wound. I undid her brassiere at the back, and I checked beneath it, in much the same fashion. The goosebumps were more pronounced, now. The fine hairs stood on end. My hand moved along the expanse of her back, me measuring my way, remembering what I'd covered and examined already. I don't see anything resembling normal ahead of us, she said. Normal was never the point, I said. 2 more gods to slay. We bring about a change. Because the way things worked and the destiny that was set forth before? They weren't workable. Not tolerable. I don't disagree, she said. I brushed her hair to one side, exposing the nape of her neck. I examined it. I need a scalpel, she said. Damn it, Duncan said. He reached over her shoulder, passing one to her. Looks like a carnackery. Not so bad, Lillian said. But I wouldn't want to rule out it passing the plague from person to person. We'll remove it. Please, Duncan said. She cut away a small O of flesh near his armpit. I need a comb, I said. Ashton handed me the comb that Duncan had used on him. I poured my way over Lillian's scalp. I don't disagree, that we had to change things from the intolerable, unworkable state they were in, Lillian said. As I swept the comb through her hair, her head lolled a touch with it. As if I was the snake charmer, moving my flute, captivating her with a steady, fluid movement. But I don't know if I see a tolerable, workable future ahead of us, here. Losing Helen hurts. It sucks, I said, combing, searching. But you two will piece her together again. Describe it to me, SY, Lillian said. What happens next? I don't know what happens next. Come on, SY, she said. We're in the shadow of the first god, we're enduring his death rattles, and the fact that someone who stands that tall takes a long time to fall and he falls hard. There are ramifications and we'll ride this wave as best we can. Hopefully we ride it back in that direction. 2 gods more stand between us and where we want to go. So I can't tell you, because I don't know what Frey's done. She always stays her hand, she holds back, and then she overturns everything. The landscape could be very different once she makes her play. Hail is the 3rd god, then. Kind of, I said, daubing salve on some acid burns behind her ear. I couldn't search the top of her scalp without standing over her or having her bend over with the top of her head facing me. Which was a fun position to imagine, but not practical when she was still looking after Duncan. I undid Lillian's skirt at the side. She paused in her work. I could see the way she'd stopped breathing, I could see the vague definition of muscle against skin, at her back, and it wasn't shifting as she breathed. She resumed working, then resumed breathing a moment later. Ashton turned his head to look, and I stuck my finger out, poking his chin, and turned his face back toward the window again. I said, I'm not worried about what hail might do to the landscape. To you? Lillian asked. Maybe, I said. I folded the band of her skirt down, then turned my attention to the band of the underclothing beneath. I started checking it much as I had the straps of her brassiere. To all of us. To a degree, I said. I continued my examination. My thumb brushed against the hard bone of pelvis, above her right leg, and her hand dropped down, laying over mine, stopping me from progressing further. Lillian was focused on another excision. That one looked like plague, but she wasn't saying as much. It looked early and isolated, from what I could see over her shoulder. He set our expiration dates. Very deliberately, I said, my voice soft. He was going to set yours, in a way, when he denied you your black coat and laid the groundwork to keep you from ever getting it. He asserted a degree of control. You said control, wasn't it? It wasn't, I said. The shadow Hale is casting, that makes it hard to see what lies on the other side, it's like he was there when we all got our start. Duncan accepted, to a degree. He set our ending. Beginnings and endings? The journey? Duncan asked. I was slightly annoyed that he was chiming in, while I sat behind Lillian, my knees pressing against her hips, my hand laying against that bone, my fingertips tracing the skin of her stomach, feeling her breathe in and out. It spoiled the moment a bit. Perhaps unfair. He hadn't really chosen this venue or circumstance. Maybe one way of putting it, I said. It was actually what I first thought of, when I was trying to wrap my head around the obstacles ahead of us. But not quite. You don't need to check me below the waist, Lillian said. I was careful to minimize exposure. I took off the top half and tied it down, but I secured the waist tight before I did so, and I followed quarantine protocol. That's good, I said, keeping my voice neutral. She could have told me that minutes ago, before I'd undone the side of her skirt. I shifted my hand, and she let me pull it away. I fixed her skirt at the side, then gathered up her uniform shirt. I waited, watching the muscles move beneath skin, hair sliding from where I'd moved it over one shoulder to view her neck, tracing tickling lines against her. Suppressing a sigh, I drew back, relaxing. My hand lowered, resting on Jessie's cheek. I wished Jessie was awake. I wanted to wake her up. I had to keep myself from forming and prioritizing a list of questions. It was too easy to start thinking about what I might ask, in what order, if I could wake her up for 2 minutes, get 2 minutes of answers. Too easy for that what I might ask to become what I would ask, while I left the if in place. Then it would, somewhere along the line, cease being in place. She had wanted to be here, if I was remembering right. No guarantees on that. She'd wanted to keep me from sacrificing myself, to keep me sane, and to ensure that I had a lamb with me at all times, even in part. I'm done, Duncan, Lillian said. I'll assume you haven't had a chance to put your shirt back on, Duncan said. I'll keep my back turned. It hardly matters, when you're a doctor, Lillian said. I'm your friend, too. It's not as if I only ever see you during clinic hours at the hedge. He walked away, buttoning up his shirt. You sound like Mary, being all cavalier like that, I said, in Lillian's ear. And Mary sounds a bit like Helen. Duncan sounds like he's picking up some of the best traits of all of us. And me? Ashton asked, brightly, from a few feet to my left. I'm momentarily pretending you don't exist, I said. You're so rude, S.Y., Ashton said. Rude people don't make friends. I've got better people than mere friends, I said. I've got lambs. Now keep watching out that window, but cover your ears, please, and give us a moment of privacy. Ashton set Helen down on the table next to me, then raised his hands, covering his ears. He shifted position, so his back was to us, but his body pressed against the table. Presumably he was providing a barrier so that Helen wouldn't fall or get knocked off somehow. As for you, doctor, give me your hands, I told Lillian. She put her arms back, and I slid her uniform shirt over her hands, helping her into it. My hands on the front of the shirt, I brought it forward and around her upper body, until I was hugging her from behind. Whatever happens, I murmured. I have believed that you were one of the good ones since I believed that good ones existed at all. I have thoroughly believed, since a short while after that, that you had it in you to bring about a better future. I might not know what Hale is doing, I might be seriously concerned about the cards Frey is holding up her sleeve, but I trust in the lambs. I have faith in you. All of you, but you and Jessie in particular. It's why I can trust you when I don't trust myself. Lillian nodded. She pulled at my arms, making the hug tighter. You should have faith in yourself, S.Y. Too dangerous, I said. You should, she said, quiet, her voice firm. Across the room, Mary's head turned. A face had appeared in the window. I didn't let go of Lillian. I watched them. I really wished they'd open the door to check on us or say something. It would have given us an out. But they weren't that stupid. They wouldn't. There were few things I hated more than being contained. Being kept. I could remember some incidents after my appointments, where the pain had been too great, the confinement too awful. I'd rebelled against my surroundings. S.Y., Lillian said. I feel like you are preparing to sacrifice yourself. That this is the last hug, the last time we really speak, and you're going to hurl yourself out into whatever reality Hale and Frey have painted for us. Avis is sitting in the bowl of the window, next to Ashton, I said. Is she? She is. She's always been the messenger. So that's what I'm doing, saying what I need to say. Conveying the message. Ashton lowered his hands from his ears. Sorry, but something's happening out there. I released Lillian from the hug. I glanced at Duncan and Mary, who were talking at the other end of the room. Lillian moved away. I had to extricate myself, with Helen against one leg and Jessie leaning against my one shoulder. I placed Helen in Jessie's arms, and hopped down from the table. The town was being segregated. The people were hard to make out, but they were being forced out of the houses, out into the rain. Others were being gathered. Where the one group was being pushed out, unformed ranks and casual citizens and no organization whatsoever, moved further from the ship, the ones who were being allowed to gather closer to the ship were organizing themselves into rank and file. Quarantine, or the premise of quarantine. I wasn't sure it was her, but Lady Gloria appeared to be one of the figures being sent out with the teeming masses. The sick, the ones without quarantine suits and requisite rank. Depending on the degree to which that was a thing, it could utterly disarm us. The vulnerable would be our rebels, the key figures the Infante had no doubt run into, Gloria included, who we'd been using to steer things. They were the biggest fish of the small lakes and ponds, but the Infante's professors trumped even then. I'd expected this to a degree. I hadn't expected it to be nearly this severe. I'd expected them to use guns and fire. We'd seen something like it in. I grasped for the city's name. Lug. In Lug. Where Gordon had died. There, the cordon had closed, and everything within it destroyed. Here, it was almost more awful. The houses and homes were emptied, explosives shook the town where the inhabitants might not have opened the doors quickly enough or willingly left. People were sent out and left to stumble their way through the streets, trying to cover their heads. The battalion of soldiers lowered their weapons in unison, and then they began firing. Those who didn't move fast enough were gunned down. Those who did move fast enough were forced into the open fields, beyond the town, where the rain could pour on them, where the scattered few harvesters might lurk in the taller grass or the irrigated rows of crops. I worried some of those might be ours. While everyone fled, it was the tall woman who moved in the opposite direction. Against the flow. The tall woman, who marched against the tide, charging at the Infante's professors and the elite soldiers they were retaining for the voyage home. She endured the hail of bullets until she was 3/4 of the way to them. She stumbled for the first time, found her feet, and only made it another 2 steps before stumbling again. Then she fell. This was grim. More of the horrors of war, more of a reminder why I wanted to fight where we were fighting. I took a step away. I moved Helen aside, and I gathered Jessie up, preparing to lift her. My knees wobbled. I stopped. I'd tired myself out. I'll take her, Lillian said. I hesitated. I'll take care of her. Don't worry. Thank you, I said. Lillian gathered Jessie up. She's light. Yet. You didn't say no, you know, Lillian said. She pulled Jessie closer to her, and secured Jessie's grip. When I guessed you were planning on sacrificing yourself. No, I said. Don't, she said. I know you're thinking about it, I suspect you're faking being tired, so I take her, and you no longer have that burden that keeps you from throwing yourself into danger. I'm not thinking about it, I said. The scenes outside were very clear in my mind. The Infante. The soldiers on the deck. I won't. You said that so easily, she said. She sounded sad as she said it. She moved away, joining the others by the door. They were getting prepared, pulling boots back on, gathering their equipment. Ashton, I said. Do you have the light? He raised the light to the window. Are they there? Ashton flashed. The pattern was right for question. I remembered that much. Standing just behind him, I could see the response. Yes. The response was visible from within the rank and file of elite soldiers. Remind me, I said. No. Aggress, Ashton said, moving his free hand in the pattern. Aggress. They said it twice. We used to do that, Mary said. Blanks. They got our initial message. They knew the quarantine measures were coming. They're firing blanks. Good. That was good. We had soldiers among the crew that would board this ship. They would come to us. We had troops among the fallen, if they weren't entirely ours. I hoped they had protected themselves against the acid rain, or that the rain had thinned out enough, this far from the city, that it wouldn't hurt them too much. All we needed was for the Infante's professors to let their guards down. They could torch the town and walk away, seeing it as a job well done, and they could leave all of this behind, let their guards down, at least to some degree, and we could turn the tables. I almost felt like this was workable. Almost. Then Frey made her move. Crown of Thorns 20.13. Too much forethought to be Mauer, especially with the resources that were apparent. Too counterintuitive to be the crown. Hale was pinned down and didn't have the means, the resources, position, or forewarning to pull this off. A tangle was emerging from the town. Its overall shape was different, it almost had a color scheme, because the bodies that formed it were all wearing crown uniforms, and it had something resembling a head, though the angle of our view from the window meant that all I could make out was a singular dark shape. In terms of size, it was as large as the largest tangle we'd seen in the city itself, large enough to touch the ground and the top of the tallest wall around the academy itself. The tangle wasn't the entirety of it. There were people from the town marching alongside with the thing. They had flanked the rank and file of the elite soldiers and the Infante's professors. Now the tangle was charging in. Our people were in that mess. People we were counting on to get us out of this cell. Something like this had taken planning. It had taken premeditation, and it had taken a keen mind. Frey. I slammed one fist against the window, my jaw set. What happened? Mary asked. I turned to face her. Some specialized tangle is being directed, working with a small rebel group. It just attacked the soldiers. It might be going after the professors. Oh, Ashton said. Oh, that's not the plan. I turned back around. The dead were starting to rise, now that many of the guns were being trained on the tangle. The dead that had feigned death after being shot at with empty cartridges turned on the army, with improvised weapons and guns of their own. It wasn't enough. Too few of them compared to the soldiers that had been selected to get a ride home. They were taking the action of the tangle here to be some kind of cue from us, the sign that they should move in, catch the main army by surprise, and we would crush them. The problem being that our rebels and double agents were still in there. Can you concoct anything to get us out of here? An acid, an explosive. They confiscated everything we could theoretically use, Lillian said. I have some packets of poison in my bra and some pills and small blades hidden in my clothing, but that's not going to do anything. Fingertip syringes? I asked. 1. They're too much of a pain to maintain, and it affects circulation, Lillian said, sounding a little defeated. It's nothing we can use. I used everything I had on that rooftop, Duncan said. I nodded. Ashton, holding the light, began flashing the signal for help. It was a good thought. I wasn't sure the people positioned to offer that help were close enough to give it. There wasn't much to be done except to watch. The army tried to defend its position, making a fighting retreat into the ship, and the tangle attacked the ramp. The professors at the rear lines were among a scant few who made it into the ship before the ramp went to pieces. I could feel the heavy doors below slamming shut. The impact reverberated through the ship. And that would be the doors to the boarding ramp, I said. The others shared looks. Duncan dropped his bag to the floor. I punched the metal reinforced wall. The impact didn't even reverberate across the wall in question. The sound of the rain against the side of the ship had changed. The gunfire had petered out, replaced by a periodic dull thud. Twice, we had been hit in a way that had made the entire ship shift, something integral giving way. A hand on my head made me stir. I lay on the table, my chest to Jessie's back. Lillian stood beside me, one eye on the window, one hand on my head. I'm not going to do that, Ashton, Duncan was saying. I'd missed the lead up to that conversation. If you don't remember everything, I could help you brainstorm. You have paper in your bag. First of all, no, Duncan said. Yes. If it's a chance. It's not. Believe me. I have spent months of my life poring over the texts, records, and paperwork pertaining to your project. I moved my head, looking up at Lillian. What's this? Ashton being Ashton, she said. I nodded, lowering my head, so it rested on my folded arm again. Get creative, then, Ashton said. You're not made of sturdy enough stuff. Also, there's no guarantee you're going to go back to the same configuration. I don't care. You care. You get fussy when your hair gets messed up. You want me to dismantle you? Take you apart into your constituent pieces, and put something together that can break down a door. Yes. No. It's made to handle warbeasts headbutting it. It's not going to work, Ashton. Then get creative, Ashton said, exasperated. Maybe instead of beating it down you can do the opposite. Pull it down. Or suck it down. I remember my doctors saying there's great power in vacuum. It's part of how my pheromone dispensary works. Or you could make me into something small enough to fit through that window. I could use the handle and get us out. It really doesn't work that way, Ashton, and we'd need to break that thick glass first, which might be doable if we rigged you to generate suction, which would probably take a fancy lab to manage, mind you. Improvise, Ashton said. No, Duncan said. And if we generated you to do that, we could hardly then change your function unilaterally to get you through the window to the handle. Ashton huffed in annoyance. It's locked anyway, Mary said. I paid attention to it as they brought us in here. Duncan extended his hands in Mary's direction. SY has lockpicks, at the very least, Ashton said. So we're talking about 2 minor surgeries and a teeny tiny bit of improvisation to go with it, and I'll take size lockpicks with me when I go through the window. Ashton, Duncan said. Yes, Duncan. You know you're one of my favorite people. I didn't, but it's nice to hear. Thank you, Duncan. You're my number 2 favorite person after Helen. Okay. Well, keep in mind, if you keep this line of argument up the entire time we're on our way to the Crown Capital, I'm probably going to strangle you dead by the time we arrive, favorite person or no. Fine, Ashton said. I think that makes you mentally disturbed to a worrisome level, but fine. It's not like I don't have experience dealing with that type. I cleared my throat. Oh, SY woke up, Ashton said. I thought you were asleep. I'm awake-ish, I said. Conserving strength, in case we get an opportunity to do anything. I was just talking about you, you know, Ashton said. I know, I said. What do you think, he asked. I think I trust Duncan. I think they have to open the door at some point, and there's a good chance it'll be soon, if nobody has claimed ownership of that tangle. They might assume it's ours. That's true, Mary said. We're also overdue for food and water. If they don't plan to let us expire, then they'll have to open the door to give us something. That's our opportunity. Barring exceptional circumstances, though, we'll hear the locks on that door turn, it'll open, and we'll get a chance. We'll have to capitalize on that chance. They've been careful so far, Mary said. We'll. The door handle squeaked, the locks grinding as the tumblers turned. Figure it out, I said. I climbed down from the table. Mary positioned herself to be behind the door as it swung open. The rest of us moved toward the doorway. The door swung wide enough that it banged against the wall. Mary evaded it, then leaped up, climbing the side of the one heavy metal door until she was perched on top of it, weapon in hand. It was Emmett, with Nora standing behind him. I gestured, and Mary hopped down. Frey? I asked. Emmett nodded. Thanks for coming, I said. We thought you might need it, Nora said. She shifted position, and her claws scraped against the floor of the tunnel. You were gone for a while. We tried to take captives to interrogate, but we're not very good at that. We played to other strengths, Abby said, peering around the door, into the room. Hi Ashton. Hi. Where's Helen? Abby asked. She's here, Ashton said. He pointed in my direction. Abby looked our way, her expression concerned. I don't see her. Ashton, Duncan said. Why don't you go to Abby right now? Keep her calm, as all of this must be very stressful, and Abby doesn't deal well with stress. I'm not dumb, Abby said. What's going on? Why does Ashton need to keep me so calm? She stepped further into the room. Ashton approached her. Then she saw Helen. Her hands went to her mouth, her eyes moved in different directions, and she tipped over. Emmett caught her. Yeah, Duncan said, quiet. Nora looked very alarmed, peering into the room. She tensed at a sound from further down the hall. We collected ourselves and our invalids, acting before our rescuers became too distressed. I helped Lillian get a grip on Jessie, and took her bag to ease the burden. It was too light, too much of it confiscated or spent. The hallway was largely empty. What happened to Helen? Nora asked. She got sick. We cut her down to the healthy bits. Duncan is confident that he, Lillian, and Professor Ibbot can put her back the way she was. Nora, her face barely visible beneath the shroud she wore, was nonetheless clearly displeased at that. Fill us in, I said. The Crown forces are at the top deck and the doors. Everything else is a mess, Nora said. Both sides retreated to their corners. It's scary, the way things are right now. Everything's scary to you, I thought. Define these corners. I can't even tell. Lara can't either, she says. Both sides are shooting and fighting each other, but it's all a jumble. This ship isn't going anywhere, the city is filled with fighting but there are no clear battle lines we can make out. We're trying to communicate with our people, but some of the ones who were relaying messages got hurt in the fighting. Some might be dead. Her voice changed with that last statement. Abby was starting to recover. Ashton eased her down until she was walking. They fell behind the rest of the group as Ashton got Abby to start moving again. He spoke to her in a low, calm voice. There's a chance Frey just wanted to make this conflict as even as possible, let both sides hurt each other until they could be destroyed. Toss out big plays to help one side, even things out, knowing that neither side can afford to back down. Is that what Avis was doing at the roof? Lillian asked. Taking us down to the point we were on an even keel with the others, so we'd be as hurt as they were at the end? Or was it to keep us from tilting the scales in ways she couldn't predict? I don't know, I said. Both make sense. What's her end goal? Mary asked. I'd love to know that, I said. Footsteps tromped down the hall. The acoustics made it very audible. Mary and Emmett picked up their pace, pulling ahead of the group. We reached a T-junction in the ship's labyrinthine interior and Mary and Emmett caught up with the soldiers as they hurried down the hallway. They hadn't expected trouble, their guns weren't even in their hands, let alone raised. Emmett, for all his strength, wasn't graceless. He didn't waste many movements, and he almost seemed gentle, in a weird way. He seemed willing to smash someone's head against the wall with less force than necessary, leaving them stunned but otherwise conscious and alive, and he'd move on to the next, returning to the stunned individual before they had fully recovered. Mary, for her part, was very efficient in ending lives. She finished with the second half of the squad of 8, then started on Emmett's leftovers. Ashton reached up to pat Nora's long neck. She'd turned her face away from the violence. The fallen soldiers were a chance for us to restock. Ammo, rifles, knives. I found a keyring on the captain's belt and brought it with me. I'm going to need something, Mary said. From them? Ashton asked. No, Mary said. Lillian or Duncan. If you have it, I might need a combat drug. You usually shy away from those, Lillian said. Usually, Mary said. She left it at that. I kept an eye out and listened, but I kept my mouth shut as the conversation played out. I found a revolver and checked it had bullets in the cylinder, closing it back up again before Lillian uttered a response. This will do, then. Take it a minute before a fight. Or during the fight, if you are willing to wait a minute for it to kick in. I will, Mary said. It would have been silent, if not for Abby and Ashton's conversation in the background, inaudible. Do we need jackets for the rain? I asked, to break the quiet. It doesn't burn the skin anymore, Nora said. Good, I said. No other signs or symptoms. Not that I saw. Lara says it's safe enough, some crown soldiers have their hoods down out there. Good, I said. Assuming we wanted out, which way do we go? Emmett pointed. Thanks. Out, in our case, involved taking an odd route. We headed down into the front of the ship. The tunnels all narrowed, feeding into a main hallway. There were several security doors, not unlike the ones we'd had at the entrance to our cells. These ones, at least, had locks on either side. We could open locks. The crew of the ship were concentrated into key areas, and the result was that many of the hallways and side rooms were dark and empty. They'd been planning on keeping a small army in here, with others included, and the army hadn't had a chance to board before the ramp had been destroyed, the doors sealed. Lara says there's trouble, Nora said. She's with Bo Peep, Quentin, Red, and Fuzzy. Fuzzy? Duncan asked. Abby's. He helped us get in. They're at the front of the ship. They're hiding, but there's a patrol of soldiers there, Nora said. They're going to find them in a minute. Her body language and voice reflected her fear. Are we going to get there in time? Lillian asked. Are we close? Emmett glanced over his shoulder, shaking his head. Okay, I said. Listen, tell Lara they need to act relaxed. Calm down. They shouldn't be bothered if any crown soldiers see them. Have them say they're companions and pets for aristocrats that are supposed to get on board. Lara doesn't act calm, Ashton said. Abby nodded. That's fine. Just, if they ask, Lara's master likes them weird. And scared. Nora nodded. She didn't speak, and she didn't reply. She was relaying the message. Have Red and Bo Peep take point, if possible. They were actually supposed to be companions and pets for aristocrat brats. For one event, at least. We reached yet another security door. I heard Nora make a small sound of protest as we reached it. Anxious. Wanting to get through this. I already had the key out, but the heavy lock needed several rotations. My hand hurt from punching the metal wall of the ship. I didn't get the full set of instructions to them, about Red and Bo Peep, Nora said. The soldiers are talking to them now. The door opened. Emmett raised a finger to his lips, and gestured the signal for caution. We had to walk down the rest of the hallway. It took a minute, and by the time we reached the end, we could hear the voices. Here, of all places, a soldier asked. It's where they feed those things, and Lara needs a specialized diet, Red said. We were told to come here and wait if anything came up. They weren't sure where their quarters would be. Why are you armed? The hallway continued, but it became a kind of bridge, stabbing out into the center of a massive cargo hold, 20 feet above the floor of the hold, the walls another 20 feet away in each direction. Glass cases with metal bands and great metal pillars reinforcing them held fleshy masses, which extended a solid 30 feet from the floor to the ceiling. The things that made this entire thing ambulatory. More glass and metal reinforcement sheltered the parts of each leg that sprawled across the floor below. It let the mouths be near one another for feeding. A port in the floor presumably allowed supplies to be easily moved in, as the ship lowered down over top of them, or it provided a way for the life forms to drink. The bridge forked into two sets of stairs, leading left and right, and the soldiers were gathered on the stairs. Lara, Red, Bo Peep, Quentin, and Fuzzy were all together, on the ground floor. One of the glass cases was cracked. They'd come in through one of the openings the legs stuck out of. The soldiers were facing forward. There was no reason they should have been worried about what was behind them, especially with the security doors they'd locked behind them every step of the way. Perhaps it was a fear of someone or something coming up from the side or underside of the bridge that made one of the soldiers turn to look. Mary threw a pair of knives. One sank into his heart, the other into his throat. He gurgled, but that sound alone wasn't quite enough to draw attention. She hauled on the strings, trying to keep him upright as he started to tip, ready to collapse down the stairs. It bought us the seconds we needed. I threw myself at the man Mary had thrown the knives at, knocking him down the stairs, so he bowled into the soldiers below him, knocking them over. I was already running and stumbling on top of them when Emmett went after the men on the other staircase. I ran over the fallen and went after the captain at the head of the group, leaping. A fair share of the pent-up frustration from our incarceration was unleashed on the soldiers. Nora, Emmett, and Red offered their contributions, with Nora appearing from the staircase, and Red bringing her wood axe around in a swing. Fuzzy, as it turned out, was a crown war beast of the canine variety. A reptile wolf with horns, not much bigger than a proper wolf. Once Abby was in sight, she was able to give it an order. It barked, rather than attacking. If that was intentional, it worked just fine. It distracted, drawing attention, without jumping into the skirmish and biting at what might have been one of us. Helen's gone, Abby said, her voice rather flat. The fact that she'd spoken was what clued me into the fact that we'd wrapped things up. None of the enemies stood. Not gone, Ashton said. Put away in a very tidy way. Abby made a face, glancing at Duncan, who held Helen. Lara hugged her body with her claws. Bo Peep, too, looked distressed. Helen was popular with the little ones. Even Emmett, if I was reading our taciturn Bruno right, was looking tense. She's fine, Ashton said. Really? We'll put her back to normal. He wasn't terribly convincing. It was Red who spoke up, before anyone else. I believe you. Why do you say that like not believing me is an option? Ashton asked. I've always been honest, unless I had to lie for a mission. It's not you, Lillian said. It's not, Ashton. It's... Helen looks bad. That's a scary way to see someone you care about. It's like seeing SY when he's not at his best. Or Nora or Lara mid-molt. They're reacting to the sight of it. I saw a lot, in Fair's labs, Red said. I saw people, pruned down. So things could be added, or so work could be done on parts of them before they were put back. Fair's disgusted me. She was reprehensible. But she made them beautiful, in a twisted way. I can believe you'll get your Helen back, beautiful in her twisted way, too. I saw some of those too, Bo Peep said. I was one of them, I think. You were, Red said. Bo Peep still wasn't looking up or at any of us. Abby went to her side, picking up Quentin with one hand before taking one of Peep's hands in her own. Thank you for coming, I addressed the group. We'll need another way out, Nora said. We used Fuzzy to relay us up. The legs are dangerous to touch, but Fuzzy can do it. But he can't take all of us. I pointed at the door in the floor, help me with that, then. Frey's little maneuver had upended everything. The tangle was still there, working its way down streets, searching for bodies to add to its mass. Its head was, to look at it, a great insectal war beast. We'd observed it from the window, once we'd resigned ourselves to the fact that the rebels and converts we'd signaled weren't in a position to help us. We'd tracked where it had come from and where it was going. It took time for everyone to get to the ground. We had to descend by chain, and there were only 2 chains long enough. Fuzzy, Abby, and Bo Peep descended by way of one of the legs that was curled out. To all appearances, the leg things had been poisoned or killed. The war had settled. The front lines were being held by the crown, but there wasn't any meaningful leadership. The Infante was supposed to be that leadership, but he was dead. The professors were leadership of another sort, and they were here, a distance from the city. There wasn't enough infrastructure surrounding all of this for people to get the orders they were waiting for. The ground was sodden. A vast carpet of grass and clover was dying where it had survived so many years, bred to thrive in the rain-soaked region around Radham. The acid was responsible for that, no doubt. The landscape was a patchwork of crops, but those crops sagging and dying. Many of the dead had been left where they were. Buildings were damaged, and as dark as things were, no lights were on within any of the buildings I could see. No, the lights were in streets, where various soldiers and groups of soldiers had gathered, ready to defend their positions. Crown and rebel. Locals and outsiders. We had to navigate dangerous territory. There were streets now flooding because the bodies piled along one side formed a kind of barrier, keeping the water from draining into the soil. That floodwater would be capable of melting flesh. The soldiers in defensive lines were prepared to shoot at the first signs of trouble. It wasn't a big town, either. I could have walked across it in 3/4 of an hour, even accounting for the winding streets that were apparently designed for meandering. Mary raised her rifle. I followed the line of the rifle. Avis. I could hit her, she said. Not saying I will or would, but I could. Theoretically. No need, I said. She saw us, we saw her. No surprises. It left things open. No surprises, too, that they sent their envoy. I remember you, the stitched girl said. Some of you. You're a lot older than last time. Hello, Wendy, Lillian said. You won't hurt my colleagues? Wendy asked. Colleagues. A weird word. Not friends, not master or masters. Depends on a lot of things, I said. I'm not very good at figuring those things out, Wendy said. A simple answer might be better. It was Lillian who stepped forward, still carrying Jessie. We won't hurt them if they don't hurt us. Then please come with me, Wendy said. We followed her. Stacks of wood with covers over them and rings of rubble hemming them in burned, casting orange light here and there. I wondered if there was another purpose for it. In the distance, the tangle smashed itself against the hull of the ship. A drum with a beat so slow that the last beat was nearly forgotten by the time the next arrived. A stark contrast to the endless patter of rain. As we entered the corner of the city that Frey had taken for herself, we passed innumerable alleyways and buildings with people within. It wasn't a high density of people. 1 or 2 to an alleyway. 1 in a window. But they were armed, and they had grim expressions. The expressions of people who had lost everything. They hadn't come with either army. I had my suspicion about what was at play. I wished my memory was better, that Jessie was around for me to ask, to clarify it, and frame the upcoming discussion. Warren and Avis greeted us, standing to one side of a fountain in the center of a broad intersection of 2 streets. The area might have served as a farmer's market, or a place for festivals to be held. Warren was tall, a monster of a man, muscle taken to extremes. His expression, there was a darkness in it that changed him. He had been human once, his head and brain were ordinary, a stark contrast to the pounds of muscle he wore in his overall frame, but he'd seen or experienced something and the humanity was gone, or it was close to being gone. He wore a white button-up shirt, suspenders, and black trousers. His boots were large enough for me to stick my head in. He reached out to put a hand on Wendy's back as she came to stand beside him. Ava's expression was dark. She hunched over, a heavy coat covering her body and wings. She looked like she was aging in fast motion, compared to the actual years that had passed. She'd been a young lady when I'd first seen her, as my shoddy memory went. She'd aged, suffering the Duke's punishment. She'd aged more, in Frey's company, when I'd seen her in Beetle. She looked like a crone now, hunched over the way she was, her wings gathered up behind her. I looked at some of the people who stood off to one side. A man and a woman. Another woman. I noted the resemblance to Warren. This particular event had struck a little close to home. Frey isn't here? I asked. Warren shook his head, slowly. I saw the darkness in his expression. She finally revealed what she's all about. Hey. I asked. The scowl deepened. Crown of Thorns 20.14. Previous next. I took a step forward. I saw Warren react, lowering his head a fraction. Avis, however, stiffened, taking a step forward. I stopped where I was. If I went any further, Avis was going to act. When I first heard of Frey, I thought of her as a sister, I said. Don't, Avis said. Don't. I asked. Don't try to relate to us, don't try to form a connection. We know who you are, we've kept an eye on you all for a long time. We were there for Breckwell, where the various rebel factions met, we saw what unfolded during and after. Whatever you're going to say, don't. Considering you tried to kill us earlier today, I think the fact that I'm talking to you and not actively ambushing you is darn magnanimous, I said. Warren turned his head, looking at Avis. I didn't have the best recollection of him, but I did have the impression that was to some degree his usual expression. I tried to formulate an impression of what he was expressing, with the baseline being a barely suppressed fury. Even with all of that in mind, he looked bothered by what I'd said. Warren and Avis weren't on the same page, it seemed. There was also the events that led to you being imprisoned, before you found your way to Frey, Mary said. The tried and true tactic of driving in a wedge, Avis said. She spoke like someone with a broken spirit, as if she was farther away than she was. I don't think it's driving in a wedge to remark on the fact that you assisted in the kidnapping of hundreds of children, so they could be used to create Percy's army. Avis nodded slowly. Warren's eyes still bored into her. She took a few steps to the side, then slumped down, sitting on the edge of the fountain. No answer. I asked. You acted against us, alerting the Crown before we could get properly underway, Avis said. If Percy had succeeded, if I hadn't been caught, you wouldn't be standing there, I wouldn't be sitting here, and the sun wouldn't be setting on the Crown States. Maybe in that situation, I could have argued it was necessary. Maybe, Mary said. Maybe not. Maybe not, Avis said. Would you do it again? Lillian asked. Avis didn't move. Lillian went on, I'm asking because I'm standing here, I left the Crown behind, I've taken one side in a war, and we sent soldiers into this. We attacked them. Guns, knives, acid, parasites. Worse things. You have your tangle there. We had ours. They were soldiers fighting for what I feel is the wrong side, but they're people. I'm wondering what the distance is between you and me. You're nothing like her, I said. Lillian pursed her lips. It's not about right and wrong, Avis said. It is, Duncan said. It has to be. That war was fought and lost long before you were born, lambs, Avis said. You're. She stopped. What? I asked. What are we? Your children, Avis said. If you're even thinking in those terms, it's because it's something the Crown hasn't fully stamped out of the storybooks and the children's games. We leave it behind as we become adults. Most of us. They stamped out good and evil as concepts. They've left it so far beyond them that it's almost forgotten. There's only their truth and those who reject it, now. If we try to drag right and wrong into it, good and evil, then we're already lost. That's why Mauer lost. To her right, our left, Warren shook his head. As for me. She's not wrong. This ceased being about that a long time ago. The voice had a different tenor to it, now. A different sound. We were free. We were so close. We'd slain one god. I felt like I was almost in a position to give that voice what it had bargained for. I could give it what it wanted, and maybe, just maybe, I could get what I'd asked for. Frey surprised you, didn't she? I asked. Please, none of this prattle, Avis said. The head games, the machinations. You're right, I'm wrong. I fought for what I believed, and I've been defeated. The only fight I had in me was purchased with drugs and a heavy toll on my mind and body. I haven't realized what it was costing me until today. That she asked me to pay that price, without ever asking. She does that, I said. I think, anyway. Do you think? Avis asked. There was an almost sarcastic, condescending tone to her voice. Really? I haven't seen any evidence to the contrary. Ever since we met, I've been trying to convey to you that you're blind, that you're children. That you don't realize your place in things. Nothing you've done has changed my mind. Let me show you. Today. Give me a chance. She shook her head. I'm not the one to give you that. Whatever you're going to say, there's no need for it. You could walk away, if you don't want to hear me out, I said. You could fly away, if you had anywhere to go. You don't. She was silent and still. I turned my focus to Warren. Frey led you this far and, whatever happened, she's dropped you. Surprise. You've clearly got family here, big guy, but, where do you take them? The Crown States are nearly gone. Wherever you were hiding before, it's probably been swallowed up by the devastation and decay that's eating this nation, now that you're not there. Where are you going to go? He glared at me with very blue eyes. I was aware of the eyes that were watching. They'd mounted an attack. Then what had happened? Frey had moved on to the next step of her plan. Where was she? When he spoke, his voice was deep, though not as deep as I might have expected it to be. He almost resembled the man he must have been, once upon a time. With you? He asked. I spread my arms. No, he said. I let my arms fall to my sides. No, Avis said. Okay, I said. That's regrettable. Is that a threat? Avis asked. No, I said. It's just, regrettable. Perhaps, she said. Duncan put a hand on my shoulder. He cleared his throat. What can you tell us about Frey? Where is she? She's off saving humanity, Avis said. Saving humanity? Lillian asked. It's what she said, when I met her on the hill outside the city. That hill, off in the distance, Avis said. She raised one arm, so it extended outside of the covering she wore, pointing. Now she acts. What's she doing? Lillian asked. Destroying everything else, Avis said, the words nearly drowned out by the sound of the rain. There was no surprise on Warren's face, which only drove the statement home. The other lambs were silent, the bystanders weren't close enough to have heard. Avis had said the words with a volume that hadn't been meant to reach any ears that weren't ours. How? I asked. Where is she? Avis shook her head. Lillian stepped forward, raising her voice. If there's any part of you that feels guilty for what you were complicit in. Avis shook her head again. Lillian clenched her hands. She still held Jessie. Mary stepped forward, taking one of those clenched hands in her own. Avis seemed oblivious to it all. Oblivious to everything. When you acted against us, I said. When you drew the attention of the soldiers, and tried to get us killed. Had Frey already abandoned you then? There was no response. She seemed to be getting more and more stubborn, not less. There were no chinks in the armor because the armor was gone, destroyed. I suspected I was right. What was it Avis said back at the roof? I asked. We'd only get in Genevieve Frey's way, Ashton volunteered. I nodded to myself. She was talking about what Frey is doing now. She wants this, on some level, or she's not opposed to it. She's a lost cause, I said. And she's lost. Avis didn't move or respond. Warren, I said, with a tone and urgency that betrayed renewed enthusiasm and desperation both. Changing targets. You can't want this. You've got family there. Whatever this is, you've seen the plague, you know these things are never neat and tidy. You don't know who I am, Warren said. You're a person who didn't deserve what happened to him, I said. In a world where an awful lot of things happen to people who don't deserve those things. Tell me I'm wrong about that. He hesitated. Tell me I'm wrong, I said, cutting into his thoughts. You're not, he said. If you're both telling the truth about this, it's going to be horrendous. Are you going to help those things happen? Wrongs, meted out to people who don't deserve it. He took his time responding again. It was as if he was so unused to talking that it took him time to find the words. I was born into the wrong world. I studied cars, not horses. But the horses won before I even started studying. Living horses, dead horses, horses in name only. This world chewed me up and spat me out. This world, he'd said. He had the power to tell us what we needed to know about Frey. Faced with the question of whether he was willing to stop her from destroying everything else, he was caught in an existential mire. The world hadn't been kind to him. He hadn't seen enough of it that he wanted to preserve. Avis and I are very different people. But I think we're similar in one thing, Warren said. I didn't want to ask. I didn't want to help him down this course. I asked anyway, because I suspected the answer, and I knew he'd need to get it out of his system if he was going to ever listen to us. What's that? We were hurt. We suffered beyond imagining, and we had almost nothing left to lose. I wished I could remember more about Ava's fate. The memory had been so close to the memories of Jamie that they were complicated to handle. I'd let them atrophy. They were too far away, in too many senses. What had I said, before? When I first heard of Frey, I thought of her as a sister. I'd seen a commonality there. Now, I felt as though I was facing down these people. Frey had picked up two of the most unlikely, ill-suited people to join her. She wanted to save humanity and she'd collected a man who lost his connection to humanity, and a woman who'd been tested and found that humanity wanting. Now they were looking at me, and I wondered if they saw Frey. If my words could never reach them because Frey had burned that bridge. I turned away from Warren. There might have been something in my expression that the others saw, because their expressions shifted in kind. Well, not Ashton's. Not Jessie's. Looking at Jessie was my reminder about what I wanted to preserve in the now, what I selfishly wanted to have with me in the present moment. Lillian was what I wanted to fight for, divorced from what the voice was pushing for. Some of my warmest moments with Mary were in the past. That I danced so well with her was because of that background, the steps and patterns that I'd engraved into a brain that held far less permanence than most. We were the people we surrounded ourselves with. Maybe that was why I had such a hard time understanding Frey, when these people seemed to reflect so little on who she was and what she seemed to be striving for. When I saw her like I saw the snake charmer, Cynthia, or the primordial child, I hallucinated a fractured face, looking in multiple directions, where nothing pulled together. "SY," Lillian said. There was urgency in her voice. My eyes stopped roving over the group. "It's okay," I said. I stepped past Ashton, musing up his hair on the way. I took 2 hands, met another set of eyes, and jerked my head in a direction. It was Bo Peep and Red, who I presented to Warren and Avis. Red stopped when Avis tensed, while Bo Peep made it several steps deeper into that open territory. Abby, Ashton, and Emmett joined the pair. Abby stood closer to Bo Peep. Emmett, Nora, and Lara hung further back, closer to Red. "I was hurt too," Bo Peep said. "It's different, I'm sure," Avis said, with emotion. "They ripped out my sense of time. I experienced eternity. The lambs would like to say I've done wrong, but I've repaid that wrong by experiencing hell. I don't really know what that is," Bo Peep said. "I don't understand. I'm sorry." "Then shut up," Avis said. "Go away." "I can't. Not when you're talking about someone destroying everything. Almost everything." "Yes. Then I can't." Avis looked away from Bo Peep, meeting my eyes. If this is an attempt to elicit sympathy. I started to shake my head. Bo Peep beat me to it with a, "No. You don't understand," Avis said. "There's no point discussing." "There is a point," Bo Peep said. "They're going to hurt everything that isn't humanity. It would hurt me. I haven't done anything. I want to live." Avis shook her head. "I want to live," Peep said. "Please. Ask Warren. He actually cares." "Please," Bo Peep said. Warren was staring Emmett down. They were something of a pair. A difference mainly in ages. 2 taciturn Brunos. "Please," Bo Peep said again. "Warren." I wondered what was going through Warren's head, as he looked at his counterpart. Ashton took a step forward. "Don't," Avis said. "Don't try. I have weapons. Hurting you will take the last ounce of strength I have, but I'll do it. I'll signal our forces and they'll shoot from the flanks." "Okay," Ashton said. He shifted his grip, then held Helen up and out. Arms straight, Helen held so that the bottom end of her was just above Ashton's head. The rain poured down, soaking Ashton, running down his arms, soaking Helen, running down blood-stained bandage. "We'd changed the bandages not long ago." Warren stared at Ashton and Helen. There was still so much anger in his eyes. It was Avis who asked, "What's that?" "It's my favorite person in the world," Ashton said. "This is her, now." A frown creased the space between Avis' eyebrows. Warren looked away. Avis didn't. "What am I supposed to take away from that?" Avis asked. "She's my favorite person," Ashton said. "I don't think she would want to be left out." Avis stared at Helen. Helen was just heavy enough that Ashton's arms were already starting to tremble with the strain of holding her aloft. "Please," Bo Peep said. Abby took her hand. Quentin stood between the two, moving his head so the top if it was beneath the edge of her skirt, as if it was a hat. "Keeping the rain off." "You keep saying that," Avis said. "You can't even articulate an argument." "I'm not good at arguing. All I know is that I want to live. State demands at least, so I can make you go away." "3 things," I said. I made sure my voice carried. Many of the younger lambs turned their heads to look at me. "Whatever the means of controlling that tangle is, we need it." "It doesn't matter anymore," Avis said. "Everything matters at this stage. It won't be any good for you. It uses scent markers. We designed a war beast to draw the attention of the, you called them tangles. It takes over. You'd need to fly to leave the right trails." "We'll manage," I said. 3 things, she said. She'd made no move to give us the first. I wondered if this depended on us naming the right things. "We'll need some way to communicate with your other forces in this city. The attack on Radham has served its purpose. There's no need for more people to die. That's one of the least important things you need to concern yourself with right now." "All the same," I said. "And the 3rd thing. If you won't outline what Frey's plan is, then give us Wendy," I told her. "Wendy's been there from the beginning. I presume she remembers some of it." "Wendy?" Avis asked. She turned her head. "Oh, yes, hello," Wendy said, in response. "I would offer you tea, but things are messy right now." Her head surveyed the devastation around us. A town that had been overturned to serve as a military outpost, shaken by infighting, scattered with dead and doused in acid and parasites. There wasn't a single surface or expanse that was unaffected. No rooftop, no wall, no window. "That's all right," Ashton said. He'd lowered Helen, and now cradled her against his chest. "It's understandable. Thank you all the same." "You're welcome," Wendy said. I glanced at the city, hearing the rain and the steady beat of the tangle against the ship's exterior. "She hid it from us." "That was the betrayal," Avis said. I nodded. "The offer to abandon the crown. The offer Gordon had almost taken. It was a plan with layers. Fail-safes. You're about to find out what was which. Everything served 2 purposes. The leashing and sterilization. Everything else." I heard the voice, and I made the connection. "Inoculation?" I asked. Avis glanced at Warren, then shrugged. "Groundwork." There was a defeat in the statement. I'd thought of her as a crone before, but she withered a touch more, even admitting that much. "Go with them, Wendy," Warren said. "Tell them what they need. Help them if they ask for it. Are you sure? Wendy asked. I'm sure. Wendy looked momentarily concerned. Go, Warren said. Be brave. Yes, sir. I'll try. Wendy approached the younger lambs, because they were closer. Abby took her hand. Protect her from the dark, Warren said. No dark rooms. No closed spaces. All right, I said. I immediately recognized what he was saying for what it was. She likes music. In all the years I've spent with Genevieve, I've been trying to help her find a song. I looked at Jessie, who rode piggyback on Lillian's back, fast asleep. I reached out and beneath her hood to touch her hair. I was already thinking about a scroll phone for the music, I said. The machine? Warren asked. The machine, I said. Something in Warren seemed to ease. A burden off his shoulders, a thing long lost come to roost, perhaps, or a circle finally closing. The anger seemed to fade. That will do, thank you, he said. He twisted around, beckoning. Soldiers from the fringes approached. Go. Round up the other groups. Cease fire all around. You're sure? The soldier asked. Warren nodded. You could come yourself, Mary said. It would make more sense. No, Warren said. Why not? She asked. Because, Warren said, drawing in a breath. He looked in the direction of his family. A long time ago, I pledged revenge. I need to put that to rest. You pledged revenge against your family? Lillian asked. No, he said. But I think I wanted it more than anything. If I walk away now, I won't return. I won't heal what made that wanting possible. Avis moved her coat, and revealed a long bandolier of vials. She unclasped it, and pulled it free, so it was a strap, rather than a band. She swung it to one side, and I worried the tail end of it would smash against the fountain's edge. Then, last question, I said. Where is she? You know where, Avis said. She swung the belt of vials the other way and released it, so it would fly through the air. Duncan was the one who jumped forward to catch it in both arms. I would have, but I was fairly sure my legs were too tired, and I trusted the others to handle it. I was standing close enough to him that when everyone had looked Duncan's way, they could see me raise my arm. I gestured. We left the two people sitting by the fountain. Wendy walked with us. The soldiers that had been sent with us weren't ours, but they served our purposes. They knew roughly where their people had retreated to the residents of this city. Lost, confused, they had been rallied by Warren's relations, and they had fought for their well-being. Once they were taken care of, made to stand down, a scattered few joining us, we could find the others. Pierre, Shirley, Junior, Davis and the treasurer, BEA, Fang, Rudy, Possum, Gordos, Mabel. Some were in smaller groups. Some were being held prisoner. Some held others prisoner. Too many of them were hurt. Acid burns, excision marks from scalpels. Davis was out of the fight, which was a damn shame. Possum hadn't been in it from the beginning, a non-fighter. Rudy hadn't been in it since the plague had gotten him. There would be more Rudis before the day was over. I worried, looking at the work done to carve away the plague, throughout our soldiers' ranks, that there were already another 20 or 30, in varying degrees of intensity. We only had a few hundred people here. I wanted to make all of this worth what they had put into it. You did a good job, Ashton said, his voice quiet. He was talking to Helen. Good negotiating. Your finest performance yet. In another light, that could be construed as insulting, Duncan said. I think it's very positive, Wendy said. Compliments are nice. I like her, Ashton said. Of course you do, Duncan said. Wendy beamed at him, oblivious. I stepped away, joining the others. Mabel was taking point on the dispersal of Ava's chemical markers. We didn't have a means of flight, but we did have access to a scattered few war beasts. The treasurer had been acting as Davis' second in command for a while now, and Davis had been acting as our de facto general when Jessie and I were otherwise occupied, which we so often were. Not in the rude way. Not always. We had other nefarious things that occupied us, being lambs and all. The treasurer organized our troops, so to speak. When I raised my hand, gesturing, and swept it down as though I was bringing the executioner's axe down on a stretched-out neck, it was the treasurer who started shouting the orders. The chemicals drew Frey's tangle away. Our army stormed the doors and other access points. We had already opened the one hatch in the front of the ship. Our chains were still dangling there. The defending forces were light. What remained was to take every length of chain and rope we could acquire from the city, and enact a means of getting our army up and inside. Lillian came to stand beside me. She hugged my arm. She didn't have Jessie with her anymore. A task delegated to a stitched, again. We stood there, watching. Mary passed us, limping, and shot us a brief smile. Not a happy one, but she had always wanted her army to command. Ashton was saying goodbye to his peers. I was left with the impression that Lillian was enjoying a moment with me that didn't have Jessie in it. She might even have engineered it. I wasn't about to comment either way. Her head rested on my shoulder, even though we were roughly of a height with one another. You know what Frey is doing, she said. I think I've known for a while, I said. A few of the threads, at least. Can we stop her? Lillian asked. Yeah, I said. But we aren't going to, the voice rejoined. Crown of Thorns 20.15. Did she use the word primordial? Yes. Recently. What does that mean? Did she say it the last time you talked to her? Say what? Did she say the word primordial in the last few conversations you had with her? I don't know. I bit my lip. Did she use the word plague, when she didn't mean the red plague? I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to that kind of thing. Did she say the word superweapon a lot? Some. But she says a lot of things some. I gripped the railing ahead of me. Right. Wendy turned to look starboard. Listen, I said. Did she use the words Radham superweapon? Some, Wendy said, looking back at me. Some, I said. Was she talking about wild, uncontrolled? Or controlled chaos, or? Wendy looked at me, lost. Okay. Was she being exceedingly careful? I asked. No, I don't think so, Wendy said. No more than usual. That rules out some grim possibilities, I thought. At the same time, it left me at a loss. Our initial attempt at getting moving had failed. The craft had started to move, then faltered when some of the legs proved too damaged to drag us forward. I stood at the railing and watched as teams lashed Frey's pet Tangle to the front. Wendy stood beside me, holding an umbrella to keep the worst of the rain from soaking her. Our means of locomotion was macabre, but it gave us a way forward. Some of the war beasts were being gathered nearby, a share of our rebels were wrapping up a discussion about them. I couldn't see nearly well enough to read much more than broader body language, the simplest gestures, like a pointing finger, and who was speaking, but it wasn't too hard to figure out. They divided the war beasts up, one group more injured, another not, and led the injured within range of the Tangle. Chains and ropes were distributed, so the beasts were lashed to the same rigging that was attaching the Tangle to the front of the Infante's ship. When the crews had tied everything down and retreated far enough away from the war beasts, orders were called out. The war beasts were lunging, pulling at the rigging while the greater Tangle remained still. They didn't like their proximity to this strange thing, especially when they were hurt and tired. They liked it even less when chemicals were cast out over them. It was an indication for the Tangle to go on the offense. It reached out for the war beasts, gripped the rigging and the beasts themselves, and then set to work attaching them to itself, while harvesters swarmed down its limbs to do the stitching work. The beasts fought a futile tooth and nail battle against the attacker. I was a considerable distance above the ground, standing at the very highest point of the ship, and I could still hear the sounds they made. The Lady Gloria is dead, Duncan said. Oh no, Wendy said. What a shame. Who is she? She's a noble. Was she a good noble? Wendy asked. She wasn't one of the worst, I said. Oh no, Wendy said, again. All right, I said. He approached from behind and came to stand beside me at the railing. Pawing at the ground where some of the chemical had landed, the Tangle tugged on the restraints that bound it. The crew of rebels hurried to get out of the way in case it made any headway. You really see a way forward? Duncan asked. Yes, I said. The people who were still in view below were looking up, trying to see me through the rain. I waved my arm, the motion exaggerated, then extended my arm forward. A horn blew. I recognized the pattern as the de facto call for retreat. Ironic, when we weren't running. I'm in a weird place in the lambs, Duncan said. I'm the newest member, in a way, discounting the pseudo-lambs. I actually have outside attachments. Having doubts? I asked. No. No, there isn't much room for doubt, is there? I shook my head. I looked at the devastated terrain and the shattered city before us. I know Lillian and you do your thing, you negotiate. You and she figure out where you're at. We do. And I don't mean to disparage her at all when I say that she's emotionally entangled. I looked over at him. His hood was down, his hair wet. Water streamed down his face and into his collar. It was that kind of day, though. We'd been out and active in the rain for so long that being drenched was something we'd resigned ourselves to. The Tangle hauled forward, hard, making us stumble into the railing. One of our rebels had taken off on a warbeast, the others presumably on board or soon to be on board. The rider had something held aloft, and gas was streaming from it, tinted so it was clearly visible. The Tangle was trying to chase, clearly interested in the gas. Just the way it is, Duncan continued. You've all known each other for a long time. You were introduced early on. Lillian aside, you'll probably die in each other's arms. Oh no, Wendy said. Dark thoughts, I said. But not wrong, am I? No, I said. The intact legs of the ship began clawing at the ground. They were strong, and they provided the initial forward momentum. The Tangle compensated, providing power the weaker legs couldn't. We started moving. The lambs have their roles. You were conceived of as a gestalt. It's part of the whole plan, you know? And I'm not part of that. You found a place. As a secondary doctor. As oversight for the little ones. Lillian fields you, Jessie, and Mary in large part. I've immersed myself in the workings behind the vat-grown ones. There's a division of labor. Sure, I said. As attached as I am to Ashton and Helen, I wouldn't say I'm as tied into things. I hope I don't sound arrogant or too forward if I say maybe I have another role. I'm about as objective as you guys are going to get, without actually being an outsider. Yeah, I said. And outsiders don't get it. They don't, Duncan said. What's the objective take? I asked. Not a take. A question. Sure. We were picking up speed now. Once something was in motion, it was easy to keep in motion. We had momentum. We charged toward Redham. How worried do I need to be? That depends on Frey, I said. More people were ascending to the upper deck. The windows below didn't afford the same view of things. The lambs were among the people ascending. A Stitched carried Jessie and Lillian and Mary walked on either side of it. The stream of people was disrupted with a pause. People had given a wide berth to the younger lambs, in large part because of Nora. But you're not asking about Frey, I said. No. I could tell you the same thing I told Mary, I said. That when push comes to shove, just about any of you could beat me in a fight. You could tell me that, Duncan said. It doesn't really answer the question. You picking a fight is a non-concern. You have a wealth of ways to do damage. I remained silent, watching the city. Yeah, Duncan said. He reached out, both hands. One hand shielded the other, so rain wouldn't fall on what it held. A single pill. He closed his hand around the pill. Ah, I said. You're that suspicious. I would appreciate it if you took this. Right here. In the time before the others get here. The pull of the tangle and the fact that the legs were stronger on one side made the craft tilt slightly. The tangle corrected to stay on course, and we tilted the other way. Everyone on the deck that wasn't holding the railing slid or stumbled on the wet deck. It was wood textured to make slipping a little harder, but the acid rain had done a number on that texture, and the degraded wood had a way of filling in the gaps and making everything a little more slick. It slowed them down a fraction, but not enough time to really let me dwell on the topic. Duncan might have intended that, to give him some credit. What is it? Reassurance, he said, without hesitation. He'd anticipated the question. Vague, I said. I held out a hand. He closed his mouth into a grim line, clearly not intent on saying any more. Saying more would have given me a chance to divine what he was up to. He was intending to keep this a secret. It could be a leash, something to ensure I wouldn't last very long after going rogue, or it could be a placebo, something that would have a minor or obvious effect like turning my mouth blue, which would reassure him that I was cooperating enough to take the pill instead of palming it. Or both. I couldn't rule out both. Or, the voice echoed. The most distant, least connected lamb could be a traitor. A poison pill at the pivotal confrontation. I held out my hand. Duncan gave me the pill. The others were close enough to see, now. I popped the pill into my mouth, then held it in my teeth so Duncan could see. It's a suppository, Duncan said, dry. Haha, I said, pill still held in my teeth. I winced as I sucked it back, snorting. I stuck out my tongue, waggling it to show my mouth was empty. You're a funny guy, Duncan. You don't get enough credit for that. And you're a charmer. Believe it or not, I was considered one of the best jokers of the year. What's this? Lillian asked, as she joined us. Duncan says people thought he was the funniest guy around. That says as much about the classmates we had as it does about Duncan, Lillian said. Ow, my pride, Duncan said. You were and are quick-witted and fast with a retort. Especially when you're in your element. It's part of the reason I nominated you. And there's something to be said for the fact that just about everyone else was struggling to get to the top of the class rankings, and didn't have it in them to crack a joke. You were doing well enough in your classes that you could joke around. Feels like a horrifyingly long time ago, Duncan said. I can't remember the last time I made a joke. I'm supposed to be the one with the memory problem. You made one about a minute ago, you know. Haha, he said, without humor. The lambs had gathered all around. It was nice, having them close. Even if Helen was in dire shape and Jessie was sleeping through this. They were near, they weren't all touching me, but I could feel the warmth of them. I was familiar with them, the smells, the ways they thought, many of the ways they moved. It was more like being home than returning to Redham was. I took in the scene. Frey was one of my gods to slay for a reason. She was so hard to predict. I couldn't ask what I'd do, because she operated on a different level, for reasons I didn't know. I had inklings, but I didn't know how to use those inklings, and I wasn't wholly sure I could trust them. Hi Wendy, Ashton said. Hi. Are you well? Yes. I'm enjoying a very strange view. Yes, Ashton said, sounding very pleased. I'm going to commit it to memory and describe it to Helen later. She doesn't have eyes right now. How nice of you. Some of the rest of us exchanged glances. We should get away from the foredeck before we make impact, Mary said. We've got a little ways to go before we do, I said, staring at the scene. Did Wendy have any ideas about what Frey is doing? Nothing concrete. Super weapon, maybe. As much as I keep thinking it has to be something really wild and uncontrolled, that the crown can't control or get a handle on, much like the plague, nothing Wendy says suggests that's the case. Primordials? Lillian asked. They might have factored in. She used the word. It's a casualty of Wendy being Wendy, as exceptional as she is for a stitched. Thank you, Wendy said. But I don't really have stitches. I'm sealed together properly. All the same, I said. We can pick up on sentiment, but if she was capable of divulging anything too concrete, I suspect Frey wouldn't have. I gestured to finish the statement. Left her behind. Yeah, Duncan said. Maybe. It's not as wild a thing as I thought it might be, but she might still be using the calamities as a kind of reverse effort to turn Redham and other strategic areas into an oasis in the midst of a desert storm, I said. You might be thinking she should be using chaos and storms because that's how you work, Mary said. Might, I admitted. We're close, she said. We should start preparing. On that note, Lillian, Duncan, if you had to, could you quickly, cleanly kill that tangle down there? Kill? Lillian asked. It's ours, Ashton said. No, I said. It's Frey's. We just happen to be using it. So I have to ask, could you kill it? No, Duncan said. I could pull something together if you gave me an hour. Okay, that wouldn't be fast enough, I said. I turned around, and I made my way through the lambs, leaving them at the very front of the ship. I faced the group that had come up to the top deck. Beetle rebels and other academy-educated types. My voice carried. I immediately had everyone's attention. I need a quick answer. Who can devise a solution to kill the tangle down there before we actually get to Redham? A few people looked bewildered. Blow it up, so many asked. One of our soldiers, but not academy-educated. He'd been a thug, once. We'd rounded out his training with guns, explosives, and other things. He would be one of the last of Archie's people, maybe. Wouldn't work unless we had a big enough explosive, I said. Anyone else? I saw a hand go up. Junior. Head of the rank, our master poisoner. Good man. Get to it, get what you need, I said. He rounded up his people, and they hurried below deck. I was getting strange looks. Including from the lambs. It'll be good to have if we need it, I told them. Nobody answered. The crowd was filled with our past enemies. There were enough I couldn't recognize that it confused my senses. B's followers were into self-modifications, and it didn't help matters when the physical alterations were often my first cue that someone was a specter. Horns? Could have been the Breckwell beast, and it could have been someone who'd wanted to look intimidating. We were drawing nearer. The rider who was painting the trail was at the base of the wall, and was working on scaling it. They'd chosen a warbeast rather than a horse because warbeasts could climb. The problem was that climbing was slow, even with a warbeast that was good at it. Mary gestured, and we backed away from the front of the ship. Others retreated as well. I felt some trepidation as I eased my way past Avis and Warren, past the Snake Charmer and Percy. Past Sub Rosa, the Humors, Cynthia, Ghosts and Soldiers, the Fishmonger, Devil, Primordial Child, and scattered nobles. At the edge of the academy closest to us, there was a flash of light. The sound reached us a moment later. Brace! Mary hollered. The artillery shell hit the side of the ship. Our course shifted, then self-corrected as the creatures hauled us forward. When we'd talked about how we needed to use the craft to assault the city, we'd outlined a path that would place us closer to the academy. It was closer than the point where the Infante had landed, and now it was becoming clear why he hadn't chosen to assault the academy and the walls around it. The academy had defenses beyond the creatures that guarded it. At a tower further away, another artillery emplacement fired. The shot hit somewhere near the prow, detonating on impact. That one would have hit one of the metaphorical horses of our metaphorical chariot. We were damn close now, but every fraction of a mile that we plunged forward put us further into harm's way. Those who descended to see Redham as we drew nearer were ducking below deck. We were the last in line to descend, because we'd been the furthest forward. 2 more shots came our way. One drifted, hitting field off to the starboard side. Another struck low. Aimed more at the tangle. The lambs started to head below. I clung to the railing, glanced back, and then put one finger to my nostril, blowing out the pill I'd snorted up into my sinus cavity. The next round included a more distant tower, which apparently saw fit to open fire now that we were closer. 3 shots in all. We were below deck before they hit home. Narrow windows near the front of the ship provided a view of the scene. One of the explosives ripped a hole in the hull, opening a space around where the window had been. Smoke and the seemingly endless rain of water and debris obscured our vision. We were slowing. The explosions had damaged the rigging the tangle used to haul us forward, and it had pulled away, only partially attached to us, the leash extended. It clambered up the wall to the best of its ability, after the rider with the smoke. It ascended far faster than the rider did. The Infante's craft, however, still had some forward momentum. We slammed into the wall and rode up against the topmost edge. Rubble and sections of wall crumbled down around the deck and around us. The fluids and blood that flowed down the wall, over the intact window and across the damaged hole suggested we'd collided with the tangle. Well, that complicated things. More artillery fire struck us. Problematic, that we were close enough for them to shoot at us. They're hitting the rear. I don't think they have an angle, Mary said. More artillery shells struck us. Tail end, again. Yeah, I said. Unless they've got incredibly clever and coordinated people manning the artillery turrets on top of those towers, tricking us into poking our heads out before they obliterate us. I wouldn't put it past Hale, Lillian said. But I don't think Hale would be on those towers. We headed for the stairs leading back up to the deck. Junior met us at the base of the stairs, and tossed me a canister. Look after Wendy, I told him. Or find someone who can and follow. Got it, he replied. There was no need for a ramp, with the way the wall had come down. The rebel formed its own access point. The tangle had divided in 2, and the head was climbing up onto the top of the wall. The lower half was groping its way up the wall, toward the hole we wanted to use to pass into the city. The gap between the prow of the ship and the wall was forming a wedge it couldn't quite force itself past, and it didn't have the complete senses to figure out a way. It groped blindly, pawing with a limb made of a warbeast and a dozen soldiers. We passed beneath the groping claw, into the city. I knew what the others were looking at as we stopped and got our bearings. We were standing at the edge of a field. A bridge stood a distance ahead of us. Not the bridge, but familiar nonetheless. We were on the same tier of land that Lamb's bridge occupied. The road between the academy and the orphanage was a little ways ahead of us, stretching from our right to our left, and we were about a third of the way down it. Artillery fire struck near the tangle at the wall top. Stone and wood crumbled in equal measure, and the tangle fell. Behind us, the other tangle was climbing up. I pulled the pin and threw the canister at it. Gas erupted around it. There was a dull moaning sound, as if each of the bodies was making a small sound, and it began to lose strength. The rebels took the opportunity to come over the deck, where they hadn't had the confidence to come past the thing. I spotted Junior. We need another. I shouted. He stopped, made a face, and then reversed direction. Was smart, Lillian said. I asked, trying to take in the surroundings. I was thinking we had to kill it. He was thinking he needed to take it down 10%, across the entire body, weakening the protein bonds that tie one body to another. That's all it takes. Wonderful. I said, not even really paying attention. Good job, Junior. He's not here, Ashton said. This was deceptively familiar ground. It was a scene I'd seen countless times in my life, enough that it had solidified among my more durable memories, but it was set askew, painted over. The terrain was tilted, and the movements of tangles and the damage to tangles had littered the area with a number of bodies that seemed almost ludicrous. Some of those bodies writhed and moved as harvesters ate or tried puppeteering them. The lower ground and ditches were congealing with bodily fluids, rain, and the plant matter that had disintegrated in the acid rain, forming a black slurry of mud. We started forward, picking a path that would take us closer to the